It's the final hunter exam, where only the most promising candidates gather to prove their worth. To pass, each examinee must find and kill 10 orcs. The exam zone is a literal furnace. The temperature is so absurdly high that most candidates struggle just to breathe, and sweat pours down their faces. But this guy is different. While everyone else is barely standing, he doesn't even break a sweat. Earlier tests couldn't measure his strength at all. Every magic sphere exploded the moment he touched it. As the exam begins, chaos unfolds. Most candidates fail miserably, becoming prey for the monsters that hunt the weak. Even the so-called elites barely manage to kill a few orcs, stealing kills from each other just to survive. And yet, no one pays attention to Han Dae-sung. Moving at insane speed, he finds his first orc and crushes it like an insect, just by smashing boulders so hard that its shards kill the orc. But hunting orcs one by one quickly bores him. So instead, Han Dae-sung tracks their entire tribe, hiding underground. He digs straight into their ambush and burns them all as if it's nothing. Just like that, the exam is over. The instructors stare in disbelief. The test had only just started, and Han Dae-sung already completed it. No one in history has ever cleared the exam this fast. Even the assassin secretly sent by a top clan to eliminate him never dares to come out, frozen in fear. After all, a simple exam in extreme heat means nothing to someone who spent 80 years in literal hell. You see, just before the day Han Dae-sung could graduate from middle school, he was going about his day, walking like any ordinary human, when he suddenly tripped. Somehow his soul got separated from his body, and he found himself sinking deeper and deeper. The next thing he knows is that he is in hell. He gets scared as his eyes meet ferocious and vicious monsters, locked in brutal combat with one another. The horrifying part is that the losers end up being devoured. Dae-sung somehow stays in hiding and lives without eating for 10 days straight. Wait, is that even possible? The strange thing about this place was the absence of any day or night cycle. When our hero finally reached his breaking point, his only option for survival was to consume the rotten, uncooked meat left behind by the monsters. Disgusting as it was his only way to stay alive. Over time, he gradually adapted to his harsh environment. He began to strike back at the monsters that saw him as prey, using mere pebbles from the ground, somehow managing to drive them away. With no other option, he was forced to fight, relying on anything he could find and turning it into a makeshift weapon. Tears fell from his eyes as he missed his mother, and in that moment of grief, he vowed not to succumb to despair. As the days blurred together, a moment came when he decided to bid farewell to his humanity. He started from the bottom, clawing his way up. The meat that once disgusted him now became a rare luxury, something he learned to appreciate for survival. One day, as he was eating, a panel unexpectedly appeared before him. It revealed that he had risen to level 3. At that moment, it all felt like a game. As 7 years flew by, he reached level 24. With this level of strength, he could easily one-shot the creatures that had once seemed like ferocious monsters. After enduring 24 years, he successfully crafted a sword from a stone collected from a dragon knight. However, time did not stand still. It flowed like a gentle breeze. In his 51st year, Dae-sung accomplished the formidable feat of slaying an elder dragon. By his 79th year, he finally found his way to the Demon Lord, the very creature that had dragged him into this hellish existence, and most importantly, without consent. He effortlessly slashes through the bugs guarding the Demon Lord's lair, and even the gatekeeper stands no chance against the aged yet surprisingly youthful protagonist. He threatens the guard, demanding that he politely open the gate, or else his remains will be fed to the monsters of this so-called hell. However, the guard is far from cooperative and puts up a bit of a struggle. Taking the situation as a personal affront to the Demon Lord's honor, he goes on a rampage. As he trash talks, he suddenly feels something pierce through him, and when he looks down, he discovers a massive hole in his chest. Dae-sung, unfazed, merely remarks that this noisy guard is irritating him. Meanwhile, the floating skeleton Fireball, likely his pet, asks if he isn't worried that the Demon Lord will retaliate for killing his guard, and whether he really intends to take over hell. However, he dismisses the Fireball's concerns, stating that he has no interest in something like becoming a stupid ruler. He explains that 80 years have passed since he was dragged into this place, and every monster he has faced has been remarkable, each with fascinating stories and reasons for their presence in hell. This is why he wants to confront the Demon Lord and ask why he brought him here. The Fireball finds his method of inquiry rather foolish and suggests there might have been a more polite way to approach the situation. It proposes that he should fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Yet he remains resolute, insisting that he will resort to violence in response to the suffering he endured, especially since he was brought here without any notion of consent. With that, he grasps his sword and charges toward the Demon Lord, only to suddenly find himself in a hospital. He panics, wondering if this is all a dream, especially since he hasn't dreamt of Earth in ages. Nearby, he sees children playing, and he realizes that, by his own physique, he appears quite weak. Unable to move his body, he convinces himself that this must be a lucid dream. Just then, his mother opens the door, trembling at the sight of her son, awakened after 30 long years. She bursts into tears and hugs him tightly, but Dae-sung feels a wave of disdain for this dream, finding it incredibly childish. To his surprise, it turns out that he actually did slay the Demon Lord, and became the absolute ruler of this hell. When his Fireball companion asks what he plans to do next, a sudden message appears, inquiring if he wishes to return to Earth. For all those 80 years, all he had wanted was to escape this very place. Without wasting a moment, he quickly accepts the offer, and suddenly he finds himself in the hospital, having awakened from a comatose state after 30 long years. The doctor checks his eye reflexes and offers positive gestures to his mother, reassuring her that rehabilitation treatment will get her son back in shape in no time. For his mother, this is a blessing, but for Dae-sung, it feels like a curse. The thought of returning to life after wasting 30 years in bed, now in such a frail state, is utterly unacceptable to him. He becomes increasingly agitated, wondering if his entire journey to hell has been nothing more than a dream. The people nearby grow scared of him as he starts to act like a psychotic patient, overwhelmed by his frustration and confusion. He threatens the doctor not to come near him, but when the doctor advances, our hero bites him like a wild beast. Demanding to know what has happened to his body, he questions if he has been paralyzed or poisoned, desperately hoping this is just a nightmare. In his madness, he tumbles off the bed, which only deepens his mother's worry. He reflects on the 80 years of continuous struggle he endured in hell, feeling as if all of it had been wasted. Even in his darkest moments there, he had never lost hope of escaping, and now he yearns to return. Staff members are summoned immediately, grasping both of Dae-sung's arms to force him back onto the bed. As he peeks through the window, he sees a massive wormhole opening up in the sky. Confused and desperate, he questions his fate, wondering if his life in hell had merely been a dream he experienced while in a coma. When he refuses to calm down, the anesthesiologist uses an injection to put him to sleep. Then, as his senses return, he finds himself watching a news channel on the TV, which confirms his suspicions. The sight he had seen was indeed a gate, and a hunting team has been dispatched to clean up the monsters. The leader of the team sends reports to a man who has come to see him. The man appears shocked and overjoyed to find him awake. Still feeling confused, Dae-sung asks who he is, only to realize, in a flash of recognition, that this is his friend Chanho. Chanho informs him that he has been in this state for 10 years. He explains that a decade ago, while on his way home, he suddenly fell unconscious and collapsed, and since that moment, he has been lying in this hospital bed. Upon hearing 10 years, Dae-sung feels a mix of confusion and relief. He had thought 30 years had passed. What irritates him most, however, is the realization that he spent 80 years in hell. Chanho shares that his mother has endured a great deal, working 3 jobs to cover his hospital expenses. He encourages him to take charge of his life again, revealing that he has a job opportunity lined up for him as well. As our demon king is wheeled outside by his mother, seeking some fresh air, he feels a heavy sense of responsibility and a deep hatred for his body, which cannot even move on its own. Suddenly, 2 men appear, demanding the money his mother borrowed. She apologizes and pleads for just 1 more month, but the thugs remain unmoved. In a moment of aggression, one of the thugs slams her, threatening her with violence. Tears stream down her face as she begs them to stop humiliating her in front of her son, her voice trembling with desperation. However, the thug pays no attention to her pleas. He rolls up his sleeves and starts beating the poor woman. Witnessing his mother's suffering ignites a fierce rage within Dae-sung, so he starts calling them bugs and hurling insults at them. When one of the gangsters grabs him by the sleeve, his mother desperately urges him to apologize, begging the thugs to let her son go by reminding them that he is just a child. Dae-sung refuses to give in, adopting a hardened expression. The thug, smirking, throws him down to the ground with a forceful shove. After that, the gangster delivers a brutal beating. As he struggles to control his anger and yearns for his old body, a sudden arrival quest pops up before him in the status window. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily accepts it, recognizing that he has little choice in the matter. The status window had been his lifeline, allowing him to endure his time in hell on his own. As soon as he acknowledges the quest, everything around him halts as if time itself has come to a standstill. The conditions of the quest unfold within the status window. He is instructed to reach a specified point within an hour, with the promise of receiving an elixir of recovery upon success. Driven by determination, he contemplates whether regaining his former strength is possible, and spots a red marker just 10 meters away. He attempts to stand, but, with a grin spreading across his face, begins crawling towards the target. The thought of complaining about something so trivial disgusts him. After all, he is the one who has already conquered hell. Crawling slower than an insect, the centimeters stretch into meters, and the meters feel like endless kilometers. At this pace, he starts doubting his ability to reach the location in time. Yet, he strives to stay composed, knowing that, in his experience, the system never assigns impossible tasks or quests. As the seconds slip by, he suddenly notices a loophole. Recalling the quest's terms, it dawns on him that the only requirement is to reach the destination, regardless of how he manages to do so. Our crawling hero grows irritated, realizing how obvious the solution had been all along. With his frail hands, he reaches for his wheelchair, moving slowly but steadily until he manages to settle into it. However, only 35 seconds remain. Undeterred, he grips the wheelchair and propels himself forward. Refusing to lose hope, he pushes onward and, against all odds, reaches the location in the final second. With the quest completed, he seizes the reward and quickly consumes it. Almost instantly, a wave of relief washes over him. His pain fades, and though only a small fraction, he begins to regain a slight bit of his former physical strength. With the completion of the quest, the time stop effect dissolves. The thugs glance around in confusion, searching for Dae-sung, who has seemingly vanished into thin air. Before they can begin their search, however, the police arrive, apparently having witnessed the entire incident. With no other choice, the thugs flee the scene in a hurry. Later that night, while lying in a hospital bed, the demon lord repeatedly attempts to summon the status window, but all efforts prove futile. He has no idea how it opened earlier. Desperate, he tries different commands like quest and missions, but in the end, he abandons the attempt. His mind fixates on the need for new quests, hoping they will help him regain his strength before the thugs reappear. Suddenly, a strange noise breaks the silence, and he finds himself floating in a place known as the Pantheon. Initially, he dismisses it as a nonsensical dream, but it quickly becomes apparent that this is no illusion. He has been summoned here to fulfill some kind of task. Without hesitation, he requests another quest, and a punching bag, though more accurately, a punching monster, materializes before him. He does as instructed, and upon completing the task, he is rewarded with a memory chip. No sooner is the quest finished than another appears, this time requiring him to run 10 kilometers. The quests continue to roll in one after the other, and with each completed task, he earns yet another reward. For 10 days straight, he pushes through, completing quest after quest, yet only manages to accomplish 55% of the overall implementation. Frustration builds as he tires of these low-level tasks, and he finally demands a proper challenge. In response, the system grants him a new quest, to kill a crying demon. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder strikes before him, and the crying demon materializes. The so-called Demon King recalls how close he came to death when facing this opponent in the past, and feels a rush of excitement at the chance for a rematch. The thunder-covered monster lets out a deafening growl and launches into the duel with a ferocious claw attack. Daesung barely dodges in time, fully aware that a single strike would reduce him to smithereens. He leaps forward, aiming to strike, but the monster effortlessly swats him away, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood spills from his mouth as he struggles to stand, the humiliation of being tossed around by a crying demon gnawing at his pride. The battle drags on, with Daesung, a demon lord who should be feared as a villain, forced into a frustrating game of dodging. But eventually, his luck runs out, and the demon catches him, gripping him tightly in its claws. In that desperate moment, Daesung recalls how he crushed the monster in their first encounter. He had nearly forgotten that he could summon a sword. Without hesitation, he calls one to his hand and slices through the demon's left claw in a swift, decisive motion. Without hesitation, Daesung shows no mercy, swiftly sending the demon back to where it came from, as though it were nothing more than an insect. With the quest completed, he finds himself back in the hospital room. Morning has already arrived. He opens the window, the sound of which stirs his mother awake. Dazed, she asks who is standing beside her, only to be shocked when she sees Daesung in front of her, his physique now resembling that of a bodybuilder. The hospital staff, responsible for his rehabilitation, are left speechless. According to their expectations, his recovery should have taken at least 6 months. It's beyond comprehension for them how Daesung achieved such remarkable progress in just 15 days. His mother, still worried about her son, expresses her concern, but the doctor gently reassures her, calming her nerves by stating there is nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Daesung feels the effects of his quest, noticing a significant improvement as some of his strength returns. He stretches, glancing around the room until he spots his mother speaking to a nurse. Tears fill her eyes as she thanks the nurse, who in turn offers her comfort, acknowledging her struggle and empathizing with her situation. Seeing this, Daesung realizes just how difficult the past 10 years must have been for his mother. His heart tightens with emotion, and as he clenches his fists, he silently vows to protect her now that he has finally returned. He heads to the washroom and shouts, "Pantheon!" Instantly, his soul is drawn into the Pantheon. Upon arrival, he asks whether the system can accelerate the implementation process. The system responds affirmatively, allowing him to select the difficulty level for the random quests. Recalling his status as the Demon Lord, he boldly sets the difficulty level to Hell, the highest and most challenging tier available. In response, a dark orb materializes before him. As it shatters, the sight that emerges leaves him wide-eyed in astonishment. Before him stands none other than the absolute ruler of Hell, an exact mirror image of Daesung, but in his full strength. Daesung summons his sword, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of battle. Without wasting a moment, his replica lunges forward, launching a fierce overhead attack. The weakened Daesung barely manages to block the blow, feeling the strain. The replica maintains the offensive, striking from every angle, searching for a weakness in Daesung's defenses. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of his doppelganger, he realizes that the longer this fight drags on, the more it works against him. Suddenly, the replica finds an opening and thrusts his hand toward Daesung, sending him flying across the arena. Breathing heavily, Daesung mutters that the replica feels more like a genuine article at this point. Yet, with a smirk forming on his lips, he seems to have a trick up his sleeve, ready to turn the tide. He activates his skill, blood neutralization, rendering himself immune to his double's attacks. Even when slashed by the sword, he feels nothing and swiftly shifts the momentum of the battle, slamming the replica's face into the ground. However, this advantage is short-lived. To his astonishment, the replica is not so easily bested. It too possesses the same skill. The battle resumes with renewed intensity, and soon Daesung finds himself stabbed by the sword, the pain a stark reminder of the stakes. Meanwhile, a cleaning lady approaches the washroom, ready to open the door after receiving no response from inside. Just as she reaches for the handle, she is abruptly summoned to the 3rd floor on an urgent basis. precipice. Back in the Pantheon, Daesung feels cornered. The weight of potential defeat presses down on him, and he realizes that if he loses now, all his hard work will have been in vain. Desperation fuels his thoughts as he searches for a way to turn the tide, even if it requires a stroke of luck. He quickly accesses his inventory and pulls out a nutritional tonic, one of the awards he received for completing quests. This potion has the remarkable ability to restore 20% of his stamina. Realizing that 5 bottles would fully replenish him to 100%, he feels a flicker of hope ignites within him. In the heat of battle, he decides to take the risk and chugs down 1 bottle, feeling the rejuvenating effects surge through his body. Interrupted by his fake double, our hero doesn't hesitate and fearlessly launches his fist, disregarding his low health. With his double scent flying by a single punch, our hero's confidence is quickly restored. Without wasting a moment, he pulls out 2 more tonics and chugs both bottles. His double, however, doesn't take kindly to this and nearly catches him with a vicious roundhouse kick. Skillfully evading the attack, he downs a 3rd tonic. They are given no chance to pause as they exchange blows at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Meanwhile, our protagonist has managed to finish a 4th tonic. Yet, to his frustration, even after recovering significantly, he still can't seem to defeat his doppelganger, who wastes no time in trapping him in a chokehold. A nasty smile spreads across its face as its blade hurtles toward our demon king. As a last resort, our guy executes a 200 IQ plan to completely turn the tables. His double's shredded abs are pierced by the original's blade, leaving it baffled as its own weapon disappears into Daesung's inventory. With a cheeky smile, our protagonist laughs at his previously overconfident doppelganger. Watching it collapse to its knees, he savors the last-second victory his gamble secured. Upon completing the Hell difficulty quest, a blazing blue window proclaims that the user has achieved a 100% implementation rate and that his body is now restored to its peak. As a bonus, he even gains the ability to use the Hell system on Earth. Suddenly, his hospital clothes are torn apart. The sight of his battle-scarred body triggers a flood of memories, reminding our demon king of all the suffering that brought him to this point, giving him a sense of déjà vu. Nevertheless, when he orders the system to return him to Earth, a panel appears, asking if he wants to read unread messages. Upon selecting yes, the messages congratulate him on becoming a monarch. It's explained that after the monarch left, the heavenly beings took control of Hell, leaving the demons trapped. Realizing the implications, our protagonist scoffs at the very Hell that stole 80 years of his life, now asking for his help. With a cheeky grin, the monarch of Hell defiantly flips off his subjects, cursing at them in vengeful satisfaction. He orders the system to exit him from the Pantheon, leaving the hordes of monsters in Hell stunned as they realize their fate is sealed. Back in the hospital, my guy is casually performing insane one-handed vertical push-ups, while his mother and the doctor watch in silent awe. Using his Sherlock Holmes-level deduction skills, the doctor concludes that Daesung has seemingly awakened, but his mother still struggles to believe her son's unbelievable transformation. Despite the doctor's reassurance, she somberly expresses her desire to understand how this could have happened. Eventually, the doctor suggests she visit the Awakener Association, which her son overhears. The scene shifts to our protagonist and his mother in a taxi. As he reflects on her conversation with the doctor, he wonders what his mom might be hiding from him. Adding to his confusion, he gazes out the window, wondering what happened on Earth while he was comatose. When they finally return home, his mom mentions she'll be back soon and leaves. Entering the house, he is surprised to find a girl with cotton candy hair taking money out of a drawer. He racks his brain, trying to recall who this mysterious girl could be. Just then, his mother rushes in, breaking the awkward silence. She reveals the girl is Han Jisoo, his sister. The realization dawns on him that the girl he couldn't recognize this whole time is his own sibling. Noticing her bratty daughter taking money again, their mom is visibly annoyed as Jisoo ignores her and gets ready to leave. Meanwhile, our big brother is still reeling from the shock of not recognizing his only sibling. As she brushes past him, his sister bitterly reminds him of how the last 10 years have been hell for their mother and her. Daesung looks down somberly, regretful that he couldn't do anything to help. As she heads out, their mom asks her to at least say where she's going. Then, a loud voice catches everyone's attention. Once again, the debt collectors have returned. They threaten to break in if the door isn't opened on the count of 3. Everyone goes silent, but our boy is furious, ready to dish out some revenge. Growing tired of waiting outside, the man in the silver suit kicks their door. Mom pleads with her daughter to come back inside, but she remains fearless. The silver suit turns to the thug accompanying him, wondering if they should just break down the door. To their surprise, Jisoo steps out and complains that they're being too damn annoying. Momentarily speechless, the silver suit concludes she must be the daughter. Seizing the opportunity, he angrily rushes into the house, while his ugly, lecherous partner leers at Jisoo. Their mother, trembling, profusely apologizes as she takes cash out of her purse. But a moment later, the money is in the air as the silver suit, furious at the measly sum, viciously slaps her, knocking the frail woman to the ground. Witnessing his mother being mistreated, our hero, seething with rage, launches the silver suit flying with a single satisfying punch. The fat and ugly thug asks what's happening while the once arrogant man in the silver suit cries to his daddy about being bullied. The thug can only stare in shock as our demon lord thanks them both for conveniently coming straight to him. After a brief taunt, the thug is seized by the jaw as our guy prepares to deliver a much-deserved beatdown on behalf of his mother. He smacks the thug in the face, not 5, not 10, but 100 times before the brute collapses to the ground in pain. Beaten and bloodied, the thug spots a wooden chair. In a desperate move, he grabs it by the leg and tries to smash our boy. But like a total badass, my guy punches right through the chair, sending the thug flying into the wall and landing next to his partner. Panicking, the man in the silver suit pulls out a dagger and mocks our boy. Unfazed, our protagonist calmly grabs the guy by the wrist and twists it savagely, like Play-Doh, in vengeance for striking his mother. The man cries out in agony, clutching his now useless floppy hand. The ugly fat thug warns him he won't get away unscathed. Instead, more savage than the two rascals combined, our Demon King presents a simple solution: leave no witnesses. Just as he's about to finish off the thug, he freezes at the sound of his mother's scream. She begs her son to stop, and the two debt collectors, now in tears, scramble out of the house. They stumble back to their car, discussing in disbelief how a hospitalized kid could get so strong after spending 10 years comatose. Worried about the consequences of failing their job, the silver suit anxiously asks his partner what they should do. Nursing his wounds, the ugly big guy tries to change the subject, but the silver suit quickly interrupts, having just spotted Daesung's sister. Back at home, Mom explains that after he collapsed, she had to sell the house and the store. She goes on to say that once those savings ran out, she took loans from 3 different institutions. Unlike the original amount borrowed, the interest compounded into an unpayable, sky-high debt. Curious about Jisoo, our protagonist learns that she had to drop out of school and work at a restaurant to help pay off the debt. With teary eyes, his mother reveals how his sister worked tirelessly day and night just to support him. Gritting his teeth, he laments that she shouldn't have had to leave school. His mom then explains that, despite Jisoo's efforts, she wasn't earning enough and has been going somewhere unknown for the past few months. Heartbroken at his family's suffering, our guy wishes they had left him to die, but his mother gently reassures him. The somber silence that follows is interrupted by a phone call. Seeing that it's the debt collector, our boy tells her to hand it over. Frustrated, he mocks them, but his pupils widen in shock as he hears the bad news. The scene shifts to his sister, bound and duct-taped. The ugly thug shoves her head as he's on a call with our protagonist, threatening him to collect 100 million in 24 hours if he wants his sister to be okay. Furious, our boy grips the phone tightly. When Mom asks what's wrong, he simply tells her he'll be back after a while. His mother warns him against hurting or killing anyone, insisting his life will be over if he does. But the monarch knows that killing them won't solve anything, unlike in hell. To his surprise, just as he mentions the word hell, a fiery panel appears. Reassuring his mom that he won't commit any crimes, our protagonist accepts the offer to obtain a basic skill. Presented with 4 options, he contemplates which choice would be best, but ultimately concludes that none of them is noteworthy. Meanwhile, the gangsters continue moving Daesung's sobbing sister. As they ride up in an elevator, the ugly thug reminds her of her role as a hostage. Suddenly, sparks fly and the lights go out, bringing the elevator to a halt. Noticing sparks near his feet, the fat guy is taken aback as our protagonist magically flashes into existence. He sarcastically comments that he's come to deliver the money. It turns out our hero picked the Shadow Wraith skill, allowing him to summon a wraith that takes on his form once it has the target's blood. Now that it has located its target, the wraith bashes the silver suit's head into the metallic wall. Meanwhile, the ugly guy panics, realizing Daesung has been a hidden awakener all along, shocking his sister in the process. Yet the wraith feigns ignorance. When the elevator doors finally open, the fat guy stumbles out, announcing to the gang members that an awakener has broken in. But before he can say more, a swift strike to his nape sends him crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Insulted on their own turf, the gangsters grab their weapons. The wraith menacingly welcomes them, and the first guy steps up to attack. However, he quickly finds himself teleported behind him, receiving a kick that knocks him unconscious. Thus, Electric Daesung wreaks havoc on the mob. Now the last man standing, he approaches Jisoo and checks if she's alright. He quickly removes her restraints and tape and urges her to go home, but she reveals her concern for her dear brother. With a cool aura, he assures her that he will come to see her after finishing his business. So, as the elevator door closes on her, the wraith prepares for another beatdown. Grunts of pain echo throughout the halls, where only unconscious bodies are visible. It appears that our hero climbs the stairs, clearing each floor one by one. As he nears another group of gangsters enjoying a smoke, he jokes that everyone is so weak that the lack of challenge frustrates him. Irritated by the insult, like all the previous gangsters, they get absolutely demolished. One of them calls their boss, a man covered in tattoos that span his gigantic muscles. He answers the phone, berating his subordinate and reminding him never to call when he's relaxing in the sauna. However, the panicked gangsters insist that he come quickly. Being ordered to come infuriates the boss even more. But as he hears his underling getting knocked out, he realizes something is wrong. Rising from his seat, he clenches his giant fist in frustration, crushing his phone. Talk about a waste. Meanwhile, back at the gang's headquarters, numerous bloody bodies lie on the ground. The Shadow Wraith approaches another member, who begs not to suffer the same fate. However, a wall suddenly explodes open. Caught off guard, Electric Daesung turns to see a giant man grasp his face, immediately smashing his head into the ground. The boss expresses his rage about Daesung's mess. Meanwhile, our hero reflects on how his mother and sister aren't even surprised by his powers, realizing that others like him also exist. his shadow wraith powers allow him to retreat safely. The boss is shocked to see the guy dusting himself off in front of him, causing all the chaos alone. The shadow wraith questions whether the boss is also an awakener. The boss proudly grins, promising to send our boy to hell. Hearing the all-too-familiar word, our hero narrows his eyes at the muscular monster, whose clothes burst from his physical enhancement. Not caring about his size, as always, our hero bashes the boss's face and taunts the giant weakling. Lying caved into a wall, the boss denies being defeated so easily and angrily gets up to launch a counterattack. But he is promptly humbled by a kick to his chiseled face. With a flurry of kicks, our guy gives the boss a beatdown, explaining what true hell is and how much misery it causes. Meanwhile, the giant man can only think of surviving and asks for a timeout. With his soul shattered, the muscular gangster offers money and everything he has in exchange for his worthless life. Hearing about the money piques my guy's interest. He questions the boss about the gang's safety. After pointing our protagonist toward the closet with the safe, the boss flees like a crying little girl, finally reaching his white car in the parking lot. Thinking he is safe, the boss rambles about how he will make sure to hunt our boy down. But his nemesis creeps up, whispering that he forgot to ask for the safe's password. Even as the boss goes crazy from fear, the shadow wraith torments him one last time, saying he can be reached anytime, anywhere. Later, money magically falls out of a portal in front of our protagonist, totaling over 500 million. Our hero grins like a greedy goblin at all the things and apartments he can buy with it. He walks into a mall and becomes captivated by a newly launched folding phone, which the shopkeeper mentions is priced at 2.99 million won. His curiosity piqued, and he checked out another model, one that resembles the Samsung Z Flip. The shopkeeper, hoping to ease the purchase, suggests an installment plan, but Daesung, without hesitation, slaps 5 million won on the counter and buys both models outright. The shopkeeper, with an air of suspicion, accepts the money as though he has either swindled someone or charged more than the fair price. Our devil arrives home, casually dropping off his shopping. When his mother calls him to join her for a meal, he replies that he needs to head out. Before she can inquire where he is going, he has already disappeared. In reality, he has been invited to dinner by his friend at a restaurant. Chanho is visibly taken aback by Daesung's transformation, as his physique has significantly changed since their last encounter just a few days prior. The two begin their meal by sharing a drink. Chanho initiates a conversation, asking Daesung about his future plans, reminding him that they are no longer the carefree school kids they once were. Daesung, however, steers the discussion in a different direction, inquiring how many apartments could be bought with 500 million won. Chanho, momentarily surprised, questions if Daesung truly has that kind of money, but quickly shifts to discussing the current state of inflation. He explains that, unfortunately, such an amount would barely be sufficient for a lease on a modest apartment located on the outskirts of the city. This revelation unsettles the demon lord, and he anxiously asks how much it would take to buy a place in the city. Chanho informs him that it would cost at least 2 billion won, then urges him to relax, reminding Daesung that the world has changed drastically since he fell into a coma. Shifting the conversation, Chanho gets to the heart of the matter, asking if Daesung is awakened. Daesung responds that to confirm such a thing, he first needs to understand what awakened actually means. As they exit the restaurant, Chanho explains it all. He begins from the very start, recounting how, shortly after Daesung's coma, mysterious portals known as gates started appearing everywhere. At first, the portals were seen as a minor threat and were kept under control. However, things took a dark turn when monsters began escaping from the gates, flooding the earth in what became known as a gate fracture. These monsters wreaked havoc, sparing no one in their path. Humanity fought back, but soon discovered that their man-made weapons were utterly ineffective against such foul creatures. Daesung, unable to contain his curiosity, interrupts, asking if not even guns or cannons could harm them. Chanho confirms that it's safe to say normal weapons did nothing. He then continues, explaining that, over time, a new type of weapon was discovered, special weapons, known as aura weapons. These new weapons, crafted from monster byproducts, proved effective against the creatures. Those capable of wielding them became known as the Awakened Ones, heroes who stood at the forefront when humanity faced near extinction. The saying, "necessity is the mother of invention," rang true as mankind adapted to survive. In an attempt to show off, the demon lord pulls out a cutting-edge foldable phone from his arsenal, trying to impress Chanho. But his confidence shatters when he learns that such phones are now being given away for free, realizing he has been scammed. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Daesung quietly keeps the matter to himself, choosing not to reveal to his friend just how much he actually paid for it. Chanho shifts the conversation back to the topic of awakeners, telling Daesung that even if he doesn't use an aura weapon, he can still harness the aura to strengthen his body. He then points out that he's heard not only about Daesung's improved physique, but also that he recently gave a notorious thug group quite the scare. Daesung, with a hint of bluff, asks Chanho if he would still offer him money and have the same attitude toward him if he weren't an awakener, subtly revealing his intentions to exploit their friendship. Chanho's temper flares, but before their argument can escalate, a gate fracture suddenly occurs above them, and monsters begin pouring out into their midst. As the monsters strike their wooden weapons against the ground, the earth trembles violently, resembling an earthquake. The sheer force sends waves of fear through the nearby citizens, causing them to tremble in terror. The The monsters unleash menacing growls, sending humans into a panic as they flee for their lives. Daesung, however, doesn't recognize these creatures, finding them distinctly different from the ones he had encountered in hell. Wasting no time, Daesung slams his foot into the ground, breaking off a chunk of the road and hurling it toward the approaching monsters. But before the debris can strike, a shimmering shield materializes, blocking the attack. Chanho quickly reminds Daesung that such weapons are ineffective against these creatures. As one of the monsters closes in on them, Chanho shuts his eyes, convinced they're finished. But the sound of splattering blood forces him to open them again, only to find the monster beheaded, with Daesung standing tall. He had proven, through sheer force, that bare-handed attacks could take these creatures down. Chanho can hardly believe his eyes, but as he watches Daesung effortlessly take down an entire group of monsters, he starts to wonder if his friend has awakened to B-class. However, he quickly realizes that now is not the time for such thoughts. He shifts his focus to the safety of the citizens around them. As panic grips the crowd, he raises his voice, urging the terrified people to follow him, assuring them that he knows the way to safety through the sewer system. Just as the people begin to react, they find themselves encircled by the monsters. A little girl, gripped by fear, starts to cry, and just as she seems about to be attacked, Chanho leaps into action, saving her life at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity, Daesung steps in to dispatch the monster. With a smirk, he mocks Chanho for getting in his way and urges him to find a place to hide, reminding him that he is still exposed in the open. Taking charge, Chanho swiftly leads the effort to help the public evacuate to safety. Meanwhile, a young vlogger seizes the moment, starting a live stream of Daesung as he fights the monsters single-handedly. The public watches, captivated by the live stream, cheering for Daesung's bravery. Suddenly, the vlogger yells out, telling Daesung to look behind him. However, it's too late. The demon lord gets slammed against a car by one of the monsters, the impact reverberating through the chaos. The vlogger, smirking and laughing, is only focused on his content and views, knowing that a hero getting slammed makes for compelling footage that will surely attract attention. Meanwhile, the crowd manages to escape into the sewers. Chanho reunites the little girl with her mother, who embraces her tightly, tearfully apologizing for the separation. A man turns to Chanho and asks if he plans to go back, leaving him torn. He grapples with the decision, aware that his friend is still out there, fighting against the monsters. The scene shifts back to Daesung, who finds himself cornered by the monsters. One of them wears a smirk, poised to strike, and the vlogger kid covers his eyes, believing the hero is finished. To both the vlogger's and the monster's astonishment, Daesung dodges the attack with agility. He then addresses the monster, thanking it for inadvertently helping him restore a fraction of his mana. In return, he offers the creature a painless death, his voice calm and authoritative. The demon lord shows no mercy as he engages with the monsters, dispatching them with precision. Meanwhile, the viewers of the livestream flood the comments, complaining about the poor image quality and urging the vlogger to move in closer for a better view. Among the viewers, one named Slayer donated 5 million won, promising another 5 million if the vlogger could capture a clear shot of Daesung fighting the monsters. The excitement builds as the stakes rise, both for the vlogger and the heroic demon lord. Hearing about the 5 million won donation sends chills down the vlogger's spine. He feels excitement, but his cowardice keeps him from getting anywhere near the action. Meanwhile, Daesung continues beheading the monsters with powerful punches, quickly realizing that this relentless fighting consumes a significant amount of his mana. Another viewer comments, offering extra money for a clear picture and requesting the vlogger's email. Overwhelmed by the influx of sponsorship notifications, the vlogger experiences a mix of excitement and anxiety, torn between his desire for fame and the fear of what lies before him. The vlogger receives another donation of 20 million won from a viewer who demands detailed information about the hero battling the monsters, promising even more money in return. The scene shifts to several viewers of the livestream, who are engaged in a bidding war over Daesung. These individuals, clearly hotshot clan leaders, find him both amusing and impressively strong. Their interest in Daesung grows as they witness his prowess, contemplating how they might leverage his abilities for their own gains. On the other side, Daesung has dispatched so many monsters that the remaining ones now tremble in fear of him. However, one creature, presumably their leader, kills one of its minions, showing no signs of fear as it prepares to confront Daesung. Meanwhile, the vlogger's greed for money has grown to the point where he is now willing to take risks for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as he gathers the courage to close in for a better shot, Chanho suddenly appears, scaring the life out of him as he demands to know why he hasn't evacuated yet. The unexpected encounter causes the vlogger's phone to drop, and his viewers erupt in the comments, calling him a loser and a chicken for his cowardice. Chanho drags the vlogger toward the safety of a nearby building, but the kid resists, consumed by thoughts of money and views. As he is forcefully pulled along, a monster approaches, slamming its foot down on his phone, crushing it. In shock, the vlogger loses consciousness, but before any further harm can come to them, Daesung intervenes, beheading the monster in a swift motion. As the remaining monsters are dispatched, Daesung turns to Chanho, inquiring why his friend returned despite the danger. Chanho expresses his concern, admitting that he grew worried sick about Daesung. In response, Daesung asks if his friend can wait for about 20 minutes, explaining that he needs to visit a specific place. Chanho reassures him not to worry, mentioning that the clans will be arriving soon. Seeing his friend's cluelessness, Daesung promises to fill him in later. He quickly enters the Pantheon, and Chanho watches in confusion as Daesung opens a gate. He is left wondering how Daesung can open a gate himself and what has happened to him since they last met. Entering the Pantheon, our Demon King scoffs, clearly irritated by the condition of his body after such a minor battle. A panel emerges, revealing that his mana reserves sit at a mere 10%. Unhappy with his pitiful mana levels, he searches for a way to rapidly restore them. He soon learns that to regain his strength, he must relive the experiences recorded in his journal, with rewards mirroring the trials he overcomes. A wave of deja vu washes over him as memories of the journal that kept him sane during his time in Hell resurface. Without a second thought, he agrees to the trial. In an instant, a journal materializes before him. Massive gusts of energy explode from the book, signaling the beginning of the challenge. Memories of his suffering rush back into our hero's mind. As the journal releases its contents, it bursts into flames, leaving behind a bitter aftertaste from the painful recollections. With a fierce resolve to finally increase his mana, the ruler of Hell commands the recreation of page 16, detailing 5 agonizing years in Hell. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chanho escorts the vlogger kid, who awkwardly attempts to fish for details about their hero from his rescuer. In a clumsy move, the kid casually questions where the badass monster fighter has disappeared. Unfazed, Chanho casts a scornful glance at the spineless kid, wondering aloud why anyone would offer 20 million just for a photo of his friend's face. Unimpressed with the answer, the kid pretends ignorance, but their conversation is abruptly cut short by a deafening sound that rattles them both. Chanho calmly instructs the kid to follow him in silence toward the gathering evacuees. Feeling his phone vibrate, Chanho reads a message from his leader, informing him that due to it being the weekend, reinforcements will be delayed, urging him to escape as quickly as possible. Distressed by the news, Chanho can only hope his demon-hunting best friend returns soon, before it's too late. Meanwhile, in another dimension, our hero finds himself reliving his time in the forest of predators. Gentle winds brush past him, yet he grows uneasy with the eerie silence surrounding him. A panel appears, announcing his task: subjugate 10 white colossi, the divine beings of the forest. Clueless, the innocent Demon King wonders where his foes could be, oblivious to the massive shadow looming overhead. The robot locks onto its target, its eyes glowing with a menacing crimson hue before unleashing a dazzling energy beam. Sensing the danger just in time, our hero narrowly evades the attack, barely avoiding being incinerated. Through the blinding fog, our Demon King spots the white Colossus Righteous, a machine with a face only a mother could love, if it even had one. As he sizes up this so-called divine creation, its hand suddenly hurtles toward him, cutting through the air like a drill. Unimpressed, he responds with a counterattack, his fist slamming into the automaton's tough metallic face. Absorbing the impact of our Demon King's destructive blow, the colossal robot stumbles back. In a final desperate move, its fingers extend like sharp blades, encircling him. But he dodges the projectiles with ease and lands a powerful punch directly on its abdomen. The sheer force of the strike tears the divine machine apart from top to bottom, leaving nothing but scraps and smoke in his path. As he pauses, waiting for the next challenger, his eyes are drawn to a strange red core lying amidst the debris. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chanho and the vlogger kid arrive at the rooftop, only to be met with the gory sight of slaughtered bodies scattered all around them. Mortified, Chanho notices a gravely injured man still clinging to life. He and the vlogger kid rush over to check on him. With trembling lips, the nearly dead man tries to warn Chanho about the threat behind him. Confused, Chanho turns and finds himself face to face with a giant goblin monster wielding a massive wooden club just a few feet away. Concerned about the injured guy, the vlogger kid suggests they move him, but Chanho dismisses the idea, stating the man's time is long gone. He warns the kid from making any wrong moves, so the cowardly boy turns to look at the threat he should be so wary of, instantly scaring the crap out of him. Seeing the frozen kid, Chanho tells him to wake up if he isn't intent on dying. With a deafening roar, the giant monster leaps into the air, ready to crush them. But for now, let's revisit the Pantheon, where the ruler of Hell is analyzing the giant red ball. It appears that the divine machines can rebuild themselves, becoming stronger and more adapted against their opponents. Numerous panels appear to elaborate on the irritating feature in detail. Quickly catching on, our hero dashes and punches the core, but almost like jelly, his attack is easily repelled. At 3% restoration, he lands atop the core, visibly irritated. With a powerful, rage-fueled punch, he manages to produce only a few sparks of red lightning. Despite the Monarch of Hell's relentless blows, the core's recovery continues smoothly, undeterred. However, as the restoration nears 70%, error alarms begin to blare. Just as our guy prepares to deliver a final decisive blow, a laser beam whizzes past, barely missing him. He turns, realizing that he's been surrounded by other robots the entire time. The Colossi, in a well-coordinated assault, fires from all directions. Dodging the barrage with ninja-like agility, he becomes aware of the dire situation he's in. To make matters worse, the core silently advances to 98% completion. Regardless, the ruler of Hell refuses to give up. Pushing through the chaotic onslaught of lasers, he manages to reach the core and obliterate it at the very last second. Frustrated by the unfair matchup, our hero decides to dig through his memories for a solution. But before he can fully process his thoughts, a searing headache suddenly overwhelms him. By some stroke of luck and a touch of plot armor, the robots ignore his opening. Thus, with memories of his past experiences flooding back, he comes up with a plan to give these ugly machines the beating they deserve. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chanho and the vlogger kid make a desperate run for it with the monstrous creature looming overhead. The two split up strategically, leaving the oversized brute confused about which one to pursue. Their plan is to loop back and re-enter the building, where the oversized, uglier cousin of the Hulk can't follow. Despite the monster's massive arm reaching in an attempt to grab them, they manage to slip through, giving them a brief moment to catch their breath. When the creature eventually gives up, Chanho seizes the opportunity to make a break for it while he still can. On the other hand, our hero is busy leaping and darting between the divine machines in the other dimension, barely avoiding their relentless laser beams. His objective is to cause as much commotion as possible, drawing the attention of every nearby automaton. Once he's seemingly accomplished his goal, he runs far away from the swarm of heavenly beings, landing in an empty area of the forest. He finally stops, allowing the enemies to lock on and charge their laser attacks. But suddenly, one of the colossal robots falls to its knees. Ignoring their ally, the others prepare for their attack. But our demon lord sits cozy and flips a bird to the brain-dead machines. One by one, the lined-up group of machines topples as the swamp whale reveals the reason behind the forest's name. A giant jaw emerges from the ground and devours the divine machines lined up one by one. Reliving his horrible memories, our boy casually watches from afar as the behemoth of a whale completes the challenge for him. With all 10 heavenly beings defeated, a congratulatory panel appears. In return, he receives his new rewards, enhanced physical abilities with boosted mana reserves and the Dagger of Judgment. As the weapon materializes before him, he inspects its special ability. The system elaborates that the dagger works like a remote-controlled airplane in a 100-meter radius. Now that's a cool birthday present. After testing out his cool new weapon, the ruler of Hell decides to return to Earth. The scene shifts to a news broadcast from when the gate first opened. The anchor solemnly reports on the tragic fracture that has claimed many lives. He consults a pale professor, who looks like the uncle who brings politics to birthday parties, for a solution. The man points fingers at the Awakeners Association, claiming they are to blame for the disaster. He remarks that they take too many vacations, and just put off problems when there's a shortage of hunters. He stresses that fractures do not care if the hunters are chilling in Hawaii or on duty, so they should be held liable. We then see a guy with a man bun watching the news on his phone, annoyed at the professor. Frustrated, he comments that the association hunters are paid peanuts compared to the clans. Hearing his partners whining, the team leader next to him tells him to focus on making results right now, or they could lose their jobs. But their conversation is cut short when they hear breaking news of a certain Awakener having single-handedly dealt with the monsters. Back at the disaster site, Vlogger Boy and Chanho hide in a room, anxiously awaiting a rescue squad. Suddenly, a series of loud noises grab their attention as the entire room begins to tremble. They cautiously attempt to peek outside, but before they can fully grasp the situation, the roof collapses, scaring the daylights out of them. Overwhelmed with fear, Chanho wonders if their time has come. But turns out, it's just a starving Daesung standing triumphantly on the extra-large Hulk's beheaded remains. Chanho is delighted to see his friend when he most needs him. Despite his terrible condition, our boy smiles coolly. Noticing something off, his bestie asks if he's okay. Groaning in pain, the ruler of Hell commands the fast food kid to cook up some meat for him. The two stare at him, speechless, going crazy about him wanting to enjoy a grilled burger in a do-or-die situation. With no chicken in stock, our demon connoisseur analyzes if the monster meat is edible. He begins chowing down, making the other two nearly bend over and heave their empty guts out. Fortunately, a soldier shows up, making the vlogger boy euphoric that he will survive. While our hero silently enjoys his meal, the soldier ignores the boy, viciously expressing his gratitude to him and states in awe. Before he can realize it's monster guts, Chanho comes in and distracts the soldier. Introducing his pal, Chanho pulls away our hungry hero and urges him to eat his fill later. Unexpectedly, the soldier changes his attitude and explains they can't simply leave. So Chanho proudly brings out his clan ID card. Seeing the man's clan swag, the soldier smiles, ready to escort them to safety. On the other hand, elsewhere, the man bun guy is busy emptying his guts after seeing the mutilated monster remains. Annoyed, the team leader shouts at him to find survivors instead of curling up on the ground like an insect. Man bun dude immediately talks a soldier into entering the restricted area, since he's an association hunter. Meanwhile, the graceful team leader ponders over what kind of monstrous guy can tear up corpses like this. The scene shifts to the boys in Chanho's car. Our hero's best friend suggests that they sleep at his apartment, but being a family man, our boy stresses he needs to see his family. The best friend reminds him that his family would be terrified if he visited them in his current state. Taking a short look at himself, the ruler of Hell decides to settle on a call with his mother, and the two leave to enjoy some freshly fried chicken, after cleaning up, of course. They finally reach Chanho's apartment, and my guy is impressed by its extravagance. After he cleans up, the two sit at the table with multiple expensive dishes lined up. Curious, our protagonist recalls his friend telling him about the insane money hunters make. Chanho affirms, but he also adds that hunters are scammers considering how much they're paid. When asked if he wants to become a hunter, my guy answers with a grunt while devouring a chicken wing whole. Slightly perturbed, Chanho informs his friend that he would be pretty high rank if he gets himself appraised. He adds that with his insane power, our protagonist would not be less than A rank. Confused by the terminology, Chanho explains to him that a better rank just means that he can join the big clans. Regardless, he points out that the monthly income is crazy high. Intrigued, Daesung asks if there's a rank higher than A. So Chanho reveals that there are only 5 of them, of the 200 million awakened worldwide, the S-rankers. Grinning mischievously, Chanho jokes that his best friend shouldn't dream of becoming the 6th S-rank. Claiming that A rank is great enough, he probes again if our hero intends to become a hunter. Agreeing, Chanho promises to help with everything, and the two bros toast to the occasion. The scene transitions to some mobsters eating in a fancy restaurant. A strange guy with long hair repeats his words to a bald gangster who is terribly scared of him. The guy repeats himself, wondering if he is correct that a whole organization was taken down by the single hooded boy on his tablet. Wiping his lips elegantly, he jokes that it truly is embarrassing. The brown-haired man, manager of the Hongma clan, Lee Seok-woo, gets up and asks why Baldy didn't run away and come crying to him, one of the good guys. Baldy begs, trembling intensely as the guy puts his hand on his shoulder. With a chilling look on his face, he then asks if Baldy is vibrating because of the dead body across the room, making the gangster sweat bullets. Tearing up, Baldy pleads with Seok-woo not to execute him like the body lying just a few meters away. Gently petting Baldy's head, Seok-woo calmly explains that all he cares about is the stolen money. He makes it clear he plans to take the gang's hidden stash as well, but Baldy, paralyzed by fear, plays dumb. Terrified, Baldy remains silent as Seok-woo quietly decides his fate. Unexpectedly, the long-haired man steps away, claiming to trust Baldy's word. But of course, mere moments after expressing gratitude for the information, the evenly shaved bald head in Seok-woo's hand explodes. Seok-woo barely acknowledges the gushing fountain of blood as he casually picks up his tablet. Showing a picture of Daesung, he orders a woman lurking in the shadows to hunt down the culprit neatly. Meanwhile, our boy finally visits the Hunters Association. Chanho advises him to enter the awakening test. But when our guy brushes him off, Chanho reminds him to speak formally, unless he wants to look like an outcast. Nervous like a dad waiting for his kid's test results, Chanho requests that he text him the outcome once it's done. Approaching the front gate, our boy surveys the odd crowd of weirdos who've also come to apply. Focused on the paycheck, he brushes off his peers and heads straight into lab number 3. After securing a spot in the waiting line, he checks his phone and sees a message from his mother, asking when he'll be coming home. Not wanting to worry her, he responds that he'll take a shower and be home, very slowly. Like all moms, she also asks if he's eating well, making our boy smile and look forward to heading home even more. His wholesome moment is cut short when a clerk informs him that it's his turn. With that, a delusional old man starts whining that he's awakened. Despite the employee's reassurances that the meter is functioning properly, the old man refuses to stop his loud complaints. He goes on to claim that losing his hair overnight is proof of his awakening, causing everyone, previously annoyed, to burst into laughter. The stubborn man declares he won't budge until his complaint is acknowledged. Growing tired of the wait, my guy grabs the man's shiny scalp and silences him with an overwhelming aura. Even then, the old man persists, insisting the meter really is broken. So the gracious Demon King gives him the benefit of the doubt, and a hunter offers to check it personally. As he hovers his hand on the orb, it sparks and turns green, showing that he is a C rank. Embarrassingly shut down, the old man sweats profusely. The clerk lady gladly shows the geezer his way out. Clearly shown to be a moron, the old man keeps whining in denial and makes our boy cringe. Finally, his turn arrives. The clerk lady gossips to her colleague about our hero perhaps being the top rank of the day, since she saw his terrifying aura, but he just dismisses her with a bonk on the head. So with the full support of the cute clerk lady, our hero approaches the manometer. A sudden chaos unfolds at the Korean Hunter Association, with commotion erupting all around. The branch manager begins receiving urgent calls, directing him to visit examination room 3 on the 6th floor immediately. Growing suspicious at the abrupt nature of the call, he wonders if perhaps a 6th S-rank hunter has awakened. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, considering it impossible. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he makes his way to examination room 3, only to find a large crowd already gathered there. Pushing his way through the throng of people, he finally sees what has caused the disturbance. The crystal meter orb is shattered, resembling the fractured shell of an egg. The manager grows anxious, and immediately seeks an explanation from his employees about the situation. The staff quickly fills him in that a man named Daesung had placed his hand on the crystal ball for examination. At first, the colors within the orb flickered unpredictably. Then, without warning, it exploded in a burst of smoke, leaving both staff and onlookers in sheer confusion. Frustration builds within the manager as he responds, insisting the explanation could be as simple as a defective meter. However, the staff points out that they used 3 different crystal meters, and each had met the same fate. Hearing this, the manager concedes, realizing it is impossible for all of them to be faulty. Meanwhile, our boy anxiously hopes he won't be asked to compensate for the 3 shattered crystal balls. With that worry on his mind, he turns to the manager and inquires about his results, only to be met with the manager's confusion. The manager then informs Daesung that continuing to use additional meters could lead to the same explosive outcome. He mentions that this is the first time they've encountered such an unusual situation, and because of this, they would have to make a borderline judgment. He goes on to explain that in cases where the crystal ball fails to provide a proper assessment, the results of the license test alone will suffice to evaluate him. Normally, the test would be just one part of the rank determination process, but in Daesung's case, it will serve as the sole deciding factor. Daesung, still unsure, questions the reliability of the license test. Before anyone else can answer, a staff member steps in with a detailed explanation of how the examination system functions, assuring him to ease his concerns on that matter. With nothing else left to do but wait, the Demon Lord gives a nod, accepts their proposal, and quietly takes his leave. The branch manager finds the entire situation troubling, still trying to make sense of what transpired. Meanwhile, the clerk, who had earlier discussed the crystal ball's mechanism, suggests a theory. She proposes that the crystal ball might be incapable of measuring power beyond a certain threshold. The manager, growing more curious, asks if she's implying that Daesung could be at a triple S rank. To this, the clerk nods in agreement. However, her colleague quickly mocks the notion, pointing out that while anything is possible in this unpredictable world, he seriously doubts the idea of Daesung reaching a triple S rank. The scene shifts to Daesung as he steps out of the Hunter Association building, his thoughts still on the events that just transpired. His phone rings, and it's his friend Chanho on the other end. Daesung informs him that he's been given borderline status for the time being. Finding the situation odd, Chanho asks if the meter got stuck. Daesung, with a hint of amusement, explains that it actually broke for some reason. Knowing Daesung's tendency for chaos, Chanho jokes about whether he's been messing around, but quickly dismisses the idea, figuring it shouldn't have been possible. Daesung assures Chanho that he followed the instructions carefully, placing his hand on the meter, just as he was told. At this, Chanho retorts, mentioning that he had a gut feeling something strange would happen from the start. Daesung promises to share more details about the exam later, and with that, the call ends. Moments after hanging up, however, the Demon Lord's sharp, horned senses kick in. He immediately detects the presence of a sniper positioned far away, finger already resting on the trigger, aiming straight at him. The sniper lady mumbles about Daesung, noting that he does not appear strong at all. She feels confident that he will be finished with just one bullet, despite his supposed strength. However, just before she can pull the trigger, she notices something amiss and becomes taken aback upon realizing she has been discovered. It feels impossible to her, as no hunter has ever managed to spot her before. Daesung points to his head, his face reflecting anger, and urges her to take a look. The sniper experiences fear, for not only has she been noticed, but Daesung's voice now reaches her from this distance. She trembles in fear but quickly gathers herself to pull the trigger. An explosion erupts and the sniper feels a surge of happiness, confident that she has succeeded in the murder. However, as the smoke begins to clear, Daesung stands there, completely unscathed. Despite the sniper lady using an aura bullet, it appears utterly ineffective. Feeling scared, she contemplates a retreat. Yet, just as she turns to run, Daesung sends his dagger weapon, stabbing the assassin in the leg and causing her to trip over. As the sniper lady turns her face, her target stands directly in front of her, reminiscent of a scene from a horror movie. Daesung bluffs, claiming that the bullet struck him on the head but could not possibly kill him. In response, the sniper lady swiftly draws a gun, pointing it at him, and demands to know where he has come from. The Demon Lord speaks nothing but the truth, stating that he hails from nowhere but hell, yet the lady would certainly not accept this reality. Overwhelmed by fear and anxiety, she fires multiple aura bullets at Daesung, hoping to see him die. Suddenly, he reappears behind her, catching her off guard with his unexpected presence. She finds it incomprehensible, as she is certain her target collapsed, yet he stands there, completely unscathed. Our boy grabs the lady by her neck, throttling her, and slams her against the wall. He uses his power, enveloping the lady in a demonic, sluggish material that terrifies her. As she faints, Daesung clarifies that he has no intention of killing her. He picks up the bullets and searches for the lady's belongings in search of clues. Then, he places the bullets onto her head, forcing her to regain her senses. Covered in sweat, the lady screams out, overwhelmed by the disgusting hands emerging from the creature summoned by Daesung. Daesung adopts a gang leader persona, demanding that the lady answer all his questions peacefully if she wishes to live. Spotting family pictures in her luggage, he questions her about who sent her to kill him and his family. Feeling anxious, she realizes she cannot disclose anything about the Hongma clan. However, she suddenly recalls a gangster who has gone missing and seizes the opportunity to use his name, telling Daesung that it was Kim Seong-hyun who sent her. She elaborates that Kim Seong-hyun is the same noob whom Daesung had smashed a while back in the private loan organization, arguing that he has robbed his safe. In exchange for his location, she pleads for her freedom. In response, Daesung throws a bullet at the lady, piercing a hole in her shoulder. She comments that she has done as he asked and has told him everything. Our boy maintains his gangster act, arguing that it is quite suspicious for an assassin to provide sensitive information so easily, sensing a grain of salt in her words. The lady, drenched in fear, realizes she has made a mistake by being so hasty. Daesung politely inquires once more about who ordered the murder. She thinks to herself that she has already failed the request, and even if she were to survive this encounter, the psychopath head of the Hongma clan would certainly kill her. Considering her death inevitable, she shouts that she will never reveal this information, even if asked 1,000 times, and attempts to commit suicide. However, before she can do so, our gangster fires a bullet, punching a massive hole through her body trunk. The assassin lady coughs up blood and collapses, dead. Daesung grows irritated, realizing he could not uncover who was behind all of this. He then gazes at her lifeless body, contemplating ways to dispose of it. He recalls an item he possesses that could prove useful, yet he is reluctant to use it. Instead, he sifts through his journal memories, searching for any relevant recollections about the dead keyword. After scanning 134 pages, he opens a portal to the Pantheon. Fully aware that this area should be off-limits due to nearby gate fractures, he nevertheless decides to cover the body. Covering the body with a blue cloth, he steps into the Pantheon. Upon entering, he is welcomed and requests the system to recreate the 134th page of the journal where the soul prison is recorded. As he sifts through his memories, he recalls that the soul prison was the primary weapon of one of the 15 rulers of the states in Hell, known as the Ghost King. He recalls his fight, remembering that the weapon he acquired is an artifact capable of summoning the dead when imbued with one's own blood. Initially, when our protagonist obtained this item, he thought it would be incredibly useful. However, to his dismay, the commander he summoned turned out to be far too weak to be of any real assistance. As the 198th day of the 67th year is recreated, he considers that this item might prove useful for disposing of the bodies. Our hero finds himself in front of the River of the Dead. He recalls that the Ghost King's territory lies on the other side of the river. The last time he saw this river, there was a boat available to cross it, but this time, there was nothing at all. Thinking of swimming across the river, he realizes that it is impossible. Even a single dip in the water is enough to disintegrate a person's body. As he contemplates how to reach the opposite end, the first part of the quest begins as many small heavenly beings, resembling heavenly insects, swarm toward him. These bugs, known as righteous white pillars, begin firing toxic sludge balls in his direction. Daesung expertly dodges the attacks, wondering if defeating these monsters will earn him a boat as a reward. He draws his weapon and slices through one of the bugs. As the creature is killed, it explodes, releasing numerous poison bombs, each resembling a poison bullet. Deciding against dodging the attacks, he wards them all off with a simple barrier. However, he finds the process annoying and slow, dealing with the bugs one at a time, and he swiftly targets another one approaching him. He then dashes forward, instantly slaying the rest of the bugs, slashing through all of them with ease. Upon completing the quest, he receives 50% of the implementation rate, and is awarded an armor type called the Vermin's Blessing. The status of the armor reveals that it makes its user immune to the energy of the dead, suggesting that he might be able to swim while wearing it. Without wasting a second, he dons the armor and swims across the river. A notification appears, informing the demon lord that his swimming skills are admired by the demon beasts of the Pantheon, who express their apologies for not being more helpful. This only serves to irritate him further. He quickly reaches the Ghost King's territory, and to his surprise, he discovers that the undead castle has vanished into thin air. Another notification pops up, with the demon beasts apologizing for the disappearance of the castle, which only aggravates Daesung further. He contemplates whether completing some side quests might lead him back to the castle. Just then, a long architectural structure known as the Heavenly Obelisk appears before him, featuring a gate at its base. Just as he wonders when the next quest will begin, a system window opens before his eyes, requesting him to kill 1,000 heavenly creatures within 2 hours to complete the second quest. As this message appears, a monster materializes before the demon lord, and he instantly recognizes it as a commanding general. Assuming they are demons, he shouts at the monsters to kneel before their lord. However, another notification pops up, informing him that the demon beasts are sorry for the betrayal of their companions. As the monsters begin running toward him, he kills several of them but notices that they are missing their cores. He wonders if the architectural pillar is the culprit behind this anomaly. He activates blood neutralization, transforming himself into a half-human, half-demon hybrid, boosting his stats and skill attack power by 300%. With this newfound strength, he dashes forward, taking down large groups of the commanding generals as he moves through them. However, when he reaches the vicinity of the pillar, he considers that it might be more effective to destroy it from the inside. He runs toward the gate and enters the tower, killing all who stand in his way. In mere seconds, he destroys the entire structure. As the tower crumbles, the suspicious coreless demons disintegrate, vanishing into thin air. With this, the second quest comes to an end, and the implementation rate of the soul prison is completed. He receives 2 orbs as a reward, one purple and one orange. He thinks that one of them must be a reward while the other could be an implementation item. He collects the purple orb and checks it first. To his delight, it turned out to be the weapon he was seeking. It grants him 3 skills. The first allows him to imprison a dead target, the second enables him to resurrect it, and the third lets him peek into its memory. While his main purpose was to collect corpses for information, he is disappointed to discover that he can imprison only 20 souls at a time. He then collects the other orb, which reveals itself to be a rune of expansion. He collects the rune and engraves it into his soul prison artifact, increasing its capacity from 20 to 100, which makes it sufficient for his needs. Satisfied, he gathers the soul prison and decides to leave the Pantheon, having fulfilled his purpose. However, suddenly the demonic beasts send him another message, begging him to be cautious. He considers them a nuisance. A golden panel opens in front of him, but he dismisses it as a waste of time, uninterested in whatever it may offer. Shaking off the demonic beast's meaningless riddles, he exits the Pantheon. Upon returning to the location where he left the corpse of the sniper lady, he finds that she is nowhere to be found. A corpse cannot walk on its own, or can it? Daesung feels tired and decides to return home. As he enters, his sister peeks at him and remarks that he is late, noting that the rice soup is growing cold. She calls him in and reheats the soup. As they begin to eat, their mother turns off the television. Our boy starts a conversation, arguing about how much the world has changed. His mother expresses her worry that he might be shocked, which is why she hadn't told him anything. She apologizes for feeling useless as a mother. Daesung reassures her, saying he is grateful that she has survived for all this time. He then asks his mother and sister if they want to get something for themselves. His mother blushes at the question and offers him more soup instead. After lunch, he calls his friend Chanho, informing him that he is going underground for a while. Chanho asks if this is in preparation for the licensing exam. The Demon Lord replies that it is similar to training, but that he actually found a bug that disappeared, and he needs to look for it. His friend seems to have no clue what he is talking about. Daesung then requests Chanho to take care of his sister and mother while he is away, deciding to stand out in an attempt to lure out those behind the assassin lady. The scene shifts to the Hogma clan building, where discussions unfold about how to handle the extraordinary new hunter. Upon hearing of the slaughter of the B-rank assassin lady, Seokwoo suggests forgetting about him. With a villainous smile, he proposes sabotaging the ranking test instead. In saying this, he turns to Jin Cheol, the rank A punk in a water tank, and inquires if he is ready. Claiming he was born ready, a scientist prepares to infuse him with a mysterious serum. Smiling sadistically, Seokwoo warns the A-ranker of the mind-breaking pain he will experience. Confidently, the guy responds that he has been prepared ever since he joined. Receiving the green light from Seokwoo, the mad scientist initiates the process. Bubbles start bursting in the water, causing Jinchel's veins to bulge through the diving suit. Gritting his teeth, the A-ranker's eyes turn white, and magical energy begins to illuminate the skin over his veins. Suddenly, the scientist begins to sweat bullets and warns that Jinchel might die if they continue. However, Seokwoo remains unbothered. He stresses that he would never recruit someone so weak. With 90% of the serum injected, Jinchel howls in agony, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Just then, his heart rate flatlines. Jinchel goes limp, prompting the scientist to declare him dead. Yet, Seokwoo shushes him. The A-ranker's hands start to move, shocking the white coat as his subject's heart begins to beat once more. Now with luminous green eyes wide open, Jinchel shatters the tank with a powerful punch. He exits the tank, exploding with energy. Smiling creepily, Seokwoo compliments his little test subject and expresses eagerness for its performance in the following days. Meanwhile, our protagonist is on the roof, chatting with Chanho. His bestie informs him that he'll need to use the association's equipment. Reading this, he conducts an experiment of his own. Grabbing a stick, our boy discovers an OP loophole: invisible hell armor. Noticing that the hell armor is invisible, our boy pulls out the judgment dagger from his inventory. Upon commanding the system to recognize the wooden stick as his dagger, his weapon disappears, and the system confirms that the stick is now overwritten by the dagger. So like a student from Hogwarts, my guy can now destroy his enemies with his tiny wand. This also gives him a new idea. So he enters the Pantheon once more, now stepping into the Flame King's territory. He expresses dissatisfaction upon visiting the place again. Suddenly, an army of Orkiel's servants, snow-white armored wolves with crimson eyes, surrounds him. The system instantly presents a quest to take down 1,000 of them, of course in exchange for half of the weapon he seeks, the Hellfire Greatsword. Our hero slices his hand, displeased about having to use his soul prison on such trivial foes. One of the wolves quickly appears before him, but our hero remains unfazed, ready to start his killing spree. Using his insane speed and flying dagger, our hero slices through the massive, heavily geared wolves like butter. With 33 fallen soldiers in his palms, he summons them from the corpse prison. Once more, the pack of wolves charges at him. This time, however, a carbon copy of their own kind, a shadow, crushes the head of its brethren. The army of Orkiel's minions freezes in confusion as exact replicas of them emerge from the ground. With a command from their master, the shadow army rushes in his stead. The two sides clash in a bloody battle while the ruler of hell casually pulls out a smoke. However, he quickly coughs it out, perplexed by how Chanho could enjoy such a crappy thing. Soon, one of the enemies tears through his minion army and approaches our demon king. To the assailant's surprise, the shadow's arms catch it from behind as it regenerates. The ruler of hell relishes the moment, watching his fearless, undying minions do the work for him. Yet, tired of the slow progress, he realizes there is another quest standing between him and the weapon. A fiery aura surrounds our boy as he kicks the ground, shooting into the sky like a firework. Deeming the enemies unworthy of wasting even 2 hours on, he decides to annihilate them in an instant. A devilish smile spreads across his face as he plunges back to Earth at breakneck speed. A blinding golden comet descends onto the desert plains, unleashing its shockwave with a gigantic explosion that wipes out all monsters in sight. The scene shifts to Seoul Clan HQ, where a samurai lady, Shin Cho-young, practices her skills by slicing up a purple dummy-like monster. As the holographic simulation finishes, two men observing from a glass window gauge her abilities. The Seoul Clan's leader, Hwang Junyoung, remarks that she's built some dangerous habits. The department head comments that they can improve that flaw since they have 10 days. So the clan leader orders him to increase the difficulty of her simulations faster, since they have to beat the Hongma clan's mad dog. Adjusting his glasses, the department head asks if the leader is referring to Jin Cheol. The leader states that Cho-young would be unbeatable if not for the Hongma clan's ace. Enraged, he curses the clan for their dirty tactics. The department head attempts to cool him down by reminding him of a past ban, but Junyoung insists that the Hongma, as always, will also play dirty in the upcoming competition. The department head states the obvious, noting that the stage is ultimately set for the top two, Choyoung and Jinchul. However, the astute clan leader suggests that this only holds true if there is not another monstrous underdog yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, our hero receives messages of gratitude from the demons, fast approaching the end of his quest. Annoyed by the notifications while smoking atop the corpses of his enemies, he complains that there should be a mute button. Hearing one of the nearly dead wolves growl, he tells it to shut up while he's smoking, ending its life with a stab. This death marks his 1000th kill and grants him half of the Hellfire Greatsword. The souls of his enemies begin gathering into an orb before him, forming a special item. Reading that he must offer it to an altar, the demon lord is displeased having to search for it like a peasant. However, as soon as he collects the soul stone, a giant structure emerges from the ground before him, making his job easier. Thus, the second quest for the Greatsword begins. The ruler of Hell must now offer the soul stone and be recognized by the guardian serpent. Wasting no time, he places it into a sacrificial bowl. Suddenly, a gargantuan snake is summoned. Narrowing his eyes, our boy starts the fight doing an epic stare-down with the serpent behemoth. A panel appears before him revealing the victory condition to answer the serpent's questions. Puzzled, the Demon King scoffs at having to do a quiz of all things. He gives up and commands the snake to ask him a question. But what the guardian serpent utters sounds more incoherent than Chinese rap music at double speed. My guy sighs in frustration. Furious, he shoots his dagger straight into its eye, making the beats howl in pain. Not satisfied so easily, he waves his hand to the other side, forcing the dagger through its head, out the other eye. Summoning his dagger back, the demon lord pounces at the serpent, seething with rage at the system for thinking he's gotten soft. Challenging it to give its all against the absolute ruler, he pounds the guardian beast's head repeatedly. The serpent's head swells up like a muffin from the beating and then explodes while our hero bathes in its blood like a badass. However, with his experience, he finds the battle suspiciously easy. Turning around, he recognizes the ancient pattern of regenerating enemies. Confidently recalling how to defeat it, our boy invites the beast to attack him, and the snake hears his call. Flying at him with an open mouth, it traps him within its jaw as a blue flame of regeneration flickers inside. However, our hero knows this all too well. Without hesitation, he enters the guardian serpent's mouth. Perplexed, the snake turns its head. Suddenly, its pupils burst as the snake vomits him out, and our protagonist makes an epic landing, holding a fiery blue weapon in his hand, the Hellfire Greatsword. The system congratulates him for collecting the sword, but reports that its skills will be sealed until he completes the quest. Nonetheless, he confidently declares that even this is sufficient to defeat the oversized worm. Holding the fiery greatsword in both hands, our boy lowers his new weapon onto the guardian serpent. Its blazing energy travels along the beast's entire body, from head to tail, until the body is sliced cleanly into two halves. The quest reaches its conclusion. The snake can't hear the answer if it isn't alive. Gripping the fully active greatsword tightly, our demon king wears a mad grin, eagerly anticipating what comes next. A panel materializes, announcing the trial of scorching fire. He must endure a full 10 days of burning agony once again to completely unlock the legendary armament, or so it seems. The flames engulf him, yet my guy maintains a cool demeanor. He commands the sword to quiet down and stop burning its rightful owner. However, the timer keeps ticking. With an attitude even more fiery than the sword, he demands the Flame King to come to his senses, and the timer promptly hits 0. The sword responds to its master and begs for forgiveness. This calms our hero's temper, allowing him to greet his old partner. Since all the demons were cast away to the ultimate destination of souls in hell, chaos ensues after his departure. Our hero feels relieved to have found his weapon without needing to visit that decrepit place. The demon sword proclaims that it has been waiting for the ruler to return, making him wonder if his old partner resents him. But the Flame King humbly says that it does not despise him for leaving, but rather the aftermath of it. Confused, the monarch of hell asks it to elaborate. The demon sword explains that hell was invaded by heavenly beings, who took advantage of the demons' powerlessness in the absence of their ruler. Thus they sealed all of hell, banishing all demon folk into the pandemonium. The Flame King pleads with its owner that it reluctantly got swallowed by the snake and avoided banishment like its brethren. Thus it patiently awaited the arrival of its lord and savior. The sword humbly asks his reason for returning. My guy promises to share its purpose when the time arrives. Changing the subject, he asks his demon sword if it recognizes the orb of energy dropped by the guardian serpent, so the Flame King warns him. The Flame King recalls sensing the same mysterious energy from the heavenly beings that invaded hell. Slightly unnerved, the ruler of hell casually raises his hand, absorbing the orb with the confidence that the system won't deceive him with a fake reward. Successfully collecting it, a panel appears, stating that one more is required to gain access to a currently hidden area. When asked if he plans to return to Earth, he remarks that there are still more rewards for him to claim. Meanwhile, back on Earth, an employee in the Soul Clan is chatting with Chanho about the viral massacre video, forcing him to awkwardly conceal his friend's identity. To his surprise, the director appears and invites him for a private conversation. Chanho humbly asks why he has been singled out. The handsome director simply responds that he wants to enjoy a smoke together. Now on the rooftop, sharing a cigarette, the director questions whether Chanho was truly at the center of the massacre. Chanho quickly realizes that the director is assessing whether he can recruit the infamous awakened individual. Not wanting to expose his friend, Chanho claims that there's nothing significant to report. The director, looking philosophical, expresses his determination to recruit our boy, no matter the cost. Chanho awkwardly smiles, feigning ignorance, and steers the conversation toward the guild's ace, Cho-young. At this, the director suddenly falls silent. When Chanho gently prompts him again, the man reveals that she has been pushing herself worryingly hard. 7 days before Daesung's licensing test, Cho-young is seen training in her most challenging simulation yet at the Seoul Clan HQ. The B-rank samurai lady instantly slices her practice dummies before they appear. But surrounded by more than she can handle, she gets overwhelmed. This allows another dummy to bite her shoulder off, so the leader immediately terminates the simulation. Startled, Cho-young begs him to wait and give her a chance. But as the enemies vanish, she turns to face the clan leader, who calls her over to discuss her performance. Frustrated, Cho-young exclaims that she would have done better if given the chance. With a calm demeanor, Jun-young points out that she's putting herself under too much pressure. Cho-young, in response, complains that he has always encouraged her to push for what she wants, even if it means enduring hardship. Maintaining his cool, the clan leader clarifies that this advice applies strictly to physical training. Cho-young, with a hint of sarcasm, remarks that she understands her body's limits better than he does, and insists she hasn't overdone it. Jun-young, now turning sarcastic himself, asks if she really believes she knows herself better than an AI. He tells her to compare her current mental state to that of a normal one. Seeing her haywire graph, Cho-young regretfully admits her mistake. Jun-young, gritting his teeth, asks if she still hasn't noticed her abnormal mental state flagged by the AI. But with a somber look, she mumbles that it's all to get into the top 5. Hearing this, the clan leader questions her true motivation for wanting to rank up. He wonders if her goal is to gain access to the A-rank gates, where she could earn far more glory and wealth. But Cho-young, gripping her bottle until it shatters, bites her lip. She firmly states that her desire isn't for money or fame, but to wipe out all the monsters in the world. 2 days later at the Hongma clan building, Seokwoo makes his way into a heavily secured area. Using his fingerprints, he unlocks a top security door, which creaks open to reveal a mysterious room. Repulsed by the stench, Seokwoo is surprised to find that his subject has been doing well. As he mumbles about changing the ventilation and lighting, his eyes turn to a guy hunched over, devouring a corpse. Jin-chol, chewing on raw flesh, glares like an animal at the man who is rambling about him. Completely unconcerned, Seokwoo casually comments that the A-ranker should continue feasting and rest well, so the monster serum can keep working. Gazing at the blood-covered demonic hunter, the long-haired psycho reveals his excitement for his pet to become the star of the upcoming licensing test. And just like that, 2 more days pass. Our protagonist is busy grinding quests to boost his power in the Pantheon. So when the Flame King asks when they will leave Hell, the absolute ruler announces that their time has come. With the last 3 days flying by, the day of the test arrives. In the arena, the commentator announces how, with more people awakening each year, the competition continues to intensify. Journalists eagerly snap photos of the candidates lined up, but their attention is soon drawn to a sleek white Lamborghini. The crowd instantly recognizes its owner, and they rush over to greet the 2 stars of the Hongma clan. A journalist gets the first opportunity to interview Seokwoo. Without beating around the bush, she bluntly asks how he feels about the Hongma clan's return after being banned for cheating 2 years prior. Seokwoo, inwardly cursing the annoying lady, calmly replies that he regrets the so-called accident from back then. Another smug journalist calls him out, accusing him of dodging responsibility with empty words. Seokwoo, unfazed, pats the man's shoulder and confidently declares that this time, the match will be fair and square. With that, the 2 make their way into the stadium. Annoyed by the criticism, Jinchul fumes, upset that Seokwoo didn't lash out in return. But Seokwoo calmly reminds his pet to enjoy himself, but warns him from getting emotional and to stay cautious, since they can't afford another ban. Overhearing this conversation, a large man in white overhears the conversation. The Hongma leader narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing the heavily disguised silhouette of none other than the Seoul clan leader, Jun-young. He tries to taunt him, saying that he looks like a gorilla dressed up like that. But the graceful old man replies that it's a tactic to avoid the paparazzi. Jun-young fires back that he doesn't like flaunting his fame like a certain someone. Tipping his hat, the legendary clan leader analyzes Jinchul's aura and instantly recognizes its abnormal nature, which has been cleverly concealed. With a smug grin, Seokwoo tries to brag, suggesting that Jun-young is quite focused on his candidate. But the old man quickly fires back, joking that he hopes Seokwoo hasn't brought another cheater like the last time. After their heated exchange, the Hongma members walk away. Jinchul grumbles that the Seoul clan leader was staring at him like a creep, but Seokwoo brushes it off, telling him to ignore the old man in white and focus on his real target, the cutie passing by, Shin Cho-young. Jinchul eyes her down like a pervert, commenting that she'll be easy to take down. However, Seokwoo warns him not to underestimate her, reminding him that the Seoul clan leader has trained her well. But hearing this only excites Jinchul further. His disgusting face contorts, eager for the chance to crush her. Meanwhile, Jun-young continues analyzing Jinchul from afar, trying to unravel what the Hongma clan might be plotting. But suddenly, his attention is drawn to something far more ominous. Daesung arrives, radiating a monstrous aura. As he walks by, the Seoul clan leader shudders, unsettled by the dark energy emanating from him. Surprised by his shaken demeanor, Cho-young asks her clan leader what's wrong. With his jaw still slightly ajar, Junyoung warns her to stay cautious. She brushes off his concern, confidently promising that she won't let the Hongma clan pull any tricks on her. But Junyoung, narrowing his eyes, clarifies that he's more worried about the other person who passed by her. With 30 minutes left, an announcement calls all candidates to gather in Exam Hall 3. Finishing his call with Chanho, our hero scans his fingerprints and receives a special uniform from a vending machine-like station. In their new cyberpunk-style suits, all the candidates, including our favorite grumbling geezer, assemble in the exam hall. The old man proudly reflects on the hundreds of complaints that got him in. Fired up, he resolves himself to crush our protagonist for daring to touch his head rounder than a baby's butt. But soon after, a massive guy picks him up by the skull and tells him to move aside. Swallowing his pride, the geezer gives up on his revenge. So while the geezer is depressed, our guy arrives on the scene in his new suit, ready to dominate everyone who dares to oppose him. As the exam begins, competitors gather in the arena, where purple rings descend from above. The supervisor greets the crowd and launches into an explanation, noting that these rings represent the 3 floors of the gate, designed specifically for the licensing exam. He further explains that each floor has its own unique environments and distinct clear conditions. As murmurs spread among the participants, a ghostly pale kid questions when they will receive weapons. In response, the supervisor sharply clarifies that no weapons will be provided, and no one is permitted to bring any equipment other than the suits given. This announcement causes an uproar, with complaints that no one can fight without weapons. At this moment, a cute AI hologram appears, announcing its role in tracking everyone's progress. The cheerful hologram reveals that the test is not about the hunter's fighting ability, but rather their natural skill in surviving the harshest conditions. With that clarification, the gate opens. The participants then find themselves on the first floor of the gate, a rainforest. Everyone is soon drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, a team of analysts, watching through various cameras, laughs at the low quality of the applicants. As they speculate about the possibility of everyone failing, a mushroom-headed guy compliments Choyoung for keeping a cool head and conserving his energy. Seeing everyone compliment his ace, Junyoung smiles in satisfaction. Meanwhile, others praise Jinchul from the Hongma clan. Seokwoo glances at Junyoung's reaction, assuming that his shock stems from Jinchul's performance. However, the old man's expression remains frozen as panic spreads among the crowd, all eyes on a certain cool guy. Seokwoo feels appalled, recognizing the very person he sent an assassin after. It seems unbelievable that Daesung radiates no aura, with not a drop of sweat visible on his body. Meanwhile, it is revealed that our boy drank a potion, making him immune to all environmental factors. He laughs inwardly, knowing it's forbidden, but only if he gets caught. So when purple bands appear on everyone's wrists, the cute AI announces the start of the first round. It reveals that the clear condition for the first floor is to hunt 20 swamp orcs. With a confident grin, our hero kicks off as soon as the round starts, prompting everyone to scramble to avoid being left behind. In a true test to filter out the dimwits, a thirsty hunter falls victim to an obvious water fountain trap. A sticky worm emerges from the ground, swallowing him whole and eliminating him. However, he is saved by the suit's safety measures. Meanwhile, our hero sprints through the forest in search of his target. At the same time, the rescue team extracting the eliminated candidate suddenly receives a signal with the order to track down candidate 104, Han Daesung. Now let's return to our protagonist, who finally finds a swamp orc. Taunting the oversized pig while holding a boulder, he effortlessly tosses it into the air like a ball. With a punch, he shatters the boulder into thousands of pellets that annihilate the monster. Witnessing this, the rescue guy realizes why he was sent to spy on one of the candidates. Meanwhile, our Demon King understands that hunting the orcs one by one is the most efficient approach. To speed things up, he reluctantly taps into his mana and summons a shadow wraith. As time passes, he arrives at a cave teeming with swamp orcs. The cave begins to shake, causing the pack of monsters to become cautious about what is about to happen. Suddenly, the ceiling bursts open, and our boy makes an epic landing. Forced to dig deep into the earth like a peasant, he is visibly annoyed. The monsters celebrate thinking their prey has come to them, but he casually counts them with his magic wand-like stick. Counting enough targets to complete his mission, he tells the Flame King to translate the monsters' final words. Upon hearing that the monsters are discussing hunting the ruler of hell, he orders the demon sword to burn them to ashes. Elsewhere in the forest, Choyoung uses her aura to search for targets. As her skill detects one, she instantly kicks through the trees like a bullet. The confident Soul Clan ace estimates that she can clear the first floor in a single hour. As Choyoung approaches her fourth kill, a hunter suddenly flies in and snatches it away. Her pupils widen in shock at the monstrous figure that flashes by her. Scornfully, she looks down upon the Hongma scumbag, who loudly boasts about his fifth kill. Frustrated, she declares that stealing kills is expected behavior from Hongma trash. In response, he mocks her for being foolish enough to think the kill belonged to her. The two continue their trash talk, glaring daggers at each other. High on drugs, Jinchul considers murdering her to eliminate the annoyance but decides to hold off until the second floor. With that, Choyoung turns away with a sigh and erects her middle finger, with an infuriatingly smug grin. Fuming, the short-tempered cheater charges in, ready to kill her. But both of them suddenly freeze, their attention grabbed by a roaring sound. Mere minutes before their meeting, Daesung uses his flame sword to smolder his foes, unleashing the Hellfire Greatsword's first skill. Suddenly, a bolt of ravaging flames burst out of his tiny stick and envelope their target, creating a tornado that erupts into the sky. the shocked observers are left speechless. With this display, the AI announces our fiery hero's promotion to the second floor. Chaos erupts among the judges, who fail to find any information on him, while others rush to recruit him. The Soul Clan leader grins, intrigued by our demon lord's monstrous power. Annoyed by Jinchul's spotlight being stolen, Seokwoo scoffs and walks away in disappointment. The clerk lady from the ranking place starts rattling her colleague, who mocked her hunch about Daesung. Meanwhile, another observer can hardly believe his eyes, realizing that the weak old geezer, Jin Sang, has been tailing him the entire time. With an axe in hand, the foolish old man begins finishing off the half-burnt corpses left behind by our boy, racking up 11 kills. The ranking place employees discuss how the geezer could possibly get in, so the clerk lady spills the beans about his barrage of complaints. Seeing his employees slacking off, the branch manager arrives to explain that he personally approved the geezer. He reveals that the old man was reported to have entered a gate strapped with dynamite. Dumbfounded, the clerk lady asks if the madman is trying to commit suicide. However, the branch manager shares the bald geezer's tragic backstory. It seems he lost his family to a gate fracture and now lives solely for revenge. Questioned about his unnecessary favoritism towards a candidate, the manager takes pride in nominating Daesung and jokes that the 3-month pay cut to cover the damages was worth it. As they mention his name, the screen focused on our hero begins to blur. While somewhere else in the stadium, Seokwoo throws a hidden message to a hitman-looking guy and informs him that the control room feed is down. The man is confused, recalling that they were supposed to eliminate our protagonist from the 2nd or 3rd floor. Seokwoo clarifies that the plan has changed now that Daesung left Jinchul in the dust. With his creepy smile, the Hongma leader jokes that eliminating him sounds too harsh. In the end, he tells the guard to read his orders, which are to inject a mutant serum into the monsters at the 2nd floor's gate. As a result, the scout following our protagonist carries it out. So as our hero approaches the gate to the 2nd floor, Seokwoo awaits his failure with a sadistic smile. As the mutant ampules are injected into the golem monster at the 2nd floor's gate, the creature evolves into a mutant swamp-floating golem, now able to produce fog to mislead anyone approaching it. The man hired by Seokwoo finds himself amused at the sight of the mutant creation, admiring the monstrous result he helped bring to life, and hoping for a generous monetary reward. However, the item he holds suddenly explodes, revealing it had been tainted with a paralysis agent, likely placed there by Seokwoo himself to eliminate all evidence. Paralyzed and unable to move, the man watches helplessly as the swamp golem approaches him, showing no intention of letting him escape. Meanwhile, the demon lord grows increasingly concerned, realizing that he has been walking in circles for a while. The map installed in his equipment appears to be malfunctioning, leaving him disoriented. As he moves forward, he stumbles upon the decomposed corpse of the man hired by Seokwoo. Suspicion immediately arises in his mind, as he doubts the test organizers would have intentionally left the body in this spot. Suddenly, the shadow of the monster looms before the demon lord, followed by a swift surprise attack. He deflects it just in time, using his flame sword cleverly disguised as an ordinary stick. However, before he can fully react, the golem hurls a massive boulder in his direction, which detonates on impact, releasing a surge of smoke and fiery heat. To survive the intense heat, our hero activates his absorb flame skill, shielding himself from the scorching blast. He contemplates using the same fury skill that once defeated the orcs, but unfortunately, it remains on cooldown. Worse still, the golem seems unwilling to wait for its recharge. The floating swamp golem unleashes a rapid sequence of attacks, which the demon lord deflects with growing frustration. Finding the barrage irritating, Daesung resolves to end the battle decisively by driving his blade through the creature's core. Rushing toward the golem, Daesung strikes its core with a powerful punch, but his efforts barely scratch the surface of its solid rock body. In retaliation, the golem sends him flying through the air with overwhelming force. The scene then shifts to Jinchul, the cheater. He has just defeated his final ogre, successfully fulfilling the conditions to ascend to the 2nd floor. In reward, he receives a small, special box containing a compass for navigation, an ampule, and a cryptic note, essentially tools for his continued cheating. After reading the note and realizing Daesung is still on the 1st floor, he burns it without hesitation. The scene returns to our hero, who has just been slammed into a tree. He quickly regains his footing, and with a smirk on his face, summons his sludge-like shadow ghost, commanding it to consume the golem. Drawing his sword, he carves a path for the sinister creature, promising it a reward double what it gives him. The flames shrink the shadow ghost to a mere fraction of its original size, but as the golem approaches, it suddenly swells back to its full form. With rapid growth, it extends multiple shadowy hands, grabbing hold of all the golem's burning stones. Meanwhile, Daesung's screen flickers back to life, though all the exam faculty can see is a dense fog. One of the employees remarks that the 1st floor was supposed to resemble a tropical rainforest, suggesting that something has clearly gone awry. Suddenly, the golem appears on the screen, causing the spectators to question why such a monster has been placed in the test. The branch manager's attendant notes that the creature is a mutant in every sense and asks for orders on how to proceed. However, the branch manager remains unresponsive, completely absorbed by the scene unfolding on the screen. At that moment, another employee arrives and informs him that the test examiners have surrounded Daesung. They ask whether they should forcibly intervene and stop the test. Apologizing, the manager acknowledges that the situation can no longer be helped. But just then, the the clerk lady points out something on the screen. It seems the golem has already been defeated. Its burning fragments are seen flying through the air, followed by a powerful explosion. At this moment, the manager finally grasps the true strength of their demon king. What he had earlier dismissed as a mere measurement error now becomes glaringly obvious. Daesung's power is beyond their ability to grade, rendering their attempts futile. The branch manager reflects on Daesung, now perceiving him as a monster beyond imagination, possessing unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, the clerk lady who had previously been impressed by Daesung appears to be rooting for him quietly. However, her colleague cautions that despite his power, Daesung might be unaware of the bigger picture, as Jinchul seems poised to beat him to the second floor. An employee asks the branch manager whether he wants to withdraw the personnel deployed around Daesung. The manager declines, instead instructing the employee to have them submit a report once they've uncovered what exactly has transpired. The scene shifts to cheater number 14, Jincheol, who is filled with rage as he darts around, searching for the gate that should be close by. He notices the fog beginning to thin, indicating that the golem has been destroyed, but he remains confident that he will be the first to reach the second floor. Meanwhile, the demon lord pours his blood over the remnants of the mutant golem, preparing to use his soul prison on it. With a commanding voice, he utters the word, summon, leaving the mouths of all the spectators agape in shock. As the spectators watch in disbelief, the monster is brought back to life. The Demon King commands the creature to stop posturing and show its true form, noting that it has already delayed him long enough. The golem bows down, and Daesung steps onto it, instructing it to run toward the gate. Upon arriving at the gate, Jinchul feels a surge of excitement, convinced he is the first to reach it. However, his thrill quickly turns to bewilderment when he hears an unusual noise echoing around him. The scene then transitions to Seokwoo, who enters the screen room followed by his men, commenting that he had expected the test to be over by now. As he glances at the screen and sees his pawn looking bewildered, anger washes over him, fueled by frustration at his shortcomings. The scene shifts back to Daesung, who is calmly riding the floating golem, using the Flames King's breath to clear a path. He skillfully creates the shortest route, which undoubtedly leads straight toward the gate. He throws a punch at the golem's head, urging it to run faster, mimicking the actions of a rider on a donkey or horse. He keeps using his flames to clear the path ahead, driving the golem forward. At the same time, employees and onlookers conclude that number 104 likely employed some kind of summoning technique. In this world, such a technique is entirely new and unheard of. One staff member suggests that it might be a type of aura-based technique. The colleague standing next to the clerk remarks that this test is bound to go viral on YouTube, commending Daesung for resembling a hero straight out of a fantasy movie. Seokwoo, in frustration, slams his fist on the desk in the control room. An employee approaches, calmly suggesting that he should leave the room if he intends to keep causing a disturbance. Seokwoo regains control of his anger and pretends, with a polite tone, that he momentarily lost his composure due to the incredible performance of number 104. Standing beside him, the Soul Clan leader, Jun Young, remarks with a hint of bluffing that Seokwoo could never have foreseen this, and confidently predicts that Choyoung will soon arrive at the gate entrance. Jinchul, equally annoyed by Daesung, is swiftly approached from behind by Choyoung. Spotting her, he dashes toward the gate, determined not to be left behind, turning the moment into an impromptu race. Meanwhile, our hero has already arrived on the second floor with his golem puppet. Noticing that this level is engulfed in a blizzard, the complete opposite of the first, he mocks the test administrators for their lack of creativity. Dismissing the golem, he receives congratulations for being the first to reach the second floor. The guiding AI soon reveals the conditions for the next part of the test. The AI explains that the top 5 players will each begin from different entrances, and all participants will share a single goal: to reach the peak of the snow-covered mountain. The Demon Lord makes a rough guess that the distance is around 5 kilometers and begins his ascent. He finds it irritating to climb with his bare hands, especially knowing that cameras are positioned everywhere, preventing him from using his abilities. The scene shifts to Jinchul, irritated by his position on the mountain. The test has clearly taken a toll on his nerves, and he's consumed with frustration, fearing he might lose control and his temper unless he eliminates number 104, who reached the gate before him, despite all the dirty tricks he had planned. Suddenly, Jinchul hears movement a short distance behind him. Furious, he shouts, demanding to know who it is. To his surprise, it's the same old Baldy from before. Somehow, the man has made it to the second floor just in time, though the harsh weather appears to be overwhelming him. With a villainous gleam in his eyes, Jinchul presses against the mountainside, attempting to trigger an avalanche to get rid of the unsuspecting man. The Baldy slaps his own face, trying to gather his strength as memories of his lost family flash through his mind. With a burst of defiance, he shouts that he doesn't feel the cold at all. However, his determination is short-lived, as he's soon swept away by the avalanche. Jin Cheol, after successfully getting rid of him, gives a sinister smile. Immediately afterward, the broadcast drones malfunction, leaving the staff unable to monitor the situation. Seokwoo, who is undoubtedly behind the disruption, silently wishes his pawn good luck, hoping he won't make any mistakes or disappoint him. The scene shifts back to the second floor, where some of the regular players, though chilled by the harsh conditions, encourage each other to keep going. Suddenly, Jinchul appears behind them, moving at lightning speed. Without warning, he grabs their heads and crushes them in his hands. Enhanced by the Orc Champion Ampule effect, Jinchul looks enormous and unstoppable, killing everyone in his path as he advances. Meanwhile, Choyoung is left bewildered, noticing that all the tech and electronic devices have mysteriously stopped functioning. Daesung, on the other hand, sees this as a fortunate turn of events, realizing that he can now use his skills freely without being noticed. Daesung leaps off the cliff, activating his Destruction Dragon Knight Valark's armor. As his majestic demonic wings unfold, he soars through the air. Choyoung, sensing a powerful and unfamiliar aura, looks up and sees Daesung flying above with an imposing presence. Meanwhile, Jinchul, still busy slaughtering other players, catches sight of Daesung flying toward the peak. He speculates that Daesung might have used a harpy ampule to gain the ability to fly, and immediately starts chasing after him. The scene shifts back to the association building, where Junyoung is urgently requesting the branch manager to abort the test. He argues that the safety of the awakened should be their top priority, pushing for the test to be halted immediately. The president, appearing spaced out, asks Soul Clan Captain Junyoung to be patient, reassuring him that an investigation team will be sent as soon as possible. Seokwoo, however, takes the opportunity to mock Junyoung, questioning why he would even call them awakened if they can't handle such minor risks. This remark ignites Junyoung's anger. Captain Junyoung, now suspicious, directly questions Seokwoo, asking if he is responsible for the current situation. Seokwoo, ignoring the question, continues to taunt him, insinuating that Choyoung must be weak if Junyoung is so worried about her. He pushes further, calling Junyoung an old man and suggesting that he should consider retiring, deliberately stepping on his nerves. The scene then shifts back to Daesung, who has reached the peak and is warming up, preparing himself to enter the third floor. Meanwhile, the old baldy somehow manages to survive the avalanche, lying in the snow as tears stream down his face. Rising to his feet, he shouts out loud, declaring himself a victor for having survived. It's only fair that he revels in his success, as the first step is always the most challenging. As Choyoung enters the third floor, she learns about the conditions for clearing this level. To progress, participants must acquire 1,000 points, which can be earned by defeating the monsters that inhabit this new environment. As it is very dark, Choyoung remains cautious, taking a moment for her vision to adjust to the shadows. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from behind her. Turning around, she sees her rival, the cheater Jinchul, standing there, bulked up as if he's on steroids. Jinchul remarks that she is fortunate to have arrived before him, but Choyoung dismisses his comments, telling him not to be so noisy. Her primary concern is not Jinchul but Daesung, who has outpaced everyone on both the first and second floors. Even her captain has acknowledged his formidable strength. Choyoung receives an alert indicating an aura reactor error, but before she can react, Jinchul cowardly attacks her from behind, leaving her injured. Jinchul, the cheater, smugly claims that he had originally intended to deal with Daesung first, but has now altered his plans to target her instead. Meanwhile, our demon lord is focused on grinding points to clear the stage. He activates his fire cannon special skill, annihilating the targets in front of him with ease. He comments to the Fire King that it has grown rusty if it takes this long to defeat such minor opponents. Glancing at his points, he notices they are stuck at 530 and wonders what is happening. He resolves to eliminate all the remaining targets before figuring out the issue. The scene shifts to the branch manager, who is increasingly worried because the network has still not returned. As the atmosphere fills with anxiety, the biggest cheater of all, Seokwoo, remains relaxed. He has fused the ampule he gave to his pawn with a hedgehog, allowing him to monitor her pulse. Seokwoo glances at the anxious Junyoung and informs him that his trainee would likely be half-blind or in pretty bad shape if she were to make it back alive. The scene shifts to Choyoung, who is badly wounded. She asks Jinchul, the cheater, about his objective. In a disturbingly inhumane manner, cheater number 14 licks the girl's blood and taunts her, asking if she isn't going to use her shield aura. Choyoung decides to fight back, launching a kick at Jinchul. However, her kick misses, and she quickly retreats into hiding. This move irritates Jinchul, who mocks her for being a coward. Desperate, she tries to heal herself but is spotted by Jinchul. In a swift motion, she throws her defensive suit at his face, then follows up with a strike to his groin and a knee slam to his face. Declaring herself the ace of the Soul Clan, she channels all her strength into her attack, slamming Jinchul to the ground. With that, she moves away, determined to find and hunt the monsters. Meanwhile, Daesung grows increasingly frustrated with the device he is wearing, finding it useless as it records no points. He wonders whether he should go and ask the organizers about the malfunctioning equipment, realizing that all their devices seem rusty and unreliable. As Choyoung navigates the area, she finds herself alone, puzzled about where everyone has gone. Suddenly, Jinchul approaches from behind, seeking revenge. Alarmed, she turns to run for her life, but Jinchul appears in front of her as if he had blinked, slamming her down to the ground. He continues to attack her relentlessly, behaving like a nasty goblin, causing her to bleed. Grabbing her by the hair, he holds her head and taunts her, stating that she will face a painful death. Tears stream down Choyoung's face as she bleeds and receives a punch to her abdomen. Jinchul taunts her, asking her to call for help, only to mock her by reminding her that all the equipment is broken. Seizing an opening, Choyoung thrusts her finger into Jinchul's eyes, causing him to bleed and howl in pain. She tries to stand up to escape, but Jinchul grabs her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Just as he prepares to throttle her to death, Daesung appears from behind, confronting him and demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Upon seeing Daesung, Jinchul immediately releases Choyoung and bursts into mad laughter, viewing Daesung as the prey that has walked right into his trap. He tells Daesung that he has been looking all over for him. Our demon lord thanks Jinchul for waiting, deliberately dodging his attack as he walks over to Choyoung. Noticing her poor condition, he wonders if she has a significant wound, given her slow recovery. Turning to face Jinchul, Daesung questions him if he is the one behind her injuries. With a smirk on his face, Jinchul replies that he merely taught her a lesson, and soon, he will make Daesung look just like her. Daesung reiterates his question, clarifying that he is referring to the broken point meter. Jinchul laughs, launching a wave attack toward Daesung. He mocks the demon lord, claiming that he is out of luck since the emergency protection is broken. Instantly, Daesung dashes toward the creep and delivers a powerful punch to his face, sending him flying. Following up with a fire barrage attack, Daesung adds insult to injury. Despite this, the cheater still refuses to recognize his situation, believing he can easily take down Daesung. However, his confidence wavers when he suddenly notices a group of tame spirits standing behind Daesung, filling him with fear. The scene shifts to the Korean Hunters Association building, where the clerk lady approaches the branch manager, informing him that the network has been restored on the second floor. However, she mentions that it will still take another 30 minutes for the network on the third floor to be restored. The branch manager instructs her to deploy the security crew from the second floor to the door of the third floor. The atmosphere grows tense between the leaders of the two major guilds. Suddenly, a staff member approaches the branch manager, delivering alarming news. According to the security team, there is one confirmed death and numerous casualties reported from the second floor. This revelation tenses the branch manager, who never anticipated such an outcome, making him realize he should have called off the test. Meanwhile, Chanho is reviewing the news update and learns about the video transmission failure at a test site that hasn't been restored for over an hour. Realizing it's the same place his friend has gone to, he quickly grabs his coat and prepares to visit the location. The scene shifts back to Jinchul, cheater number 14, who is now running for his life after realizing that his prey has turned into a predator. Suddenly, one of his legs gets slashed off, causing him to fall to the ground in a supine position. Jinchul quickly uses a regeneration ampule to regrow his leg, now left with just one more. Daesung mocks him, comparing him to the bugs in hell that also regenerate in such a grotesque manner. As Jinchul's leg regenerates, the network on the third floor gets restored, allowing everyone to see the live recording of Daesung confronting Jinchul on screen. Seokwoo grows worried as he watches his puppet on his knees, begging for his life and declaring that he has already used up all his ampules and cannot regenerate anymore. Completely unaware of what a regeneration ampule is, Daesung retorts that he will try splitting it in two to see if he can multiply like bacteria do. As the creep gets pulverized, he begs even more desperately for mercy. Noticing a spark of light, our demon lord realizes it is a camera and that the connection has been restored. He then diverts his attention back to Jinchul, presenting him with a proposition. Daesung offers the creep a chance to be set free alive if he can correctly answer 3 of his questions. Desperate to save his life, Jinchul eagerly asks Daesung if he is telling the truth. Daesung, using his sword disguised as a stick, makes Jinchul bow before him and delivers a chilling death stare, declaring that if he finds him lying, he will split him in 2 halves. With that, our demon lord begins the questionnaire. The first question he poses is whether Jinchul is the one responsible for everything that has happened at the test site. This question thickens the tense atmosphere, creating an air of anxiety that permeates the surroundings, especially affecting Seokwoo, the cheater captain. Annoyed by the sudden silence of the loudmouth, our demon lord warns Jinchul to respond quickly if he does not want to be bisected. In response, the proud guy begins bawling and admits to orchestrating everything like a crybaby. Daesung finds the emotional confession intriguing. Not wasting a moment, our hero asks his second question. Pressured to reveal the mastermind's identity, Jinchul immediately throws his clan leader under the bus. The mention of the Hongma clan behind everything surprises our hero, but this fuels rumors in the control room. Suspecting from the start, everyone in the control room turns to look at the long-haired creep. Hearing the accusations, Seokwoo boils with rage at his pet's betrayal. Out of options, he lashes out at the management. However, the branch manager remains unfazed and orders him to prepare an explanation for the police. Realizing he is lost, the man agrees to attend his hearing at the Hunter's Bureau. With that, he silently lowers his head to avoid attracting more attention. Moments later, outside the stadium, Seokwoo leaves along with his guards. One of them wonders why the clan leader lowers his head like a peasant. Seokwoo calmly explains that it is the smartest choice to avoid the Seoul clan leader's fury. Rightly so, since Junyoung in the control room was boiling with anger. The manager expresses gratitude to the graceful leader for his patience, but Junyoung answers that he doesn't give a crap about the association. While the branch manager orders his team to implement maximum security measures, our protagonist poses his third question to the pathetic A-ranker kneeling before him. He asks if Jinchul possesses any points. Reluctantly, the crybaby answers honestly, still shook by the idea of being sliced in half. With that, the AI announces Daesung's victory and the conclusion of the 3-phase exam. However, our Demon King is not satisfied with the sudden win. As Jinchul the bootlicker looks up thinking he is safe, his smile warps with the 2 halves of his body. Living up to his title, the ruler of hell declares it a punishment for failing to answer in time. But before he leaves, his gaze shifts to Choyoung, still curled up on the floor, surrounded by a healing aura the whole time. Moments later, the security team arrives and begins evacuating the injured, including Cho Young. Observing the chaos from his office, the association's president shuts his laptop while reading the anti-Hongma comments. His secretary informs him that all 10 clans are gathering to meet up. The old man wonders if Daesung is the first monster in a while, after Korea's famous #1, Lee Chang-shik. When the secretary confirms our hero's instant promotion, the grandpa of the hunters orders her to recruit him at all costs. So as the results are revealed, rumors spread about the Hongma clan's downfall, but they are interrupted by the cute AI's announcement. It explains that due to the unusual circumstances, the ranking criteria will be by the order of passing the first level. Consequently, our boy receives an A rank for securing first place. Having seen the results, Chanho immediately calls Daesung and asks where he is. So his pal answers that he's chilling in the S-rank hunter's restroom, leaving him speechless. Chilling in a massage chair, our boy's relaxation is interrupted by his best friend, who looks deeply confused. My guy casually mentions that the president's secretary told him to chill in the S-rank room, amazing Chanho that Daesung was personally invited by the big boss. As the man of the hour sips his boba, he reveals that he might even be promoted to S-rank. Astonished, Chanho wonders about the insane amount of cash he could make. He updates his pal that there is a commotion outside because of this news. In the meantime, while journalists and recruiters gather, one of the participants steps out of an elevator. Everyone's eyes gravitate toward him, and they rush over to snatch the first interview. Enjoying the spotlight, the famous geezer celebrates his big win in the licensing exam. The reporters shout for his attention and ask him to share his name. With a straight face, the geezer introduces himself as Han Daesung. At that moment, the crowd goes wild. But after a while, as the crowd nearly stomps the geezer, some begin to realize that Daesung isn't supposed to be a hairless old man. As the result announcement concludes, the old man's borderline rank is revealed. Meanwhile, the rescued hunters escape, cursing Jinchul for his disgusting antics. However, the insider from the Hongma clan behind them is in a panic. With no news of Jinchul's body, he reluctantly approves the decision to close the gate. In the meantime, our hero's mother watches the sensational news. The anchor shares that despite a terrible accident in the toughest licensing exam of all time, one applicant shattered all records. Suddenly, a picture of Daesung appears on the TV, congratulating him on earning an A rank, along with speculation about his promotion to S rank. His mother is absolutely shocked and frantically calls for Jisoo. Worried about her mother, the daughter rushes in, shaken, and takes a look at the TV. Both mother and daughter are flabbergasted when the man of the hour enters the house and casually greets the frozen women. Meanwhile, at the Hongma clan building, inspectors from the association give an ultimatum to the leader, stating that they are forbidden from hunting again. The two inspectors advise Seokwoo to come with them obediently. However, trying to flaunt his rank as the 6th strongest hunter, Seokwoo declares it ridiculous to oust him on trivial charges. With a fake smile on the outside, the clan leader feels furious about how his little experiment is beginning to lead to his downfall. Manager Kim from the bureau delivers another warning. In response, the clan leader stands up and stresses that he shouldn't be detained just because of his association with Jinchul. Tired of the argument, the manager warns Seokwoo one last time and prepares to use force. The rank 6 hunter tells the manager to remember how Seokwoo became the leader. This statement makes the cool man sweat, as he recalls that the long-haired creep killed the previous leader in a raid to take his place. With that, Seokwoo unleashes his puppeteering skill. The manager instructs his partner to get ready to fight, causing the spiky-haired inspector to grow scared. The manager urges him to man up if he doesn't want to die and charges at Seokwoo. With a devilish smile, Seokwoo ends the fight in a single move. Before the manager can react, he is stabbed in the back by Jungwoo, his own partner. Appalled by the betrayal, Kim shouts at him, but the spiky-haired guy insists that he didn't move his body. By the time Kim realizes it is Seokwoo's skill at play, the long-haired creep uses his final move, finishing off Kim by his own partner's hands. While the traumatized inspector trembles, Seokwoo casually leaves his office as if nothing happened. He decides to warn the association's president next. The scene shifts to Cho Young resting in a treatment capsule. Looking over her, the clan leader receives news that, due to permanent damage to her aura, she will be unable to work. Rage boils inside him as Junyoung declares his vengeance on Seokwoo. Meanwhile, at home, Daesung's mom expresses her reluctance to let him take on such a dangerous job. His sister agrees with their mother. She mentions that she's glad to see him becoming famous, but it's a dangerous job regardless. Hearing this, our guy remembers Chanho telling him that the majority of hunters go against their families or get kicked out of their homes. Nearly on the verge of tears, their mom states that she would break if he is hurt again. But then he drops a bombshell that he has already signed up with Chanho's clan. With that, our boy reaches into his inventory and pulls out a bag filled with stacks of cash. Leaving his mother shocked by his magic, he brags about the down payment he received to pay off their debt. Both mother and daughter are dazed seeing the unbelievable sum of money on the table. Daesung tells his sister not to be so shocked. He encourages her to listen to their mother and enjoy school life, assuring them that he will take care of the expenses. He proudly announces that he'll be their protector. The two begin to cry, prompting him to tease them about their awkward reaction. Jisoo jokes that she is against him hunting, but the money has changed her mind. Enjoying the wholesome scene, Daesung considers going through hell worth every second. The scene shifts to Inspector Jongwoo recalling how manager Kim saved him when he was an innocent recruit. The manager's heartfelt words and fatherly smile from that night circle in his mind. He returns to reality, trembling as he stands over the manager's cold, lifeless body. Seeing him weep his soul out, the bank manager expresses his shock at Seokwoo going so far. Jongwoo, fueled by rage, tells them not to touch Seokwoo and swears to avenge manager Kim with his own hands. Watching this heart-wrenching scene, the president of the association commands the branch manager to take all available resources and destroy the Hongma clan, along with Lee Seokwoo. Meanwhile, our half-asleep Demon King is woken up by a barrage of notifications. He checks his phone to see who's spamming him with messages. Out of the mess, he notices a text from Chanho telling him to call when he wakes up. So he goes out for a stroll, and Chanho shares the good news that he has secured a C-rank gate. Daesung jokes that he simply has to come by and sweep up the easy money. The scene shifts to the Hongma clan building. Lines of cars park outside the skyscraper as numerous men in black uniforms gather. Under the leadership of A-rank hunter Jin Ki-hong, Jongwoo prepares to rush the building. The cavalry is ordered to subdue anyone who resists, going as far as murder if needed. So as soon as Ki-hong gives the green light, the agents raid the building from all directions. But when he and Jongwoo enter, they are shocked to see gravely injured Hongma members everywhere. Not undeterred, Captain Ki-hong orders the main force to retreat while the rest follow him. Leading up to the Seokwoo's office, a heavily worn-out Jun-young sits alone. Confused, Jongwoo rushes through the hordes of unconscious bodies towards Seokwoo's office. Dagger in hand, he shouts at the Hongma clan leader to reveal himself. To his dismay, the villain lies battered and bloodied on the floor beside him. The other forces follow, equally confused. Before the captain can ask the Seoul clan leader what happened, a crazed Jongwoo steals his attention. He immediately confirms Seokwoo's death and urges the revenge-fueled inspector to calm down. Captain Ki-hong expresses concern that even in vengeance, leader Jun-young has gone too far. However, the somber man clarifies that he only took out those outside. He then shocks Ki-hong by revealing that he found Seokwoo dead before his arrival. News quickly spreads that the Hongma clan leader was found dead, with the suspect theorized to be Seoul clan leader Hwang Jun-young. On the other hand, the bald geezer is flustered about not getting any work despite creating a porter clan using his one shot at fame. Worried about starving before he gets any work, a well-timed call restores his hope. Meanwhile, in Chanho's car, Daesung confirms that he has denied all the other clan's offers. Chanho brags about all the crazy gear the Seoul clan has, but our guy isn't concerned, thinking about his amazing gear from hell. Then a thought comes to him, and he asks how much money a C-rank gate makes. But Chanho starts ranting that it cost 50 billion to buy one, out of which 40% went to taxes and fees. This baffles Daesung, who curses the greedy system. Chanho summarizes that rather than clearing a gate, ether core profits are where the real money lies. He then asks his pal to reconsider if he'll be alright going alone, which surprises Daesung. Our guy insists that Chanho is coming with him, making the man suddenly sweat buckets in fear. He reveals that he asked his sister to handle the paperwork, and she registered his bestie as the porter. Chanho's eyes widen as he wonders if his bro wants to kill him. At last, the two arrive at the giant red C-rank gate. Receiving a salute from the guard, Chanho hands over the entry form. Reading that only 2 hunters will be entering, the guard expresses his concern and confirms if they really intend to clear a team gate as a pair, since 100 hunters is the minimum. Seizing this opportunity, Chanho tries to persuade him not to open the gate just because a crazy A-rank hunter is involved. He adds his wish not to die single, but the man opens the gate to avoid trouble with our psycho hunter. One last time, Chanho tries to reason with my guy that it's unreasonable for even an S-ranker to solo a team gate, but our boy grabs him by the neck and drags his best friend into the gate. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association, footage of Seokwoo's last moments is played. It appears that someone made the proud guy kneel, telekinetically wrangling his limbs in different directions. Then, out of a mysterious portal, an arm pops out and rips Seokwoo's heart from his body. Analyzing the video, the president asks the branch manager and Captain Ki-hong if they can't uncover anything. Ki-hong explains that footage from one camera is not enough, and the branch manager adds that no traces of aura were found either. Dumbfounded, the president wonders if they have a ghost killer on their hands. Meanwhile, outside the red portal, the old Baldy, having changed his name, arrives as a porter. The guard, suspicious, asks why he came so late, but with blazing confidence, Baldy asks if Daesung is currently inside. When the guard confirms this, the bald geezer celebrates the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He can eat up all of Daesung's scraps as the sole porter. The scene then shifts to the past, right after Jinchul was split in half. Regenerating from the fatal injury, he cries over the disgrace he faced and vows to take revenge. Suddenly, the same entity that took Seokwoo's life appears. Laughing ominously, the eyeball offers to take revenge on his behalf. As our demon lord enters the dungeon alongside his friend, Chanho grows increasingly nervous, glancing around as it is his first time stepping inside the gate. Daesung points out a stampede of monsters approaching them, which sends Chanho into a panic as he wonders why they are so large. The approaching monsters are Class 3 wasteland lizardlings, viewing the two as nothing more than food. Our demon lord, however, takes out his sword, excitement bubbling within him at the sight of so many monsters gathered together. He tells his friend to take a good look and leaps into the sky. Upon landing on the monsters, he activates his third hidden skill, known as Hellfire Volcano, which ignites everything around him, turning all the monsters into smithereens. From a distance, Chanho watches in awe, impressed, and wondering if this is truly the same childhood friend he knows. As Daesung approaches, Chanho scolds him for having concealed his strength from him all this time. With a smile, our demon lord replies that he has now revealed it. Filled with excitement, Chanho declares that he has decided to create a new clan, one that would be the strongest not just in South Korea, but in the entire world. As the scene transitions to the guards standing outside the gate, they notice something bizarre. Mistaking it for a gate fracture, they begin to panic, immediately giving directions to contact the Signal Corps headquarters. However, before they can leave, the old Baldy points out that someone is emerging from the gate. To their surprise, it is none other than our hero and his friend. Chanho proudly informs the guard that they can handle the byproducts, as they have successfully cleared the gate. This leaves the guard confused, as he has never seen anyone clear a gate this early. The old Baldy immediately rushes toward our hero, handing him his card. He introduces himself with a fake name, An Daesung, and shares his details, reminding our hero that he participated alongside him in the test. He explains that he is in charge of the byproduct disposal. Noticing that they share the same name, Daesung finds the old man suspicious. His friend Chanho then asks the old guy why he is alone if he works in a porter clan. The old dude takes back his card and replies that he is the one who created this clan and believes the process will be quick. Chanho then presses further, asking if his name is really Daesung. The old guy gives a thumbs up, saying he is willing to change his name in the future to avoid any nuisance for both of them. The real Daesung, feeling mad and frustrated, storms off from the scene. The scene then shifts to a real estate broker showing an apartment to our demon lord and his family. Daesung's sister appears excited about the place, particularly loving the fact that each room has an attached bathroom. Like a typical mother, Daesung's mom cuts to the chase, asking the agent about the price of the apartment. The agent informs her that the house is worth 18 billion in actual transactions. Seeing his mom astonished after hearing the price, the agent explains that the high demand is due to the nearby Hunters Association. He emphasizes that safety is what matters most given the current circumstances, which justifies the steep price. The agent then confirms his suspicions by asking if her son is a successful hunter. Before she can respond, Daesung's sister intervenes, bragging that her brother is an A-rank adventurer and is on the verge of becoming an S-ranker. She adds that this news has created quite an uproar in the media. The agent responds that this explains why Daesung seemed so familiar to him. Meanwhile, our demon lord finishes analyzing the house and accepts it as his domain. He inquires about the payment procedure and asks if he can get a discount for paying the full amount up front. The dealer informs him that he can offer preferential contracts if Daesung is indeed an A-rank adventurer. He explains that during the representative meeting of apartment residents, a fund of 2 billion won is collected for hunter attraction, and if someone is an S-ranker, they can receive a deposit of 10 billion won. The ladies get petrified upon hearing such a huge amount, while our hero feels excited at the thought of acquiring the house for just 8 billion won and the possibility of saving up to 10 billion won if he becomes an S-ranker. The scene shifts to a lady walking on a road in the pitch-black night. She feels an unsettling sensation, as if someone is following her. Suddenly she trips, but someone catches her just before she falls. Feeling scared, the girl asks who the man is. The man responds with a creepy smile, and as he gets closer, his disgusting face is revealed. He tells the lady that she has been chosen. The next day, the lady is found dead, and her body is taken to the autopsy suite in the National Police Agency building. The autopsy officer states that this woman has died in the same manner as Seokwoo, making her the 10th victim in this major city alone. Captain Ki-hong harbors suspicions because, based on his experience, such a murder definitely involves some awakeners. Just as he believed the situation had calmed down, he now faces the challenge of dealing with this new serial killer case. Inspector Jongwoo tells Ki-hong not to worry and assures him that he will handle the matter. However, Captain Ki-hong instructs Jongwoo to prioritize the gate search work at the head office first. As he leaves, the A-ranker Captain Ki-hong asks the forensic medicine expert to make the investigation public. Furthermore, he promises active support for the inspection bureau. Meanwhile, Jin Cheol, the cheater number 14, finds himself alive in a laboratory. As he opens his eyes, he feels disoriented and shouts, asking where he is. A nearby scientist expresses pleasure at seeing him awake. The scientist mocks him for screaming like an infant. Jin Cheol repeats his question about his whereabouts. The scientist points out that the room resembles the Hongma building laboratory, which leads Jin Cheol to realize he is in the awakening ampule infusion room. The scientist proceeds to explain the situation to the bewildered man, introducing himself as the elder of Honsei and mentioning that his name is Roman. He adds that he is the one responsible for saving him by making a special request to the chief priest. Jin Cheol notices a peculiar eye staring at him and, confused about his survival, seems to wonder if he didn't actually die. Roman clarifies that he has been reborn as one of the people of Honsei. The young man, however, still appears lost in thought. Roman then presents an ampule, asking if he desires to rule the world alongside them. Meanwhile, Chanho receives a call from his close friend, the confident demon lord, who shares his desire to be promoted to S rank. Chanho argues that focusing on clearing gates should be his main priority, but as he listens to his friend's reasoning, he becomes curious about why he suddenly wants to buy a house. In the end, Chanho agrees to bid on every gate he can find and asks Daesung to assist in easing the workload by acquiring some equipment from the Aura market. Who needs to purchase equipment when he can obtain superior gear from Pantheon? With this thought, our hero steps into the Pantheon and chooses the Absolute Ruler's Field Implementation quest. Among the 5 types of fields available for implementation, he opts for the 5th one, known as Balark's Iron Castle. The Demon Lord is then informed that the rulers of each field have been brainwashed by transcendence from the heavens, and his mission is to defeat them. He loads the necessary data and prepares himself for the implementation. He is teleported to Balark's Iron Castle, only to find himself equipped with a set of cheap-looking armor, including a shield and sword, which immediately irritate him. He mocks the items, questioning if being outfitted with such gear qualifies him as nerfed. The scene shifts to the office of the branch manager at the Korean Hunters Association. The branch manager is in the middle of issuing orders when, without warning, a clerk rushes in with urgent news. The Ocean Clan has failed to clear a particular B-ranked gate. The manager's assistant struggles to believe the news, given that the Ocean Clan, led by Baek Heron, is one of Korea's top 4 clans. However, the clerk clarifies that the monsters in the gate were not compatible with the captain's aura skill, prompting her to request assistance from an S-ranker. Normally, such a request would cause concern, but the branch manager feels confident. After all, this is Baek Heron, an elegant and powerful figure, someone anyone would be eager to assist. The manager swiftly gives instructions to locate S-rankers Lee Chang-shik and Seo Dong-chul, informing them of the situation at hand. The assistant considers it an easy task, remarking that no one in Korea would refuse a request from Baek Heron, the nation's top healer hunter. However, the clerk points out one exception, Ryu Seo Yeon from the fortress, who is known to hold a grudge against Baek Heron. After issuing the final orders and granting permission to use the helicopter, the branch manager dismisses his staff. The scene then shifts to Hope Nursery School, where children are playing outside, pretending to be hunters and monsters. Among them is Seo Dong-chul, the S-rank hunter with a pencil sketch beard, from the Crow clan, joyfully playing along with the children. A sister approaches Seo Dong-chul, addressing him as Director, and informing him that he has received an urgent notice from the Hunters Association. Without wasting a moment, the S-ranker asks the sister to watch over the children, explaining that he must urgently attend to a gate. The sister, concerned, tells him to take care, but he reassures her with a smile, reminding her that, as the #1 hunter in South Korea, there's no need to worry. Meanwhile, the other S-ranker, Lee Chang-shik, has just returned from clearing a C-rank gate on Jeju Island. He finds these lower-ranked dungeons tedious and longs for a more challenging task. His secretary approaches and informs him that he has been requested for assistance by Baek Heron of the Ocean Clan. Lee Chang-shik wastes no time and immediately calls for his helicopter, preparing for departure. It's clear that he holds a special regard for Lady Heron, as her mere name seems powerful enough to alter the direction of his life. Meanwhile, back in Pantheon, our hero finds himself facing the formidable gatekeeper of the Iron Castle. Under normal circumstances, with his true strength, the gatekeeper would pose no threat. But now he is left with only a curved sword and a ridiculous ice shield. Taking a moment, he sits down, reflecting on how he managed to defeat this opponent in the past. His eyes carefully examine the items in his possession, and he begins to wonder if the ice shield holds the key to solving this puzzle. Realizing something, he stands up, ready to engage the gatekeeper in combat once again. The scene shifts to the B-ranked gate that the Ocean Clan had failed to conquer. Reporters gather in front of it, eager to capture significant moments for their audience. They inform the public that the Ocean Clan is preparing for a second attempt at the gate. Suddenly, Lady Heron arrives on the scene, and reporters quickly surround her, bombarding her with questions. The moment they lay eyes on her, they seem to be enchanted. She approaches one of the reporters and requests his microphone, wanting to share important details with the public. Meanwhile, the 2 S-rankers, Chang-shik and Dong-chul, arrive, ready to assist the Ocean Lady. It's evident that Chang-shik harbors a crush on her, evident in his attentive demeanor. The news reporters begin to argue about what title to give their coverage. As the hunters step into the gate, a voice rings out, advising the reporters to frame the title using a combination like Lee Seo Baek to capture the public's attention more effectively. The scene shifts back to the Pantheon, where Daesung, in a fit of determination, tries to set the gatekeeper ablaze in an effort to rouse him from his slumber. The gatekeeper screams upon waking, fully prepared to confront the one who disturbed his rest. Our hero thinks carefully, knowing that one misstep could lead to his demise. He applies some lubricant strategically, successfully causing the monster to trip. As the monster tumbles to the ground, he dashes forward, piercing his sword through the gatekeeper's seal, defeating him effortlessly, as if it were merely child's play. Our hero stands tall and proud, relishing the fact that he recalled the slumbering giant's weakness just in time. He drops the items, realizing that he won't need them inside the Iron Castle. Once he enters, his first priority is to find a weapon. However, he soon encounters a dead end. Recalling his experiences from his time in Hell, he remembers a secret button hidden within the wall and quickly locates it. Pressing the button, he activates the entrance to Balark's treasure chest room, which can be accessed for a limited time of 5 minutes. In just 1 minute and 30 seconds, he discovers the weapon he has been searching for, the Dragon Slayer Black Sword, renowned for its effectiveness against dragon-type monsters. While the Dragon Slayer Black Sword may not match the power of the Hellfire Sword, he knows that a weapon's true worth depends entirely on its wielder. Just as a pen may hold value in the hands of a scholar, but be nothing more than trash to the illiterate, so too does his newfound weapon possess potential. With some time still remaining, he decides to explore the treasure room further. The gleaming treasures capture his attention, and he wonders if he could sell them in the real world for a handsome profit. Gripping the black sword firmly, he prepares to enter Balark's chamber, maintaining a calm demeanor, reminding himself to see the former ruler merely as a pathetic loner boss. Meanwhile, in the B-ranked dungeon, the Ocean Clan is busy battling against the relentless monsters. Dongchul grows irritated by the loud screeches of a particularly nasty creature and, in frustration, crushes its mouth to silence it. After striking his weapon against the monster's head, he shouts to rally the Ocean Clan, directing them to launch a coordinated attack. Amidst the chaos, Heron cheers for Dongchul, encouraging him. Just then, Chungshik arrives on the scene, covered in blood and looking worn down. He asks Heron if she would truly go to dinner with him if he manages to clear the dungeon. Seeing him in such a sorry state, Heron quickly heals him, helping him regain his strength. Changshik then presents her with the head of an ogre king as a trophy. Heron looks amazed, asking him if he really soloed such a calamity-class threat. Noticing that the Ocean Clan still hasn't managed to take down the foul-smelling monster, Dongchul feels a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing he has been shouldering the burden alone. Changshik then turns to Heron, urging her to keep her promise about the dinner as he joins the fray. Confused, Heron wonders aloud when she made such a promise, trying to recall the details. The scene transitions back to the Pantheon, where our hero spends a significant amount of points to apply every buff potion available to him. As his stats boost, so does his morale, and he confidently steps into the final room. Upon entering, he greets his old adversary, Balark, but the reception is far from warm. Balark, clearly not in a hospitable mood, summons a lizard dragon to attack our hero. Meanwhile, Daesung stands off to the side, a smirk on his face as he activates blood neutralization, transforming into a demi-demon. The scene shifts to a live streamer, Yang Chil, who is currently analyzing the strongest hunter of the week in South Korea in his latest video. According to Yang Chil, the top ranker is Changshik, the youngest son of a prominent chaebol family. He emphasizes that Changshik has a deep passion for hunting, which contributes to his impressive ranking. In second place is Dongchul. If one were to summarize him in a single word, it would be daddy. As the director of Hope Orphanage, he has declared all those who lost their families to gate fractures as his children, providing them with care and support. In third place is the esteemed lady of the Ocean Clan. Yang Chil discusses the recent crisis involving the B-ranked dungeon, noting that these three hunters joined forces and successfully cleared the dungeon in just 6 hours. As Yang Chil wraps up his livestream, he notices Daesung on the web and feels an uncanny sense of familiarity. He soon learns that the Demon Lord has solo cleared a team-type dungeon, a piece of information that is hard for him to digest. The scene transitions to the Hunters Association building, where a man named Jaek scrolls through the daily news, his expression marked by displeasure at the increasing speed of gate clears. As his workday comes to an end, one of his friends invites him out for a drink. Jaek declines the offer, explaining that he has some matters to attend to at home, but assures his friend that he will join them next time. Meanwhile, back in the Pantheon, our hero delivers a single powerful strike to the lizard dragon, causing blood to splatter across him. The crimson stains remind him of his past, when he often found himself drenched in blood during his battles. He then turns his attention to the final boss, preparing for the confrontation. As the boss launches its first attack, our hero expertly dodges, bracing himself for the fight ahead. Balark continues his relentless attacks, but our hero effortlessly blocks them, treating the exchanges like a walk in the park. Then, Daesung announces that it's his turn, charging his sword with a vibrant purple aura. However, just before he can launch his attack, the boss surprises him with a new skill, catching him off guard. Irritated, Daesung watches as Balark invokes a Thunder Dragon skill, transforming himself into a winged monarch. With a mocking grin, our Demon Lord scoffs at the creature, derisively calling it a lizard trying to be a dragon. In an instant, he retaliates, obliterating Balark with a single powerful hit. Just as Balark falls defeated, a mysterious creature materializes before Daesung, claiming to be a divine heavenly being of some sort. The scene transitions back to Earth, where a serial killer stands over yet another heart he has collected. He contacts Jaek, the manager of the Gateseeker team, referring to him as his priest. The killer informs Jaek that he has successfully constructed an altar with the hearts he has gathered. Jaek responds with praise, assuring him that he will immediately contact the Hunter Association to arrange for a sacrifice. Curious, the serial killer asks when he should break the altar. Jaek instructs him to wait until he has amassed a substantial number of valuable sacrifices before taking action. The scene shifts back to our hero, where his system goes haywire, alerting him that it has been infiltrated by unknown beings. The status board reveals that the entity is one of the heavenly transcendents, but the rest of the information remains hidden. Suddenly, the system notifies Daesung that the field implementation has been completed. Recognizing this as the perfect moment, our hero activates the absolute body reinforcement he has just received. The heavenly creature then questions whether Daesung intends to interfere with their plans, launching an aura ball attack at him, convinced that he is finished. To the creature's shock, our hero emerges unscathed, defying its expectations. In an instant, he retaliates, attacking the creature with a powerful fist. The creature boasts that it cannot be harmed, but Daesung's hand passes right through it, leaving the creature momentarily stunned. With a smirk on his face, Daesung taunts the heavenly creature, asking if it is still so confident. He then unleashes the ultimate skill of Hell, known as Hellfire Eternal Pain, a devastating attack that can only be used within this very domain. The creature finds itself overwhelmed by the sheer power of the attack, and as it is engulfed by flames, it begins to vanish into a black hole. In a last desperate attempt, it whines that it will tell its mommy about this. The system promptly notifies our hero of the sudden disappearance of the heavenly creature, confirming that it has been somehow defeated. Daesung is then directed to take his place on the throne to complete the quest. His Highness touches the wall, which begins to shift and morph into the shape of stairs. As he ascends, the monsters of hell offer their praise, clamoring for him to free them from the bottomless pit so they can exact their revenge. Upon sitting on the throne, Daesung completes the quest. The monsters he defeated during the challenge are summoned as his minions, but he quickly finds their noise overwhelming. With a wave of his hand, he instructs them to leave until he calls upon them again. Meanwhile, back on Earth, an A-ranked gate has suddenly emerged, causing a significant uproar. Questions flood in from every direction as the association president enters the building, facing the mounting pressure from concerned hunters and the public alike. The association president turns to the branch manager, asking if this new gate resembles the one that reduced a city to ashes 5 years ago. The branch manager promptly fills the president in on all the details he has gathered about the gate thus far, outlining its potential threat and the urgency of the situation. In response, the president issues a decree to mobilize all hunters available and requests assistance from the World Association to handle the impending crisis. The scene shifts back to Daesung, who meticulously checks all of his skills and the extent of his implementation so far. Realizing that he still finds them insufficient, he decides to acquire a few more skills. With that goal in mind, he enters the treacherous Spider Valley. Meanwhile, the president of the association has organized a conference with all of his higher-ups. Even those who cannot attend in person join via video call. The branch manager informs the president that all arrangements have been made, and emphasizes that the purpose of this meeting is to find a solution to the A-class gate that has recently appeared in Dogok-dong. In the next scene, a prison van is shown transporting Jun-young, who sits handcuffed inside. He wonders who could have killed Seokwoo, noting that not even the highest-ranked assassin could have executed such a trick. The realization unsettles him, making him fear that something significant is unfolding. At this very moment, his thoughts are consumed by concern for Cho-young. Meanwhile, Cho-young struggles to eat, blaming herself for everything that has transpired. The nurse gently urges her to consume at least 1 meal a day if she wants to live. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to transfer her to IV fluids. Tears stream down Cho-young's face as she feels both powerless and worthless, grappling with the weight of her emotions. Back in the conference room, the availability of the hunters is being discussed. Jong-soo, the leader of the fortress class, informs everyone that their ace, Ryu Seoyeon, has not yet returned from her training. Meanwhile, Cho Han-wook, the vice captain of the Marvel clan, mentions that his captain, Han-ul, is currently occupied with the development of an aura weapon in Silicon Valley. The branch manager then turns his attention to the S-ranked trio, who recently conquered a B-ranked dungeon, inquiring about their availability for the upcoming mission. Dongchul lazily expresses his interest, noting that he doesn't see any other option. Changshik agrees as well, citing his obligation to keep his promise to Harin regarding their date. At this, Harin playfully protests, insisting that she has already gone on a date with him. Changshik counters, arguing that it shouldn't be considered a proper date since Dongchul also joined them, leading to a light-hearted exchange between the three. Dongchul intervenes, assuring the manager that he will handle the situation and emphasizing the need for support from all available A-rank hunters. In response, the president instructs the branch manager to arrange for 100 A-rank hunters, along with 100,000 ether cores. Voices of dissent rise in the room as some express their concerns, arguing that this amount is excessively large, representing an entire year's budget for the Hunter Association. However, the president silences them, asserting that all participants will be adequately rewarded for their efforts, reinforcing the importance of the mission at hand. Jaik, sitting among the gathered officials, wears a smile as he devises a dangerously evil plan. As the conference concludes, public announcements are made, urging nearby residents to evacuate to the Hunter Association's air defense shelter. As dark clouds begin to gather and pour, the hunters prepare themselves for the impending challenge. Once all arrangements are complete, they gather around the gate, murmuring about the sudden appearance of this unexpected gate, creating an air of unease and anticipation among them. Many A-rankers express that they have joined the mission because of the presence of the S-ranked trio. Otherwise, they would have never dared to enter the dungeon. Sensing the danger that lies ahead, Dongchul playfully teases Changshik about whether he still wants to go on that dinner with Harin. With a determined spirit, Dongchul encourages all the hunters, motivating them to fight together. He offers some pieces of advice before leading everyone into the dungeon. As they enter, they find themselves in a surprisingly peaceful place. Dongchul directs all the hunters to check their communication equipment and spread out to cover more ground. The group splits up, including Harin and Changshik, ensuring they can gather as much information as possible in this unfamiliar territory. All the hunters test their earpieces to ensure they are functioning properly. Meanwhile, Chanho tries repeatedly to call their hero. Just as Daesung finally answers the call, Chanho's frustration spills over as he complains about his current situation. It turns out that Chanho is busy moving into the new house he just purchased. Cutting to the chase, he informs Daesung about the sudden appearance of the new A-rank dungeon, mentioning that all B-rankers and above have been summoned to participate. Our hero examines the location, discovering it is quite close to his new residence. He inquires with his friends about the reason behind the evacuation order issued for just one gate. One of his friends explains the incident involving an A-rank gate fracture that occurred 5 years prior. As he travels to his new home, the hero poses a question to his friend about the possibility of being promoted to an S-ranker if he manages to resolve this issue. Chanho feigns surprise, noting that all his best friend seems to aspire to is achieving S-rank status. Within the confines of the gate, perilous bloodwolf monsters emerge. The hunters, acting as scouts, relay their locations to one another. Suddenly, they find themselves encircled by the menacing creatures. It is said that mankind was on a path toward destruction. This continued until the Ether Core, a miraculous resource dropped by monsters defeated in gates, becomes the new energy source for humanity. This is why the amount of Ether Cores needed to fuel aura equipment is believed to determine whether a raid is successful or not. Surrounded by threats, Dongchul advises everyone to use their Ether Cores to power up the aura gear. Meanwhile, to draw the raging wolf beasts away, Changshik uses his wide area aggro skill, despite his absolute hate for it. While the white-haired hero rallies the monsters behind him, Dongchul, supported by Heron, prepares to launch an attack. With his deadly skill fully charged, the jacked guy announces to his prey that the single-use skill costs over 1 billion Ether Cores. Bathed in lightning sparks, the S-rank hunter unleashes his ultimate skill, Thunderbolt, onto the ground. The lightning instantly incinerates all the beasts in a wide area, and then Heron's speed skill activates, supercharging all the hunters. With the newfound strength and morale, the hunters prepare to wipe out all the monsters. Meanwhile, the city outside lies in shambles. A group of Hongma stragglers gather, but one of their scouts warns that the police are coming, sending them all into a panic. As they run away, a curly-haired guy is stopped by a police car. Flashed by the intense headlights, the group hears a peculiar voice that tells them to surrender or face fake drug charges. The man draws his dagger, ready to fight or die. But to his surprise, an infamous hunter exits the car. He laughs at how the leaders of the Hongma clan look like crap, which irritates them. Looking better than ever, Jinchul invites them to join him. Watching a dead man reborn, their jaws drop. So with a smile on his stitched-up face, Jinchul offers the survivors a new purpose. Meanwhile, back at the gate, the raid seems to have ended. The hunters wonder if, for the first time in history, an A-rank gate has been cleared without casualties. While Heron heals his wounds, Dongchul laughs that he could have cleared countless gates if he had her healing skills. But Heron sighs and goes on a painfully long rant about how many pricey ether cores her skills consume. Hearing her ramble about the logistics, Dongchul's ears begin bleeding from her S-rank nagging skill. And of course, Changshik makes sure not to miss the hourly quota of hitting on her, making things awkward. Nearby, a hunter digs out a rare B-rank ether core from a corpse, before the upper half of his body gets shredded to nothingness. His friends can only stare in bewilderment, seeing a majestic white wolf with 4 glowing eyes. On the outside, the atmosphere is filled with suspense. Experts on the news express their concerns, as the Triple S ranker team takes worryingly long to clear the gate. A news reporter announces that 10 hours have passed, prompting the association to send as many A-rankers as possible. Watching the news, the branch manager is annoyed that the World Hunter Association's backup hasn't arrived yet. As no one can enter the gate, they can only gather reserves outside and pray for the Dream Team's success. Meanwhile, inside the gate, the hunters initiate the fight with a rain of arrows on the giant beast. Completely unfazed, the beast rushes forward and raises its claw to wipe out the entire platoon. But the white-headed swordsman intercepts the attack just in time. He uses a skill, but the white beast's tough claws absorb the impact completely. Giving him no time to breathe, the beast swipes at Changshik once again. The raw force of its attack makes the S-ranker cough up blood. As it attempts to finish him off, Dongchul saves him just in time. Heron heals several cuts on Changshik's body, and as always, he acts on his urge to flirt with her. The Ocean Clan cutie tells him to stop messing around and focus on not wasting her last skill since she's run out of ether cores. Fully recovered, the White Knight rushes back into combat to cover Dongchul. With his full power strike, Korea's top hunter strikes the white behemoth down in one shot. Everyone begins to praise him, which annoys Dongchul, who is tired of the kid always stealing his glory. But suddenly, everyone's ears are pierced by a deafening noise. To everyone's dismay, a humanoid wolf appears and curses the hunters for daring to enter their world. Backed by countless white behemoths behind him, the hunters lose all morale. Changshik is left speechless, but Dongchul instructs everyone to gather hurriedly. The gate fractures, sending panic throughout the association and leaving the clerk lady and the branch manager in shock. They assume this indicates that the raiding team inside has been slaughtered. Despite losing all hope, the manager quickly commands his team to deploy the reserve units and urgently call all foreign hunters. Meanwhile, the wolf boss leads his army of giant wolf beasts and declares the start of a massacre. Near the gate, Captain Kihong gathers the reserve units. He reads out the strange clan names, feeling disappointed by the appearance of the B-rank weirdos. But finally, he names the Daesung clan. Upon seeing our hero, the captain instantly recognizes him as the A-ranker the president has been after. As the captain begins reading instructions, Daesung pouts, disappointed that his pal didn't show up or give him a call, before he realizes he was the one who didn't answer. Suddenly, a loud sound marking the gate fracture echoes throughout the city. This worries everyone, but the Demon King grins with excitement. Inside the gate, the corpses of the raiding team members lie among the dead wolf beasts. Despite the full resistance from the top-tier hunters, the sheer strength of the behemoths overpowers them. Dongchul does his best to save a hunter, shouting at him to get serious if he doesn't want to become dog food. Meanwhile, Korea's #1 hunter takes down the beasts one by one. Exhausted, he wonders how long Dongchul and the others can last. The scene flashes back to the past when Dongchul received an S-rank protection artifact. The branch manager shares that it is a priceless gift from the president, made with an S-rank ether core. As Dongchul worries about its expense, he is assured that the president views it as essential for the safety of his children, the hunters. So the manager makes him promise to bring them back alive. Pausing for a moment, the man jokes that the president should stop having kids and vows to protect the entire team. Returning to the raiding team inside the gate, he pulls out the artifact after confirming that everyone is gathered. As he places it on the ground, a giant barrier forms around the team, bouncing off all the wolf beasts that pounce on it. However, as Dongchul brags about the cutting-edge German technology, the wolf boss leaps into the sky and smashes its axe into the barrier. Seeing it wobble like jelly, the hunters panic, fearing it might break. Our badass S-ranker mocks the wolf boss for its futile attempt. When a concerned hunter asks what their next move is, he picks his nose and simply says they'll try the classic wait and see. The spiky-haired S-ranker brags that perseverance always works, even making Changshik and Haran unwilling witnesses to his claims. While the hunters feel lost, a suspicious hooded guy from Hans activates his artifact. Suddenly, a gate fracture appears out of nowhere. The fracture captures the wolf boss's attention. The unnatural occurrence leaves all the hunters in shock. Gazing through the gate at the human world, the king of the white wolves grins ominously, declaring that this time the monster raid team will hunt humanity. As this unfolds, the giant wolves invade Earth, tearing apart the weak infantry. True chaos erupts when the wolf boss lands in the city center. With a swing of his axe, the raw power of its shockwave blasts away all the soldiers holding the front line. Trying to scout the situation, the drones that approach are obliterated by the Wolf King's howl skill. This cuts off the visual feed to the association, infuriating the branch manager. At a loss for what to do, he confirms the monster's next target and orders his team to send in the reserve unit. Meanwhile, a familiar vlogger flies his drone and begins his live stream from a rooftop close to the gate. Yangchil dramatically talks on his stream, trying to cash in on the mysterious disaster. Even though the coward is far from danger, he brags about his fearlessness and dedication to his viewers. However, a giant wolf drooling on him quickly shatters his so-called courage. Seeing a mutilated hand drop from its mouth, the vlogger kid falls on his butt. The behemoth pounces on him, making him wail like a little girl. That is until our hero arrives to save the day and decapitates the white wolf. The vlogger kid turns to look at Daesung, who is decked out in epic gear from head to toe. My guy ignores him and goes straight for the big boss of the wolves. Surrounded by a pack of giant wolves, my guy taunts the Wolf King, calling the wolf army stray dogs that are making his home filthy. Enraged, the proud king of the wolves pounces on our protagonist. However, his destructive axe attack is easily blocked by the ruler of hell. In the meantime, at a shelter near the gate fracture, panicked civilians trying to get in open a certain live stream on their phones. Funnily enough, despite the association losing their drones, our vlogger kid manages to monopolize coverage of the disaster with his live stream. After hitting 1 million views, the greedy kid continues to stream without a care for his life. In the control room, the clerk lady opens the live stream on her phone and shows it to the manager, leaving everyone shocked to see our A-rank hunter facing off alone against the threat that overwhelmed 3 S-rankers. Returning to our hero in the center of it all, he casually watches the dogs assemble like Power Rangers. Suddenly, the big white dogs charge at him all at once. But at that moment, Daesung is furious and unleashes flames from his hellfire sword. Roasting the wolves from the skin down, the irritated Wolf King extinguishes the fire with a swing of his axe. Finally living up to his title, the king withdraws his army and states that he will fight our hero one-on-one. Impressed by the monster's audacity, the ruler of hell tells him to get through his hell beasts first. Piercing the ground with his sword, immense energy begins radiating from Daesung. The Wolf King and the vlogger kid are both dumbfounded as a gigantic dragon materializes in the sky. But that's not all. Hearing its master call, more hell beasts begin to appear, scaring the crap out of the branch manager and the reserve team under Captain Ki Hong. Watching my guy backed up by his epic summons, the wolves can only growl in fear. Using the Wolf King's own words against him, our Demon King orders his slaves to destroy the others, while he takes on the big boss himself. Seeing the giant dragon descend, Captain Ki Hong and his unit approach Daesung's summons. As they watch the dragon maul the wolves with its claws, Ki Hong is left wondering if the majestic white beast is a friend or foe. The other two summons chase down the previously terrifying wolves as if they were little puppies, effortlessly hunting them down. Meanwhile, at the shelter, civilians watching the vlogger kid's livestream are bewildered, witnessing monsters slaughter other monsters. In a moment of sheer confusion, the branch manager summons Chanho as a representative of the Daesung Guild. Not wasting a word to break the ice, he outright asks Daesung's pal to share details about the legend himself. In the meantime, the legend in question continues to talk trash to the Wolf King for fun. He approaches it menacingly, prompting the proud monster to unleash a powerful blow on him. But my guy easily blocks it and, with a scary grin, launches a flurry of his own attacks, overwhelming the proud dog. Impressed by its abilities, our hero commends the A-rank boss, who seemed like a barking dog with no bite. However, the proud boss monster suddenly starts doing gymnastics to break free from the Demon King. When the ruler of Hell invites the Wolf King to make his next move, the dog curls its tail and begins dashing away at full speed. Our boy is left speechless, but it seems the Wolf King has realized that his immense power comes from the pandemonium. However, the Demon Lord doesn't let it end there. Catching up, he asks the dog why it's running on 2 legs. He kicks it like a bully, forcing the proud king to tumble like a puppy learning to walk. As if the humiliation isn't enough, he makes sure to prevent its escape. He commands his dragon to grab the dog, making the puppy stare with its jaw stuck open as giant talons graze it along the ground, giving it a good shave. Standing over the road-burned white pup, my guy gruesomely cuts it open to extract a core. Meanwhile, the 3 S-rankers also exit the gate fracture. Dongchul expresses his frustration upon finding no reinforcements. Haran does her best to save those still alive and urges the top 2 hunters of Korea to work together against the wolf boss. Dongchul takes off, leaving Haran alone. Suddenly, she senses demonic energy and a tiny scream escapes her lips moments before a wolf leaps upon her. But of course, no one would let the Ocean Clan's cutie die. The oversized dog's lopped-off head bounces away, cleanly sliced off by our knight in shining armor. Bake Haran is left staring in awe, but my guy, not even recognizing her, asks if she's a hunter or not. Bewildered to see the monster that Korea's #1 struggled against beaten in 1 shot, she is stunned. Speaking of the devil, Chengshik lunges at the man stealing his crush's heart. Of course, Daesung smoothly evades it. Both Haran and Dongchul call out Mr. Top Hunter for his strange antics. Yet the white-headed swordsman feels confused himself. Shocked to watch a seemingly random guy dodge his blade with ease, he says he mistook our boy for a monster. Upon hearing this, everyone takes a moment to ponder his words. Chengshik clarifies that of all the monster auras he has encountered, Daesung possesses the strongest. His detection skills impress our demon lord. Acknowledging one another, the two introduce themselves. With that, the disaster ends, and the scene shifts to a meeting of the S-ranks with the association president. Dongchul smiles, feeling glad that the president's expensive artifact saves many lives. However, Chengshik points out that they should focus more on the gate fracture. Still, Haran can't stop thinking about our abruptly awakened Demon King transforming from comatose to top G. Cho Hanyul, the masked S-ranker, remains silent, so the president presents his main purpose, whether to promote Daesung to S-rank or not. Of course, no one has any qualms about it, and Haran even jokes that the others can take more holidays if the president uses him instead. Chengshik acknowledges his power, adding that he achieves the unthinkable feat of clearing an A-rank gate solo. But the masked S-ranker finally speaks up, remarking that he is already far above S-rank. Meanwhile, on his newly viral channel, Vlogger Kid interviews the bald geezer, pretending to have a strong relationship with our guy. Whereas in the Daesung clan's main office, Chanho is amazed to see his pal's name trending on every video across the web. With that, the man of the hour walks into his office. Chanho greets him enthusiastically, like a true suck-up, making our guy wonder if his friend is high on something. Getting straight to business, Daesung asks his best friend the reason for the call. His pal reveals that they're going to get his brand new license. News anchors from all over gather outside the Hunters Association building, anxiously awaiting our hero's arrival. So, the man of the hour arrives with his best pal by his side. The girls in the crowd gush over our hero, and Chanho suggests they raise a hand for his fans. As soon as he merely lifts his hand, the ladies start screaming and begging him to marry them, leaving him at a loss for words. Inside the president's office, the graceful man expresses his gratitude for Daesung's services. Chanho laughs, mentioning that they are only doing their duty. With that, the president instructs his secretary to bring out the shiny new S-rank license. They stare in awe at the object most people never even get to see. Thus, the president congratulates our hero and offers him one demand that he will absolutely fulfill. Intrigued, our demon lord gets a genius idea to become a billionaire sitting at home. Confirming that anything goes, he mischievously grins and asks for unlimited access to all gates. This does not sit well with the clans, who are infuriated by him monopolizing all the gates. The president recalls Hanyul's advice, noting that they can't reject the most valuable hunter's conditions. Our guy humbly demands the right for his summons to solo gates. The graceful old man is baffled to hear that a single summon can clear a gate. The scene shifts to a goth girl, Ryu Seoyeon, browsing her computer. Seeing our protagonist all over the internet, the Fortress clan's Hell Witch becomes infatuated with him. Thinking she's found the one who can cure her, she shocks her father by leaving her room for the first time in 6 months. Seoyeon embarks on a search for her hero. Meanwhile, multiple representatives from the clans gang up on the branch manager like frustrated single mothers at a superstore. They complain that Daesung leaves no gates for the smaller clans, stealing their livelihoods. They stress that it's absolutely unfair. Watching this unfold, the manager, despite already expecting it, innocently asks what he can do for them. A solution arises to limit Daesung's attacks on high-rank gates and team up with them on A-rank ones. On the other hand, unaware of how many enemies he's made, our boy is busy losing games. Chanho repeatedly calls him, and he finally picks up. His best pal gives him an earful for not taking his calls, and our demon lord explains his extremely valuable preoccupation: gaming. But like a mother, Chanho instantly calls him out, forcing him to come to the clan building. Now in the clan office, his best friend tells our gamer about the complaints to adjust their gate monopoly. Chanho explains that the smaller guilds are going bankrupt thanks to Daesung's summons stealing their jobs, so the Daesung clan can only take B-rank gates. The association also puts a restriction on tackling A-rank gates unless allied with another clan. Satisfied with the fortune he's made, Daesung simply tells his buddy to only bid on A-rank gates. Chanho humbly brags that with only 2 members to split, he's also balling with cash, and even bought the clan building with his share. With a mischievous smile, our Demon King tells his pal to only bid on the top-earning gates for maximum profit, impressing Chanho with his pro-business thinking. Switching up the conversation, he asks Chanho whether his gear has sold. But his best friend explains that it's hard to sell equipment that cannot use ether cores. Our boy, hoping to sell it and buy property for his family, wonders if it's possible to sell it somehow. Chanho tells him about Park Donghyuk, a legendary aura engineer. He adds that the man is an acquaintance of the Seoul clan leader, but Junyoung is unfortunately in prison, so that option is out. However, he recalls another person who might lead them to Donghyuk. The scene shifts to the Heart clan, using impressive teamwork to clear a C-rank gate now that our hero isn't sweeping every last one. But as they're about to leave, the leader spots some silhouettes approaching. It is none other than cheater number 14, who looks down upon the clan members. Grinning villainously, he orders his zombie squad to crush the hunters. Disturbed, the Heart clan members wonder if the attackers are human or not. Sensing intense danger, the leader shouts for everyone to prepare for a fight to the death. Yet moments later, their lifeless bodies lie scattered on the ground. Jincheol extracts the leader's aura and steals his appearance. The scene transitions to the new mansion of the Demon Lord, where his family is engrossed in a news broadcast. They learn that 12 individuals have been kidnapped, prompting his sister to jest about whether aliens are responsible for the abduction. Exhibiting the traits of a typical anxious mother, Daesung's mom expresses concern for her daughter's safety, advising her not to leave the apartment for a while. She then turns to her son, inquiring if he feels hungry. The Demon Lord, possessing a hearty appetite, requests that she brings him an abundance of meat. The scene shifts to an altar, where hearts are being roasted as if they are in an oven. The serial killer initiates a ritual alongside his minions. Jincheol steps forward, receiving a blessing from the killer. The resurrected cheater, number 14, seeks nothing but vengeance against the hero, firmly believing that his newfound powers will aid him in achieving this goal. Next, the scene transitions to a child playing with a football. Suddenly, a large hole opens up in the ocean, drawing his curiosity. His parents rush in, preventing him from approaching the dangerous opening. A crowd gathers, engaged in heated discussions about the unexpected appearance of a gate in such a peculiar location. The clerk lady receives the news and promptly reports it to the branch manager. The manager grows anxious, recognizing it as the most challenging maritime-type A-ranked gate they have encountered to date. He inquires whether the clerk has sent requests to each clan for their cooperation. She informs him that all 5 top clans have placed bids, noting the unusual detail that all bids include the same conditions. To clarify the situation, it is revealed that Dongchul had recently visited Daesung's building to meet with his director, Chanho. Dongchul presents a proposal, suggesting a joint raid on the gate. Suddenly, Changshik enters and joins the discussion. Chanho appears perplexed as he sees all these S-rankers arriving at his building unexpectedly. Upon noticing Dongchul, Changshik instigates a confrontation, reminding him that he had previously mentioned wanting to take a break from raids to spend time with children. Changshik presents the same proposal to Chanho that Dongchul did, expressing his desire to jointly attack the aquatic gate. He even offers to cover all expenses related to information and other essential needs. Meanwhile, the Ocean Clan appears to share a similar mindset. In their briefing room, their leader, Heron, persuades her team that she wants to assist Daesung, feeling indebted to her for saving her life. Her team responds enthusiastically to this arrangement, showing no objections whatsoever. Meanwhile, similar discussions unfold at the Marvel Clan's headquarters. The vice captain engages in a heated argument with the captain over his decision to join forces with others to attack the gate. Captain Johan Ul responds that he wishes to meet Daesung, seeking to learn more about his abilities, which seem to surpass even S-rank. Returning to the hero, he is occupied with assigning guard duties to his shadow minions. He designates the top 2 minions to protect his family in his absence. The minions express their eagerness, vowing their lives to carry out this order without fail. As the Demon Lord steps out of the Pantheon, the Hell Witch Ryu Seoyeon notices him and questions whether this portal is the source of his inexplicable strength. She introduces herself as the backbone of the Fortress clan. However, Daesung refers to her as Fortress Kid and demands to know her business. She approaches the hero, staring intently into his face and asks for his assistance. As she draws closer, he instinctively pushes her away, only to discover that she transforms into a black magic doll. The hero contemplates whether she possesses ninja-like skills to achieve such a feat, but suddenly, he detects a demonic aura emanating from the doll, prompting him to wonder if there is any connection between them. In the following scene, the clans gather along the coast, preparing for the impending operation. They spot a flying dragon soaring toward them. As it draws nearer, Daesung descends from the dragon, landing gracefully before the assembled clans. While everyone marvels at the idea of riding a dragon, the hero feels irritated by the ride's quality. He spots the same ninja girl from earlier, cursing everyone and biting her finger in frustration. He approaches her, questioning whether she is also from Hell. The Hell Witch, unsure of what he means, simply nods in agreement to whatever he says. Surprisingly, she feels a sense of positivity in his presence, and finds herself able to tune out the surrounding noise when he is near. She then requests that he stay with her in the gate. Before the Hell Witch can receive an answer, her longtime rival, Lady Heron, arrives on the scene. The animosity between them is evident from the Hell Witch's expression. They begin to clash, but their fight is abruptly halted as the hero unleashes an almost invisible wave attack to intervene. With the confrontation settled, it becomes time for them to proceed toward the gate. The Hell Witch, reluctant to leave the Demon Lord's side, insists on tagging along in his boat, which he finds quite annoying. The atmosphere grows tense as the serial killer has just joined the fray, likely intending to interfere with the hero's plans, perhaps even targeting his brain. As the boats pass through the gate, the atmosphere thickens further and dark clouds blanket the sky. Lady Heron activates her detection skill, which is renowned among the people for its effectiveness. She senses the approach of monsters and quickly readies everyone for an attack. However, instead of encountering hideous creatures, the hunters find themselves face to face with adorable little spirits, so charming that no one perceives them as a potential threat. Suddenly, they are struck by a massive wave of water, and a colossal Queen Giger monster emerges from beneath the ocean's surface. The mere sight of the terrifying creature sends most of the hunters into a state of panic. The monster unleashes countless tentacles, seizing control of the white spirits and using them to pull the hunters toward it. Fortunately for them, the hero draws his dagger and intervenes, saving them from certain doom. All he desires is to return home quickly, and the fastest way to accomplish this is by defeating the boss monster. Suddenly, the creature dives back into the depths and disappears from sight. Daesung, albeit reluctantly, turns to the Hell Witch, seeking her assistance in exchange for resolving her own dilemma. He assigns her the task of capturing the monster and luring it out from its hiding place. She promptly agrees to his request and sets off to fulfill her task. Meanwhile, the hero calls over the Ocean Clan leader, asking her to handle the flying monsters. Heron, initially confused by his words, soon looks up and spots a swarm of bugs descending upon them from the sky. As everyone engages in battle with the monsters, Jinchul busies himself with an evil scheme. He activates his stealth technique, going into hiding as he declares his mission to be the hunt for the hunters. The Hell Witch, having made her preparations, dives into the ocean, ready to prove herself. The scene transitions to a coffee shop where Choyoung has been invited by Chanho. Upon his arrival, he finds her already there, waiting ahead of time. They exchange formal introductions, establishing a courteous atmosphere. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the confrontation, where the Hell Witch employs her scent skill to draw the monster back to the surface. Daesung sprouts wings from his back and unsheathes his sword, dashing toward the beast. His system alerts him that his Flame King's breath skill has been modified, allowing the cloud of flames to precipitate. Without hesitation, he activates the skill, launching a massive ball of fire directly into the monster's mouth. The monster quickly snaps its mouth shut, wondering if it has captured something. Within seconds, blisters erupt across its body, culminating in a massive explosion. The Hell Witch, witnessing the spectacle, realizes that the hero exceeds her expectations. She shouts at him to uphold his part of the promise and fix her. Our hero responds, asking her to wait a little longer, as there are still some monsters remaining to deal with. Meanwhile, Hiren remains occupied, fending off the attacks of the sky monsters. She employs her aura skill to boost her team's morale and strength. At the same time, Jinchul's team readies their nefarious plan. Jincheol steps onto Heron's boat, deciding first to eliminate the celebrity before seeking his revenge against the hero. As Jincheol approaches Lady Heron, he senses an ominous presence closing in on the boat. His anxiety spikes when he realizes it is Daesung. Irritated, the hero strides toward Lady Heron's boat, questioning her about the status of her progress. Lady Heron responds that she is doing her utmost to handle the situation. As Daesung nears her, resurrected cheater number 14 seizes the perfect opportunity to strike, aiming to kill him and finally exact his revenge. Just as resurrected cheater number 14 thinks this, the hero's Saju eyes activate, a skill that detects all hostile targets within a 1 kilometer radius. He switches to Scorching Flame mode, launching a fireball that targets not only the monsters, but also Jinchul's team. Chaos ensues among the Ocean Clan as they find their comrades suddenly under attack. Heron demands an explanation from the hero, but before he can respond, Jinchul materializes before them. The attack has neutralized his stealth skill, and he seethes with anger at the hero for the disruption. Hunters standing nearby stare at Jinchul, questioning his identity. Daesung asks him if he is a sea monster who somehow survived that day, but all the resurrected cheater seeks is revenge. He injects himself with a drug that envelops him in a dark aura. With a guttural cough, he spits out a black substance before diving into the sea. The nearby hunters quickly identify Jinchul as a member of the Hongma clan, but they are baffled by the fact that he was believed to have died at the testing site. Suddenly, a black fog engulfs their ship, obscuring the hunters' vision. Tentacles radiating an evil aura rise from the water, piercing through some of the hunters. As one tentacle reaches Lady Heron, breaking her barrier, the hero reacts swiftly, catching it with his bare hand and saving her from harm. With his bare hand, the hero twists the tentacle, forcing the monster out of the sea with a howl of pain. Jinchul emerges as an S-class Geiger King monster, exuding confidence that he will finally achieve his revenge. Channeling all his strength, Jinchul unleashes a powerful attack aimed directly at the hero, eager to witness his demise. The scene shifts back to the coffee shop, where Chanho assures Choyoung that they are prepared to exhaust their last resources to save her director in exchange for her assistance. Eager to save her director, Choyoung inquires about the assistance they require from her. Cutting to the chase, Chanho asks if she can help them get in touch with Dr. Park Dong-hyuk. Choyoung responds that the doctor's whereabouts are highly confidential and suggests that he should discuss it directly with her director instead. Meanwhile, the monster has successfully knocked all the hunters into the water. Daesung contemplates using his special skill but hesitates, knowing that it could endanger everyone around him. Reluctantly, he allows Jinchul, now transformed into the Geiger King, to ensnare him in his tentacles. Jinchul launches a fierce attack aimed at the hero, determined to kill him this time. The Ocean Clan members stand petrified, but suddenly they spot the hero soaring above them, ready to confront the impending danger. Surprised, Haran asks the hero how he managed such a feat. But Daesung warns her to stay clear of his attacks if she wants to survive. Dashing through the air, the hero activates his extreme fury skill, creating a blazing zone of fire. In an instant, Jinchul is blown away into smithereens, vowing that he will wait for the hero in hell. The crowd erupts in excitement and disbelief at the hero's unexpected victory. Suddenly, Daesung receives a notification regarding the existence of the haunts, and he gains new skills, stealth and transformation, along with the ability to use ether aura. As the gate clears, the old Baldy arrives with his Porter clan, humorously named the Rice Cake. This time, he isn't alone. The live streamer has also joined them, and to everyone's surprise, he now boasts 1 million subscribers. He shares his first experience as a porter at the aquatic gate, introducing the Baldy to his viewers. One viewer, genuinely impressed with his videos, sends a donation of 100,000, boosting the excitement in the chat. The scene now shifts to the Fortress Clan's training center, where the Hell Witch has dragged the Demon Lord along to help her eliminate some ghosts. In a playful act of annoyance, he flicks her forehead, which only serves to irritate her further. My guy explains to her that there are no ghosts present, only a magic spell that he has suppressed for the time being. Curious, he then asks how and from where she acquired such a magic seal. The Hell Witch beams with pride as she admits that she has entered an awakening portal. She requests him to keep it a secret, and elaborates that sometimes an awakening portal materializes within a monster gate. Driven by her desire to awaken, she explains that she took the perilous risk of entering a portal she stumbled upon, fully aware of the dangers involved. Daesung ponders whether Hell has similar portals of its own. Suddenly, he receives an emergency alert from the Pantheon, indicating that a celestial being has invaded the Ghost King's territory, compelling him to respond immediately. He informs the Hell Witch that their deal has been addressed and prepares to take his leave. Meanwhile, in a prison cell, a visitor arrives to see Captain Jun Young. As the door swings open, Choyoung stands before him, ready to discuss matters of significance. Choyoung's presence brings a sense of peace to Captain Jun Young, who is relieved to see her in good health. She inquires about Dr. Park and his whereabouts. The captain provides her with the details, suggesting that he may have a method to restore her damaged aura. However, he warns her to remain cautious around him, as he might be connected to Hongma. Back at the Pantheon, as the Demon Lord enters, he receives a notification indicating that his servant has joined him. Curious about who it could be, he turns to find the Hell Witch standing behind him. Taken aback, he asks her how she managed to get in. Seoyeon eagerly expresses her desire for him to be her master and to train her in magic. The Demon Lord checks the girl's status panel, feeling irritation rising within him, as she might prove to be a hindrance to his plans. It turns out that the one who placed the magic seal on the girl had registered her as a servant, and by overriding that seal, the Demon Lord has now made her his servant. Although he is initially reluctant, he sees no way out and decides to take her with him to the Ghost King's territory. As the teleportation takes effect, he finds himself chained against a wall. The Hell Witch looks around, marveling at the equipment scattered on the table. Daesung calls out to her, requesting her help to break free, explaining that his power is sealed within the chains, rendering him unable to escape. She responds that she will give it a try, and to his surprise, she quickly frees him from the chains. Curious, the Demon Lord asks how she accomplished it. She proudly reveals a key she forged using her magic, demonstrating her skill as if it were a simple task. Our hero peeks through the window and points out a monster to his servant, identifying it as the head jailer known as the Wraith Collector. The Hell Witch requests permission to handle the monster on her own. The scene shifts to a garage, where Cho-young arrives in a car and invites Chanho to join her, offering to take him to Dr. Park's lab. Meanwhile, Dr. Park is engrossed in reading the headlines when he comes across news regarding his minion Jinchul. However, he remains unfazed, knowing he has cultivated more than enough samples to spare. His laptop pings with an alert, notifying him of Cho-young's entry into the building, and he feels a sense of satisfaction at her arrival. It becomes clear that he had been anticipating her visit, even referring to her as his test subject. Returning to our duo in the Ghost King's domain, the Hell Witch releases a barrage of debuffs, utterly disabling the Warden. As it collapses to its knees, our Demon King swiftly puts an end to its life. With their first quest completed, Daesung receives a skill point meant for Seoyeon. The goth girl boasts about how her skills have improved in hell. Paying no attention, our boy tells her to keep her dolls ready since the danger will only escalate. Surprised that her master already knows all her abilities, she skips along behind him, carefree. They soon arrive at the tomb maze and are given another quest. Standing before the life-draining maze, the ruler of hell claims to have the layout committed to memory. But as a precaution, he asks Seoyeon for one of her dolls. When she asks about its purpose, he informs her that he'll call her once he's on the other side. Unaware that he's fully prepared to sacrifice her as well, she teases him for being such a considerate guy. Once again ignoring her annoying remarks, my guy prepares to conquer the maze. He charges forward, dashing straight through the wall, triggering the traps and activating the life-draining effect. Aging faster than anticipated, our Demon King presses on regardless, sliding beneath a prison guard's attack like a seasoned pro. Spotting the exit, he sprints to the final stretch. Unaware of the ambush, he is attacked by another prison guard, forcing him to counter, which further drains his life force. Locked in place, he watches as thorny vines shoot towards him. Determined not to die, our hero seemingly vanishes. Meanwhile on Earth, Cho-young and Chanho park outside Dr. Donghyuk's lab. Chanho is surprised by how difficult the lab is to find. Cho-young shares that she's visited it once in the past. The two then find a massive elevator at the entrance. Suddenly the shutter opens, revealing the doctor's creepy assistant, Nam Jae-woo, who greets them. Back in hell, our goth witch, busy playing with magic, suddenly hears her master's voice calling out to her. After hearing for what seems like the millionth time that she needs to teleport, she confirms her mission and teleports. She appears in front of a monster, ready to strike, but Daesung quickly tells her to relax and reveals it's him, transformed. Despite her unease, he continues to unlock the stairs, leading underground to the Ghost King's hall. Our demon lord finally receives the quest to defeat the big boss himself. The two quietly sneak into the boss's room, but seeing the monster already transformed, he panics, realizing they might be just a bit too late. Turns out the heavenly corruption has transformed the Ghost King, so our transformed hero explains some complicated reason why his current body cannot kill the boss. Instead, he looks to the Hell Witch's skills, and without hesitation levels up her suicidal instant kill attack. She looks in amazement as a panel shows her ultimate success rate increasing, though the death penalty is highlighted in bold. Like a kid receiving a birthday present, the Hell Witch is overjoyed. Without any concern for her safety, my guy instructs her to use it on the Ghost King. Hearing our boy cheer her on with confidence, Seoyeon, completely unfazed by the risk of dying, happily agrees and prepares a voodoo doll. The cruel Demon King watches closely, shamelessly hoping she completes his mission for him. Moments after she snatches the doll's life, the Ghost King collapses to the ground with a loud thud. Daesung feels a rush of excitement until he notices Seoyeon unconscious behind him. Still, having fulfilled her role, our hero steps in to finish off the weakened boss himself. Buffing himself with blood neutralization, he predicts the boss's next move and charges confidently to end the life of his former subordinate. But as their swords collide, his weapon is sent flying. To his dismay, his chest is pierced, and his soul is absorbed into the sword of sin. With that, the Ghost King claims victory, mocking his seemingly dead opponent. Meanwhile on Earth, Cho-young apologizes to the doctor's assistant for bringing an uninvited guest. Surprised, the creepy scientist innocently asks who it is. Speeding in on his awesome sports car, the man in question makes his epic entrance. Cho-young introduces Korea's number 5 hunter and Marvel clan leader. Cho Han-yul humbly expresses his wish to collaborate with Dr. Donghyuk, as both share an expertise in aura engineering. Though Jae-woo inwardly curses the man for disrupting his plans, he keeps his composure and introduces himself to the masked S-ranker. However, Han-yul savagely ignores him and greets Chanho and Cho-young instead. Without wasting time, the Soul Clan lady instructs the creepy assistant to take them straight to the doctor. Believing Cho-young brought Han-yul along as a bodyguard, Jae-woo's desire to mess her up with experiments only intensifies. Leading them to a room in the lab, he instructs them to wait, and leaves. Sensing something off, Chanho remarks how the place doesn't feel like a typical lab. Out of caution, the Marvel clan leader advises his group to wear aura protectors. Cho-young explains that Jun-young had suggested she bring Han-yul for extra security, reminding Chanho that he could have just asked the masked aura engineer for help as well. Suddenly gas begins seeping into the room. Han-yul's alarm bells ring instantly, recognizing it as a trap. He slams his shoulder into the locked doors, breaking them open with sheer force. The three burst out, only to be confronted by an army of mutated orcs. Without hesitation, Hanyul materializes a violet blade and a flashy aura whip, cutting through the oncoming horde with ease. Worried, Chanho and Choyoung ask why monsters are roaming free, but the clan leader recognizes the sinister nature of the trap. Observing from a screen, the creepy assistant sneers, thrilled to test his enhanced experiments on the hunters now marked by gas. Meanwhile, the ruler of hell lives on inside the Sword of Sins. As new souls enter, the ghouls rush in to devour them, unaware that our boy has regained his original body. With a face more terrifying than the monsters, he declares that they will be the ones devoured instead. Outside, the Ghost King approaches his unconscious slave. Just as he raises his sword to strike her down, the sword takes control of him. He looks on in confusion as the weapon begins to speak, before suddenly turning on him, thrusting into the Ghost King exactly as he had apparently defeated Daesung. Receiving a taste of his own medicine, the Ghost King is banished into his own sword, marking the end of this mission full of plot twists. Daesung scratches his head, irritated at having to fix every little problem in hell. Suddenly, an explosion goes off, revealing his final opponent. Staring directly into his eyes, the weird celestial being possessing the Ghost King asks who he is. Displeased, our Demon King mocks the creature for daring to ask questions after invading his domain. Realizing he stands before the ruler of hell, the light creature launches its attack. Effortlessly evading the attack, our Demon King slices off the celestial being's arm. Watching the torture unfold, the demons eagerly beg their ruler to deliver punishment on their behalf. Hearing him talk to the demons, shocked, the celestial being is unable to comprehend how anyone other than Heaven's Supreme One can communicate with the banished race. Intrigued by the mention of Heaven's Supreme One, our hero's interest peaks. However, their conversation is abruptly cut short, as chains suddenly bind the divine creature, which begins to beg for forgiveness for its failure. But Heaven's apostles, cold and indifferent, show no mercy. The weird soap opera confuses my guy, who questions why the chanting apostles are executing their own kind. But they ignore him. Infuriated, he flies in and slices all three with one swing. So the creature stares in horror at someone killing the apostles with such ease. But a few moments later, it cries in pain as blood spews out of its wound. The system announces the completion of the quest. After shedding tears over being abandoned by the Supreme One, the celestial being shrivels up before Daesung's eyes, eventually transforming into an infant. Stunned, our guy silently watches as the baby then turns into an egg. Unsure of what to do next, he picks up the egg, contemplating whether to crack it open. Just then, a panel appears, revealing that the egg will hatch into a demonic beast worthy of serving our Demon King. Intrigued, he immediately begins the hatching process. The egg is engulfed in flames, and a 1-hour countdown appears. Meanwhile, back in the lab on Earth, Chanho questions why Jae-woo would commit such heinous acts. Receiving no reply, Choyoung asserts that Jae-woo has taken over the lab for his inhumane experiments, and likely keeping Dr. Donghyuk hostage. Just as they piece things together, one of the experiment subjects spots them. Staring at the grotesque monstrosity, the other two are horrified. Hanyul quickly realizes it's the result of a human-monster fusion experiment. The creature, with its twisted human head drooling, mutters about wanting Choyoung's head instead of its monstrous one. Seizing the opportunity, Choyoung shoots the abomination to distract it, giving the clan leader the perfect opening. With a swift and powerful attack, he blows away the monstrous head. This infuriates the orc guy. When Hanyul tries to attack him again, he pummels him with his giant mace, launching the masked hunter into a wall. Seeing Choyoung fire at him, the orc guy drools at the thought of having her head on his body again. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Seoyeon anxiously keeps watch over Daesung's egg until it finally hatches, revealing a fairy-like creature. The tiny being floats up and asks who its master is. However, Daesung wastes no time and instead presses it for information about its kind, the heavenly beings. To his frustration, the floating pet claims to have no memory of heaven. Annoyed by how useless his prize seems, our Demon King starts reaching for his sword. But Seoyeon, who has always wanted a pet, pleads with him not to kill it. She quietly urges the little creature to prove its value if it wishes to be spared. Eager to oblige, it summons a celestial store. While Daesung is unimpressed, the Hell Witch puts on the most enthusiastic reaction she can muster. As our bored hero skims through the items displayed on the shelves, a fortune journal grabs his attention. The little creature explains that he can purchase the journal with quest points and gain a glimpse into the future. The system further clarifies that once a week, he can view up to 24 hours ahead. Upon learning this, he quickly hits the buy button. A scroll materializes before him, disclosing information that makes my guy serious all of a sudden. Immediately after, Daesung leaves Hell, telling Seoyeon to head home. The Hell Witch playfully remarks that he shouldn't abandon his disciple, but he calmly suggests she focus on repairing her doll. As her nagging continues, Daesung turns back with a deadly serious expression, silencing her at once. Back in the lab, although Hanyul seems knocked out, smoke starts puffing from beneath his suit. Revealing a cyberpunk-style design, Korea's number 5 hunter stands up in anger, now forced to play his hidden card. He launches himself toward the orc guy, driving his metal fist into the mutant's face, completely distorting it. Before the orc can retaliate, Hanyul's Iron Man-like suit fires an energy blast from his fist, disintegrating the upper half of the creature. Witnessing this, Chanho remembers the rumors about Hanyul being covered head to toe in aura technology. Exhausted, the Marvel clan leader warns them that his ether cores need recharging. Frustrated, Chanho notes they're falling right into Jae-woo's plan. But this outcome wasn't part of the mad scientist's strategy, as Jae-woo had intended to capture them all alive. Pressed for a solution, he unleashes his most dangerous experiment yet. As Hanyul recharges his equipment, a door ominously creaks open. Emerging from the shadows is Jae-woo's prized creation, a goat man. Watching the vile human-beast hybrid wielding a cleaver, Cho-young prepares to fight it, but Hanyul warns her that it's likely an S-rank monster. The masked hunter and the grotesque goat man lock eyes before our cyberpunk hunter begins the battle. Hanyul's fist nearly strikes the creature's face, but the monster effortlessly dodges. Goatman seizes his wrist, making Hanyul realize it's faster than him. With brute force, the monster hurls him away, tearing off his heavily armored wrist with its sheer strength. Chanho watches in disbelief as Cho-young fearlessly charges at the monster, dagger in hand. As expected, the creature vanishes, teleporting behind her and sending her crashing into a wall. Luckily, the Marvel clan leader's aura protector activates just in time to save her. Refusing to go down easily, the S-rank hunter seizes the distraction to charge an energy beam with his remaining hand. Unfortunately, the goatman leaps from wall to wall like a ninja, slicing through his remaining hand before forcefully stomping Korea's number 5 hunter into the ground. This enrages our boy Chanho, who commands the grotesque goatman to halt its assault. Goatman teleports right into Chanho's face, laughing at what it perceives as a weakling trying to act brave. Putting on a strong front, Chanho boasts that he knows someone who would easily slaughter the ugly creature. Unfazed, the goatman brings its cleaver down on him, only to have the blow intercepted by an amorphous shadow. To everyone's astonishment, the figure that emerges from the shadow is our boy Daesung. While he jokes with Chanho about whether he's still alive, the goatman attempts to finish off Cho-young. However, our demon lord sends forth another shadow to block the monster's lethal strike. Drawing the goatman's attention, our hero tests out his new stealth skill, rendering himself invisible. The bewildered goat looks around in a panic before unleashing a deafening howl to locate him through sound. Daesung finds it impressive how the goat behaves more like a bat. Meanwhile, from his control room, Jae-woo grows frustrated at the sight of such a significant threat to his plans. As a last resort, he presses the large red forbidden button to unleash his chimeras. The lab system announces that it will self-destruct in half an hour after releasing the poisonous chimeras. Reluctantly, Jae-woo abandons his lab, confident that even the strongest hunter will fail against his creations. Upon hearing the announcement, our hunter squad finds themselves surrounded by a horde of mutated human-monster hybrids. Cho-young observes that the lab has turned into a monster factory under the creepy scientist's rule. Out of nowhere, Hanyul explains that the creatures were probably created by injecting humans with awakening ampules. Regardless, seeing their former bodyguard incapacitated, Chanho turns to his friend for assistance. At first, our Demon King thinks about burning everything to the ground, but ultimately decides to transport everyone to the Ghost King's territory. All 3 of his companions stand in awe of his incredible powers. Yet, the ruler of Hell doesn't stop there. He summons his army of ghosts and commands them to annihilate his enemies. The 2 armies collide in a brutal battle. Daesung reassures his squad that they are safe before vanishing once more. Meanwhile, in the lab, Jae-woo heads out through an elevator. To his shock, it malfunctions. Shadows creep in from the door, where our hero peeks at him. The mad scientist is left paralyzed, staring at his arch-nemesis standing directly before him. Like a true madman, Jae-woo begins grinning and invites our demon lord to end his life. Grabbing him by the collar, my guy demands to know his motivations behind the mutant experiments. Jae-woo stands dumbfounded, so our hero activates his newly acquired skill, Ghost Eyes, to delve into the madman's mind. Inside, he witnesses the past, where Jae-woo nearly perishes under the gaze of a giant floating eye. A few memories of the Jinchul experiments flash by, revealing a masked bishop apparently granting Jae-woo access to Hans's body after he offers sacrifices. Having seen enough, my guy slams him into the wall. Realizing that the mad scientist traded countless innocent lives to extend his own lifespan, Daesung decides to punish him personally for the rest of his long existence. With only 1 minute left until the lab implodes, a goat man in a white coat suddenly appears, using a master key to halt the self-destruct sequence. To his surprise, our hero pops up from behind. He is confused to find another goat hybrid, who introduces himself as Dr. Dong-hyuk. A few moments later, our hunter squad gathers to meet the doctor. He expresses his regret and accepts responsibility for everything. The goat doctor also confirms that there is enough evidence to prosecute his mad assistant. Like kids who judge every strange person they see, Chanho whispers that he can't believe that it's the doctor, but Cho-young confirms that his voice matches. However, Hanyul is fascinated that the doctor's mind is intact even after fully fusing with a monster. But the doctor is far more impressed by his cyborg body. The goat doctor recalls Cho-young's aura injury and mentions having an ampule that might completely cure her. But our hero interrupts, asking the question on everyone's mind. What did he do to end up as a goatman? Dong-hyuk's face pales as he reveals that he was the first test subject for monster fusion. He justifies his actions by explaining that he saw it as the only way to confront increasingly formidable monsters. Thus, he and Jae-woo experimented on terminally ill patients. He explains that due to an accident during the experiment, his original body was lost despite the test's success. But Daesung expresses his annoyance at the doctor being completely ignorant about Hans. When Chanho asks who they are, our hero explains that the cult is responsible for the strange gates appearing recently. Meanwhile, Jae-woo awakens to find himself naked and restrained in hell. He begins to panic, shouting for someone to kill him. However, one of the Ghost King's prison guards readies his heated blades, preparing to skin the wretched man alive for eternity. The scene shifts to the Hans's meeting point, where all 4 bishops are engaged in a serious discussion. The Eastern Bishop, Elheim, informs his comrades of an unexpected incident that has taken place in the East. The other bishops, particularly the Southern Bishop named Azar, express a keen interest in hearing more about the situation. Elheim gets straight to the point, revealing that he has lost 2 of the Dimension Takers he had authorized in Korea. The other bishops begin to debate the possibility of such an occurrence, arguing over the implications and likelihood of something like this happening. The Southern Bishop requests that all the others deploy their highest-grade Dimension Taker to address this unexpected threat. He stands up, expressing his desire to handle the matter personally. Elheim urges him to calm down and questions why he didn't take care of the situation himself. In response, Azar challenges the Eastern Bishop, asking if he doubts his capability to manage what he considers a mere awakened individual. In response, the Eastern Bishop explains that the individual Azar is referring to is not just an awakened aura user, leaving all his comrades momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the president of the Hunters Association is meeting with the branch manager. The manager informs him that based on his investigations, a group known as Hans is responsible for all the kidnappings that have been occurring. As the president demands verification of the information, the branch manager responds that they have received this intel from their ace hunter, Daesung. Sensing the immense danger looming ahead, the president instructs the manager to direct Jin Ki-hong to initiate a private investigation. He emphasizes that news like this could lead to chaos if it were to leak to the public. The scene transitions to a correction center, where Jun-young stands, waiting for Cho-young. He observes that she has done her best and suggests that she join him if she wishes to get some tofu. Cho-young expresses a desire for her captain to meet someone. She introduces him to a goat, informing him that this is none other than the doctor, Park he is familiar with. Jun-young feels a sense of confusion as he sees only a goat before him, with no indication of the professor's presence. He taunts the man for having fallen so low as to transform himself into a goat. While sitting in the car, the captain rests his hand on his head. He mocks the goat doctor, expressing that he never imagined engaging in conversation with a goat, and that he feels quite strange about the situation. The scene shifts to a familiar setting, reminiscent of previous events. This time, the serial killer has set his sights on a girl named Mi-jung, intending to obtain her brain. He blocks her path, but before he can take any action, Inspector Jong-woo intervenes. Jong-woo asserts that he has apprehended the individual responsible for all the kidnappings. He instructs the lady to retreat and calls for backup from Captain Jin Ki-hong. Jong-woo prepares to engage in battle, but upon noticing his opponent's relaxed, defensive stance, he wonders why the serial killer appears so unfazed. The killer mocks Jong-woo, labeling him a hunter who has stabbed and murdered his own officer. With these words, he successfully ignites Jong-woo's anger. Jong-woo reflects that this killer is connected to Lee Seok-woo, and shouts that he should have been the one to eliminate him with his own hands. In saying this, he unleashes a barrage of attacks at the killer, who dodges them effortlessly, reminiscent of Iruma-kun, the human boy attending a demon school, possessing just one ultimate dodging skill. In his fury, Jong-woo pours all his strength into his attacks, yet to his astonishment, the serial killer effortlessly catches his blade with his bare hand. He slashes through the neck of the inspector. Despite his determination to survive this day, Jong-woo feels the sharp edge and realizes too late that his neck has been severed, leaving him lifeless. The killer contemplates whether he has made a mistake, recalling that he was instructed not to harm anyone from the association. However, he soon remembers that the one who gave him this advice, named Jae-woo, has gone missing, leading him to feel that he has nothing to worry about now. After killing Jong-woo, he strolls casually, now searching for the girl who managed to escape. The scene shifts to the branch manager, who is viewing the last video recorded by Jong-woo. It becomes clear that he captured footage of the serial killer moments before his death. He inquires if Ki-hong has uncovered the true identity of the killer. Ki-hong informs the manager with the details, revealing that the man is named Chong-sik and is classified as a D-rank adventurer. He further adds that Chong-sik, along with Jin-chol and others, has joined a secret organization known as the Hans. The manager then inquires about Jae-woo. Ki-hong informs him that according to what Chanho relayed, the man has died at the research facility. The manager, enraged by this Hans situation, instructs Ki-hong to update all the S-rankers and deploy them to eliminate this organization. The scene shifts to Daesung's building, where Dong-chul has returned to see Chanho once again. He cuts straight to the point, revealing that he is there seeking donations. He explains his intention to create a residence aimed at providing better living conditions for the children under his care. In exchange for the funds, he guarantees his full cooperation in all matters. Dong-chul shakes Chanho's hand, wondering if his proposal has been accepted so easily. However, Chanho advises him not to get too excited, explaining that the final decision can only be made after he discusses it with his friend Daesung. The scene transitions to the Hope Orphanage, where Dongchul calls the sister to share all his plans with her. He mentions that he has reached out to Daesung's clan to secure funding. Apparently, he is orchestrating a significant fundraising program. The sister expresses her concern, but he reassures her, stating that if he can take down a single S-rank gate alongside other S-rankers, he is sure to hit the jackpot. While conversing with the sister, he suddenly notices someone approaching the building from outside. Instinctively, he urges the sister to act quickly and get everyone, including herself, into hiding inside the monster shelter, as he senses a grave danger looming and making its way toward him. The urgency in his expressions leaves no room for hesitation, highlighting the seriousness of the situation. As he steps outside, he finds a blonde-haired, muscular guy calmly walking toward him. Dongchul doesn't waste a second. He immediately initiates a high jump attack from above. However, the gym guy effortlessly defends himself, fully aware of Dongchul's status as an S-ranker and prepared for the confrontation. Dongchul feels a surge of anxiety as his attack is easily warded off. He gathers his courage and reminds himself that he needs to push harder and sweat a bit more to prove himself. However, the muscular guy retaliates by attacking Dongchul from a distance, creating a sense of discomfort for him, as he realizes that his opponent is adept at ranged combat. A strange, ominous fog begins to surround the house as the woman approaches the building. As the fog seeps into the house, Seoyeon starts feeling drowsy and eventually passes out. While she lies on the ground helplessly, her voodoo doll suddenly comes to life. The woman punches the access code to the door and enters the house. She materializes a staff in her hand, then declares the house as the altar of the dead. As she goes into the living room, she is shocked to see the ugly-looking doll that's holding a knife. Feeling a bit nervous, she asks what such an ugly-looking doll is there. Like a scene straight out of a Chucky movie, the doll starts licking the knife creepily. In order to get rid of the foul doll, the intruder casts a spell on it, causing it to burn. However, the deranged doll runs straight for her despite being engulfed in scorching flames. The woman puts up a barrier around herself as the doll closes the gap between them. The Daesung toy starts to smash the barrier with its blade and vows to slice the intruder like minced meat. With each knife strike, the shield begins to crack slowly. The intruder falls into a panicked state when she sees the state of the barrier. However, she slips and falls, allowing the cursed doll to stab her endlessly. The devilish toy bathes in her blood and enjoys the screams of the helpless intruder. Her screams can be heard from the outside, but no one is there to save her from her end. Over at the Hunters Association, the branch manager is informed about the fights that are taking place in different parts of the city. The staff members tell him about the fight between Changsik and an unknown challenger taking place at Han River Park. Another report also comes in, saying that Dongchul and another strange challenger are also fighting. This situation causes the branch manager to become very tense, and he wonders if these strange enemies are from Honsei. He then tells the clerk to send their unit to help put Dongchul at the orphanage. Meanwhile, at Han River Park, Changisk's opponent is quite impressed with the capability of Korean hunters. The dark man looks completely fine and unfazed by the battle. But on the other hand, Changsik looks roughed up and worn out. The strange challenger then uses his magnetic storm ability to put an end to their fight. He fires the attack at Korea's top hunter, who panics as his body suddenly starts getting pulled in by the attack. Changsik is completely helpless in this situation and has no idea what to do. However, by some miracle, the ability suddenly stops. Even the dark guy is confused as to why his ability suddenly stopped. Out of nowhere, Heron slides into the scene to assist Changsik. The top hunter looks relieved when he finally sees an ally to help him out. Heron asks him if the dark man is from Hans, but she quickly finds out that Changsik is as clueless as a bird. He also has no idea about the important notice that was sent to S-rank members. A group of men in suits then show up while referring to Changsik as their leader. On the other hand, the enemy is upset that his fight has been interrupted and proceeds to attack everyone in his way. He shoots a heavy shockwave attack from his arms, but Heron quickly puts up her shield of light. The barrier is able to protect them from the attack, but the shockwave is strong enough to plunge fear into the men. Changsik then tells the men to quickly give him his sword. With the blade in his hands, he's ready to put an end to the fight that has dragged on for a while. Seeing that he has used up too much of his power, the dude quickly flees the scene. With the threat no longer in sight, Changsik's fatigue catches up to him. The hunter falls to the ground and passes out, leaving his subordinates in a state of disarray. Heron tells them to quickly get him to the hospital before it's too late. In the orphanage's basement, the children are holed up with the sister, while a violent battle takes place above. The nun does her best to assure the little kids that the director is fine. One of them tries to imitate Dongchul, causing everyone else to laugh and their spirits to be lifted. Meanwhile, Dongchul is still caught in a tight spot while trying his best to fend off the projectiles being shot at him. His patience wears thin as he can't find any gaps in his opponent's movements. The blonde-haired thug starts to shoot some projectiles into the air as he gets ready to end his fight with one of Korea's top hunters. Dongchul braces himself for whatever new trick the guy is about to unleash. His opponent activates a blood rain ability and starts raining down spear-shaped blood arrows. In order to save himself, the director uses his thunderstorm ability to counter the attack. Regardless, the blood arrows strike through heavily without remorse. When the dust settles, we see the director is impaled with multiple projectiles, despite his efforts to counter them. He tries his best to hang on to his withering life, vowing not to die there. Sadly, his body gives up and falls to the ground. The thug's hand starts to tremble as the fight comes to an end. The power slowly dissipates, and he sees that he has used up all of the giant blood's authority. When he senses something off, he quickly takes his leave from there. Back in Seoyeon's house, she finds traces of the dead body in the pool of blood. From there, she accesses the memories of what happened and finds out that her ugly doll was the one who saved her. Over in our hero's apartment, his mother is watching the news, which is reporting about the strange encounters that occurred in Han River Park and Dongcheol's orphanage. This terrible news only succeeds in making her worried because her son hasn't been home for some days. She quickly turns to search for her phone on the couch. Jisoo then walks into the room and tells her that Chanho said not to worry about Daesung. The mother then inquires about when her children spoke and what her son has been up to recently. Jisoo's reply is quite rude because she implies that she doesn't care about what her brother has been up to. This causes her mother to give her a proper beating, leaving the young girl to scream for help. On the rooftop of a building, a dark, ominous figure can be seen there. The camera closes in and reveals the figure to be the serial killer. The guy is preparing to kill one of our hero's family members and take the other as a hostage. When all the lights in the apartment go off, the killer approaches one of the windows. Prepared to slaughter the innocent family, he uses his powers to try and break in. Sadly for him, he is pushed back while attempting to break in. While Daesung's mother is asleep, the pendant on her neck begins to glow, serving as the key to the barrier of the house. The killer becomes very anxious and frustrated when he sees that a protective barrier has been set up. Suddenly, a spear shoots out and impales him on the spot. The guy coughs a chunk of blood as all his senses highlight the agonizing pain inflicted on him. As the spear pushes him further away from the house, one of Daesung's minions emerges and tells the killer to keep quiet. Fear grips the guy when he sees that the summoned monster appeared without its master being there. As the monster prepares to toss him off the building, he offers to explain everything. However, the beast tells him that Daesung will question him. The scene then shifts to a sea, which is being illuminated under the beautiful moonlight. The waves suddenly start thrashing around, and a sea serpent emerges from its depths. There, the system window pops up, saying the protagonist's body has been completely liberated. Daesung stands on top of the sea serpent with more of his deadly aura oozing out of his body. Looking closer, his hair has changed to white, and he signifies that he's back to his old days. He then gets a message from his summoned monster, telling him that an intruder tried to harm his mother. The scene then shifts to the Great Iron Castle. There, the killer is bound before the throne and awaiting his fate. He looks unsettled, and his anxiousness continues to get worse because he has no idea where he is. Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching him. As the protagonist moves to question the prisoner, he is swarmed by messages from the demons who are glazing him non-stop. He then promises to take them out when the time is right. After that, he calls the attention of the terrified prisoner and demands to know who his master is. Over at the Hansi Southern Altar, Elheim is with the two thugs who attacked both Changsik and Dongcheol. He asks them about the progress on their targets. The blonde-haired guy tells him that he successfully eliminated Dongcheol, but the dark guy says he was unable to finish off his target. The guy tries to explain that Changsik would have been surely killed if there was no interference. The bishop then informs them about the death of someone named Guzman. He also says that another person known as Sagat has gone missing. While the two guys discuss the shocking news, the bishop's body suddenly transforms into an ugly being with a large head. He then offers to grant the two guys the authority of an apostle and orders them to kill Daesung immediately. At a university hospital, two men are guarding the door to the room where their leader is recovering. Changsik finally manages to wake up, despite the agonizing pain. As soon as the people around him notice, they send someone to inform the doctor and chairman of the association. The top hunter struggles with a banging headache as he tries to figure out where he is. The lady beside him tells him that he was in shock due to aura depletion. He struggles to sit up on the bed, but the lady tells him not to move around yet. When he manages to sit up, he asks one of the men where Heron is. The guy tells him that Heron went off to Dongcheol. The worker's subordinate calls him out for informing their leader about Dongcheol. Of course, this only makes Changsik more concerned. The hunter then asks the men if something happened to the director. The men look very grim and struggle to tell their leader what happened. One of them then tells Changsik that Dongcheol's life is in danger after his battle with the unknown attacker. Due to this, Heron rushed over to see if anything could be done to help. As Changsik hears this news, the despair in his eyes becomes very vivid. He forces himself out of bed to go see where his friend is receiving treatment. However, the lady tells him to stop moving because he still needs to recover. Yet, the hunter remains adamant and demands to be told where the director is receiving treatment. Over in Dongcheol's ward, Heron's voice can be heard repeatedly trying to heal whatever wounds he has. Ki-hong tells her that she can stop because all of the director's external wounds have already been healed. On the other hand, Heron's expression is full of fear and despair. She holds onto the director's hands and refuses to accept the fact that he could be dying. The door of the room swings open, and Changsik walks in to see the dire situation of his dear friend. Dongcheol lies unconscious on the bed, and all of Heron's efforts aren't doing anything to help. Ki-hong assures Changsik that the director isn't dead. but the old man is in a coma and brain dead. Korea's top hunter blames Hans for all this mess and wants to know who exactly they are. Ki-hong tells him that the association is doing its best to track down the guys who attacked them. His phone suddenly starts buzzing loudly, and when he picks it up, he is informed about the appearance of an S-rank gate. Harin and Changsik's expressions become very anxious when they hear the words, S-rank gate. The mood in the room grows very tense as Ki-hong receives more information over the phone. The scene then shifts to the large gate that has appeared in the middle of the city, causing panic and dread in the city. Over in the association building, the workers are trying their best to see how the situation can be handled. But the sheer size of the gate and the nervousness of everyone in the room highlight just how much of a mess they're in. As if things aren't bad enough, the branch manager is lost in thought about how most of the top hunters are out of commission, and the only available ones are support-type hunters. The man issues a red alert and says that all the hunters registered with the association will be mobilized to help tackle the gate. The workers quickly start making calls and contacting every single hunter that they can find at the moment. Lost in thought and fear, the branch manager stares into the void, hoping that they can contain the mess before it gets out of hand. Over at the Iron Castle, the prisoner is being tortured by our hero, who is sapping away all of his memories to find out all he knows. Daesung begins to see images of the Hans Bishop, who is behind everything. After the poor guy's memories have been sapped away, Daesung wonders if the person he saw is the final boss he will have to face. Back in the city, a lot of vehicles can be seen waiting at toll gates in order to leave the vicinity. A reporter informs everyone that the citizens are trying to escape the gate, but the toll gate queues are very long. On the opposite lane, a lot of buses carrying hunters are seen entering the toll gate. The lady also reports that Changsik and Dongchul aren't able to participate in the gate assault due to their injuries. The association has also remained silent on the matter of the S-rank hunters. Back in Daesung's family apartment, his mother sees Jisoo hurling around a huge box and asks her what it's for. The girl tells her that they need to join the evacuation quickly because it's total chaos outside. However, her mother threatens to beat some sense into the poor girl because she's trying to leave without her brother. However, Jisoo reminds the woman of how strong Daesung is. They get interrupted when they hear a loud knock on the door. They open the door for Daesung to come in, and they immediately notice the color of his hair. Our hero doesn't know what they're talking about. Then he proceeds to ask them where they're going. His sister tells him that they're preparing to evacuate because of the S-rank gate. She tries to persuade her brother to run away with her if things get dangerous. The protagonist then turns to his mother and tells her to remain in the house with his sister. He assures them that their house is currently the safest place in Korea. He lets them know that he plans to beat up the monsters and return home safely. The mother agrees to stay behind, but Jisoo still looks very concerned about all this. With that settled, our hero prepares to head off and deal with the looming threats. Down in the city, armored trucks are being moved into position to face the monsters. The soldiers are doing their best to speed up the process as they all head towards the gate. As the tanks approach the gate, Daesung is seen standing on a rooftop close to the gate. He stares at the gate as his ominous aura emanates from his body. There, he wonders if this is all a plot by his enemies to try and lure him in. Meanwhile, back at the association, everyone grows more weary when they see the S-rank gate. The branch manager slams the table in anger because the gate only makes things more complicated. The female clerk then tells him that the Daesung clan has requested exclusive access to the S-rank gate. The excitement he gets from this news is so much that he doesn't even know when he yells out with joy. He quickly calms himself down and apologizes for being too excited. With the Daesung clan taking over the gate, he orders the rest of the troops to stand by as support. He tells the clerk to spread the news quickly to the others. While the tanks continue to move towards the gate, other hunters are assembled by the streets and are planning their battle formations. The long-range attackers are asked to move to the rear, while defense forces will wait up front. Among the hunters, some are nervous about the whole situation and feel they'll be used as cannon fodder. Suddenly, they all get an emergency notice on their phones, informing them about the Daesung clan attacking the S-rank gate. The air starts vibrating, and they hear a loud noise as Daesung's summoned dragon flies past them. The sound nearly blows their ears off when the dragon quickly passes them at a low altitude. The hunters are amazed to see the majestic creature. They also become very excited when they realize that our hero has come to save the day. At the association building, the branch manager watches as Daesung flies to the gate. Both he and his clerk leave the situation to the Demon King and hope that he'll be able to handle it. A news reporter arrives at the gate's location and sees that the Daesung clan is attacking the gate alone. They quickly get ready to broadcast the big news to everyone else. Meanwhile, Daesung flies straight into the gate and arrives in a very cold region. While looking like he obtained Ultra Instinct with his white hair, he highlights how freaking cold the whole place is. Before he has time to check the area, the Hans lackey, who attacked Changsik earlier, tries to shoot him out of the sky. The guy musters all the strength he has to bring down the Demon King. However, Daesung counters his attack with his dragon's breath. The blue flames fly down to hit the dude, who tries to push them back with his magnetic storm. Being too weak, the Dark Man is unable to push back the flames, leaving it to cause an explosion on the point of impact. Daesung sees that his enemy is trying to run away behind the smoke, so he dives down to give chase to the guy. The enemy hunter attacks the hero with blood spears and tries to put him in the same situation as Dongchul. Daesung whips out his sword and blows the spears away with his fire. After that, he slams down on the enemy's hiding spot. With a menacing and deadly look, he tells the guy to come out of hiding. The dark man reveals himself, and the two men face each other as the blizzard blows violently. The guy tells Daesung that he's way too overpowered to be considered a hunter. On the other hand, the protagonist is tired of the idle chatter and wants him to wrap it up quickly. The enemy activates the skill, Titan's Advent, most likely given to him by the bishop. This causes his muscles and body to grow massively and rip through his clothing. When the transformation is complete, he looks like someone who should be in a wrestling ring. Despite his massive looks, Daesung doesn't see much of a change in his powers. With his new powers, the dark guy prepares to give our hero a whole lot more than he can take. He conjures a huge meteorite aimed straight at Daesung, but the protagonist sees his tricks as child's play. Daesung unleashes more of his magic power and increases the dominating aura he is already emitting. His enemy is shocked to see such an amount of power and has no idea how someone can be so strong. The second Han's lackey pops up behind our hero and implies that Daesung's skill has a weakness to it. Despite his sneaky tactics, the protagonist already sees him. He tells the blonde guy not to be in a hurry to die, leaving the guy to wonder if he already knew about his presence from the start. As the meteorite closes in on him, Daesung uses his wrath ability to cleave the huge rock into two. In the process, the dark man gets sliced up as well, and he meets his bitter end. The Demon King easily takes care of the guy without breaking a sweat. As the blonde-haired man watches this, fear starts to grip his whole body. He admits that Elheim isn't even capable of such feats. Before he can even activate his own power, Daesung quickly grabs his neck and begins to fry his brain with his thunder abilities. With a stern look, he asks the guy about the eyes of the bishop he saw earlier. Suddenly, one of the eyes appears beside him. Then more of them start showing up out of nowhere. Daesung becomes very excited when he notices the presence of the eyes. He then tosses the blonde guy to the side and no longer has use for the hopeless dude. The eyes of the bishop see that Daesung's power is different from that of the awakened, so he decides to test his strength. But before that, he uses a petrification skill on his lackey to turn the poor dude to stone. The guy begs for his meager life, but he is quickly turned into a block of cement. After that, our hero asks if it's his turn to have some fun now. He conjures up a huge flame ball and demands for the bishop to reveal his true body. He attacks the eyes with his flames, blowing them up one by one. In the process, the petrified guy gets shattered during the fight. As the battle fog clears up, our hero is sure that the enemy hasn't been defeated yet. He tells the bishop to quickly come out and stop wasting time. One of the eyes pops out again and asks Daesung where he is from. The protagonist then offers to answer the bishop's questions, if his own is answered first. The bishop assumes he wants to make a deal, so Kangwoo asks what he's going to do. Elheim admits that he loves deals, but warns that he'll take Daesung's heart if he catches the protagonist off guard. Daesung then gets ready to ask a question, but instead, he uses his ghostly eyes to peer into the memories of the eye before him. The bishop tells him that his tricks won't work, but the Demon King lets him know that he has no trust for swine like him. Through the memories, our hero sees a war going on a Titan planet known as Hecaton. An angel-like creature appears in the sky and seems to be leading some giants. However, they get slaughtered and the planet explodes. A spaceship then warps through hyperspace and arrives at the Hans Nebula. There, we see a giant creature telling his subordinates that all of Hecaton's descendants have died and they are the only ones left. In order to resurrect their species, he opens a portal to Earth and tells them to place a gate cube on it. Their plan is to load the planet with ether energy. Far off in DC, where the world powers are gathering, our hero sees that different nation leaders were negotiating with the Hans species in exchange for ruling the Earth forever. The aliens offered to give them eternal life, and that is how they got the powers of the nebula. However, the memories are cut off when the bishop pulls out his eye and recognizes where Daesung's power comes from. He says it's from the Demon Beast Nebula, and he wonders if our hero is the ruler of the place. Back inside the S-rank gate, our hero realizes that the bishop has 1,000 years worth of memories and wonders, if the enemy he encountered is truly the final boss. The images he saw are still confusing him because he can't make sense of any of them. He also notices that there are no monsters inside the gate as well. He suddenly sees the burnt body of the petrified guy from earlier as it slowly dissipates. Back in the city, Heron and Han-ul are waiting with the other hunters in front of the gate. The branch manager approaches the S-rank hunters and thanks them for taking charge of the preparation unit. He is also surprised to see that Han-ul can now use both of his arms. The hunter tells the manager that he quickly installed spare equipment to enable him to still fight. Heron then asks how long Daesung has been in the gate, and the manager tells her that it's been about 3 hours. He hopes that our hero will return safely, even though there's a possibility of a second assault if he fails. He gets interrupted by the freakish Seoyeon, who says that it's rude for him to imply that her master will fail. Seoyeon wonders if they've forgotten just how strong her master is. Heron, who is vividly irritated by the brat's presence, asks what she's doing there. Daesung's obsessed lover then tells them that the Hans assassins also came to her house. Harin and Han-ul are shocked beyond words when they hear this. The branch manager asks the Fortress Clan hunter what happened to the assassins. Seoyeon then tells them that the assassin died at the hands of her doll. She says that she made a special doll that surpassed her regular cursed doll, but it lost all its power after fighting the assassin. In order to bring the doll back to life, she says she'll make Daesung stronger. Meanwhile, the other hunters notice that the gate has been cleared when they see the color changing. The branch manager along with the S-rank hunters are completely baffled and short of words when they see this. Inside the gate, Daesung holds 2 crystals in his hands. The system window pops out, telling him that he has obtained the great meteorite power and 2 ether cores capable of creating an S-grade awakener. However, he only thinks about how much money these 2 crystals will fetch him. After giving it more thought, he decides to test it. Later on, the hunters in front of the gate start calling out his name when they see the Demon King riding out of the gate on his majestic dragon. The whole crowd goes wild and starts cheering him on. Seoyeon waves over to him and tries to get his attention. Daesung looks down at all his loving fans but doesn't look impressed by all the cheering. The hunters stand by the side as he lands, and they wonder how strong he is to be able to clear an S-rank gate by himself. Our hero walks over to the branch manager who addresses him. On behalf of the association, the manager thanks him for his hard work. The other hunters thank him as well and continue to cheer him on, despite the fact that he looks sick of them. He starts feeling embarrassed because of all the attention he's receiving. As if he's not dealing with enough, Seoyeon creepily walks up to him and asks about the kind of monsters he found in the gate. Haran and Han-ul also look at him, waiting for his answer, but he tells them that there are no monsters inside. The branch manager is baffled by this information and asks how such a thing is possible. However, the protagonist tells him that he met 3 people inside. One with blue eyes, one with black, and the last one with white eyes. Haran quickly realizes that the one with black was the one who attacked Changsik, and the white one must be the one who fought with Dongchul. Still, the branch manager finds it completely ridiculous that not a single monster was found inside an S-rank gate. He then says that the association will conduct further investigations inside the gate. Han-ul recognizes the attackers as the ones who attacked his subordinates, but he has no idea who the one with blue eyes is. With a stern look, Haran asks our hero what happened to the people he encountered. Daesung tells her that he killed 2 of them, but the one with blue eyes ran away. He tells the manager that the one who got away seems to be the boss among the assassins, but the real mastermind is someone else. He also feels he needs some time to organize his own information. Seoyeon gets in his face again and asks him if he got anything from inside the gate. The rest of the guys are also eager to know if he got any spoils from inside the gate. Daesung quickly brushes it aside by faking a headache and saying that he has used up too much of his energy. He then tells them to ask Chanho for more details about the matter. He quickly disappears from the scene before his crazy student can ask him for the favor she wants. Sadly, everyone else is left with unanswered questions and no clue how to get the information they need. Later on, reports on news channels start flying around about how our hero cleared the S-rank gate by himself. This news helps to boost the image of Korea and also makes major changes in its ranking on the world chart. Over in Youngchil's room, the streamer is celebrating this big achievement and refers to Daesung as the strongest hunter on Earth. He introduces himself to his subscribers as the leader of Han Daesung's fan cafe and tells them that he has been following the protagonist since the Gangnam Gate incident. He brings up a world map to explain why Daesung's feat is such a huge achievement. Despite the fact that a lot of countries have been able to clear an S-rank gate, this is the first time that a single individual has been able to do so. He tells his subscribers that our hero should be ranked as the #1 hunter in the world. However, his subscribers think otherwise, considering that the gate had no monsters inside. This pisses off Youngchil, and he starts screaming at his screen like a deranged lunatic. He decides to call up An Daesung and ask about the situation at the S-rank gate. However, whatever the old man tells him is beyond shocking for the young guy. Later on, we see Choyoung being bombarded by a lot of calls from different news outlets because of the Daesung case. The entire thing is exhausting her, and she doesn't understand what all the commotion is about. She can't seem to catch a break as more calls keep flooding in, and it's driving her crazy. Over at the Daesung clan, Chanho is trying to reach out to the protagonist, but our boy is known for not picking up his friends' calls. He is about to lose his mind, so he decides to send a desperate text to Daesung, saying that they need to hold a press conference urgently. However, our hero is fast asleep on his bed and can't hear the silent buzzing of his phone. Chanho is beyond frustrated, and he feels like Daesung should have brought some hunters with him instead of clearing the gate alone. The scene shifts to the altar of Hans's blood demons. There in the vast bounds of space, we see Ramesh, the high priest of Hecatan. While the priest is kneeling before the statues, Elheim shows up and tells him that there's a problem on Earth. When Ramesh asks about it, the bishop tells him that the king of the demonic nebula is on Earth. He also reveals that the demon king was able to access his memories and find out about their plans. The priest is surprised to hear this and slams his staff on the ground out of anger. He then tells Elheim that the creation of gates in Korea will be stopped. After that, he tells the bishop to prepare for a war with the heavens. Elheim humbly takes note of this. Over at the World Hunter Association, the tables are filled with magazines about our hero and how he conquered an S-rank gate by himself. The dignitaries are waiting for the leader to address them. The president of the World Hunter Association, Darren Anderson, then kicks off the meeting to discuss the S-rank gate incident in Korea. Anderson directs everyone's attention to the screen, showing Daesung's face and the gate. The image of our hero zooms in, and he tells them that he's the one who cleared the S-rank gate by himself. The chief of Japan's Central Communications, Natsukawa Shinji, interrupts him and says that in his country, they classify gates based on the monster's level and not the aura. Since there was no monster in the gate tackled by Daesung, Shinji doesn't see why it should be classified as an S-rank. He concludes on that and says that a true S-rank gate can't be closed by a single individual. Jinrong, China's vice chairman of the Awakened Force, says they could only consider the gate to be on the same level as one of their hunters' examination locations. Someone else tells them not to be in a hurry to judge the situation, especially when the chairman of Korea's association is right there with them. Park Jung-ho starts to feel nervous based on what has been said but decides to go at it with them. Anderson also tells the rest that the association will dispatch an investigation team to officially recognize the situation as an S-class shutdown. For now, he tells them to pay attention to Jung-ho. Korea's association head then tells them that they've acquired important information about Daesung, and because of that, he is requesting global measures to be initiated. He turns their attention back to the screen and tells them to look at the first video. Later on, a car pulls up to the Daesung clan building. A horde of reporters who are swarming the building immediately recognize that the person inside the car is Chanho. Choyoung tells Chanho about the horde of reporters and asks what they should do. The guy is tired of dealing with these news reporters, but he still decides to step out of the car. As soon as he gets down, the news reporters start asking if the gate that was tackled is really an S-rank gate and what Daesung has to say about the matter. He finds their remarks quite irritating and insulting. Chanho tells them that they'll address the matter, so in the meantime, they'll have to wait a bit. However, the broadcasters keep bombarding him with more questions, asking if it's true that there was nothing discovered inside the gate. Choyoung interrupts them and clears a path for Chanho to head inside the building. Chanho steps through and thanks her for the save. While he heads inside the building, the newscasters direct their attention to Choyoung and start asking her different questions. Sadly for them, she humbly declines to be interviewed. At our hero's apartment building, his mother and sister are outside when they see a different set of reporters who are looking for Daesung. The reporters take notice of them and immediately rush towards the two women to conduct an interview. Jisoo tries to protect her mother from the rabid reporters who are scaring them. One of them steps up and tells the mother that her son is the hero who saved the country, and they want a word with him. Daesung's mother is confused and doesn't know why they are referring to her son as a hero. Regardless, the newscasters pressure them into making a comment on the S-class gate incident. Jisoo, being a loudmouth, tells them that her brother said not to evacuate. She reveals that Daesung told them that home is the safest place, and there was no need for them to leave the city. The reporters quickly take note of this, and proceed to ask her about the change in her brother's hair color, and if it has something to do with his mental state. Jisoo continues blabbering like a water faucet until she hears someone yelling her name. When she turns, she sees her brother, who tells her to quickly leave with their mom and go home. The reporters immediately divert their attention to the hero and start battering him with a series of questions. The same reporter who questioned his family then tells him to make a comment about the S-class gate being empty. The protagonist tells them to all shut up and says that anyone who speaks will not be allowed into the press conference room. The newscasters quickly shut up and become anxious at the thought of a combined press conference. At that moment, Daesung snaps his fingers and sends an electrical surge to destroy all their cameras and recorders. He lets them know that photos and videos are prohibited during the conference. He promises to reveal everything in a week's time and then asks the reporters to kindly leave. The newscasters are left without much of a choice, so they have to oblige. Meanwhile, Jung-ho is on a plane heading back home, and he is lost in thought about what happened during his meeting. Back then, Jinrong suggested that they needed to find a way to capture the Hans guys who made the gate. But in his mind, he just wants to find a way to evaluate Daesung's ability by himself. He proposes that they should summon the protagonist to hear what he has to say. This way he'll be able to confirm if Korea has such a phenomenal hunter in their midst. Shinji also seconded the idea because he feels there's a need to maintain good relationships with Korea if Daesung's abilities are the real deal. Another dignitary also chips in and says they should call over our hero to obtain more information. However, Jung-ho lets them know that it won't be possible. Anderson then tells him that the Federation will dispatch 5 S-class hunters for gate defense. After that, he suggests they call Daesung over and listen to what he has to say before deciding on the association's policy. Looking closer, Jung-ho realizes that all these guys are only interested in Daesung. After having a stare-down with Anderson, he tells them that he has no intentions of cooperating with them. The Korean Association head then looks out his windows and vows not to let the guys have their way. Over at the Daesung clan, the protagonist asks Choyoung if she initially planned to work for his clan. She thanks him for saving her life twice, and he asks if her body has fully recovered. Choyoung says that she can no longer work as a hunter due to her aura core being destroyed, so she wishes to work for him until she can recover as a hunter. Daesung, who seems to have too much wax in his ear, still asks if she's unable to do work as a hunter, despite what she just said. Choyoung explains that she lost both her parents to monsters, so she plans to reclaim her abilities and get revenge on those who made the gates. Chanho walks into the room while complaining about his friend, but surprisingly sees the hero there. He quickly hands Daesung an invitation from the Global Hunters Association. The contents of the letter talk about how Daesung is invited to a conference so that they can learn from his experience and also find out vital information about the gate. Choyoung reads the boring letter to Daesung with all the important details. Chanho feels proud that his friend will be attending a conference with global top hunters and wonders if he is also invited. However, our hero lets them know that he has no intentions of going. Chanho tells him to think about it and not make such a hasty decision, but Daesung tells him that the Hans guys are not people to joke with. He feels if they show up while he's away, the entire country will be doomed. The group leader thinks about this, knowing that 5 S-class hunters are still not enough to match up with the protagonists. After that, he then asks how Daesung plans to deal with the press conference. Daesung recalls that and looks over to Choyoung while stating that he has a plan. The poor girl starts sweating like a river because she has no idea what this crazy guy is planning. At the press conference venue, reporters have swarmed the room and are quickly flashing their cameras in order not to miss a single detail. Choyoung opens the floor for the conference and passes the microphone to Chanho to give a detailed briefing. As the leader of the Daesung clan introduces himself, camera flashes continue to go off in his face. After his debriefing, Choyoung tells the reporters to raise their hands if they have any questions. As they raise their hands, she picks out the reporter in the first row. The lady introduces herself as Lee Jimin and proceeds to ask our hero a question. Daesung walks over to the podium and Jimin asks if he knows any information about the gate, considering that he told his family not to evacuate. He tells her that he had no prior knowledge of the gate, but boasts about being powerful enough to stop any gate that appears. The reporters are all intrigued by this, but Chanho is afraid that his friend doesn't know how to choose his words wisely. A second reporter is picked out, and the guy wants to know the kind of enemy that Daesung fought at the gate since it was said to have no monsters. The protagonist tells the guy that he fought against a very strong eye, but the reporter is confused by his words. Daesung quickly rephrases and says he fought the enemy in the snow. Chanho takes the microphone and tells the reporter that the identity of the enemy is still confidential, so he'll have to wait for the association's announcement. However, this reporter is very persistent. He then asks if there's any loot to prove that the gate wasn't truly empty. Daesung puts his hand inside a dimensional pocket and decides to show all of them what he got inside the gate. He brings out the crystal and tells them that it's an S-class awakening core. The reporters lose their minds after hearing him and start scrambling to publish such big news. Seoyoung, who's also watching the conference from her home, is surprised by how massive the core is. Changsik, along with the other S-rank hunters, are also baffled to see the awakening core. Heron states that it's her first time seeing the item. The scene pans over to Young-ho and the branch manager, who are short of words while watching the press conference as well. Youngchil is also excited to hear this because he gets to mock those who said that the gate was empty. Daesung holds the crystal in Choyoung's direction, who nervously looks at it and wonders why the vice leader is pointing it at her. Our hero then offers her a chance to return as a hunter. He tells the room that he will be testing out the core immediately. Choyoung then realizes that the main aim of the press conference is to use her as a lab rat. He reveals to her that he told Junyoung that he would fix her and have her work for him. Choyoung's hands are shaking nervously, but she quickly accepts the opportunity and vows to repay the favor. As she accepts the crystal, a blinding light fills the room, causing the reporters to shield their eyes. The system window appears and asks if the Demon King would like to register Choyoung as his servant. He accepts the request, and the crystal fully integrates itself into Choyoung's body. After the process, she starts to feel the aura back in her body, although it's a bit different from what she previously used. The reporters are filled with confusion and amazement when they see that the awakening is real. They start trying to measure it and figure out how much one of the crystals will cost. Chanho nervously looks over at Choyoung, who has been rebirthed as an S-class hunter. He wonders if this is a step forward in making the Daesung clan the strongest in the world. Over at the hospital, Dongchul's door is filled with sticker notes from the orphanage kids who are hoping that he will wake up soon. Inside the ward, the kids are begging him to wake up. The sister tries to calm them down and stop them from crying. The door suddenly opens, and she sees Daesung walk into the room. The kids quickly recognize our hero and wonder what he's doing there. It seems the hospital forgot its policies because the swarm of reporters followed the protagonist into the ward. There, he offers Dongchul something greater than the 400 billion he requested before going into a coma. The newscasters are eager to see what will happen. Changsik and Heron walk into the room, and Heron tells the reporters to get out of her way. They both walk up to Daesung, who is holding up the crystal at Dongchul's bed. The two hunters are overwhelmed by the immense power of the crystal, and they wonder if their friend is going to come back to life. Our hero then declares to show them the revival of an S-class hunter. At Seoyeon's apartment, she is trying her best to revive her creepy doll, but things aren't going well. To save the doll, she needs a stronger medium from her master. The magic circle on the ground feeds the doll with power, but it's not enough to bring it back to life. She makes up her mind to move out quickly and find her master. Back at the hospital, the little kids and the nun are taken aback as the director's body starts to levitate. The system window pops up in Daesung's face, and he accepts to register Dongchul as a servant. The director's clothes are ripped off in the process as the power surges through his body. The reporters are all flashing their cameras in order not to miss a moment of this resurrection process. After that, Daesung declares that the day's event has come to an end. He quickly teleports out of the room, leaving everyone else bewildered. At that moment, Dongcheol's eyes come alive, and his body lands back on the bed. He quickly takes a defensive stance, believing he is still in the middle of his last fight, but his friends end up laughing at him. The director wonders how he's not yet dead, and they tell him that he has come back to life. He admits that he feels some changes after being reawakened as an S-class hunter. He then proceeds to the more important matter by asking why he's suddenly naked. At Daesung's family apartment, his family is shocked to see Seoyeon at their door. The Fortress Clan kid came to see her master, and she brought a lot of gifts with her. However, our hero's mother tells her that her son has gone off to work. Jisoo looks down at the shopping bags and tells her mom that they're filled with expensive shoes. Her mother feels the gifts are too much, but Seoyeon lets her know that it's a token of gratitude since her son saved her from the illness she had. In the process, the Fortress kid refers to her as godmother, shocking the woman with her statement. On the other hand, Jisoo is helping herself through the bags, and she brings out a limited edition pair of sneakers. She tells Seoyeon how much she really likes it, and even starts referring to the creepy kid as her sister. After that, Seoyeon decides to ask her master's sister for a favor. Jisoo is confused and ends up misinterpreting the situation, but Seoyeon explains that it's not what she thinks. The creepy servant then tells her master's sister that she needs a medium from Daesung that has a lot of concentrated demonic energy. She also says that the medium is something that is usually in the men's room, further putting the wrong kind of thoughts in Jisoo's head. Our hero's sister quickly declines and tells the girl to ask for a different favor. Seoyeon stops her for a moment and tells her to look at a piece of paper before making any hasty decisions. As soon as Jisoo sees the paper, she realizes that it's a ticket to a pop concert that can't be easily acquired. At this moment, Jisoo is struggling between being a good sister and being a loyal fangirl. Seoyeon further entices her by saying that her favorite member, JK, is a member of her Fortress clan. For the kid to go this far, Daesung's sister sees how desperately she wants the medium. With no choice, Jisoo accepts her request in return for getting the ticket to the concert. The two girls start to let out tears of joy as both their dreams will soon come true. Seoyeon assures the spirit of her ugly doll that he can be resurrected and awakened. At the Daesung clan headquarters, Dongcheol and Choyoung are sparring in the training room and showing off their newly awakened abilities. The two S-class hunters are going at it with everything they have, and it's a spectacle to watch such a heated fight. Chano is impressed by the incredible results and asks Daesung if there's any awakening core left for him to use. However, our hero reminds the guy that he is meant to work in the office and not out in the field. While watching the two reawakened hunters, the group leader remarks that the Daesung clan is now the top clan in Korea with these two hunters as their members. Regardless, Daesung feels their skills are not enough to take on the Hans group. The group leader is still going off about how he won't be able to show off his awakened abilities because there haven't been any gates recently. While watching the hunters train, Daesung thinks about leveling up himself as well. He gets back to his family home, and they welcome him. He wonders why his sister is being so nice, and even says that her eyes resemble those of the monsters in the gate. Jisoo gets repulsed by his remarks and angrily walks off, but it doesn't change the fact that he suspects that the girl is up to something. He then heads off into the shower to wash off the stress of the day. While drying off his hair, his sister sneaks past him and quietly opens the door to the bathroom. Seeing that her brother didn't notice her, she wonders if he really is an S-rank hunter. However, he suddenly pops up behind her, nearly giving the poor girl a heart attack. She screams in fear, and Daesung asks her why she's going into that bathroom when she clearly has one in her room. Jisoo then lies by saying that she was asked to clean the house by their mother. Daesung has no idea what she's talking about, but she slams the door in his face, leaving him perplexed about the situation. While inside the bathroom, Jisoo tries to catch her breath. In her mind, she regrets doing this to her brother, all because of some pop star group. An idea pops into her head, and she braces herself to search for the medium. The next day, Seoyeon and Jisoo meet up at a coffee cafe. Jisoo hands over an envelope and asks her brother's servant to check if the contents are right. Seoyeon gets really excited when she sees the aura emanating from the envelope. Jisoo tells her that she scraped it all from the bathroom, so it will be a good amount to use as a medium. She then asks the hunter for the ticket. With the amount of energy Seoyeon is seeing from the envelope, she feels her doll will be revived with a super awakening. She then hands over the ticket to Jisoo, who's lost in thought about how she'll get to meet JK. The two girls are satisfied with each other's services and continue to talk for some time. Moments later, Seoyeon heads back home and begins the process of resurrecting her Chucky doll. She invokes the name of the demon god and asks the being to bless her toy with his powers. Meanwhile, the protagonist starts to sense something creepy while hanging out with Chanho. After some time, the doll is imbued with a lot of demonic power, and its eyes finally come alive once more. Seoyeon looks at her precious doll and is glad to see that it is back. She rushes to hug Chucky, but the ugly toy slaps her away. Chucky starts to call her master an idiot for delaying his resurrection all this while. Talk about an ungrateful piece of garbage. He starts stomping on her head and vowing that he will stain the world with blood. On the other hand, Seoyeon has no idea why her doll is acting so deranged and stupid. It probably runs in the family. Anyway, after some time, she manages to subdue the creepy toy by impaling it with some rods. She admits that she didn't discipline Chucky well enough, so now she plans to smack some respect into the spoiled demonic brat. However, her phone starts buzzing when she gets a call from her master. She gets really excited, like a kid who just got some candy. Moments later, she appears in the Pantheon along with Dongchul and Choyoung. The two reawakened hunters are confused as to how they got there. But Seoyeon looks to her master and asks what kind of devilish place they'll be visiting this time. Daesung lets the two reawakened hunters know that they are far too weak. Dongchul and Choyoung are short of words because they know this is true. The protagonist then tells them that they have to level up considerably. He gets interrupted by his most annoying servant, who tells him that she has something to show him. She then pops out the demonic doll on the floor. Chucky isn't too happy about being called ugly, but what else can you call this repulsive-looking toy? Seoyeon then tells her master that the doll is their child. This girl has definitely let her fantasies run amok for too long. As you'd expect, Dongchul and Choyoung are left speechless by this, and wondering if our hero and the crazy kid actually decided to procreate. To make things worse, Chucky gets up and refers to Daesung as his dad. Suddenly the doll starts running towards him, but Daesung smacks the foolish thing away before it lays its hands on him. Seoyeon picks up her child and tries to bring the poor kid back to his senses. The protagonist is sick of the girl and has no idea how she came up with something so crazy. The other two hunters are still left speechless about the whole matter. Daesung quickly changes the topic by saying that it's time to raise the might of the Daesung clan. He recreates the Lord Spider Queen's territory, and the scenery changes to a thick forest. While Dongchul is trying to figure out how they moved so quickly, Choyoung brings out her guns because she can sense enemies around. A system interface then appears to them and tells them that they can check their status through the View command. Seoyeon and the rest access it and see their occupations and stats. The whole thing is still confusing Dongchul, and he asks Daesung if he's a ghost who can travel through different places. Seoyeon, who feels like they're senior in this situation, tells them that they're in the Hell Training Center and they need to be prepared. Choyoung keeps herself alert when they suddenly get approached by a horde of spiders. Daesung then tells them that they have to survive until the time limit is up. A rush of excitement runs through Dongchul's body, and he can't wait to get some action. The girls also brace themselves for the battle, and our hero signals everyone to begin. The spiders charge and leap straight at the hunters without a second thought. Meanwhile, Young-ho is reading through the trending topics of the news. He then takes note of a headline talking about the reawakening of Dongchul and Choyoung. The landline beeps with a message, saying that the branch manager is requesting to see him. The manager enters the office, and the association head asks him what the situation is. The guy then tells the old man there is an emergency call from the World Hunters Association. They've announced that they'll hold the World Hunter Federation meeting in Korea, and the association wants to invite Daesung. Young-ho then asks for the list of attendees, and the branch manager hands it over. The old man is bewildered when he hears that the world's #1 hunter, Aslan Anderson, will be attending the meeting. Not only is Aslan the world's #1 hunter, Jung-ho also remarks that he is the association president's younger brother. Over at the presidential office, President Lee Kang-cheon meets with Jung-ho. While sipping a cup of tea, Jung-ho reminds Kang-cheon that it's been a while since they dissolved their clan. Kang-cheon tells the old man that being the president is way better than his post as the association's chairman. After the two men catch up, Jung-ho decides to go straight to the point. He tells the president about the letter stating that the World Hunter Federation will be held in Korea. Kang-cheon is surprised to hear that such an event is being held in the country with no conditions. However, his old friend tells him that they have to be quiet about the Hans group in the meantime. He reminds the president how a gate is like a gold mine for the nation. The gates are necessary for the country's economic situation, and if the ether core dissipates, the country's power supply will collapse. Jung-ho is angry at the fact that Darren doesn't want to bear the responsibility if the Hans group should show up. He feels that the president is overconfident due to the fact that his younger brother is Aslan. In addition, Kang-cheon says that the United States will unofficially be monitoring the current situation. He then asks Jung-ho how they will maintain the economic development and safety of the citizens. Jung-ho suggests that they prepare the highest rank medal, which is our hero. If they have Daesung, they won't need to be envious of nuclear weapons. The president agrees with this plan and says that the protagonist must attend the Federation Conference as a representative of Korea. The association head offers to handle the matter concerning our hero. The scene shifts to Daesung and Chanho, who are talking about the medal that was offered to our hero. The group leader explains that it's the highest rank medal and not something regular. However, Daesung feels like it's going to be used as a dog collar to keep him in check. Due to that, he refuses to go to the conference. Chanho lets him know that the government is also offering to reduce his taxes and give him better pensions. This is a really big benefit for our hero, and this offer manages to pique his interest. After hearing that he'll be getting 30% of the revenue, he agrees to go ahead with the conference. Chanho also lets him know that they were the first to be informed about the Federation Conference, but Daesung has no idea what the conference even is. The group leader explains that it's basically an event where world rankings are announced. Daesung doesn't want to go for something so boring, but the medal awarding ceremony will also be held at the Federation Conference. The thought of going to an event for just a medal makes him even more upset. After that, Chanho asks him where the other hunters are, and Daesung tells him that they are currently training. Over in the Hell Training Center, Seoyeon is giving the spiders a good smackdown. She activates an ability to significantly slow them down, allowing Chucky to take his role as a deranged killer. The crazy doll jumps on the spider's back and starts yapping about how they're a bunch of insignificant creatures. At that moment, he pierces his blade through its exoskeleton, leaving the poor creature screaming for help. Choyoung then pops out with her guns and lays waste to all the enemies in her path. Her attack pierces through and manages to freeze the spiders in place. Dongcheol then rushes out and lands the final explosive blow to decimate the monsters. He uses a magnetic field to round them up and his lightning strike to deliver the killing blow. He repeats the same combo until all the spiders have been dealt with. After the fight, the director compliments Choyoung's ice attacks, and she returns the favor by speaking on how impressive his destructive attacks are. A system message shows up and Seoyeon lets them know that it's time to defeat the boss spider. Meanwhile, An Daesung is sadly browsing through gate prices, but they've all dried up. If things continue as they are, he'll return to his broke ways. Yongchil then bursts into the room and tells the bald man that the Hunter Federation conference will be held in Korea. However, the old fool doesn't see how this benefits them. The young streamer explains that if they represent themselves as the exclusive Porter clan of the Daesung clan, they'll receive a lot of requests and will be able to expand globally. The thought of this is able to make Daesung quite interested in the plan. Yongchil also tells him that our hero's rank will also be announced during the conference. With this, they are bound to get attention as the Porter clan as well. The old man decides to take this opportunity and stop sulking like a poor loser. Seeing that Daesung is in on the plan, Yongchil then asks him to help film some content during the Federation conference. Daesung agrees and decides to talk to Chanho about it. Meanwhile, over in Darren's office, he tells his guest that they're holding the Federation conference in Korea as they requested. The guest is then revealed to be the female bishop, Karina, of the Hans group. Karina places an ominous cube on the table, and Darren immediately recognizes it as a gate cube. Karen stands to take her leave and tells him to take his organization and hide inside the gate. He turns to her and asks what she plans to do, and while fading away, she tells Darren that she's going to do what he truly desires. As her body dissipates, the association president hears her saying that she's going to engage in population control. After that, her presence completely leaves the room. Darren then heads over to his table to make a call. The person on the line picks up, and he tells the guy to gather all their members because a disaster is about to begin. Later on, we see a plane touch down at the Incheon International Airport. Reporters are gathered all around the entrance and waiting for the esteemed guests to show themselves. S-class hunters from all around the world start trooping out one after the other as they make their way into the entrance. It's the first time that so many top hunters have come together. One of the newscasters is saying that their goal is to visit Aslan, who is ranked as the first among them. Reporters and spectators all around start flashing their cameras as soon as they see Aslan making his appearance. Everyone's attention turns to the entrance doors as they wait for the top dog to walk in. The #1 hunter in the world isn't what you'd expect. The guy is nothing but an actual clown with all that makeup, and it seems the circus didn't want him either. Either way, he makes his presence known, and the spotlight is all around him. At our hero's home, his mother can't believe how handsome he's looking. While having his tie adjusted, Daesung didn't think that his mother would be so excited for the event. Jisoo calls out to her mom and complains about not being able to find the dress that Seoyeon gifted her. While the mother heads over to help, Daesung's phone starts buzzing. He picks up the call from Chanho, who tells him that the car is ready and he should come down with his mom. Over at the Federation conference venue, the flags all around are painted with the faces of different S-class hunters, including our hero. Yongchil starts his stream and lets his viewers know that he's at the venue where the best hunters from all over the world are gathering. He promises to give them the best view of the event more than anyone else can. Inside the venue, the hunters are all seated with their family members and waiting to be addressed. Our hero is seated with his mother and Chanho, but he looks like he can't wait to leave. One of the hunters, dressed in a black suit, looks over to the protagonist and wonders if he is the Daesung he's heard about. A guy from the World Hunter Association then walks up to the stage and introduces himself as Michael Jang. He then tells everyone that he will be the host for the meeting. Jang then welcomes President Lee Kang-cheon to perform the medal award ceremony. Daesung's family is amazed to see the president, and his sister wonders if Kang-cheon will personally give the medal to her brother. As the crowd applauds the president, Jang asks Daesung to come up to the stage. Trust our hero's family to cheer him on and embarrass the poor guy as he approaches the stage. When he gets there, Kang-cheon formally awards him with the medal and asks the hero to protect Korea. Daesung is confused, but the president tells him to carry on as he has been doing before. After that, they both stand to take pictures, while the crowd continues to applaud them. Regardless, Daesung still feels like he has a dog collar around his neck. On the other hand, his family is very proud of him and the feat he has accomplished. Yongchil is also spilling tears of joy for some awkward reason and giving his subscribers a good view. As our hero walks back to his seat, the cameras keep flashing on him, and the applause continues. He gets stopped by the creepy-looking Aslan, who congratulates him on his award. However, Daesung has no idea who the clown is and asks him for his identity. Aslan introduces himself in a funky style, further making himself look like a weirdo. He expects the protagonist to be amazed, but Daesung just walks off to get away from him. Suddenly Aslan's wristwatch starts beeping with a bright red color. The other black-haired hunter gets up with urgency and tells Daesung that an S-class dungeon has appeared in Tokyo. But it's not only there. All the other hunters are thrown into a wild panic as they all get notifications about S-rank gates appearing in different parts of the world. Zhang is completely baffled by the sudden turn of events. Ki Hong walks up to the stage and tells him about what's happening all over the world. Due to this, he suggests that they stop the Federation meeting. Daesung, who has that dog in him, seems to be the only calm person in the whole room. While being lost in his thoughts, he wonders if the Hans group is making their move. He goes into the Pantheon world, where he is welcomed by his fairy. He tells the fairy to open the heavenly shop. The golden shop with unique items then manifests before Daesung. He quickly purchases the future journal, and it starts writing about the events that will take place soon. As the journal is writing, he asks why Korea has been excluded from all the places where gates have appeared around the world. He wonders if his enemies are trying to avoid him. The scene switches to the streets of the United States of America. There, the roads are busy, and the citizens are going about their peaceful day. Suddenly a monster shows up, causing panic and fear in the eyes of the people around. As the horrendous beast looks down at the humans, they quickly start running for their lives. Sadly for them, more of these frightful beasts show up, blocking their escape. The humans pray to God to save their lives, but it looks hopeless as more monsters rain down from the gate in the sky. Over in the city of Tokyo, the destruction and chaos are already taking place. A horde of wolf monsters is seen running through the streets and causing destruction. A hunter leads the monsters to an ambush point, where he signals his partner to blow up the place. An explosion goes off, causing blue smoke to fill the air around. While the beasts are caught up in it, the hunter dives down and signals for the hunt to begin. Some other hunters clad in ninja attire join him and start attacking the monsters. They are able to take down one of the monsters, but one wolf senses where the attacks are coming from and quickly leaps into the air. It bounces off the buildings and reaches the rooftop where the hunters are. A poor guy is about to be devoured, but a subordinate appears and uses his sword to annihilate the beast. The wolf's severed head hurls past the nearly killed hunter while he is still stunned. After that, the young man thanks his captain Tetsuka for saving his life. Tetsuka gazes at the gate in the sky and is troubled because if the monsters keep pouring out, the city will be annihilated. Back in Washington, the city is in ruin, and hunters are utterly defeated. A struggling hunter tries to crawl to safety, but a troll steps on him, squashing his body in the process. As the monster basks in its victory, it suddenly gets sliced in half by another hunter who is wielding photon blades. One of them suggests that they retreat and join Aslan in order to try and counterattack the monsters. The commander then yells for everyone to head back to Philadelphia. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association headquarters, the branch manager is watching all the chaos that's unfolding in different parts of the world. He notes that South Korea is still unaffected by the multiple gate fractures that have spawned everywhere. His assistant then tells him that other countries are requesting Korea's help since they are unaffected by the dilemma. The situation is tight for the manager because he wonders how he'll handle things if a gate suddenly appears in Korea. He wonders if sending the local hunters is a feasible option. He then refers to the lady as Kim Ah-hyung and asks her how the S-class hunters who attended the conference are doing. She tells him that Japan's Tetsuka and China's Cheon Young-wol have joined the combat through aircraft. The remaining American and European hunters will soon join the combat. The manager's phone starts ringing, and he sees that Chanho is calling him. When he picks up, the clan leader tells him to gather all the S-class hunters for a meeting with the Daesung clan. Meanwhile, see Aslan walking through a random street while his country is in a crisis. Typical clown behavior. He whips out his phone to take a picture and states that he's in the Bukchon Hanak village. Two guys walking by notice him and wonder why he's not helping America at the moment. Aslan turns to them and asks that they take a picture of him. The two guys agree, and he thanks them with a creepy smile. The scene then shifts to the Daesung clan building, and we see all the S-rank hunters who are gathered to hear from our hero. Daesung takes the helm by opening the floor to discuss how they'll deal with the Hans group. Chanho doesn't understand what the hero means by the resurrection of the Titan. The branch manager also wonders if the aliens are the people who created the gate fractures. Daesung explains that the gate is an altar itself, and the people are being used as sacrifices in it. To confirm all that has been said, Changsik asks if the Titan will be revived when the amount of sacrifices is complete. However, Heron chips in by saying that they can only assist one country at most because of how much time it will take to travel. Han-ul places a gate cube on the table, showing it to everyone else. Dongchul then says that the cube resembles the Absolute Protector. Han-ul goes ahead to explain that he did some research on the cube with Dr. Dong-hyuk. During their tests, they successfully transformed the cube into a teleportation device capable of traveling between continents on Earth. He says that Junyoung is currently traveling and placing different cubes at key locations. Dongchul starts complaining like a little brat because he feels they should be out fighting monsters instead of attending a meeting. Heron suggests that they move together with the elite hunters of each clan, but Han-ul tells her that the teleportation cube can't move a large number of people yet. The branch manager doesn't see how this helps their situation. However, he gets very shocked when Daesung says that everyone in the room will move together with him. The man tries to tell him that it'll be bad for them if a gate fracture appears in South Korea. The protagonist turns his attention to the system window, which shows him the details of a wraith swap ability. It basically allows him to switch positions between a wraith and the caster. The clan leader then remembers how his friend showed up at the research center with a unique ability. Daesung explains that he can easily send Chanho to the problematic area and bring him back with this ability. The hunters are all amazed by this and can't believe just how overpowered this guy is. Considering how this matter concerns both international assistance and domestic safety, the branch manager feels Daesung will be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He then tells the protagonist to commence with the operation. Daesung gets ready to head out with everyone, but he is interrupted by Seoyeon. Rather than saying something important, the annoying kid suggests that they come up with a cool team name like the Avengers. Heron mocks her for thinking of something so stupid during an important meeting. Daesung decides to indulge his servant, and he tells her to say the name she's thought of. She suggests the name K-Cats. Choyoung remains silent on this, but she thinks it's a cute name. Everyone else remains silent. Daesung agrees with the stupid name so that they can hurry up and get going. The scene shifts to the Shandong province in China. There, a horde of menacing minotaurs are seen walking through the streets. A group of hunters form a blockade and get ready to fire upon the monsters. On the signal, the arrows are sent flying through the skies, and they come raining down on the beasts. Despite being impaled by arrows, the minotaurs charge forward until they are met with the frontline hunters. The young hunters are nervous to face such terrifying beasts. They try to boost their morale by yelling at the monsters to come at them. The battle begins with hunters getting sent flying through the air like pesky flies. As a minotaur is about to cleave the head of a soldier in front of him, a female hunter leaps through their heads and reveals herself. She uses an ability known as Heavenly Dragon's Form to strike down a multitude of monsters at the same time. As the dust clears up, she tells the warriors to stand strong for their country. The soldiers take up their arms and follow leader Cheon. At the same time, the horde of minotaurs continues to charge at them. Jin Rong is watching the battle from China's association headquarters, and he wonders if this will be the end of his precious country. The department head known as Jin Long walks in to give him some news. She tells him that Korea will support them with 7 S-rank hunters, provided that some conditions are met. From the letter, he sees that Korea is requesting ownership of all the byproducts and ether cores from the defeated monsters. If the countries oblige with their request, they will support them immediately. Over at the Korean Association headquarters, the branch manager gets reports about different countries that have accepted their conditions. The man then tells Jung to relay the information to the newly formed K-Hunters. It seems the name K-Cats is way too stupid to be used formally. Back in China, the streets are in ruins and dead hunters can be seen everywhere. The minotaurs have managed to slaughter most of them, but Yangwol reminds them that she's still alive and breathing. They charge towards her, and she braces herself with what little strength she has left. Suddenly the monster is decimated before her eyes, and she sees that the Korean hunters have come to help. Daesung looks at the gate and notices the horde of monsters that are pouring out. Heron uses her healing skills on Yangwol, while Changsik speeds past her to take on the monsters. She tells the Chinese hunter to take a break and allow them to handle things in the meantime. The Korean hunters then start pulling out their nice skills. Seon uses her ability to turn the ground into a sticky glue, trapping the monsters. Choyoung uses her magic bullets to freeze the minotaurs as well, while Changsik slices through them with his blades. Dongchul comes in with his lightning storm as well and completely annihilates the beasts with his overwhelming destructive powers. With most of the monsters defeated, Han Ul uses his robot spiders to harvest their ether cores and put them in a container. With this, they can resolve the ether core supply by procuring them on site. An explosion suddenly goes off behind him, and he sees the S-class Minotaur King, Ugnos. The huge flames and the monster's menacing aura are enough to intimidate Changsik and Dongchul. Ugnos smashes his axe on the ground, causing a trail of fire to head for the 2 hunters. Heron then puts up her shield to protect everyone from the attack. The 2 hunters thank her because they would have been toast if they didn't react fast. Heron then tells them to prepare for an attack. However, Yangwol suggests that they fall back because the beast is responsible for wiping out her entire unity. The Chinese hunter is shocked to see our hero pull up, ready to take on the monster by himself. Daesung mocks the Minotaur, leaving Yangwol even more amazed. In the blink of an eye, he rushes to the monster and uses his flames to attack. Ugnos easily absorbs the flames and tells Daesung that his fire attacks are useless. In an instant, he slaps the protagonist away, sending him crashing into a nearby building. The beast boasts of being the ruler of the demonic beasts, and calls our hero an insignificant insect. Choyoung tries to help out by firing her magic bullets, but the bullets are unable to get past the flames. A chilling fear grips her when she sees that her attacks are useless. The monster continues its rampage, but Daesung transports both himself and the beast to a different location. Dongchul explains what happened to Changsik, who is left completely baffled. Ugnos is now in a foreign land with the Demon King. The system window then shows that the Demon King can now unleash his full mana there. Daesung doesn't understand how such an enemy is making him put in so much effort. With one swing of his sword, he unleashes a black flame that shakes the very foundations of their location. Ugnos is completely disintegrated by these flames, which he can't absorb. After the battle, the Demon King obtains an S-rank ether core. The system then tells him to eliminate the Taker who is gathering souls at the altar. While looking at the screen, the protagonist wonders if he needs to spend all his points to unlock the demon god before the Titan revives. Meanwhile, at the gate fracture, one of the Chinese hunters seems to be the one gathering the souls. He states that this is his first time and believes he'll gain eternal life after completing the process. A blade is suddenly plunged through his chest by our hero, who then asks the taker what he hopes to gain. In his last moments, he asks the Titan to accept the sacrifice. Daesung senses something powerful and quickly steps back. He then sees a giant hand coming out of the gate to take the offerings. Daesung suddenly sees himself in a pitch-dark space. The Titan's hand grabs the soul offerings and vanishes into the dark. The protagonist wants to have a talk with the Titan, so he slashes the space beside the taker, but he is shocked when he sees that his attacks have no effect. The Titan's hand reveals itself once more and bestows power upon the Chinese traitor. After the taker receives the powers and the offering plate drops to the floor, our hero sees himself back in the city. He wonders if the domains were switched when the Titan received the offering. However, he sees that the traitor has transformed into a supernatural being. The guy then refers to himself as a fragment of the Titan and calls the protagonist a pathetic worm. The monster rushes to land a blow, but Daesung instantly evades it before the attack can connect. The Demon King appears beside the monster and pummels the guy's face into the ground. He starts landing a series of punches on the guy in order to shut him up. By the time he's done beating up the traitor, the poor dude's face looks like a swollen boil. Despite receiving the beating of his life, the traitor believes that if he dies, he will join the Titan and be resurrected. Daesung picks him up by his hair and asks if he plans to go back to the Titan. However, he has somewhere else in mind for such a useless scumbag. The traitor suddenly sees himself strapped to a table in Hell's torture chamber. The executioner of the chamber is about to unleash an eternity of torture on the poor guy. Back in the city, Seoyeon and the other hunters meet up with the Demon King. Choyoung tells him that the situation has been taken care of. With our hero still alive, Dongchul proves to Changsik why they didn't need to worry about him. Korea's top hunter now sees who the true monster in all this mess is. Yongwol is also amazed to see that Daesung took care of the S-class monster by himself. Haran tries to check if our hero has any injuries, but Seoyeon tries to get her away from the only man in her life. After that, Daesung addresses everyone by saying that he'll be taking care of the gate boss while the rest of them will focus on the hunter rescue. The hunters can't believe their ears, and they wonder if he really plans to deal with the boss alone. On the other hand, the protagonist is determined to prevent the resurrection of the Titan. Later on, we see Yangchil talking to his viewers, and he says that he has big news for them. While clicking his mouse, he tells them that it's big information he got from the Daesung clan. He then uploads the fight scenes from the battle in China, and the viewers are all surprised. He tells them that the hunters are a newly formed group that was made to help the other countries. Yangchil also tells them that he got all this information from Chanho. He then comes across a news channel talking about how the K-hunters have cleared the gates in China and India. According to the news outlet, the group is on their way to Europe. The scene then shifts to the Darkside shelter, located inside a gate. Military troops are on the scene and organizing themselves. Aslan steps through the portal and is greeted by some soldiers. One of the men addresses him, and he asks for the location of his brother. Inside one of the tents, a masked party is going with the association members. A soldier goes to inform Darren of his brother's presence, which he is surprised to hear. Aslan is enjoying a glass of wine while detesting the look of the horrid dimension he finds himself in. Darren walks up to his brother, and the world's #1 hunter tells him that they'll be in trouble if they don't leave soon. He then asks his younger brother to explain himself. Over in the city of Tokyo, the whole place is messed up and in ruins. Dead hunters can be seen buried among the rubble of the destroyed buildings. Tetsuka and his combat unit are trying to hold the last line of defense against the monsters. He orders the vanguard to hold the rear line while everyone else retreats to the third line of defense. The hunters quickly move while carrying their wounded comrades to safety. The captain stands his ground, ready to lay down his life for his comrades, and the rest of them have no other choice but to leave their captain. Later on, Karina approaches the high priest and tells him that the altar they built is collapsing rapidly, and that the Demon King is on the move. Ramesh's eyes become enraged when he hears about the Demon King. The bishop also tells him that the dimensional altar has been transformed into a spatial teleportation altar. The high priest then tells her to send the southern bishop, Azar, to the dimensional altar, which has not collapsed, to buy some time for the Titan. Meanwhile, back in Tokyo, the Japanese hunters are desperately running for their lives. A female hunter carrying her wounded comrade falls into great despair when she sees a gate appear in front of her. Luckily, the Korean hunters appear from it, but they seem to be suffering from serious motion sickness. I guess teleportation isn't much of a smooth ride. Seoyeon has completely lost her mind, and Choyoung is trying to tell her to get a hold of herself. While they are all trying to calm down, Daesung is the only unaffected person. He wonders if he should make a new auto-hunting deck after seeing how weak his fellow hunters are. On the other hand, the Japanese hunter is surprised to see our hero and his subordinates. She then receives news through her earpiece, saying that the K-hunters will be providing support through the teleportation gate. She rushes over to Daesung and humbly asks him to save her captain. However, she's speaking Japanese, so the protagonist doesn't understand her. Seoyeon translates the words for him and tells him to turn on his translation device. After receiving the request, our hero quickly teleports to find Tetsuka. Seon then assures the girl that Daesung is strong and will be able to save her captain. With tears flowing down her eyes, the girl humbly thanks her. On the battlefield, a poor hunter is caught in the mouth of a wolf beast, and he gets devoured in seconds. Tetsuka is completely worn out because his aura has been significantly depleted. He tries to control his breath as he awaits his demise. The monsters approach him and get ready to make a meal out of him. As the hunter closes his eyes and accepts defeat, the beasts rush to devour him. In a quick turn of events, their heads are suddenly severed from their bodies. Tetsuka is short of words when he sees Daesung standing over him with an intimidating aura. However, he looks quite frightened to see the Demon King. Our hero asks him if he's okay, but the hunter's translation device is broken, so he doesn't understand a word that's being said. He then sees something dangerous and yells at Daesung to watch out. The protagonist turns back and sees a train flying straight down at them. It crashes and causes a huge explosion on impact. But Daesung and Tetsuka are completely fine. However, a green ball shoots out of the smoke and flies straight at the protagonist. Our protagonist smacks the green ball far off into the sky. The ball unfolds and reveals itself to be the Southern Bishop. The MC quickly realizes that the enemy is from another world. He launches himself upwards to attack the bishop, who is also ready to land a blow. The two fighters clash, causing a huge explosion in the sky. Tetsuka shields himself from the smoke, and when he opens his eyes, he can't believe that the two fighters are completely unscathed. The protagonist admits that Azar is a formidable foe. The bishop increases the size of his head and sharp teeth while talking about how much he wants to eat and drink. What a repulsive glutton. The MC tries to swap to a different domain, but it's impossible due to the bishop's crazy calories. While Daesung is still stunned by this, the bishop devours his body and swallows him in one gulp. Caught in a dire situation, Tetsuka is confused about what action to take. Azar looks over at him and fires a beam from his mouth, but he misses his target because he's trying to contain our hero at the same time. The female hunter we saw earlier rushes over to the scene in search of Tetsuka. She screams out his name for some time until she calls to her from behind. Tetsuka is enjoying a can of soda while telling the girl, Masaki, that he made sure to pay for it. He then reports back to the other hunters, and Seoyeon can't believe that her master was eaten. The captain isn't sure if Daesung is still alive or dead. He confirms to Han-ul that the Han's bishop ate the protagonist and disappeared without a trace. Changsik suggests that they split up and search for the bishop, but Heron says it'll be dangerous for them to do that. However, Seoyeon is confident that they don't need to worry about finding it. Over at the Darkside shelter, Darren is enjoying a bottle of wine with his brother. Aslan asks his brother if he's surprised about an S-rank core, but Darren isn't amazed by it. The president tells his brother that he doesn't truly understand the power of the Han's aliens. He is sure that even Daesung won't be able to stop them from what they've set their minds to. Aslan then stands to take his leave and reminds his brother that he has warned him. But Darren assures him there's nothing to worry about because their plans will be carried out. Back in Tokyo, Seoyeon brings out the Chucky doll, who isn't too happy about being summoned by his master. She tells the ugly toy that his father has disappeared, but Chucky is still unbothered. Even Changsik and Dongcheol can't stand the ugly thing's annoying attitude. However, Chucky wonders who would be crazy enough to kidnap the Demon King. He suddenly turns back after sensing the protagonist's anger. The hunters can see or sense anything, so Chucky points them in the direction of our hero. Han-ul asks about what's over there, and Tetsuka tells them that it's Mount Fuji. The hunters head up the mountain until they reach the top. There, Chucky points them to a hole where he senses the Demon King's anger. To their surprise, the ugly doll jumps down without a second thought. The others are too scared to jump down because they can't see the end of it. But Tetsuka wonders why such a crater is on the mountain. Choyung then shoots up a signal flare, which the other three hunters take note of. In Azar's stomach, the protagonist is trying to use his movement skills, but they seem to be sealed. The stomach acids slowly start pouring in, worsening his condition. He releases a huge wave of mana to push the acid back and protect himself. Meanwhile, the Southern Bishop is meditating and trying to suppress our hero's powers. The doll then finds the bishop lost in meditation. Changsik and Dongcheol contemplate who should go first and land the first hit. However, Chucky rushes in like a fool, making himself known to the bishop. Despite all his efforts to stab the bishop, he isn't able to put a single scratch on him. As Azar notices that he's a cursed doll, Dongcheol quickly snags Chucky away, while Changsik attacks with lightning speed. Sadly, they see that both their attacks were ineffective against the bishop. The bishop gets up to fight them, but whatever the Demon King is doing inside him makes him want to hurl. When he throws up, a bunch of fireballs come out of his mouth. As the hunters run away, Dongcheol notices that the attack is similar to Daesung's aura skill. When the explosion goes off, Changsik sneaks through to land a deadly blow to the bishop, but Azar opens his mouth wide to swallow the hunter. Just before the top hunter gets devoured, Dongcheol saves him in the nick of time. When the two hunters are out of the way, Choyung shows up and starts to fire her magic bullets. While the bullets start to freeze Azar's feet, Dongcheol comes back with his lightning powers and delivers a deadly attack on the bishop. However, this causes the bishop to open his mouth and start spitting out acid. Before the acid hits them, Heron pops out her shield and protects them. While she is protecting everyone, Seoyeon runs out to attack. They try to call her back, but she's determined to get back her master. She pierces the head of her voodoo doll in an attempt to instantly kill the bishop, but the system tells her that skill will be replaced with one called Feint if the target's soul is too large. The attack manages to hit Azar, causing him a great deal of pain before he passes out. The hunters are surprised that Seoyeon was able to perform such a feat with one hit. Even she is surprised that her skill actually worked, meaning that this brain-dead girl ran out without a sure plan. Down in Philadelphia, the citizens are acting like mindless zombies for some reason. The monsters from the gate are just walking past them without attacking. One of the monsters asks their chief why they're not attacking the humans. The chief tells him that the Titan prefers the souls of pure warriors. Looking closer, we see some strings are being attached to the humans and controlling them like puppets. The humans start acting more possessed as they rush towards the monsters. The trolls start to smack the humans away, and the chief monster finds the whole thing ridiculous. One human latches onto a monster, and the beast sees that the whole guy's body is on fire. The poor guy could use a cold shower, but he suddenly explodes into smithereens. The chief then tells his soldiers to find the person controlling the humans. More explosions keep going off, killing some of the monsters in the process. On top of one of the buildings, we see that Aslan is the culprit who is controlling the people. The chief sees the hunter and leaps to the roof to deal with him. The monster vows to kill Aslan, but the hunter uses his ability to take control of the troll's mind. In a split second, the monster becomes one of Aslan's puppets. The hunter then orders him to go and slay his comrades. Back in the Mount Fuji crater, the Korean hunters are not really sure if Azar is dead. Dongchul tells Changsik to ask Seoyeon since she's the one who attacked the bishop. She then tells them that the bishop only fainted, and he's not dead. They lose their minds when Chucky climbs on top of Azar and opens his mouth. The doll tells them that Daesung is definitely inside the bishop's belly. Seoyeon wonders what the ugly toy will do when he gets down there. On the other hand, Han-ul hands the doll something before he goes inside the belly. By the time Azar wakes up, he finds himself bound tightly with iron chains. He swears to kill and struggles to break free of the chains. However, Changsik gets ready to attack the blob. A teleportation gate suddenly appears in front of them, and Seoyeon is glad to see it. The protagonist suddenly walks out of the portal with Chucky and congratulates them on saving him. Without delay, Daesung tells everyone to jump out as he tosses Chucky into the air and starts sprinting away. The hunters are completely confused, considering that the strongest one out of them is running away. They quickly start running away as well, but Dongcheol doesn't know why our hero hasn't jumped out yet. Azar suddenly appears behind them and breaks the chains that were used to bind him. Daesung then tells the Fortress Clan kid to restrain the bishop. Seoyeon manages to react quickly enough and slide back. She brings out her voodoo doll and causes the ground around the bishop to turn into quicksand. Azar slowly starts sinking in, but he tells the hunters that they can't escape from him. Tetsuka catches up to the MC and asks him why he is running away without a fight. Daesung then tells him that they'll be dead if they fight inside the crater. As Azar sinks further into the sand, he reaches out to grab the hunters with his gigantic hand. A bright light is seen from the top of the crater. Our hero then bursts out with his Wraith Dragon in the nick of time. An explosion goes off behind them, but the hunters are safe and have managed to escape in the nick of time. The dragon takes them to safety, while the Demon King jumps back down to the top of the mountain. Seoyeon calls out to her master, but he lands on the ground and tells the bishop to reveal himself. Azar's giant hand bursts through the ground, followed by his large, ugly face. The Demon King quickly sees that the giant blob in front of him is the bishop's true form. Azar emerges from the crater, and he is 1,000 times larger than our hero. I guess all those calories finally kicked in. The other hunters are baffled when they see the giant bishop, and they wonder if it's the same enemy they fought moments ago. Captain Tetsuka is pretty concerned about this, saying that he needs to inform their headquarters quickly. Meanwhile, the Demon King unleashes a huge wave of mana and takes to the skies to face his enemy. He is able to sneak around under the cover of the clouds, giving the bishop a hard time locating him. Over at the Japanese Hunter Association headquarters, Shinji becomes very anxious and afraid when he sees the giant bishop on the screen. His assistant then tells him that Tetsuka sent word about Daesung being in combat with the giant monster. Back on Mount Fuji, Daesung attacks the bishop with a huge wave of black flames from his sword. However, Azar opens his mouth and uses the power of gluttony to swallow the attack. While that is happening, the Demon King's dragon is circling above them. Daesung then tells the bishop to try and eat his next attack. The dragon charges up an attack and fires a mana beam cannon at the enemy. The beam is able to pierce through Azar's arm, causing him a great deal of pain. The other hunters do their best to hold on tightly to the dragon while it's attacking. Eventually, Azar's body swells up and bursts into pieces as the bishop finally succumbs to his appetite. The system window pops up with a message, showing that the bishop has been defeated and the Demon King has gained the gluttony ability. With the point he earned, he can now unlock the Demon God transformation. Our hero looks through the screen to see all the shiny rewards he has been given. While he accesses the Pantheon, Ramesh witnesses the Titan's first heartbeat. A giant womb with a huge fetus is in front of the High Priest in the dead plains of another dimension. The priest notices that the Titan's heartbeat is getting really fast. He sees as Azar's spirit shows up and merges with the Titan, causing the giant baby's eyes to come to life. As the dust settles over Mount Fuji, Tetsuka finds it hard to believe that the battle is truly over. Harin then asks Seoyeon where her master went, and it seems the kid forgot to tell them that he went to check out some stuff at the Pantheon. She then tells everyone to have fun until the protagonist returns. However, Tetsuka offers to serve them with the best facilities and services. Dongcheol takes the opportunity to ask if there are hot springs nearby. While Daesung looks through the items in the Pantheon, he decides to sell all the unused items and ether cores. After that, he moves all his achievement points into the implementation rate, but he isn't able to reach the full 100%. He feels he'll be able to achieve the full implementation if he takes on one more bishop. Daesung then sets up a video call with Chanho. The clan leader congratulates him on dealing with the bishop, and the Demon King asks him where they should go next. He tells Daesung that the World Hunter Association has started dispatching hunters on a large scale, so he and his team can go back to Korea. However, our hero wonders where these guys have been, and even Chanho finds their sudden movement suspicious. Daesung thinks the association is crazy for trying to protect facilities instead of citizens. After that, he asks the clan leader what his team members are doing at the moment. The scene shifts to a hot spring resort, where the K-hunters are chilling and finally taking a break. Chongsik wonders why Han-ul is still wearing his mask, and the guy decides to take it off. They are completely amazed by how pretty Han-ul looks without his mask. The guy looks prettier than most girls. Han-ul tells them that he doesn't really like the face, and that's why he wears a mask. Over at the girls' side, Seoyeon is enjoying a good soak when Choyoung asks her what her master is planning in the Pantheon. Harin then asks what the Pantheon even is. The Fortress Kid tells her that it's the secret base of the Daesung clan. Choyoung explains that it's also a subspace training center. Seoyeon goes ahead to annoy Harin by saying that they are no longer opponents because she unlocked a secret move during this last fight. Choyoung tries to warn her that it'll be dangerous to use skills there, but the young girl is a crackhead without a care in the world. Seoyeon then unleashes her finishing move, leaving the girls bewildered. Meanwhile, an attendant is directing our hero to the men's bath. As he steps into the changing room, his servant's doll appears. The girls suddenly find themselves in the same hot spring bath as the protagonist. A month later, Ki-hong is invited to a news channel to give details of the situation of the gate fracture incident. Ki-hong then introduces himself and starts to explain that the incident is finally going into a recovery phase. The interviewer then asks him about his thoughts on the damage that other countries have suffered due to Korea's late response to help them. However, Ki-hong tells the guy that he didn't come there for a quiz show. Meanwhile, a protest has emerged from citizens who want Aslan gone and the World Hunter Association president to resign. The citizens are all marching through the streets and crying out for the death of Aslan. News reporters on the scene are covering the whole event, saying that these protests might not be stopping soon. A protester is briefly called out, and he tells the newscaster that he lost his family during the incident, causing him to no longer see the use of the World Hunter Association. Darren watches the crowd from the window of his office, and he tells Karen that he has only gained disgrace from all this. The bishop assures him that Hans keeps their promises. She drops some pellets on the table and calls it the flesh of the Titan. She assures Darren that if he eats it, he can live forever. The association president is amazed when he sees something so powerful. Karen tells him that the world will soon be transformed into a new one. If he wishes to obtain more of the Titan's flesh, she tells him to deal with Daesung. Karen then disappears, leaving Darren to think about how he will meet our hero. Back at the Japanese resort, Tetsuka thanks the K-Cats once again for being a huge support to his country. He and his fellow hunters humbly thank the Korean hunters. With a job well done, the protagonist urges everyone to eat and have fun. While everyone is digging into their meals and drinks, Seoyeon asks her fellow girls something inappropriate. Our hero quickly comes along to shut down the conversation and promises to give his stupid servant hellish training. She tries to say it was a mistake, but he quickly disappears with the silly girl. Over at the Rice Eaters Porter clan, the secretary suddenly gets a call. Daesung hears her talking about the Japan Hunter Association, so he decides to take the call from the lady. He introduces himself and starts to talk about handling the byproduct processing in Japan. When he drops the call, the secretary asks if they'll be going to Japan in a very enthusiastic manner. The bald man says he'll be going, but tells the lady that she has to stay back and protect the office. Back on Mount Fuji, Han-ul tells the Emek that there's no teleportation cube because it was most likely buried or destroyed. Daesung suggests that they use his dragon, but Harin tells him to be normal and use a plane. Changsik also isn't comfortable with riding a dragon, so he tells the protagonist to go by himself if he chooses that. Tetsuka pulls up with a slick Toyota to give them a free ride. Most of them rush to enter the car, leaving just Choyoung with our hero. She's very worried about Seoyeon, but she tells herself that the girl will be fine. Sadly for the Fortress Clan kid, she's facing an endless horde of monsters in the Pantheon. Later on, we see Yangchil streaming the moment when Tetsuka thanked the K-Cats. He shows it to his viewers, who immediately go with the name K-Cats instead of K-Hunters. He starts laughing about how the name is quite catchy, then his phone starts ringing. He picks up the phone to hear the Porter clan leader telling him about Japan's request. Yongchil is excited to hear that the old man will be handling the byproducts, and he congratulates him. The old man offers the young streamer a chance to film some content in Japan, and he humbly accepts. The scene shifts to Haneda Airport, where we see a lot of people going in and coming out on different flights. The plane carrying the K-Cats is about to take off, and they look like they have the best first-class seats. The protagonist is also with them, and this is his first time flying first class. He takes a seat beside Darren, who starts to communicate with him through telepathy. The president introduces himself to the Demon King, who wonders why he's using telepathy. Darren then tells him that he has a special proposal, and this piques our hero's interest. He tells the Demon King that the world will soon perish and a new one will be created. While Daesung thinks about this, Darren offers him a position as the owner of the new special world. The protagonist isn't interested in any of it, which makes the president see that Daesung doesn't believe him. Darren says he'll explain better in the association headquarters, but our hero still isn't interested. Daesung remarks that he has been pretending to be the owner of a destroyed world already. The president then gets up from his seat and says that Daesung's thoughts are limited to those of an ordinary criminal. However, the Demon King suddenly uses telepathy to communicate, leaving Darren bewildered. He then asks the president if he is on the dark side. Seeing that the protagonist knows a lot, Darren ignores his question and walks out. With this, our hero is now sure of the location of the Haunt's aliens and can't wait to confront them. Meanwhile, Darren heads over to a secret room where his superiors are feasting on the flesh of the Titan. They all talk about how it's the best piece of meat they've ever had. They see the effects immediately as their old skin sheds off and they start to look younger. With this, they see that the body of immortality is actually real. However, one of them regrets that he wasn't able to eat a piece of the meat. Darren tells him that it is the last batch and requests permission to use the legacy to acquire more meat. The master grants him his request, but he isn't happy that he has to answer to such old fools. On his way out, he swears to deal with them once he obtains the legacy. At the Daesung clan headquarters, our hero concludes the activities of the K-Kates until further notice. Janho thanks them for all their hard work. As the protagonist is about to leave his seat, Heron calls him and asks for permission to use their special training center. Changsik also shows interest in wanting to use the training center as well. Nevertheless, Daesung can't bring them into the Pantheon unless they are registered as his servants. He tells them to go home to rest first, and that they should contact him a week later. The hunters are excited about this and can't wait to use this special center. The clan leader reminds them that each clan has to send personnel to handle the byproducts in the Euro-Asia region. The Daesung clan is already dispatching someone to Japan. Han-ul says the Joseon clan has already moved to China as well. Dongchul is surprised that they're moving so fast, and Changsik explains how profitable the business is. Choyoung then asks about Seoyeon, and Daesung says the kid could have probably gone home if she defeated the boss in the Pantheon. The scene shifts to a ship harbor where containers are being offloaded. Daesung is watching his containers get offloaded, and he feels he'll be able to make billions with the amount of byproducts he has gotten. However, Yongchil comes to ask the old man when they'll get to start filming some content. Daesung then says that they should go take a picture together. They head over to Mount Fuji, where Yongchil gets to start his stream. His viewers are really excited about his content. He then tells them that he'll be exploring the mountain to get byproducts with Daeseong. The old man then shows off his protective suit to the viewers, saying that it was launched by his clan. He tells them that the suit has a protective function to shield against monster attacks. Yongchil notices how the old man is all over his stream, but he quickly decides to move to a deeper part of the mountain. The scene shifts to a desolate place in hell, and we see a young Daesung running away from a monster. He manages to find a hiding spot. There, he wonders if he has to die and start his long journey again. The Demon King then wakes up from the nightmare and wonders why he's been having these types of dreams. We see he's on a family trip, but for some reason, Seoyeon tagged along with them. His mother tells him to go play in the water like his sister and have fun. Some little miscreants suddenly approach him and ask if he is Han Daesung. They are shocked to see that he is actually the legendary hero, and they ask to see his cool dragon. The other people on the beach get really excited and start walking towards our hero when they hear that he's on the beach. The protagonist starts sweating like a faucet when he starts getting a whole lot of attention. He recalls that Chanho warned him about this, and he regrets not heeding the leader's words. As everyone swarms around him, he is confused about what to do. He turns their attention to them, and they start asking for his autograph. Some people just want to shake his hand, and others come up with ridiculous requests. Our hero finds it hard to deal with all this, stating that popularity is like a drug. Back on Mount Fuji, Yongchil and the old man are still exploring the deep parts of the mountain. One of his subscribers donates a huge amount of money and asks the streamer to go deeper into the cave. More people start donating more money, but Yongchil tells them that he can't go any further. The viewers keep urging him until he comes out of the tight spot. He discovers something and tells Daesung to come down quickly. A bright light shines on the old man's face as he stands in front of a gate cube. He tells Yongchil that they've discovered a gate. Due to this, one of the viewers donates 100 million won to the subscriber. Just like that, the kid is now a millionaire. The next day, Harin and Changsik find themselves in a regular training center and not the special one that Daesung promised them. The doors to the facility open, and they see their fellow hunters approaching them. Dongchul tells them to wait because the protagonist will soon be there. Seoyeon offers to summon her master with her doll if he happens to be late. At that moment, our hero shows up and tells her not to think about something stupid. After that, he tells everyone that they will begin the training session. Seeing that it'll be difficult to make Haran and Changsik his servants, Daesung changes the terrain to resemble one of the plains of hell. Changsik and Haran still marvel at how easily our hero can change an area. Choyoung recalls being in the same area before, and Seoyeon says this is the place where she had her last training. Haran starts to mock the girl for being dragged off there, after she caused trouble for her master. The MC tells them to cut the chatter because they'll be moving on to the special training immediately. The girls are quite curious to know what this special training will be. Seeing that they struggled against really tough bosses, the protagonist decides to change their training approach. Changsik admits that it was quite difficult for them to deal with the gate boss. Daesung then whips out a sword and tells them that he'll be the target for their training. The hunters are taken aback by this, but the protagonist wastes no time in making the first move. He sends out the first attack, causing a huge explosion with his flames. Meanwhile, in an underground bloodshine of the Han's aliens, a gate opens and Daesung peeks his head through. He and Yongchil dive out of the portal into the eerie cave. The young guy asks the old man where they are, but he has no idea. It's also too dark for his old eyes to see anything. Yongchil suggests that they should quickly leave because he senses something bad about the place. But the old man tells him that they should wait a bit. He assumes that they're in an F-rank gate, and that he can easily take care of the monsters. Suddenly, a large red substance sprouts out from the ground. Yongchil screams out when he sees the red sticky thing attaching itself to the ceiling of the cave. Daesung tells him to be quiet, and that he should stay behind so he can escape easily if things get bad. After that, the old man moves forward to investigate the strange phenomenon. When he looks down at it, he can't believe the horrific sight. A bunch of corpses lie at the bottom of the hole, and the poor souls are begging to be spared. Frightened by what he sees, the old man tells Yongchil that they need to retreat immediately. As he turns to escape, he bumps into the northern bishop, Volks. The bishop demands to know how the man got into the cave, but Daesung yells at Yongchil to quickly flee the scene. As Volks turns to face the streamer, Yongchil races for the gate portal. The bishop tries to catch him, but Yongchil manages to successfully escape. Volks tries to access the gate, but his hand slips through and he realizes that it's a dimensional gate. He turns back to look for Daesung, but the old man has disappeared. The bishop is annoyed at the humans who are giving him quite a hard time. As Yongchil drops out of the portal, he tells his viewers that Daesung is in serious trouble. He quickly ends the broadcast there. We then see Chanho being interrupted by a phone call. He picks it up and hears Yongchil whining like a little brat. The streamer tells him that the old man is trapped inside the gate and has been captured, causing Chanho to panic. Meanwhile, the K-hunters are going with their training as they fight against the Demon King. Changsik's attacks are easily blocked, and Dongchil's punches aren't even strong enough to phase our hero. Choyoung pops out to attack from his blind spot, and Daesung admits that she has improved well. However, it's still not enough to defeat such a great being. The protagonist bursts out his skill, causing a huge explosion where he is. The hunters are thrown off by this attack as it strikes fear into their bodies. Haran sets up her shield to protect everyone from Daesung's deadly flames. The protagonist emerges from the flames and acknowledges everyone's improved teamwork, but he says that they still lack the finishing blow to seal everything. Changsik is pissed about not being able to defeat him despite all their efforts. Haran calls out Seoyeon for being useless, but the girl's curse tricks are ineffective against her master. The MC then gets a call from the clan leader, and he asks the guy what's going on. With a distressed look, Chanho tells Daesung that his help is needed urgently. At the Daesung clan headquarters, a couple of black vans pull up, and some soldiers come down. They quickly get into formation and wait for their commander to leave her vehicle. One of the troops goes to open the door, and a lady steps down from the vehicle. The scene shifts back to the training facility where the K-hunters are. Seoyeon looks like she's about to burst, so she quickly heads off to the bathroom. With an annoyed expression, Daesung asks Chanho why the old man of the Porter clan is messing around in a gate. The clan leader tells him that he has contacted the Korean and Japanese associations, saying that they'll handle the issue. The Demon King turns to his fellow hunters and tells them that he'll be going to Japan for a while. The hunters don't understand what's going on, but Daesung turns to quickly leave. He suddenly stops in his tracks when he sees some soldiers accompanying a lady. Chanho asks them why they are blocking the way. The lady then introduces herself as Seo Eunmi, a World Hunter Association enforcement officer. She says that the association is investigating the recent gate incident, and she needs him to accompany them as a witness. Angry at this, the clan leader asks if the order isn't issued by the Korean Association. The Demon King figures that Darren ordered these guys to capture him. Eunmi corrects the way he addresses the president of the association, but he doesn't care about that. Haran also says that she doesn't know about any enforcement power handled by the World Hunter Association. Eunmi then says that Daesung is suspected to be the culprit behind the gate incident. However, her words provoke the hunters, and they brace themselves if things come down to a fight. Chanho also asks the lady to calmly leave. Seeing that she isn't getting anywhere, Eunmi orders her people to activate the legacy. The soldiers outside receive the order and pull the lever on a giant golden box. A magic seal appears beneath the entire clan building, sending the hunters into a panic. They quickly notice that they can't use their aura or muster up any power, but our hero still remains very calm-headed. It's not like he can't break the seal, but he fears that the building will be destroyed if he does so. Yunmi states that their powers have been sealed, and if the protagonist quietly follows, he'll be treated well. The Demon King agrees on the condition that she let the other hunters go. However, he decides to make one phone call before leaving with them. He calls Seo-yeon, who's out getting ice cream. Daesung laughs over the phone and asks if she has awakened a skill. The girl tells him that her skill is known as Daesung Summoning. He then orders her to use the skill immediately. Sadly, the one time Seo-yeon is meant to be useful, she tells her master that she can't use the skill. She feels that once he appears, he'll scold her for running off, so she begs him to wait a bit. The Demon King tries to persuade her to use the skill immediately and promises not to scold her. But this silly brat ends up hanging up the phone on her master. The protagonist is completely infuriated by Seo-yeon's stupid actions. After that, Yunmi asks if he's ready to come with them. However, Dongchol and the other hunters refuse to follow her. Heron even states that any action against the hero will be regarded as a hostile threat against the Fortress clan as well. Yunim's soldiers get ready to fight, but she leaves the decision to Daesung. The protagonist decides there's nothing much he can do about his precious clan building. Just as he tries to unleash his skill, he suddenly disappears, leaving the whole room in shock. The others wonder where he went, and Heron realizes that Seo-yeon finally decided to use her special skill. Yunim tells her team to search the area for her escape target. While the soldiers move out to search, she tells the remaining hunters to stay put until they find the hero. The hunters have no other choice than to oblige. Meanwhile, Chairman Jung-ho receives an official letter from the World Association. He opens the seal and reads the contents of the letter. It states that the association suspects Daesung to be behind the gate incident, and they are asking the Korean Association to cooperate with them. This is quite shocking for the chairman, and he thinks the association has completely lost their minds. He then tells his assistant to quickly call Ki-hong. Later on, our hero finds himself with his servant in the middle of the city. She offers him a cone of ice cream and apologizes for angering him. Daesung collects it and starts licking it, but he suddenly lashes out at her for not being able to read the room. He quickly walks off and tells her to follow him. Back at his clan building, the enforcement team is still searching for him. Ki-hong shows up with his own forces to confront the association dogs. They tell him that they're carrying out a mission and ask him not to interfere with their work. Nevertheless, Ki-hong is angry that these goons feel confident enough to just do whatever they want in his country. The soldiers take his actions as a threat and ready themselves to engage. The leader asks the hunter to leave one more time before things get ugly. On the other hand, Ki-hong tells his troops to get ready for battle. His soldiers pop out their energy swords, but Daesung shows up just as they are about to clash. The enforcement team sees their target and immediately moves to capture him. However, the protagonist transports himself and the entire enemy team to a different dimension. Ki-hong is short of words when the goons suddenly disappear without a trace. The enforcement team finds themselves in a desolate land known as the Cemetery Garden. While they try to figure out where they are, a group of torturers suddenly appear. As the team sees the monsters, they conclude that the protagonist is definitely the one behind the gate fracture. The troops rush to attack the monsters, and both sides get engaged in a heated clash. Plant vines pop out of the ground and start picking off the soldiers one by one. While the troops are getting the beating of their lives, they demand that the hero reveal himself to them. With just one soldier left, the Demon King shows up. Daesung uses his powers to dominate the poor guy's soul. The soldier struggles, but he quickly succumbs to the power of the Demon King. After that, the protagonist teleports back to his clan building. Ki-hong is shocked to see him, and he asks the hero where the enforcers went. Daesung says that he kept the soldiers as prisoners in order to interrogate them. He hears a loud rumble and looks up to see part of his headquarters exploding. Changsik and Choyoung are seen chasing Yunim, who is trying to escape. But our hero is only worried about his precious building. The awakened S-ranker fires her magic bullets at Yunim. The lady blocks the bullets as she suddenly engulfs herself in black armor. Changsik sneaks up behind her and sends the enforcer hurling into the ground. By the time the two hunters land on the ground, they see that Yunim has escaped. Changsik sees that the hero is no longer with Ki-hong, meaning that he has already started chasing the enforcer. Yunim speeds through the city to retreat, but a cold sweat runs down her spine when she hears our hero's voice behind her. Daesung smacks her neck and sends her tumbling along the ground. She finally crashes, leaving the hero to deal with her however he pleases. As her armor comes off her body, Daesung wonders if he should just hand her over to Chanho so he can head to Japan quickly. Meanwhile, Yongchil is seated in front of the gate and hoping that the old man hasn't been sent to his maker yet. Unknown to him, Tetsuka and Masaki are keeping an eye on him. The girl doesn't think they should leave the young man like that, but her captain tells her that there's not much they can do. Our hero finally shows up, and the hunters quickly notice his presence. As Yongchil sees Daesung, he finally feels that there's hope. Daesung apologizes for the trouble that his porter has caused Tetsuka. On the other hand, Yongchil runs to our hero with his eyes full of tears. The poor kid begs the hero to save Daesung before it's too late. The protagonist tells the guy to let go of his pants and explain the situation. Yangchil explains that an alien captured the old man while trying to rescue him. Daesung figures that the aliens are none other than the Hans guys. Tetsuka then offers to provide him with support troops, but our hero tells him that there will be no need for that. The protagonist asks the captain to take the streamer somewhere far away. After that, he heads into the gate. Yangchil is shocked when the hero disappears, and Tetsuka wonders if he always had stealth skills. On the other side of the gate, Daesung is hiding inside the pit, hoping that someone will come to rescue him soon. He is sure that someone will come if he holds out for 3 to 4 days. The red mosh spit suddenly shoots its veins outward, and the voices begin to haunt the old man's mind. He apologizes for not being able to help, but there's not really anything he can do. As the veins reach out, our hero slashes it and asks what the hell it is. The old man's savior is finally here, but before our hero can help, he gets attacked by the northern bishop. Daesung blocks the attack, but the impact sends him flying into a wall. Folks is glad to see that it's the protagonist who showed up. Karen also appears in the cave and starts to attack the MC. She blasts Daesung with a powerful beam before landing on the ground. The smoke clears out, and we see that our boy isn't bothered by the attack he just received. Karen tells Volks to do the invocation, but he says it'll limit their movements. The protagonist dusts himself off and proceeds to take his turn by unleashing his own skills. Karen manipulates the red substance in the pit, causing the voice in agony to cry out louder. While the old man suffers from the voices, the female bishop sees that our hero is unaffected by them. These actions only make Daesung become more enraged. The protagonist unleashes his mana wave, causing the air and ground to tremble violently at the mercy of his aura. The bishops shield themselves from the shockwave. They realize how much power the hero has been hiding all this while. With the killing intent in his eyes, Daesung unleashes an ability to kill them. With one swing of his sword, he brings about chaos all around him. The bishops are frightened by the Demon King's overwhelming prowess. At the same time, the Titan in the womb opens his eyes. Back in the underground altar, a huge explosion goes off due to the protagonist's attack. A horde of undead soldiers spawn from the black essence and start attacking the bishops. Karen tries to tell him that the low-level minions won't be enough to stop them, but she's really struggling. The hero tells her to have a taste of what it's like to have her blood sucked, and her flesh ripped from her body. The bishops are overwhelmed by the sheer number of the undead soldiers, and there's hardly anything they can do. Meanwhile, the high priest approaches the Titan and says he'll have to leave for a while to deal with the threat that has appeared. The Titan points his finger in the direction of the battle and fires a powerful blast at the bishops. This action significantly boosts the powers of the bishops, causing them to quickly deal with the undead minions. While giving glory to their planet, they easily decimate the creatures with their skills. The bishops grow to their original sizes as giants. Daesung summons the souls of his minions, including the Ghost King. As the creatures emerge from the ground, the Demon King sends forth his army to attack the bishops. As the troops march forward, the Ghost King clashes with Karen. On the other side, the Titan breaks out of his womb to join the fight. Ramesh tells the Titan that he is not yet at the complete stage of his resurrection. However, the Titan ignores him and sets out to confront the Demon King. At the same time, the Demon King brings down his black flames to put an end to the fight. Just as the flames are about to decimate the bishops, the Titan quickly grabs it, leaving Daesung baffled. As Volk sees the Titan, he calls out to the creature as Hecaton. With a single hand, the giant monster crushes the ground and obliterates all of the Demon King's forces. The destruction is unlike anything that has been witnessed before. Daesung yells in fear as the area all around is being reduced to dust. He manages to survive, but his hiding area has been destroyed. Our hero wonders if his skills are ineffective against the mighty Titan. He then sees the old man who's screaming for his pathetic life. Daesung moves quickly to save the man before he meets an untimely end. However, Hecaton notices the old fool, who nearly has a heart attack, as he sees the Titan. The protagonist appears in front of his porter to protect him from Hecaton. He shoots out the breath of the Flame King from his sword in order to distract the giant. At that moment, he picks up the old man and quickly exits through the gate before the Titan can catch them. After that, the gate closes. Daesung emerges on the other side with the gate cube in his hand. He realizes that the Titan is too much for him to deal with at the moment. The scene shifts to the Korean Hunter Association building. There, a flashy car arrives at the gate, and guards ask to see the person's identification. However, when the windows go down, the guy is shocked to see who it is. Over in one of the interrogation rooms, we see Yunim is bound with devices that are most likely to restrict her powers. Ki-hong sits down on the opposite side of her while typing something on his laptop. The branch manager, who is watching from the other side, wonders why the enforcement officer wanted to arrest our hero so badly. Ah-hyung rushes into the room to give him urgent news, but when she looks at the other side of the glass, she realizes that she's too late. The branch manager is scared when he sees Aslan holding onto Ki-hong on the other side of the glass. The supposed #1 hunter takes a picture and mocks Eunmi for being in such a pitiful state. Ki-hong is enraged by these actions. The enforcer then asks Aslan if he has come to free her. The branch manager bursts into the room and calls out Aslan for being rude. At the same time, Ki-hong tells the guy to let go of him because his temper is about to reach its limit. Aslan quickly lets go, and at the same time, frees Eunmi from her bondages. The The manager tells the clown that he is disregarding all the necessary procedures for freeing a prisoner. However, Ki-hong, who is seething with rage, decides he wants to find out how strong the world's #1 ranker is. As he tries to land a haymaker, Yoonmi also prepares to face him. However, Aslan stops the both of them from wrecking the place and tells them to calm down. Ki-hong's power completely disappears in an instant, leaving him shocked. Yoonmi then says that they have to investigate our hero's powers because it's not something that a regular awakened person can have. Regardless, Ki-hong tells her to stop talking nonsense because Daesung is the person who saved everyone. Aslan acknowledges that the protagonist did a good job. Due to this, he suggests that the Korean Association should verify Daesung's powers. Ki-hong tries to object, but the branch manager accepts the conditions. He tells the clown that the association will discuss the issue and give them a response. Aslan then leaves with his subordinates for the time being. However, Ki-hong is upset at the branch manager for letting them go so easily. The man asks the hunter if he could have done anything to them even if they weren't stopped. The situation is frustrating for him as well, but he knows there's nothing he can do for now. Yoonmi commends her soldiers for working hard and tells them to go back to base to await their next mission. The soldiers adhere to her orders and proceed to head back. Back with our protagonist, the system is telling him to rest because he has depleted most of his mana. While he is assessing the situation, Youngchil celebrates the old man's return. Tetsuka then approaches Daesung and asks him about the gate. Our hero tells the captain that the teleportation cube seems to be malfunctioning and that it is connected to Hans's main base. Luckily, since he has the cube, for now, the giants won't be attacking immediately. As Youngchil and Daesung thank the Demon King, the old man asks how he can repay the favor. The Demon King tells them it's fine because he got some benefits from the fight. After that, Youngchil then asks the protagonist to have a meeting with his fan club. Daesung can't believe the sort of silly favor this guy is asking for. The old man explains that the hero's fans have grown worldwide, and meeting them will be beneficial for the image of the Daesung clan. To their great surprise, Daesung agrees to this, and even decides to include all the K-Cats members. The young streamer can't even believe how insane this will be. At the Hans main base, Hecaton dips his hands into the mosh pit and scoops up the poor souls in agony. He devours their body to re-energize and heal his body. After that, Ramesh and the two bishops kneel before him. The high priest apologizes for not being able to get enough blood and says it's because the Titan was revived too early. However, the Titan thirsts for more blood. The scene shifts to our hero, who is angry about something. The camera pans out and we see that the branch manager is trying to explain what happened. Nevertheless, the fact that the manager got intimidated by Aslan's power is not enough of an excuse for the Demon King. After apologizing, the man tells our hero that Aslan wants the association to verify his powers. Upon hearing this, the MC is ready to rip off the man's head, but the manager has no idea why the World Association is acting strangely. When Daesung asks about what their association plans to do, the branch manager tells him that they haven't reached a conclusion. He suggests that they reject the World Association, but Ayung explains that the World Hunter Association is pressuring them with the Ether Core integration license. This is because the technology is being used across the entire energy industry. In simpler terms, she tells him that the World Hunter Association has rights to the technology. With no other choice, Daesung agrees to have his powers verified. However, he says that he'll receive it at his fan meeting. The manager and his assistant are completely confused by Daesung's words. Later on, at the Mesopotamian ruins in Iraq, a bright light can be seen shining from the depths. Deep inside, a strange structure known as the Tower of Babylon stands. There are also a bunch of little robots mining ores inside the ruins. Volks is there overseeing the mining process. He holds an ore in his hand while thinking about how it can neutralize aura powers. The material used in making the gate cube is also from Babylon. A random guy approaches him and informs him that the Korean Association will be verifying Daesung's powers, but there's a condition. The guy tells him that he and Aslan have to attend the hero's fan meeting. Upon hearing this, the bishop wonders why the hell there's a fan meeting in the first place. Over at Youngchil's crib, he is letting his viewers know that he has returned from hell. The Porter clan leader also joins his stream and greets the subscribers. When the young guy looks at his live viewer count, he can't believe how big the numbers are. As he starts to share the story, the numbers keep increasing at a fast rate. He tells them that they only survived thanks to the protagonist. It was on the third day of the old man's capture that our hero showed up. Youngchil then hands over the stage to the old man to tell the viewers what happened at the gate. The old man starts to narrate the horrific sight he saw in the pit. All he could do was watch like a pathetic loser while the poor souls suffered in agony. As he narrates the story, Youngchil notices that foreigners have joined the live stream as well. The chat room is filled with people complaining about how their family members and other people have been disappearing. The old man continues his story, saying that he held on for the meantime until the protagonist came to save the day. Suddenly, Youngchil gets a call from our hero himself. The Demon King tells the kid to connect the phone speaker to the microphone. He puts the phone on loudspeaker and brings it close to his microphone setup. Daesung introduces himself to the fans and tells them to ask their questions during the fan meeting. He tells them that it's going to be held at the World Hunters Association building. Before he can finish, the server crashes, cutting off the stream. The young streamer tells Daesung about it, and the Demon King congratulates him on a job well done. The guy starts crying when he hears the hero call his name. Meanwhile, our hero plans to wipe out the trash at the World Hunter Association before dealing with the aliens. At the World Hunter Association building, the president is in his office with his brother. He turns to Unum, who is also there, and she tells him that the Babylon ore has been laid on the floor. She assures that even the strongest of hunters will be reduced to normal people once the magic circle activates. Aslan asks his brother if he has given up on confining and using the protagonist. However, Darren plans to turn the fan meeting into Daesung's funeral. Over at the Hunter's Hall, Junyoung activates a teleportation cube, allowing our hero and his subordinates to come through. While Daesung is fine, the girls still haven't gotten over the motion sickness. Choyoung catches up with her former clan leader, who tells her that he's been living comfortably thanks to her. He tells our hero that he owes him so much for taking care of Choyoung. The man also tells the Demon King that Dr. Donghyuk is excited about the gate research and promises to deliver significant results soon. Aslan then shows up and welcomes the protagonist. However, Daesung and Junyoung aren't too happy to see the clown. On the other hand, the girls are shocked to see the world's top hunter. The clown starts trying to strike conversation, but our hero has no idea what he is talking about. Daesung points at Aslan and asks him who gave him the right to take his prisoner. Choyoung is worried that something bad might happen, but Aslan doesn't take it seriously. He tells the Demon King that he is just taking orders from the association president. Suddenly, he rats out his brother as the culprit behind everything and asks Daesung to take him down. The hunters are taken aback by this sudden action, and our hero wonders what this clown is actually up to. After that, Aslan tells them to follow him to the 7-star hotel room he has prepared. The hunters just silently watch him as he walks off. Back at the association building, Unum informs Darren that our hero has gone to the hotel room prepared by Aslan. He tells her to tighten the security there and investigate anyone who comes into contact with Daesung. Regardless, she wonders why the president chooses to capture the protagonist during the fan meeting. He tells her it'll be better to have more spectators when they reveal the Demon King's true identity. On the day of the fan meeting, hundreds of people who want to see our hero have arrived at the venue. Newscasters can also be seen with their floodlights and cameras, ready to capture every detail of the event. As the fans rush inside, a news reporter starts broadcasting what's happening around the Hunter Hall. She interviews a guy who introduces himself as Harry, and he says he's an A-rank hunter from Chicago. He plans to gather information about the aliens during the event in order to avenge the family members he lost. After that, the reporter ends her broadcast. At the backstage of the hall, Daesung addresses his subordinates before the event starts, and they all quietly listen to him. When all the seats in the hall are filled up, Youngchil takes the stage to address the audience. Hopefully, the nervousness doesn't kill him. He musters up the courage and introduces himself as the host of the fan meeting event. The whole crowd goes wild, and he commences the meeting with our hero. Some other hunters who didn't attend the meeting are watching the event from their various homes. Youngchil then welcomes Daesung to the stage. Our hero takes the stage along with Seoyeon and Choyoung. Daesung takes the microphone and addresses his fans. Suddenly, the lights in the hall go out, leaving the crowd confused. The main stage then lights up, and everyone starts cheering again. But the protagonist is annoyed because the fans aren't even letting him speak. Choyoung then tells him that their enemies have commenced their plan. A gate suddenly appears on the stage, and a red monster steps out of it. The crowd starts to panic when they see this. As the monsters troop out, the fans believe that the protagonist is responsible for creating the gate. The hunters among them also can't use their powers because of the magic circle. Daesung is impressed at his enemies for using such a clever method against him. Through his earpiece, he communicates with Han Ul and asks him to get rid of the magic circle. The hunter agrees and proceeds to begin the operation. In an underground facility, Unum is powering the magic circle with a power core device. She notices the power getting drained and tells one of her men to replace the ether core pack. As the guy goes to replace it, someone else steps away to access the door with a key card. He quickly inserts it in the access point, but by the time Unum notices the spy, it's already too late. The doors open for another set of soldiers who are waiting to ambush the enforcement unit. The soldiers rush inside, and the two sides start to fight against each other. The enforcement officer puts on her black armor to join the scuffle and protect herself. Han Ul rushes into the room and engages in a fight with the lady. Unum uses her athletic abilities to try and overpower the Korean hunter, but he manages to block her attacks. The other soldiers try to support Han Ul, but the lady rips through them with minimum effort. While they are stalling her, the Korean hunter tells his soldier that they have to deal with the magic circle quickly. The guy then goes to stop the ceiling circle. Meanwhile, back on the stage, the monsters are wreaking havoc everywhere, causing the fans to run away in fear. The magic circle around our hero starts to power down faster than he expected. He turns to Seoyeon and tells her that the seal has been lifted. With this, the little brat looks forward to having a lot of fun. She uses her skills to transform the ground into quicksand, trapping the monsters in the process. While they are being held, Choyoung fires her magic bullets at them, which turns the tide of the battle. The vile monsters are caught in a tight situation and are clueless about what to do. The fans then notice that the protagonist is fighting the monsters, causing them to believe that he isn't the one who opened the gate. They start cheering him on and asking him to slaughter all the beasts. Daesung whips out a dagger and decides to have a little warm-up with the monsters. On the other hand, Darren is struck with fear because he doesn't know how his plans have failed. Yunim rushes to him and tells him that they've lost the sealing device room because of a traitor. After that, they notice the sounds of battle from the other side of the door. We see dead soldiers laid out on the floor and staircases of the building. Dongchul and Changsik are the ones who have taken out the soldiers while they search for the association's president. Some light threads suddenly appear out of nowhere, but Heron uses her shields to protect her team members. Aslan then reveals himself and pretends as if his skills aren't working. Changsik decides to take on the clown while the other two go to look for Darren. Before Aslan can finish spouting nonsense from his mouth, Changsik charges at him. The clown binds the hunter with his aura threads, leaving Changsik in a humiliating state. He then pretends that Korea's top hunter is too strong for him, which is why he lets the other two go. However, Heron and Dongchul have no idea what the silly clown is planning. Nevertheless, the two hunters use the chance to reach Darren's room. Dongchul attacks the door with his lightning powers, but his attacks are ineffective against the door's barrier. To him, the barrier is similar to the absolute protector. While he tries to break down the door, Heron notices someone behind them. Inside the office, Yunim tells Darren that they need to evacuate because they can't stop the hero if his powers are not sealed. Darren decides to escape through the gate cube and come back later for the Babylon ore. But before he can escape, a sword cuts through the door, causing fear to grip the president tightly. The door is broken down, and they are shocked to see the Demon King before them. Daesung then asks them if they think it's funny to ruin his fan meeting. While our hero faces the president, the other three hunters are dealing with Aslan. Changsik uses his aura skill on the clown, but Aslan is able to block with his threads. Despite Changsik's furious slashes, Aslan manages to easily evade and close the gap between them. The Korean hunter quickly jumps back to avoid a bad situation for himself. The world's top hunter then acknowledges that Korea's #1 hunter is very strong. Changsik is getting worn out quickly because Aslan's power is more than he expected. The clown then reveals that he is actually the second best ranker in the world. Changsik wonders what this guy is talking about, but Aslan tells him that he might become #1 if his brother and our hero actually die while they fight each other. After that, they see the group of fans who are being evacuated by Choyoung and Soyeon. The girls are trying their best to get the civilians to safety and prevent them from dying. As the crowd runs for their dear lives, Aslan keenly watches them. Back in the building, Darren compliments the protagonist for being able to break through the absolute barrier. The Demon King tells him to wisely choose the person he wants to mess with next time, if there will be a next time. Anyway, the president doubts that Daesung is even human and feels that he and the Han's aliens are similar. However, the protagonist calls him out for making deals with those same aliens. On the other hand, Darren believes that the Demon King got his immense power from the Hans guys. He tells him that those summoned creatures under his control have the same aura waves as the monsters from the gate. Darren also tells our hero to explain the ominous aura that's emanating from his body. Dongchul and Heron feel that the Demon King might be in trouble at the moment. Due to that, the director steps in to confront the association president. Darren asks the guy to identify himself, and the old man calls himself Korea's #1 hunter. Dongchul explains that Daesung is the best hunter in the whole universe, and says that Darren's eyes are too rotten to see the truth. The president feels like the director is looking down on him and calls the old man a trash hunter. Upon hearing this, Dongchul loses his temper, so Heron tries to calm him down. Daesung goes ahead to say that their planet is different from hell, and he knows people like Darren who will only speak the truth after they've had their lives beaten out of them. He then swears to give the president the beating of a lifetime. Darren activates an ability known as a super awakened paladin. He changes into heavy armor while holding a hammer and shield. As the hunters try to shield themselves from the bright light, the president moves to strike down the protagonist with his hammer. Daesung uses his aura skill nullification to block Darren's attack, leaving the president amazed by his powers. The president is pushed back by sheer force. The hero wonders why he's acting so surprised, given that he is using an aura skill like a regular hunter. He lands a good haymaker on the man's face, sending the guy flying through the walls. Darren crashes on the stage with blood spilling from his nose. He quickly scrambles to his feet and realizes that he is bleeding. Of course, he is enraged by this. Daesung then uses a stealth skill, which the president is surprised to see. Darren starts getting smacked like a punching bag, so he puts up a barrier around him. However, the Demon King easily splits the shield, causing the barrier to fall. Daesung swings down with a final blow from his sword. As Darren tries to block, his hammer is knocked away from his hands. As his weapon is knocked away, Daesung asks him how someone without faith can be a paladin. The president tries to negotiate for his life, but our hero plunges his sword through the man's chest. After that, the Demon King lights him on fire like a rotisserie. The flames continue to burn him until nothing is left of the poor guy. With this, Daesung acquires a 100% implementation rate and releases the seal of the demon god transformation. A powerful aura is released from his body, making him even more terrifying than he already is. The bright aura shoots out of the building and all the way into the vast bounds of space. His entire body becomes clad with badass-looking armor. Daesung marvels at his powers and is surprised that he lifted the seal after he has barely been on Earth for long. After that, he uses his powers to imprison the soul of Darren Anderson. With his demon god powers, the capacity of his soul prison has expanded massively. He then revives Darren's soul, turning the association president into his humble servant. Later on, a news channel reports the events of the gate fracture at the Hunter Hall. The reporter then invites Darren to speak on what happened there. The president then says that our hero and his team are the ones who valiantly dealt with the gate fracture. The superiors at the World Hunter Association wonder why the president is praising Daesung instead of procuring the meat he promised them. The three men are interrupted when the door to the room opens, and they are greeted by the protagonist. One of them yells for their guardians to come quickly. Some people rush into the room, and our hero instantly sees himself surrounded by 4 guards. He definitely isn't bothered by their presence, but one of the old fools tells him that each of the guards surpasses an S-rank hunter. Before the guards can react, the Demon King grabs them with fiery chains and instantly incinerates them. He then asks the old man if they are done with their petty tricks. The men suddenly feel a fear that they have never felt before. Moments later, Daesung walks out of the building after slaughtering every single person there. He meets up with his servant, Darren, and asks the guy why there were only 3 men in the room. The president tells him that the guys who ate the Titan's flesh will not go back to that location. If they find out about the deaths of their partners, they'll do their best to hide themselves more. The Demon King wonders if he should put up more warning signs so that the guys can hide themselves well. The building suddenly explodes. Then Daesung leaves with his minion. The scene shifts to a bar in a dark alley, and we see Aslan enjoying a glass of wine there. He is drinking away his sorrows because of the way his brother died. Yunim approaches him, and he sees that she managed to escape. When she asks about the president, he tells her that Darren is now most likely Daesung's puppet. Feeling confused and scared, the lady asks him what they should do. The clown wants to know if she wants revenge or something else. She recalls that Darren has taken care of her since she was an orphan. However, Aslan tells her to move on. The clown tells her that the protagonist's aura is on a different level from theirs, but she finds it hard to believe. As the door to the bar opens, everyone suddenly passes out except for the hunters. Aslan says that he has never felt the kind of aura he is sensing at the moment. A woman clad in golden bandages approaches and introduces herself as Barakiel, the 3rd ranked in the Celestial Order. Yunim's body starts trembling, and she eventually passes out like everyone else. Barachiel finds the behavior of the humans peculiar. According to her, their ambitions stretch to the farthest reaches of the cosmos despite their fragile bodies. Scared for his life, Aslan asks if the Celestial was sent by Daesung. She tells him to be calm because she's trying to save the planet. However, the passed out bodies in the bar beg to differ. Barachiel then notices that the source of the planet is trying to drive her out. Meanwhile, Aslan is struggling to stay on his feet due to her immense pressure. She touches his forehead while talking about the malevolent stars of Hans and the iron prison on Earth. After that, she gives the clown a mark and tells him that they'll meet again soon. The scene shifts to the dimension where the Hans Titan is. Hecaton rips out his arm and sprays his blood all over the ground. Suddenly, strange creatures start to emerge from the blood. In a matter of seconds, the Titan manages to assemble a massive army. He tells the minions that he needs more blood and asks Ramesh to open up the dimension gate. The High Priest explains that Earth's creatures are brimming with ether energy, and if they are destroyed now, it would disrupt their plans. However, this doesn't concern the Titan, as he yells at Ramesh to open the gate. Caught in a dire situation, the High Priest thinks of a way to make sure the bishops secure those capable of breeding. He then tells the Titan to be patient because opening the dimension gate takes time. Ramesh turns to the bishops and tells them to prepare the gate. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon dimension, the system shows our hero he can use Hell's skills in the realm. He is also currently capable of creating up to 4 apostles. His servants have assembled with him, but they are not sure if they are there for training. As he turns his attention to them, Seoyeon wonders why her master has a devilish smile on his face. He tells them that he's going to make them 10 times stronger than they already are. The director wonders how the Demon King is going to do this. Daesung starts to surround them with intense flames, and they do their best to shield themselves. They start struggling as the flames continue to get hotter, but the protagonist tells them to endure it. Seoyeon can't take it anymore, so she asks her master to stop this madness. Nevertheless, Daesung feels it's necessary because they only have 72 hours until the Hans aliens invade. Over at the Korean Hunter Association, Chairman Jung-ho steps out with his assistant, who tells him that the time has come. He heads to a meeting room and sits with the branch manager and some other dignitaries. The screen in front of them brings up an image of Darren. The Chinese Association chairman, Wang Wei, says that Darren has called for a doomsday meeting, meaning he will have to hand over his position. Darren then tells them that he will resign from his position after the meeting. However, the Japanese and European representatives want him to be reappointed. On the other hand, the chairman of the Russian Association, Mikhail, says that his country will hold those accountable based on the results of the meeting. Jung-ho is annoyed because all these guys are playing politics in such a serious situation. He tells them to shut up so that the president can tell them the reason for the meeting. Darren thanks the old man for clearing the floor. After that, he informs everyone of the Hans invasion that will occur across the world in 3 days' time. While some are baffled by the news, Mikhail asks the president if he will be able to hold the weight of his words. Darren tells them he got this information from Daesung, and he completely trusts it. The president's behavior is new to Jung-ho, and he wonders when the guy changed so much. Even the Korean branch manager is convinced that something happened during the fan meeting. Wang Wei then asks if Daesung is the one who prevented the destruction of Shandong. The other chairmen also ask if our hero is the one who saved their various cities. After that, Darren declares to deploy all the resources of the World Hunter Association. He urges each country's association to prepare for the war. Days later, the city streets are filled with countless hunters. Haran asks Changsik if he's nervous, but he tells her that he's mostly curious. He feels that the war is actually going to break out, unlike her. He then asks her about the situation with the domestic and international teleport gates. Haran tells him that the gates were installed in major cities around the world to reduce the defensive range. With this, the hunters will be able to help themselves. Regardless, Changsik still hasn't seen the person who said that they would be invaded. He finds out that Darren is on a special operation, so he asks about Seoyeon and Dong Cheol. The lady tells him that the guys are carrying out a mission. However, Changsik wonders just what our hero is trying to do. In a huge school building, its gym is being used as a shelter for the civilians. They all seem pretty nervous, since they don't know if this war will be their end. Two guys are talking to each other, and the blonde one doesn't understand why everyone else is freaking out. He gets a call from his friend Ji-Yuk, who says that he's at home. Ji-Yuk feels he's safer at home because he thinks monsters will most likely head to a crowded place if they show up. His friend feels he should have done the same because he's tired of waiting in line to use the restroom. The fat blob doesn't care about what happens to others, so long as he is fine. He then hears his friend yelling about the appearance of a gate. Suddenly, we see a multitude of gates appear in the skies. An aura protector is activated around the city while the hunters brace themselves for battle. Dark monsters start pouring out of the gate, and there's no end to them. The city's defenses also charge up their aura cannons and ready them to fire. On the signal, the cannons let out a devastating beam that obliterates the monsters before they can reach the city. As the soldiers see that the cannons are working, they continue to fire. However, the monsters eventually start landing on the ground. Their impact crushes the buildings, destroying different parts of the city. Ji-Yuk, who feels he is safe at home, comes face to face with one of the Titan's minions. The monster unfolds itself and gets ready to send the fatso to his maker. With more monsters landing in the city, the hunters quickly take action and start cutting them down. When one of them slices the monster, he turns to his comrades and tells them that the monsters are easy to defeat. However, these ominous minions start to combine themselves and grow bigger. This sends a chilling fear down the hunter's spine. It quickly annihilates the guy, making the others scared for their lives. At the association headquarters, they can see multiple gates appearing across the country, and the numbers aren't going down. One of the workers tells the branch manager that they've formed a defensive line around the shelters and are engaged in battle, but some areas have been left unguarded. Ayung also tells the manager that the gates and monsters are increasing rapidly. They are definitely in a complete mess, and the manager has no idea how to get out of it. Back on the battlefield, Haran is giving Changsik a buff to his skills. The hunter activates his ultimate technique and leaps into the air. He manages to decimate some monsters and provokes the rest to take him on. He uses a massive taunt skill to keep most of the monsters' attention on him. However, Haran thinks he's stupid for using the taunt at their location. The Titan's minions start combining with each other until a massive monster is formed. Changsik launches himself into the beast's head without a second thought, causing Haran to panic. Over in Beijing, China, the Shaolin monk hunters are fighting with the Titan's minions that have appeared in the country. Hope is restored in the eyes of the citizens when they see hunters fighting the monsters. The monk tells them to evacuate quickly because the area is dangerous, but the people are proving to be stubborn. As the monk hunters carry on with the battle, the minions perform the same combination move and transform into a bigger monster. The hunters quickly deploy a formation to counter the monster's transformation. However, one of the monks is finding it hard to adapt to the formation. Due to this, the large minion is able to attack the hunters easily. Seeing that the situation has become more dire, the citizens finally decide to run to safety. Yongwol then shows up to assist the troops. Over in Japan, Tetsuka and his fellow ninjas are also dealing with their own share of the battle. With his aura skill, he shoots out a large number of shurikens at the monsters, defeating a lot of them at once. After that, he orders his squad to charge forward. As the troops rush forward, the monsters, as usual, combine to form one large vile creature. This time around, the minions form a huge three-headed serpent. The monster lashes down at them with quick attacks, which the hunters find hard to evade. While the troops are being overwhelmed, Testuka leaps into the air to strike down the beast. As he flies down at them, the three heads merge together into one. Tetsuka is caught off guard by this and finds himself in a tight spot. The scene shifts to the Tower Palace at Daesung's house. There, we see the monsters flying straight at the people. A combat unit fires at the monsters with their guns, but the bullets are ineffective. Seconds later, the barrier around the house is shattered. The civilians are thrown into disarray. As they turn to the door, they notice that the parking lot is already swarming with monsters. The vile creatures are causing mayhem while looking for their next target. Our hero's family is hiding in their apartment and trying their best to remain silent. His mother hopes that her son will show up to save them. Just as one of the monsters is about to break down the door, it gets blasted with a beam. A summoned wraith that protects the family appears and refers to the monsters as the remnants of the Chaos Legion. The wraith calls upon the soldiers of the Iron Fortress to slaughter all the monsters in the building. The undead soldiers rise from the ground and engage in a fearsome battle with the Titan's minions. After dealing with them, the ghost informs the Demon King about the defeat of the monsters. Despite telling hunters everything in advance, Daesung is angry at them for not being able to handle a single task. He tells the Ghost King to remain where he is until he comes. Daesung plans to deal with the enemies for breaking into his house and threatening his family. He turns to his servants, who now have horns on their heads and have been transformed into deadly killers. He opens up a gate and proceeds to join the fight with the 3 hunters. After everyone dives in, Changsik goes Leroy Jenkins and yeets himself into the portal too, landing on the other side like he's auditioning for the next Spider-Man movie. Deep down, he's completely rattled when he sees this horrifying mountain of human bodies stacked like trash at a sketchy landfill. But then it hits him that he's actually standing on top of the Titan's massive hand with all of them, so he ditches that nightmare situation instantly and sprints like his life depends on it. Once he launches off the hand, the Titan immediately clenches its fist like it's crushing a soda can and crushes every poor soul inside to a pulp, then casually chugs them down like some cursed forbidden raspberry smoothie. Now fully juiced up with that human battery power, the giant glances down at the white-haired boy who just stands there locked in awe like he's trying to process a boss fight on nightmare mode. Right then, another portal rips open and even more bodies come raining in as bonus snacks for this oversized menace, which makes Changsik stress sweat like crazy since it really feels like there's absolutely no way he can do anything useful here. Meanwhile, among the chaos of falling bodies, our masked ninja makes his dramatic entrance and instantly gets hit with the biggest what the hell moment of his life as he stares around, totally baffled by the absurdity. Changsik shouts at him from below, urgently telling Tetsuka to go jump off the cliff before he ends up snapped out of reality by Thanos. Tetsuka glances back at him in sheer confusion, but then shifts his focus to the massive monster that's now dragging him and the rest of the poor civilians straight toward its mouth. Without an ounce of hesitation, the fearless samurai charges forward and blasts his divine lightning skill right at the Titan's crusty face, only to watch in disbelief as the beast gobbles it down like it's having a breakfast snack. Tetsuka mutters some top-tier curses at his bad luck, while realizing the monster's about to eat him like dessert after the appetizer. But out of nowhere, smoldering chains whip around the Titan's arm and make it stagger back. As this all goes down, our Demon King rolls up with his gang and calls the big guy out for eating like a shameless obese American, making it crystal clear that this is its last buffet because he's about to wreck shop with his horned apostle army. Spotting the Titan in trouble, the High Priest quickly commands its squad of freaks to wipe out all the so-called sinners. The 2 ugly demon clowns Naruto run straight at the Demon King himself, but the man's aura is so next level that he does not even look them in the eyes. Just then, Ultra Instinct Dongchul streaks through the air and slams a brutal, bone-crushing jab straight into the first enemy's face, launching the unlucky fool like a rag doll into the distance. This only enrages the Lady Demon even more than before, and she fires off a vicious energy blast locked onto Dongchul without hesitation. Right before it lands, Choyung steps in like a guardian and braces herself to take the full force of the attack. As she stands her ground, eerie, monstrous eyes begin materializing in the air around her, trapping her in their gaze before she even realizes what's happening. At that moment, some random demon joins the battle and loudly declares that he's been blessed with the sacred demon eyes by the almighty Titan. He swears he's about to unleash hell on everyone, but before he even finishes his nonsense, Chucky shadow steps behind him and calmly whispers that it would be such a shame if something happened to those precious eyes. In one swift move, the cursed doll climbs onto him and begins violently clawing out the eye he was so proud of, ripping it loose from its socket with no mercy. Meanwhile, the Titan seethes with rage at Daesung for interrupting its mid-battle lunch and swears it's going to deliver him the most brutal, agonizing death imaginable. Unshaken, the hero goes even further beyond and surpasses his mana limit. Then, he summons a dozen more blazing chains that lash around the Titan to make it very clear he still has the upper hand. Grinning with the aura of a true demon, the ruler of hell dares the colossal monster to bring it on, so the Titan roars in frustration and commands all its scattered minions to return to him immediately. Back on Earth, a lurking demon is seconds away from finishing off a terrified office worker when it suddenly freezes, receives the Titan's signal, and instantly pulls back without another move. Soon after, the hunters watching it unfold realize the demons are all retreating, heading back to hell through swirling gates, and with no time to waste, they start taking out as many as possible before the rest vanish. As the last of the monsters slips away, the hunters are left standing there, stunned and confused, trying to piece together what just happened. Meanwhile, desperate voices echo through the skies while people scream and cry for their dead families to somehow come back. But our boy just stands there with swag in the middle of a giant dust cloud. With a deadly serious look in his eyes, Daesung calls upon his soldiers and undead warriors start popping out of the crowd, like it is the Walking Dead but from Temu. An overwhelming number of these cold-blooded warriors gather around the battlefield and quietly wait for orders. After that, Our hero gives them instructions to protect the citizens and guide them away to safety, but the terrified people yell and curse at the undead who just take verbal punches and stick to the mission on their dead-end 9 to 5. Meanwhile, two white-haired dudes walk up to Daesung and casually greet him like this is a class reunion, and one of them even gives our guy a humble thanks for saving his sorry behind. Just then, our hero suddenly staggers and groans in pain as the mad titan thrashes wildly against the chains like a rabid asylum patient trapped in a straitjacket. Looking around, our hero sees how grim everything has gotten and tells the duo to lock in and focus on saving as many humans as possible. Leader Tetsuka tries to argue that it's just not doable right now, but our hero doubles down, saying these people are clinging to the desperate hope of making it back home, right as the scene cuts to crying victims breaking down all around. He shuts his eyes as flashes of his time in hell flood his brain again, and the PTSD hits like a truck, because what he's seeing now mirrors all of it way too closely. At that point, the two can only stand there watching him get dragged through his memories in silence, until Changsik suddenly shouts that Daesung should go take care of the giant behemoth, while he handles getting all the civilians to safety. Tetsuka instantly picks up what he's throwing down and takes off ninja running at full speed to follow his partner's lead. He decides it's time to fully lock in as he zones in on the massive steaming dumpster fire of a creature stomping around. Meanwhile, the titan's still thrashing like an angry toddler in a harness and shoots Daesung the stinkiest side-eye, vowing to never forgive him and swearing to wipe out all of humanity no matter what. The system suddenly hits him with a warning saying using more power might actually kill him, which makes him wonder if his transformation might glitch out and reverse if his level drops. While staring down the absolute chaos monster in front of him, our hero tells his summoned apostles to go ahead and cancel that giant's life subscription permanently. The trio rushes forward, but just before they can reach the titan, his underling bishops suddenly pop up in front, looking absolutely desperate to get folded like an iPhone 6. Choyoung launches ahead with her dagger raised high as the two immediately exchange blows at near light speed. The crusty monster tries pulling a cheap shot using her wrinkly spider legs, but Choyoung stays 2 steps ahead as she dodges and fires off one of her special moves, Extreme Javelin. She slams both daggers into the ground and unleashes massive, sharp ice pillars that erupt at the monster, who counters using her extra limbs to smash the stones apart while tossing some weak taunt at Choyoung. Right then, she accidentally catches a glimpse of her filthy face in a broken ice shard, just as the girl appears behind her and realizes she's absolutely cooked. Our girl wastes no time and turns the wrinkly hoe into instant mincemeat using her daggers, while the monster mutters something pitiful about Daddy Titan before entering permanent sleep mode. A red orb suddenly shoots through the air, making the girl pause and wonder if she really defeated the ugly bug or if things just got worse, as the Titan suddenly powers up and starts thrashing harder. The Demon King quickly figures out that the giant heap of garbage is actually absorbing his own subordinates. Meanwhile, Lil Chucky is having the absolute time of his life, stabbing one of the underlings non-stop as that guy fades out of existence, muttering the same weird line about Daddy Titan. The Chaos Titan takes in another giant energy-filled orb and screams even louder, threatening to break free from his binds. Seeing the system notifications, our hero gets confused about why the enemy is somehow getting stronger, even though they are being clapped, and wonders if they secretly have any cheats on. Just then, Dongcheol steals a Street Fighter move and uses Hadouken, which tears a hole in another bishop and turns him into a less than appetizing donut. Our Demon King has a brew moment as the final bishop also recites his Daddy Titan's anthem, and the system repeats the obvious again. After being forcefully fed the final energy-filled orb, the Titan screams in pure rage, but still cannot escape the chains while Daesung quietly scolds himself. Even so, not all hope is lost as 2 shiny drops appear in front of Dongcheol exactly where he defeated the last bishop. Seoyeon bends down with her cursed Chucky doll hypnotized like a baby attracted to glittery objects. Then the system notification dings and informs that each of the apostles has absorbed the Chaos Titan's flesh and have all leveled up, and this increased the recovery speed beyond the total capacity. Our hero immediately starts to power up to Super Saiyan, giving off purple aura as a nasty smile spreads across his face as he thanks his non-existent gods for this new opportunity he has been given, and finally decides to let loose. As his new power-up completes, he summons his giant sword and straight up flies toward the bound titan like a made in China Levi Ackerman, who just stares at our hero with a murderous intent since he is unable to do anything remotely useful. A sudden realization resonates in the nearly empty skull of the giant, making his eyes widen as he wonders if our hero is the ruler of hell. Daesung gets absolutely pissed off that the Titan didn't know who he was catching fades with, and immediately says some unsavory words about his mother. The giant behemoth tries to use talk no jutsu that they share the same fate and are 2 sides of the same coin, but accidentally slips out a hidden piece of info on heaven. Our hero stops for a moment and questions the Titan on what he means when he says heaven's design. The giant blurts out that 2 beings as powerful as them are unable to exist in the same dimension, but if they manage to combine their powers with the power of friendship, then they will be unstoppable, and their kingdom will spread across countless stars and dimensions. Then, a voice suddenly calls out to our hero, who painstakingly turns away from the Titan and gives a mean look in the voice's direction. Just then, in front of the portal, Changsik reports that all the humans have been evacuated. However, our hero has another plan in mind as he smirks and tells Chang-sik that he should skedaddle out of here as well, since otherwise he will be a part of the collateral damage. Our hero then locks in with undivided attention back on the Titan and lets him know that he ticked all the wrong boxes and has successfully chosen a premium first-class ticket straight to Pound Town with a beating from him free of charge. Just then, out of nowhere, portals begin opening all around the Titan as his demon soldiers come pouring out, soaring toward the giant-like knockoff superheroes. Daesung raises an eyebrow in confusion, clearly intrigued by what's unfolding, while the Titan keeps screaming at his underlings to regroup as fast as they can, all while struggling helplessly against the chains still holding him down. Daesung grows even more irritated and orders the massive, steaming pile of flaming trash to stop struggling and accept his doom like a good little boy. With a murderous gleam in his eyes, he activates one of his signature moves, Execution Slash, which summons a glowing giant sword high above the Titan, ready to slice him like sushi. Driven by fear and panic, the Titan barely manages to tear his hands free and lifts his arms in a weak attempt to block the devastating blow. He screams that he'll rip our hero apart piece by piece but fails to stop the attack above him, only making himself look even more pathetic. Daesung repeats the same command as before, yelling at him to quit fighting and just accept his death already. Right then, a system warning pops up and tells our hero to be careful, or the mana loss will end up seriously harming his body. The Titan still can't move a single inch, yet somehow holds the massive sword at bay, all while begging his lackeys to finally step in and stop the white-haired devil. He shouts for his loyal soldier Ramesh, who is creeping up behind Daesung, though the poor guy has no clue the protagonist comes with built-in plot armor. Still, he gives it a shot and takes a wild swing, letting out a scream with that awful voice of his. Daesung disappears completely from his line of sight, leaving him to strike nothing but empty air as his staff crashes into the ground with a dull thud. Ramesh has a full-on Nani moment, still not realizing he's been outplayed as Seoyeon traps him inside a magic prison. Summoning his spellbook, he gets ready to go after the apostle who just embarrassed him like that, but suddenly his Bluetooth connection with his arm cuts out and the limb drops to the ground. As it turns out, Dongcheol had blasted through him like a runaway freight train and took the monster's arm clean off at light speed. Spinning back around, the apostle decides to go for another round and tells the bishop to say his final words before charging straight at him again. Ramesh only manages to think about how beings as mighty as them have been brought so low by these pitiful humans, just before falling victim to the all-too-common case of sudden head loss syndrome. Meanwhile, back in the thick of the battle, Daesung throws every last ounce of energy into his strike while blood starts to drip from his nose. The Titan, bleeding from every hole imaginable, struggles to stay standing as his body slowly begins to fall apart under the pressure. That resistance doesn't last long, and before the Titan even realizes what's happening, the massive sword comes down and slices right through his arms like they're made of Swiss cheese, then splits his body into two perfect halves that would make even siblings fighting over dessert jealous. With nothing left to do, the Titan gives our hero one final bombastic side-eye and swears he'll take revenge someday for catching him lacking like that. Once the battle wraps up, the steaming heap of trash finally dissolves into smoke as Daesung simply floats above the chaos, calm and proud, while gazing down at his work. Looking up at the eerie purple skies, he hears the system notify him that he's officially defeated the Titan god, but only has 1% of his energy left. Completely drained, he tries to steady his breath and wonders if it's really over, all while his armor starts to crumble away, leaving just the part on his arm intact. A huge ominous heart-like mass floats ahead of him, oozing blood, and the system announces that since he beat the Titan, he's now eligible to absorb that divine power. Daesung licks his lip, realizing how badly he needs this power-packed snack or he might end up face first on the floor. But before he can even move, a blade suddenly pierces his chest, making his eyes go wide in shock. A voice behind him says thankfully they aren't too late and have shown up just in time, while Daesung clenches his teeth in pure rage and disbelief. He grits his teeth and mutters angrily, and demands to know what the cross-dresser warrior thinks he's doing. The being controlling the warrior compliments Daesung for taking down the Titan of Chaos and casually pats his shoulder, though they also make it clear that the powers of chaos aren't his to claim. Without waiting for a response, they start striding toward the Titan's core like some overly dramatic JoJo character. Daesung, clearly done with the nonsense, tells him to quit messing around while gripping the spearhead so tightly that it begins to crack in his hand. The system keeps flashing warnings that pulling it out will almost certainly be fatal, but he couldn't care less and continues without hesitation. The entity controlling the crossdresser warns him not to proceed, explaining that the spear was crafted specifically to restrain beings like him. With no other options in sight, Daesung draws his sword and charges at the zesty warrior, who closes his eyes in disappointment instead of reacting. As Daesung swings at his head, the blade gets effortlessly stopped mid-air as the entity using the whooshy finger holds, using their complete focus. Daesung demands the zesty fighter show his true self, and at last the disguise disappears as white smoke swirls around their body. Now facing the golden being before him, Daesung narrows his eyes and asks if she's a celestial. She ignores the attitude and starts monologuing like an overdramatic NPC, explaining that Daesung may have extended his star's life for now, but it's only a matter of time before another Chaos Titan is born. With a nasty smile, she tells him to stay in line and play his part like a good boy, then slowly fades away while wishing him farewell and warning him not to do anything stupid until their paths cross again. Daesung curses his horrible luck, scowling as he instinctively reaches for his chest and realizes the spear is gone, leaving behind a big hole in his shirt and even more confusion. Right then, Seoyeon rushes up to him, calling out for her master with full speed. The goth girl blushes as she catches her breath and teasingly asks what naughty stuff he did to her. Dongchul shows up behind her and explains that all of them passed out while training and somehow woke up in this situation. Daesung suddenly has a big brain moment and figures out that apostles must lose their memories once they transform. He tells the group he'll fill them in once they get back. Choyoung then points past him and says there's something weird happening behind them, which makes Daesung glance over his shoulder with confusion. Back in the city, civilians lie on the ground as medics and healers try to help them recover from the trauma of nearly dying. Two people thank Heron for healing them, but their moment of peace gets interrupted as another portal appears, immediately putting everyone on edge. Some begin to panic, thinking monsters are invading again, but Heron simply smiles once she realizes who's coming. The duo from before stare in disbelief, wondering if Daesung's gang actually managed to beat the Titan. Just then, our hero and his crew step out of the portal, radiating pure swagger, and the crowd immediately erupts in cheers. People rush to congratulate and thank them for their efforts, but even with all the praise, Daesung stays quiet, deep in thought, and wonders if the entire disaster could have been avoided somehow even after all that has happened. The Demon King draws a blank even after using every bit of his brain as he stares at the floating book in front of him and tries to look smart. He finds it strange that this book shares the same name pantheon as his own system, so he starts to wonder if there is some kind of connection between them. At that moment, the system shows the book's info and asks if he wants to use it either to transport something or to change the present by sending a person through dimensions in exchange for the caster's life. He gets the first part well enough but still has no idea what the second command is supposed to mean, so he checks if the system is actually connected to the book or not. The system throws out a weird glitchy response which only makes him feel more lost than before. Right after that, the book activates on its own and begins flipping pages while glowing with bright light as it blasts out dramatic lightning like it's in a music video. That is when things go sideways fast as a massive slimy tentacle monster leaps out of the book straight toward him at insane speed. Daesung brings up his arm just in time to block it as a giant red tongue coils around it like a snake, and a voice from the book speaks up asking if Daesung is its new owner while he still struggles to understand what any of this even means. 3 years pass since the apocalypse and everything now seems back to normal with barely a trace left. The scene then shifts to the United States where tall buildings and traffic-blocked streets fill the view. At the Bureau auction house, things remain calm for the moment, while a crowd gathers for a special event. The host steps up and tells the packed room that the auction will begin soon, so they better brace themselves if they want a shot at grabbing some gate orbs. He flashes a confident grin and reveals the first item up for bid, C-grade orbs that can open up 10 monster gates, and reminds everyone that only small or middle-sized clans can join in. Reaching into the black box on the table, he pulls out what looks like a plastic ball, then pops it open to read the name inside before announcing Country Clan as the lucky pick and congratulating them on getting selected. A faint tremor rattles the room, though no one pays it any mind, and the announcer prepares to start the next draw when the shaking grows worse and panic spreads through the crowd as they look around nervously. Some people rise from their seats to leave thinking maybe a fire broke out, but right then a guard storms in and tells the host that someone has stolen all their orbs. The announcer nearly goes into shock as sweat rolls down his cheek. The sound of heavy thuds fills the air as the auction house guards rush toward the noise with the old man trailing behind them. They all come to a sudden stop in front of the vault where they freeze at the sight of a guard lying unconscious next to the door. The announcer wastes no time and yells at another guard to go and inform Chairman Chanho right away about what just happened. The scene jumps to a massive mall buzzing with life and packed with shops selling everything under the sun. Daesung's sister stands outside a clothing store glued to her phone as she scrolls without care. A smooth voice suddenly calls out to her, and the dressed-up doll looks up from her screen to find a goth baddie dressed in black who easily scores a 10 out of 10. The girl smirks and playfully asks who Seoyeon is trying to impress with her outfit. Seoyeon instantly turns red and starts playing with her hair while awkwardly claiming she just needed a break after dealing with the gates. Jisoo smirks harder and jokes that she must be going all out for her innocent little brother, which gets Seoyeon flustered like a cat backed into a corner. Jisoo keeps going and says it's too bad she didn't plan to meet him today since she had planned to talk him up, which instantly shatters Seoyeon's poker face. Jisoo is left stunned as it suddenly hits her that the goth girl is actually head over heels for our hunky demon king who no longer even tries to hide it. Seoyeon is unsure whether what she feels is truly love or just admiration, as she remembers that it all began 3 years ago, and that her bond with her master always felt like something important was missing. After that, his sister throws her hands up in complete disbelief at her confession that she has been secretly crushing on her brother for that long, and immediately decides shopping can absolutely wait since there's juicier tea to deal with right now. She practically demands that they head over to Daesung this instant, which leaves the goth girl even more flustered than before. The scene shifts to our hero's organization as the elevator dings, and a man in a crisp suit steps out with an annoyed look on his face while tugging at his tie. He walks into a quiet room filled with massive wine bottles and immediately notices Daesung knocked out on the couch, enjoying some well-deserved rest like a true king. The man in the suit calls out Daesung for his lazy attitude and mocks how nice it must be to sleep all day and avoid actual work as he reaches his hand forward to shake him awake. Daesung catches his hand on instinct, since he has no plans of letting anyone catch him off guard again. He is still half asleep, but manages to sit upright once he realizes the man in the suit is none other than Chairman Seong, though his brain still feels foggy. After draining all his battery, he flops right back onto the couch to snooze some more, which presses a few nerves of the chairman, who questions his careless and carefree attitude. Chanho switches to a serious tone as he informs Daesung that there has been a major incident in North America, where every gate orb was stolen straight from a secured storage facility vault. Daesung sharpens his focus and asks how many orbs they had even sold to North America in the first place, and Chanho begins to list the incredibly tall order. Daesung raises his eyebrows and questions the decision to sell 7 S-grade orbs to them, but Chanho reminds him that it was only because of that deal they managed to build his underground man cave. He starts whining that things are finally starting to get peaceful and calm, but if a gate fracture happens now, they can kiss all that precious peace goodbye. Our hero points a finger toward him and tells him that all the blame will fall right on his shoulders for selling them. But Chanho claps back and says it was his own orders in the first place anyway. Daesung shuts his eyes and pretends to brainstorm a way to recover the stolen orbs, but Chanho questions if it is even possible at this point. Our hero lets out a deep sigh and admits there is actually one way to locate them as he finally stands to show how serious this entire matter really is. The two men suddenly become alert as they realize they are no longer alone, because the two ladies are walking over and Jisoo looks surprised that she somehow managed to get her hands on Chanho too, while she waves at him excitedly. She closes the distance with zero hesitation and locks arms with the chairman and whines that he has been too busy with work lately and she really misses him. But Chanho is focused on something else as he calmly tells Jisoo to relax and take a step back. However, it is already too late because Daesung pops a nerve and demands to know what exactly the two clowns think is going on between them. Jisoo boldly admits she is dating Chanho, who just stands there looking like he wants to melt into a puddle of shame, while Daesung grows even more pissed off, but his sister counters him by saying he has no clue how much the chairman cared for her during his long absence. This only throws more fuel into the fire as Daesung glares at the sneaky chairman and demands to know what the big idea is and why he kept quiet without telling him a single word, who instantly tries to cover up. Seoyeon steps in and breaks the awkward tension when she calls Daesung oppa with a shy blush on her face, which instantly sends our hero into cold sweats as his eyes look like they are about to pop out. The goth girl explains that it was Jisoo who told her to call him that for effect as she turns even redder and looks the other way. Jisoo stands there proud and smug and bluntly points out that Seoyeon clearly likes him and tells him to hurry up and give her a proper answer now. Daesung has no words and is completely frozen, but suddenly a cup crashes to the floor with a loud sound which makes everyone whip around toward the noise to see what exactly happened. The culprit turns out to be none other than Choyoung, who apologizes with a straight face for being clumsy, and Jisoo freezes up in shock as she realizes that a new challenger has officially appeared on the scene. After becoming the demon god, Daesung now holds the power to see the thread of causality along with another strange type of thread. Through his eyes, every person appears to have a glowing thread tied to their body, glowing in different intensities. Seoyeon stares in disbelief as a wild thought crosses her mind that Choyoung might also be catching feelings for him. On the flip side, Choyoung finds herself questioning the exact same thing and starts thinking maybe the goth girl secretly has a crush on their master too. Daesung observes the threads with laser focus and notices they have grown stronger ever since their transformation, which now seems to be amplifying their emotions as well. Suddenly, Chanho yanks him out of his thoughts when he finally grows a spine and confirms what Jisoo said to be true and admits he wants to date her. Jisoo blushes hard at that and quietly calls out his name while trying to hide the rosy mess spreading across her cheeks. Feeling a little irritated, Daesung mutters that even though he does not like the idea of them dating, there is really no better option. His gaze sharpens as he shifts his focus to the chairman and asks if he's truly ready to stand by his own words. Chanho gives a firm nod that somehow manages to be convincing enough for the demon lord to approve the relationship, which takes both lovebirds by complete surprise. Jisoo immediately tightens her hold on her man and asks her brother if he really meant everything he just said, while the chairman grins ear to ear. His sister thanks him, genuinely touched, while the other two girls just stand there in total silence with no clue what they're supposed to say next. Choyoung walks up and breaks the awkward moment by heading over to Jisoo and congratulating her, and the two of them clasp hands like a couple of real besties. Seoyeon tries to slide into the moment by leaning in to whisper to Jisoo about the deal they made earlier, though she clearly did not expect Choyoung to show up here like this. Daesung stays grumpy that his beauty sleep got ruined and waves the others away, clearly wanting to be left alone so he can get back to handling whatever strange business he has going on. Elsewhere in the bustling city, some random lady goes all out with a wild religious sermon. She hands out flyers and preaches about her odd little faith while claiming the Divine Mother loves everyone without exception. She keeps repeating the same line on loop like a busted record player while people walking by start to discuss that this must be one of those new cults that are suddenly popping up. Out of nowhere, a glowing purple orb shows up right in the middle of the street and looks like it's about to explode right in front of traffic. Drivers freak out while trying to avoid the glowing object, and one of them slams the brakes as the orb starts to grow even bigger. An NPC immediately starts yelling that it is a monster gate, which makes the situation worse, while someone smarter shouts for anyone to contact the hunters. Right at that moment, the cult girl tosses her flyers in the air like confetti and calmly walks straight toward the orb while pulling an aura like she's powering up. The bystanders try to warn her not to do anything dumb, but she just walks right up to the giant orb and gently places her hands on it while reciting a prayer to the mother. The unstable orb slowly begins to shrink in response as if listening to her words, and the whole crowd watches in stunned silence, clearly blown away by her powers while pointing out the obvious fact that the gate is actually shrinking. Eventually, the monster gate completely vanishes from reality, and the woman claps her hands before jumping right back into promoting her cult, loudly claiming that anyone who believes in the mother will receive her endless blessings. She stays locked in prayer mode, totally ignoring the blaring sirens from the police cars that arrive and quickly surround the area with flashing lights. Elsewhere, a giant bag stuffed with glowing gold bars drops with a thud as Daesung commands the book to start eating. Without wasting a second, the creepy monster book unrolls its massive tongue and immediately coils it around the insanely expensive bag like it's snatching up a snack. Daesung simply sighs in defeat and shakes his head, clearly done with the book's weird obsession over gold. The monster book claps back that it tastes better than the creatures it ate before anyway, and wonders why its previous owner didn't give it such delicious food. Bro's vibe changes as he gets serious and demands to know where the orb the book created disappeared to. In response, the monster book flies open and flips its pages at lightning speed before landing on the one it needs, sending a flash of light shooting straight up into the sky. It informs the Demon King that the orb they're looking for is actually somewhere very close to their current spot, while Daesung stands there radiating pure drip energy. Over at the World Hunter Association HQ in Daejeon, a tiny secretary steps up to tell the chairman that one of the stolen orbs got activated inside the country, which immediately triggers him to yell and ask why nobody reported this to him sooner. The lady informs him that there is no damage to any structure, and the incident is still under investigation, along with last night's incident, while the chairman finds it interesting and asks if the incident took place inside the management zone, but the secretary quickly clarifies that it actually happened in a civilian area, which causes his eyes to widen in surprise, and then asks if Daesung had anything to do with it. He gets even more surprised when he hears that the one responsible was just some random girl claiming to belong to the Heavenly Mother Church. The chairman repeats what she said like he's trying to make sense of it and immediately focuses. Meanwhile, in the exam room, the branch manager turns to Kim and asks if the test results for that strange woman are finally in. Kim answers that the results show absolutely nothing special and points out she's just a totally normal person working as a school teacher. The branch manager looks completely baffled that a civilian like her could clear a gate with 0 hunter skills and turns toward the manager to let her know she's got full clearance to dig deeper, which the manager agrees to right away without holding back. Outside the test chamber, Kim thanks the woman sincerely for helping save so many civilians, but the woman just clasps her hands together and starts praying that the Heavenly Mother blesses Kim too, while using her full name as if she knows her since kindergarten. The manager immediately straightens her glasses and goes on alert, wondering if she accidentally revealed her name without realizing it. Back at a church-like building, loud chanting echoes across the street while the cult worshippers passionately shout the name of the Heavenly Mother. One of its leaders spreads propaganda that the peace right now is temporary, and the hunters will soon use their powers to take over the world. The crowd throws their fists in the air, yelling out every possible racial slur at hunters, while cursing the bad luck that made them regular, powerless humans. The sermon leader calms the audience and assures them that the hammer of justice will eventually crush the hunters, while the Heavenly Mother will protect them all. Kim flips the switch in her brain and instantly catches on that this is nothing more than a textbook cult. The same woman from before asks if Kim can now feel the power already, and reassures her that she will receive great power soon, to which she just nods along. Things take a sharp turn when the sermon leader suddenly removes her veil and tells everyone to rise for the sacred heavenly chant. Kim's brain goes full alert as she recognizes the sermon leader as none other than the cult enforcer Yunmi, and realizes she needs to report this right away. But before she can make a move, she feels a creepy hand land on her shoulder, while the unhinged woman next to her begins chanting loudly with the crowd, which sends chills down Kim's spine. Before she even gets a second to react, something slams her hard on the back of her head, and she drops to the ground completely knocked out cold, while the cult worshippers slowly gather around her, still chanting with eerie intensity as they call for her to receive the grace of the Heavenly Mother. As the chanting grows louder, she collapses back onto her seat, barely clinging to consciousness while a swarm of mindless zombies completely closes in around her. Just before everything fades to black, a strange voice echoes in her head, telling her to open her mouth wide because the heavenly seed is about to be given to her, unlocking a hidden power that's been lying dormant within her all along. Later, Kim jolts awake with her eyes wide and nearly popping out of their sockets, completely shocked by what just went down and immediately starts screaming and flailing like a wild woman, convinced the zombie attack is still happening in real time. Watching her spiral in panic, her subordinate casually asks if she's high or something, which only confuses her more as she looks around and blurts out a question about how she ended up inside the car. With a puzzled expression, the driver lady replies that it's kind of weird she doesn't remember, because apparently she walked out of the church all by herself after saying she wasn't feeling well. As sweat rolls down her face, Kim pushes herself to remember exactly what happened. She racks her brain, trying to make sense of the strange memory, and then suddenly gets a flash of inspiration. Without hesitating, she pulls out her phone and taps the screen with urgency, dialing up branch manager Ki-hong. Her voice is steady but intense as she reports what she saw. Seo Eunmi, one of their own, standing at the front like she runs the place, giving a full-on sermon as if she's the lead figure at the Heavenly Mother Church. Ki-hong hears the words and freezes, completely thrown by the idea that an enforcer from their side could be involved in something like this. He questions her again, pressing to make sure she's not mistaken about who she saw. After that, the scene shifts to the charity building where a huge cat mascot stands in front of a crowd of eager children and announces that it's time for gymnastics. The room bursts into life as the kids cheer and jump around, all thrilled by the chance to stretch and dance with their beloved kitty mascot, who waves its oversized paws and plays along with the excitement. Off to the side, Dongchul watches the kids throw themselves into the activity with pure energy and joy, and a sister walks up to greet him with a warm smile. She tells him how much it means that he found time to stop by, especially with how busy things must be for him. Dongchul lets out a soft laugh and waves it off like it's nothing, but she gently insists that his support matters more than he probably realizes. She says the joy in that room wouldn't exist without people like him. He nods and replies that the credit isn't his to take, because none of this would be possible without his boss Dae-sung, who funded the whole thing and made sure the kids had a place to feel safe and happy. As the dancer trapped in the catsuit sweats harder than a Fortnite addict on a losing streak, the sister keeps her tone soft as she explains how the apocalypse shattered families across the country. With homes destroyed and entire communities wiped out, countless children were left without parents and forced to survive on their own. Her story gets depressing by the second, so Dongchul suddenly remembers he's supposed to meet a friend for dinner. Not wanting to linger in the gloom, he offers a polite nod and makes a smooth exit before she can say anything more. On his way toward the exit, Dongchul turns back and reassures the sister not to stress over any surprise gates showing up anytime soon. He tells her to keep her chin up because things are only going to improve from here on out, especially with people like him keeping watch. His words carry enough confidence to settle her nerves, even if just a little. Meanwhile, hidden deep in the rugged mountains of Freedom Land is the base of the Dark Society. There, a man who looks like Pablo Escobar with severely botched plastic surgery leans back in his chair, puffing on a cigar while questioning his lackeys about the missing orb. Standing nearby, the man with the dragon beard steps forward and says the orb came from the Koreans, confirming that it was sent intentionally. Another underling chimes in and says they're lucky to be alive, unlike the fools who actually consumed the eternal life meat and paid the price for it. The leader squints through the smoke and declares that now is their moment to strike, especially with Dae-sung no longer on their trail. Dragonbeard Man raises his concern and says what really shocks him is how the Heavenly Mother cultists can open and close gates like it's nothing. He mutters that pulling that off without any support from the Chaos Society shouldn't be possible, and yet somehow, they're doing it. Realizing the cult might just be borrowing power they barely understand or, even worse, being used like clueless pawns by something larger, the men exchange looks and settle on a plan. They agree to keep selling aura robots to the cult from the shadows, using them as the perfect distraction while they work behind the curtain. If they can chip away at Dae-sung's influence by pushing chaos through his enemies, then it's a win for their side no matter how small the move seems. The scene shifts to a logistics center just as a sleek white Bugatti screeches around a corner, wheels nearly lifting off the ground before the car stabilizes and tears through the final stretch to its destination. The vehicle halts with style, and Dongchul steps out like he's walked off a movie set, flashing a grin as he thanks his masked friend for the insane driving skills. But the masked driver isn't thrilled and gives him a glare, asking why he turned him into an unpaid Uber driver when they were supposed to grab dinner like normal people. Dongchul brushes it off and says they can eat later, but right now they've got business to handle. Before the moment can cool off, another presence makes itself known, and Dae-sung himself appears behind them with that unmistakable aura. Dongchul becomes curious and asks why the strongest man alive would call on him for backup, while the masked friend is stunned that they were summoned by Dae-sung of all people. Out of nowhere, a glowing green magic book appears and begins flipping through its pages on command at its owner's command. As the shimmering book floats right in front of them, both men completely blank out, mentally crashing with a full-on error 404, trying to figure out what they're even looking at. The masked cyborg tilts his head and wonders if this thing is just some new artifact their overpowered hero picked up along the way. Then, without warning, the book speaks directly to its master and reveals that the orb he's hunting is now well within reach. Hearing that, the boy doesn't waste a second and immediately launches Explosion, blasting a massive hole through the factory wall like he is Mega Man. Smoke floods the entire place from the inside as the trio walks through the wreckage, each step carrying an intimidating presence. Dongcheol glances around and questions if nuking the wall was even necessary when walking in like a normal person would have worked just fine. As they step further in, they spot a cardboard box placed awkwardly in the middle of nowhere. Dongcheol points at it and asks if all they need to do is grab it and bail, but the cyborg drops into battle stance and warns that they'll need to deal with the guards first. As everything unfolds, the hero stays oddly calm and quietly notes how strange it is that he can't detect any real thread of causality tying these enemies together. Still, our spiky-haired Giga Chad cracks his knuckles and slams his fists together, looking like he's more than ready to throw hands with the incoming NPC wave. Across from them, a bunch of ghoul-like robots start doing weird Spider-Man poses in a failed attempt to look threatening. The cyborg doesn't flinch at all, staring them down as he prepares to unleash his thick, unhinged tentacle swords on the unlucky ones standing in their way. The blue boys rush forward with blades and hidden weapons snapping out from their limbs, charging in with reckless speed. But Dongcheol doesn't even flinch. He powers through the first wave, swinging hard and smashing their bodies apart using nothing but his boulder-sized biceps that might as well be forged from steel. As machine parts go flying in every direction, it finally clicks for the 200 IQ gym bro that these aren't dudes in skin-tight suits, but actual robots. Meanwhile, his cyborg buddy starts tearing through the bots just as ruthlessly, and is just as unsettled that they're machines built with advanced tech. Before they can think about it though, everyone's focus shifts to a masked woman who soars onto the scene and lands gracefully right on top of the box. Her posture makes it obvious she's not just guarding it, but rather daring them to try and take it. The lady's glare cuts through the tension as she raises a hand and uses psychic force to rip apart one of the nearby robot husks. Bits of their armor levitate slowly toward her as the trio watches with surprising patience, just letting her gear up like it's a turn-based game. She fully covers herself in the disassembled exosuit and scoffs, saying she knew their hero would eventually show up, acting like it was all part of the script. But instead of meeting her gaze, he's more intrigued by the thick thread of hatred and revulsion radiating from her presence. After that, the lady shouts at him that it's time for her to exact her revenge for all the nasty things he has done to her in the past. You see, the woman who goes by Mimi was once hopelessly in love with the Walmart version of the Beast Titan himself. Her mind drifts to a memory where he looked deeply concerned, yet still held that warm and comforting smile while gently patting her head. It was a moment that stuck with her, and in that moment, she vowed to protect anything or anyone that stood in the way of her beloved daddy president's way. Even so, when he truly needed her most, she completely froze up. Instead of fighting by his side, she stood paralyzed and screamed like a frightened little girl while he was torn apart. Her hands never moved to help, and the guilt burns inside her even now. Tired of hearing her rant like a busted speaker and whining like some cursed termite from hell, Dongcheol throws himself at her with full power packed into his fist, determined to shut her up for good. But the plan flops instantly when she sends him flying through the wall with a whole explosion that blasts him into what feels like the fourth dimension. Watching Dongcheol zoom past like an actual bullet, Director Joe decides he's had enough and dashes in with his twin tentacle whips ready to smack some sense into her she won't forget in this lifetime or the next. After that, he full-on Naruto runs with his whips crackling with magic and swings them right at where she's standing. But she casually hops up into the air, pulls off a couple backflips, and slams her knees into his shoulders like it's her finisher in a wrestling match. Seeing the look on his face, that impact definitely deleted his spine. Shouting about how she's going to destroy anything that matters to the Demon King, she pulls her fist back with murder-level energy, fully ready to send Joe straight into oblivion. At the same time, our hero decides he's officially done watching the chaos and chooses the most unpredictable second to finally pull up, catching her totally off guard. Even then, she somehow launches her punch at him, but he tanks it like a champ with arms tough as bedrock and throws out enough pressure to make her back off quick unless she wants to end up splattered on the floor like her man. Looking completely unbothered, like her punches were just a light breeze, the Demon King shoots her a glare so intense it screams that her attacks mean absolutely nothing, and it doesn't take her long to realize she definitely picked the wrong guy to mess with. Her vibe is more feral than a rabid dog on caffeine, which actually piques his curiosity, and he straight up asks what he ever did to Miss Grudge to make her hate him this much. Instead of answering, she dodges the question like it's beneath her and throws him a backhanded compliment for surviving basic physical damage without collapsing, then flips the game by pulling out something that looks suspiciously like a remote control for a bomb or something equally dramatic. The second she presses it, the sketchy box nearby starts shaking like crazy, which tips off Daesung that whatever orb is inside just got switched on. In the meantime, Joe is still busy recovering from that knee drop of doom to his shoulder, and while she casually bounces like she didn't just almost vaporize someone, she fails to realize that our hero's not done yet and has some tricks of his own. He tosses out this weird creature with eyeballs to stalk her while Director Joe starts sweating buckets again, sensing that something worse is coming. Moments later, the cursed box lights up in an ominous red just seconds before it explodes and wipes out half the factory, like it's the end of a round in Counter-Strike. As expected, the Demon King walks out untouched with his guy in one piece, and checks in to see if Joe's okay. But Director Joe doesn't stop sweating like he's in a sauna from hell, because the bomb site is now giving off a ridiculously strong aura that feels way above anything they've seen. As this happens, they spin around and get greeted by a massive black hole throwing a tantrum with wild winds howling all around, while Dongchul finally regains consciousness after getting his whole rear end handed to him and immediately starts wondering where that psycho lady ran off to. Already guessing that this brainless gorilla might try jumping straight into the black hole without a second thought, Daesung steps in fast and plants himself in front of him, telling him to stay put before doing something even dumber than usual. Right then, Director Joe notices this thing feels way off compared to any normal gate they've dealt with, and just as he starts getting confused, the magic book from earlier shows up again like it never left, and explains to its master that it's not actually a gate but some dimensional cataclysm which sounds like it belongs in a sci-fi movie. The overly dramatic name makes our hero raise a brow, while his cyborg sidekick remembers that cataclysms basically teleport anyone inside to a totally unknown location, so he casually asks the book about how far this chaos can reach. Turns out, unlike the usual baby-sized cataclysms that barely cover a village, this one's built differently and way bigger, which gets Joe sweating bullets over the possibility that the blast radius might wreck the nearby civilians. So our hero wastes no time and demands his grimoire to spill how to shut this mess down. The book says it'd take his divine powers to erase it, but sadly, that's a no-go since the divine power is sealed off inside him by the golden spear, but Daesung just grins like the absolute mad lad the moment he hears he's the one who can do something about it. Without hesitation, he leaves the rest of them behind like background characters and dashes straight at the black hole without a care, and then pulls out his sword. Our boy fires up Demon Lord mode and starts radiating an intense aura. As his monstrous energy flares, the golden sealing spear lodged in his chest begins sliding out, which immediately sets off the system warning him to shut the transformation down now, or else he's going to suffer some real irreversible damage to his powers. He clenches his teeth like he's about to bite through steel as the pain rockets through his whole body, with the system screaming non-stop in his head to shut it down immediately. But our boy doesn't even blink and goes full send with his Demon Lord slash, launching a massive wave of void straight into the black hole. Meanwhile, Joe and Dongchul just stand there like statues, completely speechless as the monstrous cataclysm gets wiped out and crumbles into ash right in front of their eyes like it was never even real. After that, Daesung curses out the psycho witch and clutches his chest like he's having a heart attack, and drops to the ground right then and there. A few days later, he finally blinks his eyes open in a room so bright it feels like a hospital and immediately senses something weird pressed against him. He jerks upright the moment Seoyeon screams in excitement that her precious master is finally awake. Still half-conscious, he blurts out why the hell he's butt naked, and she casually drops that she personally wiped down every single inch of him, and also mentions he's been passed out for 3 whole days. Right on cue, the door slams open as Choyoung storms in like she's ready to throw hands. The second she sees Seoyeon getting way too handsy with her man, Choyoung practically bursts into flames and demands to know what shady plan she's pulling, but Seoyeon just smirks and says she got permission from Daesung's sister to take extra personal care of him. Choyoung couldn't care less about that technicality and immediately grabs her by the hands like she's about to break every single one of her fingers. The goth girl gives her props for finally showing some guts, but then reminds her she's about 1,000 years too early to be picking a fight, which lights Choyoung's fuse even more. Watching both of them act like absolute clowns, Daesung tells them to knock it off since he seriously doesn't have time to deal with them and needs to get back to handling real problems. That throws Seoyeon into panic mode as she insists his body's still way too jacked up, and he can just order his loyal servant to do literally anything for him instead. When he realizes she can sense the cursed spear still sealed inside him, he is stunned. Seoyeon mentions that curses are technically her specialty. Hearing the whole exchange leaves Choyoung completely speechless, since she has absolutely no idea what's going on. So once they finally break it all down for her, she ends up visibly shaken and immediately asks if he's figured out any way to get rid of it. Daesung tells her he's been trying non-stop for the past 3 years and still came up empty, which makes Seoyeon tilt her head in curiosity since she's always had a little idea pop up in her mind whenever she saw that thing. And now he's suddenly wondering if she's actually got a legit breakthrough brewing, thanks to her whole cursed skill expertise. She then leans in way too close to his face and tells him to stay still for a sec with that same mischievous grin, before planting a bold smooch that instantly makes him visibly uncomfortable. Choyoung immediately loses it, furious that this goth menace is out here kissing her man without even asking, while our hero just sits there fuming as the goth girl acts like she just had her first magical Disney kiss. He's 2 seconds away from unleashing hell and showing her why they call him the Demon Lord. But before he can even finish the threat, both girls freeze in shock as the cursed spear suddenly starts slipping out of his body all on its own. The system chimes in to casually announce that the conditions for removal have finally been met, and with that, Daesung stares at the space between his super jacked pecs, where the cursed mark is now completely gone. Seeing that, the girls instantly go wild celebrating the breakthrough, but Daesung's smile fades fast the second a thick black fog appears right in front of him, which turns out to be his adorable little wraith scout filled with eyeballs. Meanwhile, over at the Heavenly Mother cult's main HQ, some angry dude is seen straight up yelling at the guards out front, demanding they return his daughter or get out of the way so he can drag her out himself. That instantly pisses off one of the guards who barks back that his daughter's inside praying so he better wait quietly or zip it. But the man and the nearby crowd start freaking out and crying that none of them have seen their families in weeks, which sends a chill through everyone as they start to suspect something way darker is going on inside. The other guard steps in and tells the crowd they're absolutely not allowed to enter the prayer room without first signing some shady-sounding contract. But then Pastor Nim strolls up and casually tells them to open the gates and let everyone in. She claims that watching their precious children ascend to heaven should calm all the parents down. But one brave lady yells out that no one should fall for it since nobody who ever walked into that room has come back out. With a fake smile plastered on her face, the pastor tells her to quit spreading lies and dragging the church's holy name through the dirt. But the old man with tears flooding down his cheeks shouts his daughter's name and begs the pastor to take him to her right now. Unbothered as ever, she just spins around and tells anyone who wants to reunite with their loved ones to go ahead and follow her like they're on some weird field trip. Inside the building, all the boomers walk behind her down a dark tunnel while she says they can go see the prayer room with their own 2 eyes. Hesitating for a sec, the old man finally pushes the door open and takes a look inside, and what he sees nearly makes his soul leave his body on the spot. His daughter is getting hoisted up by a bunch of creepy chanting cultists while crying some weird stuff about the Heavenly Mother blessing her with her divine cheeks or something. While the crowd is still processing, the pastor tells everyone to clap because they're all witnessing a fellow sister ascending straight to heaven right before them. With her hands clenched together in some freaky pose, the girl starts moaning like she's having the best moment of her life thanks to the Heavenly Mother's aura, which makes her father think she might be high on something. He panics and screams at his daughter to snap out of it and run away as she stands there soaking up the spotlight. After that, he loses it and grabs the pastor by the collar and demands she stop this freak show immediately. But before he can do anything else, the only thing left of his daughter is a puff of smoke drifting into the air. As he clutches his daughter's clothes, the only thing he has left of her, his hands tremble with grief while the smug pastor claps her hands together and says he should actually be grateful that the Heavenly Mother chose his daughter. That outrageous comment sends the old man into pure rage at her insane audacity, and he grabs her by the collar again, shouting for her to bring his daughter back or else she's going to seriously regret it. Unfortunately for him, he immediately regrets going that far because a guard finally shows up and tases him without a shred of mercy, sending a brutal shock through his whole body. The old man collapses with a heavy thud right there on the cold floor, completely knocked out, and that's when the most unexpected person makes an entrance. Our 4-eyed officer strolls in, now looking like she's fully converted into one of them, and calmly tells the guard to drag him into the confession room, which is really just their fancy name for the torture chamber, so he can repent for his disgraceful behavior. With that, she and the guard walk off with the poor father's limp body while the pastor, still high on spiritual copium, confidently mumbles that he'll definitely switch sides after he sees how beautiful the heavenly family is. Meanwhile, over in heaven, which turns out to be a surprisingly gorgeous green plain with a summoning circle planted right in the center, an orb appears out of nowhere and reveals itself to be the soul of the old man's daughter who just ascended. She finally seems to snap out of whatever trance she was in and looks around with total confusion, clearly unsure of where she's ended up or how. That's when a blindfolded woman in ridiculously ornate clothes straight out of a Dark Souls boss fight casually strolls up and greets the bewildered girl, who's still very concerned about why she has no clothes on. She feels absolutely ecstatic to finally be welcomed into the Holy Mother's embrace. But the monster hag has other plans and tells her she's nothing more than a useless husk wasting oxygen, so it's time to ditch that body. With one lazy point of her fingers, the girl gets instantly beheaded, and her head rolls down the grassy hill like a bowling ball on a very cursed lane with no pins. After that, the Heavenly Mother casually whips out a chalice of wine and gathers what turns out to be the glowing essence of a pure soul inside it. She then floats over to a guy who looks very familiar and very jacked, chained to a massive rock with a glowing blue heart stuck to his chest like some weird parasite trying to latch on. Taking a casual sip, she asks why he won't just accept the Titan's heart and move on. But he says, again, that he's not interested in turning into a full-blown monster. Hearing that, she mutters something about his refusal, probably being a glitch in fate. But then her creepy wings shoot out, fully covered in twitching eyeballs for no reason, making the guy's eyes go wide at the total nightmare fuel she just turned into. Without asking, she then straight up forces him to drink the soul essence like it's a vitamin shot, making the Titan's heart inside his chest immediately light up in response like it's sinking to him. That makes the blonde clown of a man super angry, practically fuming with rage, but she waves off his tantrum and tells him to quit whining and accept his fate as the new Titan god. He, however, couldn't care less about her drama and starts screaming that he'll tear her to pieces the second he gets out, flinging every insult in his vocabulary while she walks away, not caring even slightly about his very loud threats. Just then, she senses something deeply sinister in the air and glances up at the sky where a strange orb starts crackling with wild energy. It takes her a second to realize that the seal keeping heaven and earth apart is now starting to fall apart. Apparently, our Demon King is the one stirring all this up, but the system hits him with the news that his Demon Lord powers have dropped and he's no longer allowed to use any of his hell-exclusive abilities anymore. However, as a trade-off for yanking out the golden spear earlier, he ends up unlocking a heavenly skill called the Demon Lord's Kiss, which basically lets him heal an ally completely from any injury or debuff with, you guessed it, a kiss. After that, his grimoire suddenly switches up and congratulates him for regaining a portion of his powers, making Daesung instantly suspicious because the book's sudden niceness feels off. The grimoire then explains that its personality depends on how worthy its master is, and now that he's officially accepted, he can wield it with no restrictions or weird limits holding him back anymore. Hearing that, our boy smirks and orders the book to take him straight to the palace where the trash-tier celestials are holed up, but it turns him down because he apparently needs a special key to get in. Even though he expected that kind of answer, it still annoys him. But the magic book adds that luckily, one of the celestials carrying the key just happened to randomly show up on Earth at the perfect time. Back at the church, Mimi brainstorms ways to get stronger so she can settle the score with Daesung, when Pastor Neem walks in with her usual calm demeanor and casually reports that another one of them has ascended. Then without warning, she goes quiet. Mimi raises an eyebrow and asks what's got her panties in a twist this time. Shockingly, the pastor shows a flicker of human emotion for once and quietly asks how many more people need to be ascended before she gets back the one person she lost during the apocalypse 3 years ago. Staring at her long and hard, Mimi recalls that Nim had lost her son back then and decides to give her a reality check, reminding her that every single one of them has lost someone in the war. She assures her that the Heavenly Mother will surely keep her promise and bring them back, which oddly seems to put the pastor at peace. But just then, Mimi's soul randomly exits her body, and she starts glowing bright gold, making Nim wonder if it's really her turn to go full celestial. The silver-haired lady then stands as something awakens inside of her, and the celestial form thinks she needs to seal the Demon King's power immediately again before he blows the last barrier between heaven and earth to smithereens. When the Heavenly Mother suddenly appears behind her like a fully summoned stand, Nim drops to her knees in tears and starts begging like a little simp for her son's return, losing that smug attitude from before. Surprisingly, the Celestial gently pats the woman high on divine copium and says it's not the time yet, but she should keep dreaming hard for that day. Then, without skipping a beat, she knocks the woman out cold and chuckles that at least her day has finally come, since her target's aura is closing in fast. Outside, our guy stands still, confused at how the magic book and his Wraith Scout somehow led him to the exact same place. Set on giving the naughty Celestial a well-deserved spanking, Daesung locks in on the decision to head inside the building. However, a thick fog suddenly rolls in out of absolutely nowhere and covers everything, making it impossible to see even a few steps ahead. He pauses in confusion, trying to make sense of the weird environmental shift. He then pushes forward through the mist while his frustration keeps building. Right away, Daesung gets the feeling he's not alone in there, so he scans the fog until he senses something moving nearby. Without wasting any time, he whips out his sword and jams it straight into the ground. Right after that, he summons his undead squad and they start popping up from the earth one after the other like it's some cursed version of whack-a-mole. Eventually, the zombie warriors manage to crawl out fully and form up with their weapons locked and ready. A few of them glance around as they clearly pick up on the same creepy presence in the mist, but are not able to visually spot it. Then out of nowhere, the mystery enemy kicks things off by launching a wave of invisible attacks that slice right through the undead soldiers like butter, shredding them into mincemeat with zero effort. Daesung spots a window to counter and charges forward with his sword ready to strike, but the enemy effortlessly parries his attack. Turns out the attacker is the same random cult lady from earlier who's now clearly been hijacked by the Heavenly Mother. Daesung doesn't hold back and mocks her for being nothing more than a puppet doing someone else's dirty work. The Celestial plays it smug and declares that this isn't Daesung's moment, and says that she's going to take his head and keep it in storage until the time is right. Daesung's patience snaps and he cranks up the speed of his strikes, but no matter what he throws at her, she keeps parrying like it's light work. They go at it like two gaming pros in a final boss battle, clashing back and forth at lightning speed. Then, out of nowhere, Daesung plays his ace and activates his trump card, Domain Exchange. The whole battlefield twists into a terrifying hellscape, flames blazing and sky cracked open like the end times just showed up. But the Celestial isn't impressed. She flashes that unhinged serial killer smile and drops the bomb that his little trick won't do a thing to her. The demonic scenery suddenly gets overwritten as a blinding holy light floods the area, which forces Daesung to actually break a sweat for once. Hovering like she's queen of the heavens, the Heavenly Mother mocks him and asks why he's even trying to protect this world when he isn't human himself. That line sets Daesung off, and he yells at her to set her brain straight and proudly declares that he's a law-abiding citizen of South Korea. Without wasting a second, he slams his sword into the ground once again and summons his trusty apostles, who materialize and line up in front of him, ready for smoke. Each of them looks hyped, clearly itching to throw hands. Finally, they get the signal to move and all three dash forward in sync. The Celestial Lady doesn't flinch and just stands there, still aura farming while holding her sword to her face. The three apostles attack her from all angles with Lil Chucky sprinting right beside them, waving his tiny knife with murder in his eyes. However, this does not impress the angel at all, as Lil Chucky's the first to get smacked into next week, followed by Dongchul and then Seoyeon crashing right after. The Heavenly Mother shakes her head at their baby-level attacks and tells them to stop playing around. But suddenly her expression shifts as something feels off to her. She scans the area and finally realizes she's not in her divine realm anymore and somehow has been dragged straight back into the middle of Daesung's hell. After that, Daesung shows off a wicked grin as his knockoff domain expansion finally activates and his 3 apostles stand firm behind him like backup dancers hyping him up, pushing his aura way past 9,000. He opens his eyes and declares that he's already won and tells her she better brace herself because she's about to get folded like a gas station omelet. The Celestial tells him not to get too cocky just yet as one black wing bursts out of her back with creepy little orbs stuck all over it. Meanwhile, she throws out a smirk and claims that in this space, she can also tap into her full powers without holding back. She throws her hand forward and launches a wild aerial attack which Daesung swats away effortlessly with one smooth wave of his hand. He then brings out the same chains he once used to pin down the Titan and sends them stabbing right into her wings which traps her in place. He leaps up into the air with his sword raised, fully ready to cancel her life subscription with extreme enthusiasm. With that, our hero goes all in and uses his classic Demon Lord slash against Heavenly Mother, but she counters with her own move by triggering Wing of Destiny, shielding herself with those cursed wings. Both insane attacks clash and cancel each other out in a ridiculous fiery blast that ends up pushing Daesung backward, and gets him even more annoyed than before. The Celestial isn't slowing down either as she comes flying in again with talons out with the hope to finish the fight before he can pull another trick. She targets Daesung's eyes and breaks through his defense like it's nothing, making it seem like she's actually won. However, his body turns out to be nothing more than smoke, and it's being controlled by Seoyeon, who is locked in deep concentration. Daesung wipes the blood off his cheek and admits he would have really gotten deleted there if his wifey Seoyeon hadn't jumped in. During the battle, the apostles have already snapped out of whatever spell they were under, and Seoyeon starts wondering if her master is once again in serious danger. Choyoung cuts in without any filter and points at the golden wrinkly witch nearby and asks if that crusty old nightmare is the actual enemy. Dongchul barely manages to process the chaos and comments about how huge the explosion was like yo mama. This little goof makes Daesung realize his crew's finally back in control. At that point, Daesung tells them he'll explain later. But right now, they've got to jump the evil chicken lady, which gets the apostles immediately locked in without hesitation. They line up like they're about to drop a diss track, all standing in sync as they prepare to square up against the cackling menace who just stares them down and says their fate is already sealed, so they should quit their sad little resistance. Now boiling with rage, Seoyeon flips the chicken lady off without hesitation alongside Lil Chucky and dares her to come over and get wrecked by a knuckle sandwich deluxe. Meanwhile, Seoyeon pulls off one of her slick ninja moves by activating her water trap skill, which makes the ground around the angel turn into this gnarly bubbling black sludge that almost knocks her off balance. The creepy liquid starts slithering around her feet like it's trying to inject her with something nasty, but the Heavenly Mother doesn't even blink and just calls it a sad little trick before casually trying to fly off like nothing happened. At the same time, ice shards randomly start popping up all over her feet too, totally locking her in place since Choyoung decides to flex with her skill Thorny Graveyard, which summons a barrage of sharp icicles straight at the angel. The ice jabs her from all directions, but she stays stone cold and doesn't even twitch, tanking the hit like a monster. Dongchul suddenly screams like he's auditioning for a horror movie and charges in and stacks his Thunderstrike into the combo, but of course, the angel still stands there looking like lightweight no reaction mode is permanently on. Right after that, Dongchul starts acting all smug like he just did something impressive with his over-the-top attack, and then has the audacity to act surprised that it did absolutely nothing. The angelic menace just blocks the whole thing by curling up behind her wings like the dramatic coward she is. She then flashes a super unsettling grin as her head slowly peeks through between the wings. She straight up vows to erase them all one by one while slowly creeping out from behind her wings, looking like the world's most threatening ugly duckling. Back at the battlefield, the Heavenly Mother starts powering up her ultimate move. The apostles are barely staying grounded as the whole place shakes like it's in a ragequake, and with everything on the brink of total chaos. Daesung finally decides he's done playing around and cancels the summoning of his apostles with a snap of his fingers. One after another, the apostles vanish into clouds of smoke, though Seoyeon makes an effort to fight it by clinging to her master's will, but eventually she also disappears into the mist. Daesung sends a quick shout out to his loyal squad for holding it down and tells them he's taking over from here to wrap things up. With that declaration, the Demon Lord blasts forward at full throttle, while the angel is still too busy powering up like she's waiting for a cutscene to end. Right then, he plunges his sword straight into her without letting the enemy finish her power up, which Goku definitely would have waited for. The system conveniently notifies him that his ultimate move is almost ready as he finally hits 100% hell materialization rate. The Celestial realizes something is off when she looks around and figures out she's been teleported to another cursed dimension once again. A few seconds later, Daesung starts floating towards her, powered entirely by the sheer gravitational force of his aura, which sends her into a panic. As his eyes start to glow with a bloody red, he calmly tells her to start praying because he's officially about to let loose. He straight up declares that her survival chances just hit 0% as he slowly gives her the ultimate disrespectful thumbs down. Immediately after that, the Demon Lord activates his finishing move, Immortal Hellfire, which unleashes massive waves of demonic flames, while the Heavenly Mother finally starts showing signs of being worried for once. A massive black hole cracks open right underneath her, offering an exclusive no-return VIP ride to damnation, and Daesung lets her know it's one way only. In a final act of desperation, the celestial lady removes every limiter holding her back, and her body starts shifting into something truly cursed. As the smoke clears up, a hideous mutated eye creature pops out, whose legs appear to be bent over than her. But her disgusting transformation ends up being completely pointless, because the tendrils from the hell portal start wrapping around her anyway. A heavy wave of dread crashes over her when it finally hits that no matter what she does, there's zero chance of escaping this mess. Daesung casually tells her to shut it, and then swoops down from above like a WWE star, slamming a savage dropkick right into her spine as he yells midair that she needs to just die already. The Heavenly Mother can't process the fact that she's actually getting destroyed and starts questioning why fate suddenly decided to betray her so hard. Moments later, the angel completely vanishes through the portal in a final burst of glowing feathers as the closing hell circle traps her and erupts into a massive explosion. Silence falls over the entire dimension, with only a giant crater left as the last remaining evidence that a god-tier battle even happened. But that peaceful moment doesn't last long as a bright beam cuts through the quiet and a mutated angel floating orb pops out. Daesung just stares down the giant floating eye like it's a mildly annoying bug, and the system helpfully lets him know that the demonic beasts of Pandemonium are now completely simping for their master. A flood of system messages roll in. Right after that, the system hits him with the ultimate follow-up question, and asks whether he wants to absorb the divine powers of the angel Barakiel he just completely clapped. Not wasting even a second, he instantly agrees to absorb the power as a massive flash of light bursts through the area and the orb slowly starts sinking into his body. The system chimes in to confirm that he's officially absorbed the celestial powers and has unlocked all the shiny angel abilities. As a bonus, he can now use his demon powers even across different dimensions thanks to his insane level boost. Out of nowhere, the magical book shows up like it owns the place and tells Daesung that the dimensional key to the celestial realm is literally right in front of him. Floating just ahead is a giant glowing golden orb which Daesung picks up and crushes in his hand. As soon as he does, the orb marks itself onto his hand in the form of a cool glowing tattoo, and the system lets him know he now has complete unrestricted access to the celestial realm. He starts wondering if this orb really is the key, and the book confirms that it can indeed be used for travel into the celestial dimension. Daesung realizes that these people are still going to come after his family and friends, so he orders the book to explain how to activate the orb. For once, the book decides to not be a troll, and even offers to make a special orb specifically for this task to help out its master. A shiny golden and blue orb suddenly appears out of thin air like it's been summoned by Houdini, and the book informs him that he now has the ability to open the gate to the dimension anytime he wants. Daesung has one of his big brain moments and casually scratches his head as it hits him that he's still missing a few of his other orbs. Meanwhile, back at the Heavenly Mother cult, the same lady from earlier keeps frantically begging her superior's unconscious body to wake up already and stop playing dead. Right then, a group of soldiers decked out in ninja gear bursts into the room, and the cult lady loses it as she demands to know who they even are. The soldier leading them gives a calm but firm order to capture the orb immediately, while the rest of the squad rushes in, and one dude just casually punches open a locked cupboard like it's nothing. The cult lady starts clutching her head in straight-up panic as the room gets ransacked until one of the soldiers finally grabs hold of the royal orb. The lead soldier throws them a cold stare for a few seconds before telling his team to go ahead and unalive both the women, while the cult lady just stands there frozen with her mouth wide open in absolute disbelief of this nightmare. Right then, a sudden explosion crashes through their tense moment and sends chunks of debris flying in every possible direction. The cult lady throws her arms up trying to shield herself while the lead soldier gets ticked off like someone just ruined his perfect plan. Through the settling smoke, a very familiar pair of footsteps starts echoing, and Daesung steps in, making some fruity hand gesture like he's posing for an album cover. With a completely unhinged look in his eyes, he calls them naughty boys, and asks if no one ever taught them basic manners to not steal. The leader panics and yells at his soldiers to attack with everything they've got as he begins charging the weapon strapped to his arm. Daesung doesn't even twitch a muscle because just the raw murder in his eyes is enough to make every soldier collapse to the floor like sad pancakes. He forces the entire squad to squirm around like pathetic worms, because the pressure from his presence is way too much for their weak spines. With all the threats completely squashed, Daesung finally remembers why he's even here and casually grabs the stolen S-rank orbs from the defeated thieves. As he glances to the side, his eyes land on the unconscious woman, and he narrows his eyes a little while trying to remember who she is. The cult lady instantly starts shaking like a malfunctioning Roomba and blurts out that the woman is their representative, Yunmi. The system then lets Daesung know that there are still loads of people who are brainwashed and asks if he'd like to turn them into his fans instead. This somehow makes him even more annoyed as he processes the fact that the angel had been manipulating an entire army of loyal followers this whole time. Without even thinking twice, Daesung instantly commands that all the cursed people be freed from the wretched mind control. A giant wave of light shoots across the entire building like a divine Wi-Fi signal, and the cult followers suddenly snap out of it and finally realize the ridiculous nonsense they've been doing all along. The moment of clarity leaves them completely horrified as regret hits like a truck, and the cult lady just breaks into tears at the spot, crumpling to the ground in full-on depression. As the light reaches all the rooms, Manager Kim blinks around in confusion once she snaps out of the trance and insists she was just on her way to work a second ago. Panic starts to bubble up as the freed girls try to process what happened, and some of them break down crying and begging for help. Kim quickly takes charge as she announces that she's from the Hunter Association and assures everyone that she'll get back up right away. The chairman hurriedly places a call to Daesung and asks for an update on the incident, to which he replies to chill as the mission was successful. Chano gets curious about how Daesung managed to recover the S-rank orbs so fast and asks about the crazy strong enemy he fought. Daesung confirms his win and tells Chanho to deal with Motherly Association lackeys while he hunts down the orbs. The chairman quickly agrees without question, like a loyal intern, and promises to head straight to the location, while Daesung is already mentally foaming at the mouth at the thought of getting his hands on the human trash responsible. Meanwhile, over at the Dark Side base hidden in the Rocky Mountains, the usual quiet gets absolutely wrecked as the entire base erupts into fireballs and chaos, while Daesung casually strolls through the flaming ruins, admiring the mess he's made. He glances over at the monster book floating nearby and begrudgingly admits that it's kinda helpful after all, while the book practically explodes with joy. Deep underground, the three evil stooges hurriedly walk through the ominous hallway in sweat buckets as they wonder how Daesung manages to find them every time. One of them bites his nails and wonders if they will get followed all the way down here, while the other gaslights them into believing that maybe he will get lost. The disfigured grandpa admits that supporting the cult was a big mistake, as not only did they lose their orbs, but now they have been forced to become the prey. Echoing footsteps start closing in from the other side of the hallway, while the arthritis trio stand stiffly in front of a massive door and yank on a rusty lever. With a loud grinding screech, the door opens wide as a thick cloud of dust spills out into the corridor like it hasn't been touched in centuries. Once the dust finally settles, a gigantic war-ready robot hulks into view, clearly built to demolish anything in its path. A familiar hand touches the robot's frame and loudly wonders how a bunch of sewer rats managed to get their crusty hands on something this high-end. The monster book keeps on yapping about his powers and explains the golem was created by a race that worships a mechanical god or something. The wrinkly trio all look like they're about to collapse from panic as they demand to know how he managed to beat them here. Daesung couldn't care less about their whining and just slices the massive golem in half with one powerful strike that instantly turns it into flying metal confetti and blows up the entire chamber in a fiery blast. Their leader has a sudden genius moment and quickly pulls out an ancient artifact, announcing that he will form a barrier. The artifact glows and pops out a big protective shield that wraps around the trio, and the leader finally exhales in relief, thinking this might actually buy them a few seconds. Unfortunately for them, Daesung casually appears right behind the barrier, like he's been waiting for this reveal, and asks them what exactly they're standing around for. The ancient demon geezers nearly flatline on the spot, completely in disbelief that this guy is still on their necks. Daesung calmly states that their execution is now confirmed, and within seconds, the walls are covered in red splatter as their screams fade into silence. After that, Daesung stands tall over the bodies and wonders how these crusty little maggots ever thought they stood a chance against him in the first place. Pantheon butts in and interrupts his deep villain arc moment by asking if he wants to bounce over to the celestial dimension right away. Daesung smirks and replies that there's no rush since he's got something important to talk about before he dips. The scene shifts to a delicious feast with endless plates lined up, and Dongcheol does not hold back as he dives in without a second thought and praises Daesung's mother for her god-tier cooking. She plays it cool and claims it was all super last minute and nothing fancy. Then she turns around and tells Choyoung to stop pretending she's part of the staff and to grab a plate for herself already. Choyoung goes full blush mode and says she didn't actually do that much and that it was super chill learning how to cook from her. Jisoo doesn't waste any time and makes a direct attack on the delicious omelet rolls, and the mom reveals that Choyoung actually made those and mentions that she wouldn't mind having her as a daughter-in-law. On the other hand, Seoyeon basically freezes when she hears that and mentally flames herself for letting Choyoung charm her master's mom like that. Both girls lock eyes in a deadly silent battle, while Dongcheol looks around confused and casually asks Daesung why he suddenly invited everyone over. Daesung casually drops the bomb that it's just a little farewell party since he's planning to leave Earth in exactly 3 days. Everyone drops what they're doing and turns to Daesung, stunned by the verbal nuke he just dropped on them. Chanho finally breaks the silence and asks if Daesung seriously means what he said about leaving Earth and wonders if he smacked his head a little too hard. Daesung calmly explains that it's way too risky to let those pests stay alive up there and has already made up his mind to go deal with them himself. Seoyeon tries to play it cute and asks her master if that means they'll be going together. Daesung reminds himself not to snap at her since she did pull the spear out of his chest, so instead, he gently tells her to start calling him Big Brother instead of Daddy. She lights up with excitement, thinking it's a special nickname just for her to use, and blushes a little, while Choyoung wonders in her head if she's also allowed to use it. Daesung takes another big bite out of that meat and tells them it's not possible for any of them to come along since none of them have permission to enter the realm. But Dongcheol isn't buying it. He asks if it's really that big of a deal and reminds Daesung that he could always use his special skill. Choyoung quickly catches on that he's talking about the summoning ability, and Seoyeon jumps in to say that Daesung can just teleport back whenever he wants. Even so, our hero doesn't sound too convinced, but he gives his word to at least try it once he gets there, and asks the group to take care of his house and look after their country. Chanho doesn't look thrilled but agrees anyway, and Daesung's mom is just as irritated that her son keeps finding himself in these ridiculous situations, while Jisoo gently tries to soothe her. With a deeply concerned look, his mother turns to him and asks if he'll really be able to return home safe and sound. Our hero gives his mother a calm and reassuring smile, and promises that he'll return soon, so he asks her to trust him. The scene shifts to the system screen, which lights up to inform Daesung that the portal is about to appear, and he just stares at it blankly before casually announcing that he's heading into the celestial realm. A sudden burst of purple light erupts from the portal and completely pulls him in, sending him flying at full speed toward a blinding white light. The system gives a quick update saying the gate has now completed, and he will soon be transported with a new body formed from pure ether energy. This part leaves Daesung a bit confused, but it's already too late to do anything as he suddenly finds himself face to face with a tall, cloaked figure standing before a massive gate. It only takes a moment for Daesung to realize that the hooded man seems oddly familiar and looks exactly like the priest Odi, who he crushed back in hell not long ago. Odi immediately senses something is off, seeing that the creature standing before him doesn't appear to be a celestial, and notices that his aura feels oddly similar to something from his homeland. Daesung takes that as a challenge when he hears the word aura, and casually lets out an explosive and powerful wave of power to return the gatekeeper to his senses. Odi then recognizes the energy as belonging to none other than his glorious king, and drops straight to his knees, greeting the demon god standing before him. Our demon king gets right to the point and demands to know why a priest from hell is now working as a prisoner here in the celestial realm. The priest explains that ever since Daesung folded him back in hell, he was captured and forced to serve as a guard at this location. Our demon lord notices that the spear sticking from Odi's chest looks almost identical to the one the angel stabbed him with earlier. He asks if the gate behind Odi leads straight to the angels, and the priest replies that to reach them, he'll need to go through 100 trials. After hearing that, Daesung holds his head in frustration at the thought of having to go through all that effort. But right then, the monster book comes in clutch and suggests that the master try showing the emblem he carries. Feeling a bit relieved, our hero turns to Odi and asks if he can just use the master key instead while holding it out in his hand. The priest kindly explains that since Daesung possesses the emblem, he now has full access and can come and go as he pleases without needing to endure the trials. With everything sorted out, Daesung decides to head in, but Odi halts him briefly and politely asks for his master's hand, leaving Daesung slightly confused. Still, he agrees to the odd request and offers his hand, and the system notifies him that he has now received the Guardian Seal. Right after the transfer finishes, the priest's body begins to fall apart, which takes Daesung by surprise. But Odi calmly places his hand over his heart and offers his demon lord a blessing for the coming war against the Celestials. Daesung gazes at the spot where the priest once stood and makes a firm promise to himself that this won't be a war, but it will be a full-blown massacre. Elsewhere in the angelic palace, the cross-dressing warrior remains locked up as he slowly regains consciousness and wonders why his usual tormentor hasn't shown up yet. In the background, a voice bickers with herself about being stuck on feeding duty, while Aslan calls out and tells her to just come out already. From his side, a strange butterfly-like angel flutters into view and immediately insults him by asking why someone as pathetic as him refuses to become a Titan god. Aslan notices the change in face and realizes a different angel must be on shift, but he still gives the same answer and firmly states that he won't let himself be turned into a grotesque monster. The angel repeats his words mockingly and smirks as she compliments how impressive it is that he's resisted this long, even if he's still as stubborn as ever. She decides to give him a taste of angel blood as a reward, and he weakly lifts his head in defiance, demanding to know what that is. Without a word, the Celestial grabs his jaw, slices her finger, and lets a single drop of her golden blood fall into his mouth while hurling more insults his way. As soon as the drop slides down his throat, it starts to take effect, his eyes changing color while he screams in pain, and his body begins to transform, still bound tightly in place by the chains as he thrashes wildly. The Celestial lets out a twisted laugh and says, it doesn't really matter whether he accepts it or ends up mutating into a horrible creature anyway. But suddenly, she stiffens as she senses an immense presence approaching fast and quickly spins around to face a figure stepping down the stairs, sword in hand. Daesung now has a deranged look in his eyes as he spots the butterfly woman and, without wasting a second, dashes toward her like a bolt of lightning, raising his sword and savoring the chance to finally face one of those cursed Celestials. The moment she sees a stranger suddenly charging straight at her, the butterfly angel starts to panic, and she quickly shifts into her ethereal form, causing her body to gradually dissolve. Daesung's sword slices clean through the air as she literally turns into light, narrowly avoiding the strike with a twisted smirk playing on her face. Her form slowly takes shape again while Daesung lands a few feet ahead, carried forward by the force of his momentum. She shoots him an angry glare and demands to know how a mere mortal managed to break into their sacred realm with an ugly frown. Daesung doesn't even bother responding to her question and simply comments that this is not going to be an easy fight. Meanwhile, just behind him, Aslan suddenly starts mutating as his body grotesquely morphs into a fleshy blob and he cries out in desperation, pleading that he'll serve whoever manages to save him for the rest of his life. Daesung turns his attention away from the butterfly angel for a moment, and focuses on the bizarre creature behind him, trying to figure out what on earth it even is. The Celestial scoffs and thinks that if she had taken even a second longer to dodge his attack, she wouldn't be standing there now, all while materializing a blade formed entirely from ether. The Demon King immediately raises his sword into a battle stance, and before she can react, he vanishes from sight in a sudden flash of lightning. The angel starts to sweat as she realizes she can't even detect his presence anymore, as a single bead of sweat rolls down her cheek. She frantically spins around, trying to catch even the faintest trace of her attacker, and blindly swings her sword, completely unaware that her death is actually coming from above. Daesung, his eyes burning with a crazed and hungry expression, activates his demonic slash and brings his sword crashing down with brutal force, forcing the angel to raise her own weapon with both hands to block the incoming strike using every ounce of her strength. The impact causes a massive explosion that blasts the angel backward, though she manages to shield herself with her arms and reduce some of the damage. Gritting her teeth in rage, she realizes just how close she came to getting killed in that moment. Daesung shows no intention of stopping as he dashes forward for another strike, yelling at her to just die already. He swings his sword once more, aiming straight for her neck and giving her no chance to evade. Seeing no other way out, she gets desperate and ends up using her trump card, Divine Law, to create a no-violence zone. A bright pillar of light bursts out from her body, instantly freezing Daesung mid-strike as his sword halts just inches from her. He tries to move, but his limbs won't respond at all, and with a furious glare, he demands to know what the insect witch has done to him. The Celestial flashes a smug grin as she taps the blade and casually remarks how close that one came. Inside Daesung's head, Pantheon chimes in and states the obvious that any intent to kill has been completely shut down, which makes Daesung wonder if he should put away his killing intent. The angel keeps that sly smirk and starts going off about how thanks to the Lord's divine law, the area is now locked into a peace zone. She walks up with that same twisted smile and boldly claims that nobody can defy divine law, which only ticks him off more as he fires back asking since when angels ever gave a damn about peace. She's still going with her speech when Daesung suddenly commands his mana to be unleashed. Right then, the Demon Lord enters his true form as his body begins glowing, and his aura floods the entire area. The angel instantly backs away in shock as the name of the demon god hits her ears, but it's already too late. Before she even gets another word out, Daesung slices right through her like Swiss cheese. Her body starts breaking down into nothing as she screams that it shouldn't be possible to override divine law. She fully vanishes into smoke while Daesung just stands there aura farming, completely ignoring her final words. Once she's fully gone, he throws out a cold death glare and declares that now that he's arrived, the celestial realm can kiss any hope of peace goodbye. Right then, the system notifies him that defeating a high-ranking angel lets him absorb her powers. He looks down at the mask she left behind, scratches his head, and wonders if the zesty-looking accessory is actually her divinity. The system starts listing out all the powers in the most boring way possible, sounding like a dry Wikipedia entry, but before Daesung can zone out completely, he suddenly senses something and turns to his side, instinctively catching a massive hand that was about to swat him away like a fly. His eyes shift to the mutated blob in front of him, and something about that face triggers a memory that it looks strangely familiar. Aslan screams in agony as his body keeps expanding in size, and Pantheon calmly explains that the guy is in the middle of transforming into a titan. Aslan, completely overwhelmed, begs Daesung to save him, tears pouring down his cheeks as he pleads not to become a monster. Our hero quickly turns to the monster book and asks if there's any way to stop the transformation, and the book casually suggests making him an apostle. Closing his eyes, he falls into thought, seriously weighing the risk before breaking into a wide grin and deciding to go for it, mostly just because it sounds like fun. The scene shifts to a place where a voice echoes inside Aslan's head, chanting the same line on repeat, demanding obedience to the Demon Lord. Aslan jolts awake in panic and sits up, shouting for the voices to shut up. Nearby, Daesung squats by a small fire, warming his hands, and casually asks if he's finally awake. Aslan slowly regains his senses and politely asks if Hunter Daesung was the one who saved him, but Daesung just shrugs it off without making a big deal out of it. Suddenly, Aslan's face turns serious as both of them sit in silence, staring into the fire, until he finally works up the nerve to ask if Daesung is actually the demon god. Daesung meets the question with a grim, unreadable look, but before anything else can be said, Aslan abruptly springs into action. With lightning-fast movement, he throws off his blanket, drops to one knee and slams his fist into the ground, bowing his head and declaring Daesung his master. Daesung acknowledges his loyalty and tells him that from now on, he will be an apostle and fight for him from now on. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Castle, everyone stands at attention in the main hall in front of their leader sitting on his throne. His eyes are closed as he asks a question to his subordinates if it was a Celestial who broke the divine law. One of his lackeys steps up with his hand over his chest and comments that since all their lives are connected, it is impossible to tell who the culprit actually is. The angel leader then opens his eyes as he summons a golden scroll with a flick of his hand. All the lesser angels look at him in shock as they recognize that the scroll is an extremely high-level holy relic. One of them suddenly speaks up and asks Semyaza to wait, as he comments that it will be a waste to use such a priceless item on a lowly being. However, the angel leader counters that a lowly being would not be able to break the divine law, and at the very least, the culprit would be a demon on his level. Not wasting any more time, he activates the scroll as it unfolds and starts rising into the air. His eyes start to glow too, as he declares that the demonic beast responsible will not be able to escape the judgment of the Divine Lord. Meanwhile, back with the woods, Aslan shares his surprise about the celestial realm even existing, while Daesung looks visibly irritated that they've made absolutely no progress. The monster book tries to reassure him that the end is finally in sight, but that does nothing to lift his mood, especially once he realizes he can't fly in dimensions outside of Earth. Just then, our hero freezes as a sudden flash of light pulls him out of his thoughts, and a golden scroll appears in front of him without warning. The scroll immediately starts speaking inside his mind and doesn't hold back, hurling insults at him for breaking the divine law and declaring that punishment is now inevitable. A portal forms beneath his feet while the book glows even brighter, announcing that the offender is being sent straight to the abyss of the void. The Demon King instantly tenses up as he feels himself starting to sink. Still distracted and lost in his own head, Aslan thinks out loud if they're still far from reaching the celestial village. When there's no response, he turns to look for Daesung and freezes in shock when he sees nothing but smoke where his master just stood. Meanwhile, unfazed as ever, our boy plummets into a void of endless darkness as waves of painful memories come rushing back, starting with the moment his father died. He narrows his eyes with a burning anger as the trauma from his time in hell floods back where he was forced to eat disgusting monster flesh just to stay alive. The memories shift again, showing him lying helpless on the ground, with a massive part of his body missing as he desperately cries out to go home. Then, out of nowhere, he finds himself standing at the entrance of a cave, questioning whether this is all happening again from the very beginning. But the real Daesung is still falling through the darkness, eyes closed as the memories keep pouring in, completely unable to control the flow of his thoughts. The monster book quickly pulls him back to the present with a sharp warning that something is closing in fast, snapping him back to reality. Out of the pitch black, a worm-like creature with a disturbingly cheerful smile starts slithering toward him, clearly hungry for its next unfortunate victim. The creature charging toward him turns out to be the physical embodiment of the void itself, and it darts at Daesung with terrifying speed. Mid-fall, he manages to summon his sword, eyes glowing with a dangerous light as he raises it and comments that the thing looks like it's starving for something. Without hesitation, he unleashes his demon god powers and uses his slash skill and slashes the monster into two equal halves, yelling at it to die. As the creature breaks apart into multiple pieces, countless spirits begin pouring out of its body, finally released from the torment they endured while trapped inside the void's form. Daesung looks ahead as he continues falling and suddenly tenses up when he spots something as he approaches the ground fast. The ground slowly comes into view, revealing a vast, desert-like land stretching endlessly in all directions, with nothing but barren terrain. He crashes into the ground like a meteor, sending a massive cloud of dust and rubble flying everywhere, but he lands flawlessly, unfazed by the impact. Not even slightly shaken by falling from the sky, his focus shifts immediately as he notices movement in the distance. One by one, glowing blue, lizard-like monsters begin crawling out from underground, chattering among themselves about the void's presence suddenly disappearing. The group snaps to attention as one of them announces that it doesn't really matter since the void will just respawn soon anyway, and instead demands to know who managed to defeat such a being. Without warning, a massive cat-like monster erupts from behind the lizard men, roaring with rage as it joins the group. The monsters now stand locked in a tense stare-off with the mysterious figure who just took down the embodiment of the void. Daesung meets their gaze with a deadpan look, completely unimpressed and more annoyed than anything as he quietly wonders what kind of weird creatures these even are. At that moment, a system notification appears and informs him that he's now officially in the deepest part of the dimensional beasts. The scene moves to a grand castle where a magic feather pen scribbles across a scroll, guided by Semyaza, who sits calmly in his chair with arms folded as a bulky angel stands before him. The towering angel speaks first, asking why he's been summoned all of a sudden. With his eyes closed, Semyaza addresses him as Arequipa and explains that he's being sent to Pandemonium to identify a new demonic beast that has surfaced there. Arequipa's demeanor instantly shifts to something more serious as he recalls that no being, angel or otherwise, has ever returned from the abyss, then boldly questions whether Semyaza is sending him as nothing more than a sacrificial pawn for his useless games. Semyaza's gaze sharpens as he reminds Arequipa that the remnants of the great demon god lie within that same abyss. At that, Arequipa's eyes widen with shock as he confirms if this is the same demon god who was once defeated by the Divine Lord. And the thought sparks a chilling possibility that the wretched demon who broke into their realm might be following that god's will. He lowers his eyes in shame and quickly retracts his earlier accusation. Semyaza advises him to bring along the third-rank angels, just in case the situation spirals out of control. Arequipa bows his head and vows to carry out the mission without fail. Meanwhile, somewhere deep within the abyss, a pair of hands slowly let sand sift between their fingers, which belong to Pandemonium Administrator Yen, who randomly yells into the emptiness that there's absolutely nothing here. Speaking to no one in particular, he wonders aloud if the void's sudden disappearance means a new demonic beast has arrived. Just then, a vortex begins forming in the ceiling which snaps him out of his line of thought. At the base of a massive tree stump, a puff of smoke reveals 3 sudden arrivals in a cloud of smoke, who turn out to be Arequiba, flanked by 2 twin lesser angels standing closely behind him. In front of them, a mass of vines begins to twist and form a clump, from which the administrator Yen suddenly emerges and asks the towering angel what brings it down to the bottom of the pit. Arequiba wastes no time and addresses Yen directly and orders him to open the gates of Pandemonium immediately, explaining that there's something he needs to confirm. Elsewhere, back on the plains, a flash of light crackles in the air as a tree and 3 figures begin to take shape, formed entirely from streaks of lightning. Arequiba and his subordinates have now entered the abyss, quietly observing their surroundings until something in the distance stops them cold. Their eyes widen in shock as they spot the Demon King grinning while seated atop the same giant wolf monster from before, who now does not dare defy his master. Our hero refers to the surrounding monsters as his minions, and though none of them seem thrilled, they stay lined up in formation, too terrified to do anything but obey. Eager to grab the spotlight, they dash forward with swords raised high. The twin angels confidently assure Arequiba that they've got everything under control. Daesung doesn't hesitate for a second and summons his chains, launching them straight toward the oncoming angels. The twins are instantly trapped, completely immobilized by the chains as they lose all ability to move even slightly. Daesung charges in, sword in hand, shouting at the celestial intruders to accept their fate. In that instant, Arequiba's focus sharpens as one of his eyes transforms into gears and cogs, and he activates his celestial ability, Time Reversal. Before they even know what's happening, both angels end up trapped in the Demon King's chains as Daesung charges at them, fully ready to end their pitiful lives with a single blow. But right before our boy's attack can land, Arequiba uses a skill called Observation Reversal and instantly teleports the angels behind him, leaving the Demon King momentarily puzzled. As Arequiba quietly tells his angels that he suspects the demon beast in front of them might actually be the new Demon King, our boy locks his eyes on Arequiba's mechanical clockwork eyes, clearly wanting to claim them for his growing collection. Without holding back, Daesung unleashes his mana release and shifts into his true Demon Lord form, catching Arequiba completely off guard. He dives in with full force, aiming to finish it fast, but gets irritated when his attack misses yet again, while Arequiba calmly remains unscathed with both his angels still beside him. The Demon King starts assuming that Arequiba's eye must be some kind of advanced version of his own, and his magical book backs that up by explaining that the man has an ability allowing him to completely reverse events. Arequiba wonders why the Demon King hasn't weakened, since all demonic beings are supposed to lose half their power when they pass through the abyss. He directly asks if the king absorbed an angel's divinity, which the demon confirms with a proud grin as he casually lifts his hand, signaling his minions to charge at the angels. The monsters charge in, howling for revenge and ready to rip the angels apart. But they freeze mid-rush when Arequiba casts Resume Observation, a skill that creates a perfect copy of the Demon King who wipes out the monsters instantly, and even tries to bind the original with his own chains. The Demon King slices through the chains with his swords, but gets immediately surrounded by the twin angels who both launch their attacks at once, hoping to finish him off for good. However, once the dust settles, they realize their strike wasn't enough as the Demon King emerges unscathed, having shielded himself using Wings of Demon King, a powerful ability he acquired after taking down an angel. Arequiba figures out that the Demon King must have absorbed Barakiel's divinity, while our boy starts to realize that this angel isn't just absorbing his attacks, but can even mimic them completely. The Demon King can't help but wish he had apostles of his own to back him up, which immediately reminds him of the Seed of Destruction Aslan which he's capable of summoning. With a blinding flash of lightning, Aslan appears before them, and Daesung wastes no time ordering him to eliminate the angels. Aslan casually mentions that he's been testing all his abilities until now, and is finally ready to show his true strength, which makes our boy crack a joke, telling him he'll get promoted to a full apostle if he pulls this off. That actually catches Aslan off guard, since in his mind, he already was a full-fledged apostle. Still, he takes it as a personal challenge to prove his worth and activates his Titan King transformation, a move so powerful it leaves the angels trembling as they try to process how a demon beast could summon a Titan. The towering Titan loudly declares death to the angels and throws a massive punch, only to have it stopped cold by Arequiba's observation nullify. Without missing a beat, Arequiba follows up with Resume Observation and sends the punch right back at the Titan, launching him into the air. Arequiba scoffs at the Titan's foolishness, clearly amused by how confidently the beast charged in. But that arrogance doesn't last long as the Demon King swiftly drives a slick stab into his back, shattering his pride in an instant. Still coughing blood and gritting through the pain, Arequiba manages to activate his Observation Reversal ability just in time to break free from the Demon King's hold, and as he slips away, the king spins around only to find one of the twin angels right behind him. Arequiba wastes no time and tells Yen, the administrator of the Pandemonium, to get them out of this mess immediately. But before anyone can move or speak, the Demon Lord casually divorces the twin angel's head from his body like it's nothing, and the sight of Shamsiel's lifeless form sends the remaining twin angels spiraling into a wild panic. In a flash, Daesung marks both the angel and Arequipa, cloaking them in a sinister purple glow as he declares that no one escapes once they bear his mark. Yen freezes in horror, watching helplessly as the angel Arequipa begins to lose his divinity, the light draining from him bit by bit while Yen yells out in desperate protest, unable to do a thing to stop it. The remaining angel shouts at Yen to cultivate the void before it's too late. But the warning comes a second too late as the extraction finishes, and the Demon King successfully absorbs Arequipa's divine observation eye, corrupting it into a twisted version of its former self, his very own demonic eye. The power it grants is overwhelming, allowing him to nullify or copy enemy attacks, scan through their past actions, and even see their ranking in an instant. With a brief surge of raw power, a crimson beam blasts from the Demon King's eyes, lighting up the void with an unsettling red glow. And as the glow fades, he turns to Administrator Yen, expecting him to prove useful. But Yen completely blows it, stammering out that while he does have administrative control over the pandemonium, he will never hand it over to the Demon King no matter what. Our boy, after finding out about Yen's role as the administrator, smiles at him softly, realizing just how sensitive the information is that he carelessly let slip. Without wasting a second, our guy activates his ability to summon the Demon King, a terrifying skill that makes anyone ranked below him obey his every whim without question, and casts that influence directly onto Yen, who soon begins to crumble under the haunting voices pushing him to defend, praise, obey, and serve without resistance. Completely overtaken, Yen pledges his loyalty to the Demon King, who finds this twisted gaslighting ability surprisingly effective. Daesung casually asks Yen to hand over the authority of the pandemonium, and without hesitation, Yen agrees, offering up the key which the Demon King grabs without thinking, only to find himself instantly transported to a strange hallway filled with glowing light-tinted pink, something he clearly wasn't prepared for. He turns to his left and notices a single door waiting at the very end of the corridor. Meanwhile, over in the celestial realm, something wild starts to unfold as all 7 suns suddenly fall into eclipse, sending waves of panic across the skies. Even the steady glow in Semyaza's private room begins to dim, which catches his attention immediately, making him jump to his feet and rush out in alarm toward the Supreme Lord's palace. When he finally arrives, he is blocked at the gates by 2 angels who are firmly guarding the entrance to the chamber. Semyaza demands that the angels step aside so he can access the oracle of the Lord, but they explain that the Supreme Lord has forbidden anyone from entering the chamber. Semyaza lowers his head and sighs, accepting the Supreme Lord's plan before moving on to summon all the beings present in the celestial realm. Every being responds to his call, including Sahariel, the 3rd-ranking angel, Ramiel and Kokabiel, both 2nd-ranking angels, along with others. In a decisive moment, Semyaza declares war on all demonic beings and urges everyone to prepare for the battle that lies ahead. Meanwhile, our guy walks down the hallway of the pandemonium until he reaches the door. Using the key Yen gave him, Daesung opens the doorway and is surprised by what he finds inside. He steps into a classroom that he instantly recognizes as the one from the middle school he attended as a child. There, he notices a little girl doodling in her notebook and approaches her. She is surprised by his sudden appearance, but then smiles warmly, revealing that she has been expecting him. Our guy grabs a chair and leans on it, asking the girl who she is, but she counters by asking who he thinks she is. He uses his 3rd authority, the evil eye, to read her rank, expecting some arrogant brat, but is shocked when a shadowy figure appears behind her, and her title changes to the primordial demon lord Satan. She's ecstatic to see that he has also acquired her demonic eye while our guy asks why he has been summoned here. She explains that she wanted to meet her successor, the one who could obtain the key to the abyss, so she planted a trigger to make their meeting possible. In a burst of what seems like madness, she rejoices at the thought of finally winning against her longtime enemy, and begins to laugh maniacally. The shadowy figure appears beside our guy, and asks Satan if she's ready since he already looks prepared. But Satan points out that he's still a novice, and they will need to help him. Just then, shadowy demons of darkness surround Daesung and start debating whether they should enter his body or leave him behind, while one wonders if he is even worthy to stand alongside them. Our guy loses patience with the demons and flails his arms to shoo them away before telling Satan that he doesn't need any help and will simply do what he came to do before going back home. The little primordial demon girl warns him that if he leaves now, he will end up dying, which our guy can't take seriously. But Satan sees potential in him despite being a rookie and decides to test it by landing a flying kick right to his face. Our guy blocks the kick with his hand, confident he can parry anything thrown at him. But the sheer power behind the primordial demon lord's strike overwhelms him, sending him flying straight into the wall with a harsh crash. As Daesung struggles to recover from the blow, the demons burst out laughing at his failure, so he attempts to reverse the situation by activating his 1st authority, observation reversal, hoping to rewind the moment. However, the demons quickly reveal that they cannot be observed, rendering his ability useless against them. Suddenly, everything changes, and our guy finds himself engulfed in a blinding white light that slowly fades to reveal a ruined city, leaving him questioning if he's dreaming or hallucinating. There he spots Changsik Appa badly wounded and held up by his teammate, both protected by a force field. Nearby, one of the squad lies dead on the ground just before a sudden explosion shakes the area. The leader of the group complains that Semyaza attacking them with his wings was basically cheating, but Semyaza wastes no time and shoots a beam of light from his eyes, striking the leader down. Just then, his teammate jumps in, blocking the attack with her shield. She checks on the leader's condition, but before she can react, Semyaza rushes forward and slashes her down with a single swift strike. The leader rages as he watches his teammate get killed, but Semyaza wastes no time letting him mourn and destroys him with a laser beam before naming Han Dae-sung as the cause of everyone's downfall. Our guy feels the weight of remorse clearly, but in the very next moment he is whisked away to a different place. There he finds Seoyeon Uni making a last stand, using her illusion veil to conceal her teammates from the angels, while one of them points out that these angels resemble the ones Dae-sung had gone to face. Seoyeon does not take the idea of him losing to mere angels lightly, but before she can respond, an axe crashes through her illusion veil. Ramiel bursts through the force field with a roar, expressing his anger at the crew for hiding in plain sight before swinging his axe to deliver the final strike. But suddenly Chucky jumps in, blocking the axe with his knife and shouting for his master to run while he holds Ramiel back. Ramiel grabs Chucky and crushes the life out of him as Chucky screams his final plea for his master to escape while she still can. Watching her friend get destroyed, Seoyeon is consumed by a fierce, frenzied rage and unleashes her ability Instant Death on Ramiel. Absolutely furious after watching her little boy get the life squeezed out of him, Seoyeon casts the curse of Instant Death on Ramiel, which sends intense pain ripping through his body and makes the majestic beard angel nearly drop to his knees. Still, he flashes a smug little grin and says he's not some run-of-the-mill inferior angel who would flop onto the ground after a silly curse like that. Right after that, he lunges at her with his hulking body and his knee aimed straight for her belly, but what actually ends up hitting her is his massive axe, which slices her cleanly into two perfect halves. Protecting Dae-sung's shaken family, Chanho whips out his gun and yells at the bastard Celestial for wasting a perfectly fine goth girl, then fires his tiny air pistol right at the giant. Meanwhile, the giant Celestial doesn't fight back at all, but instead some flying harpies come screeching out and dive straight at Chanho, tearing into him like a flock of hungry vultures. That whole horrific scene leaves Jisoo and her mother completely traumatized as they cling to each other in fear, watching the inferior angels slowly approach them next. Watching the last people he truly loves and holds close meet such a brutal end right in front of his eyes leaves our Demon King standing there completely speechless. With nothing but pure rage blazing in his eyes, he swears to brutally destroy every single one of the trash bags from heaven. Right then, the shadows start swirling around him again and remind him this is the fate waiting for him not too far down the line if he keeps ignoring what they're trying to say. On the other hand, the ruler of hell tells the creepy little ghosts to shut their ugly mouths, but then Satan's sugary voice slips into his ear and softly asks if he's truly seen what's coming for him. Later, as he poofs back into her eerie dimension, he straight up refuses to believe what he just witnessed could actually be the future. But she gives him this smug little smirk and says things will go down exactly like that without her divine-level wisdom guiding him. The shadows jump in and start roasting his sad excuse of using his full potential as the Demon Lord. But Dae-sung isn't some fool and demands they drop whatever scheme they're trying to run on him. With a cutesy little grin, Satan says she'd love to help him out, which immediately makes him raise an eyebrow and wonder what exactly she's getting out of it. After that, she explains she'll let him borrow one of her shadows, and it'll help fight Rudra's annoying angels so he can destroy them all and get back to his family safe and sound. One of the shadows throws a fit and reminds her she's forgetting their deal, which makes Dae-sung instantly suspicious of whatever game she's playing. Thinking hard, the senile girl strokes her chin like she's trying to remember what she even promised, and when one of the shadows jogs her memory, she finally reveals his actual job is to use that power to recover her body. Seeing him all confused and thrown off, she casually explains that during her last showdown, Luthra tore her body apart like it was cotton candy, and now she can't leave this creepy dimension without a physical vessel to hold her soul together. Since our Demon King already plans to wipe out all of Rudra's minions anyway, she says it's basically a win-win deal, but he's got a way more burning question on his mind. Out of the blue, he asks the tiny hellspawn if she was the one who summoned him there in the first place. She stares at him with a deadpan poker face, dragging out the suspense before flashing a cheeky grin and claiming she has no clue at all really. He tells her to cut the act and be serious, but Satan just says it was actually her cute little grimoire that did the summoning. Instantly recognizing the name, he stares and asks if it's really what he thinks it is, and the ghost whispering right into his ear confirms that yeah, it's the Pantheon. It starts cracking jokes, saying those weird quest pop-ups he keeps seeing like he's in some game are all part of the Demon Lord growth system created by the original Pantheon. The little demon casually adds that she sent the grimoire out under Luthra's big dumb nose to find a new successor, since she couldn't do it herself. With that, she throws the question back at him, asking if he's down to take the deal, and honestly, our boy admits it's actually a pretty solid offer. Just then, he spins around after hearing the voice of his own grimoire, and that's the moment it hits him that technically, he's supposed to be a fragment of the original Pantheon too. The book yells that even if the Pantheon made it, it's definitely not some evil spawn of Satan, and Daesung instantly clowns on it by saying it's just a crappy bootleg knockoff. But he quiets down when the book politely asks him to just hear it out for a second. While he quietly chats with his bootleg fake Theon, the shadows start swirling around all confused and try to pressure him again, saying he's got no shot at survival without their power. But our boy just grins silently like a mastermind and seals the deal with the devil herself. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm called Elysium, an army of monstrous angels kneels before their big boss, Semyaza. Ramiel asks if the progenitor of all demon lords might appear, since this is the biggest war between the heavens and humanity, and wonders if she's really been resurrected. The masked celestial points out that all 7 suns have eclipsed at once, clearly marking the return of the great devil. Hearing that a serious war is coming, the others begin to lose their morale, and Duriel suspects that Satan might try to retrieve their power. As the majestic bearded angel wonders what their supreme leader actually wants, Semyaza tells them to stop thinking and just follow whatever orders they get. With that, an angel blows the horn and Kokabiel kicks off the fight by firing Infinity Stone-themed arrows straight at our hero. He charges in, ready to wreck some enemies, and recalls Satan's plan to leave Luthra for her after he takes out the small fry and the top 5 ranks. Then he spots a volley of rainbow arrows flying at him, which are definitely not straight. Daesung stands his ground without flinching as he taps into the new powers he recently gained and shouts for time to freeze, the gears in his eye beginning to spin as a crimson glow radiates outward. Instantly, the arrows halt mid-air like someone hit pause on reality. But he doesn't stop there and activates yet another ability called Time Reverse, and sends the arrows hurtling back the way they came, flipping the attack right back to the sender. The deadly projectiles race toward Kokabiel, who stands high atop a massive building and quickly snaps to attention, as he recognizes the familiar technique once belonging to an old comrade, and now clearly stolen by Daesung. Still, Kokabiel stays calm as he casually raises his hand and commands his divine power to return. Just like that, the arrows lose their rainbow glow and fall harmlessly to the ground without ever reaching him. Semyaza slams his foot down in frustration and barks out a command for all the Celestials to attack together. The creatures who barely pass for celestial beings launch themselves toward Daesung at full speed, their bloodlust obvious as they rush in with wild, hungry eyes. Completely unimpressed, Daesung lifts his sword and remarks that if they're planning to swarm him like filthy rats, then they should face what's waiting for them. With a single motion, he slices open the air itself, ripping a massive demonic rift that connects directly to the gates of hell. From within that dark void, a monstrous hand reaches through and slams into the ground, followed by the hulking body of a titan stepping out and rising to its full height. Aslan emerges, fully transformed, and plants his foot into the battlefield with enough force to send powerful shockwaves ripping through the ground, and locks eyes with the incoming celestial beasts. In the very next moment, an explosion rocks the battlefield, and smoke blows in every direction as the massive titan, despite his enormous size, launches himself into the sky with incredible force. The winged celestial creatures trail after him like annoying insects, but he uses his tremendous bulk to dive straight back down into enemy ranks, slamming into the ground with devastating impact and flattening entire squads like ants under his feet. The titan draws in a massive breath and lets out a thunderous roar, vowing to wipe out every single one of the cursed angels before him. While all eyes stay fixed on the chaos, no one notices the steady approach of Daesung's forces, marching through the demonic rift that is still wide open. With cries of death to the angels, the demon army storms into the celestial realm and loudly hails Aslan as the demon god's official commander. Aslan looks back at his fellow soldiers, a smirk creeping across his face as he wonders if this impressive display might finally earn him a promotion to a full apostle. Over on the other side, Duriel is absolutely shredding her giant harp, blasting out intense battle music that sends waves of motivation across the battlefield. Fueled by the sound and clearly vibing with their favorite waifu, the celestial troops surge forward, strengthened by the music buff. The armies crash into each other in a brutal collision, teeth bared and weapons drawn as the two sides throw themselves into the fight. For a while, the Celestials clearly seem to hold the upper hand, cooking demon soldiers left and right with hardly any effort. Much to their surprise, the wounded demons start to undergo horrific changes, their forms mutating as they're forcibly turned into celestial beasts against their will. Duriel's eyes begin to glow intensely as she commands her troops to hold out for her, continuing the mass transformation of enemy fighters into Celestials mid-battle. Right after that, Aslan suddenly snaps his gaze upward just in time to see a massive hammer swinging down toward his head. He grits his teeth as he catches the Mjolnir with his bare hand and stops it in its tracks. Ramiel, fuming with rage, calls him a filthy traitor and cusses out Aslan for attacking the celestial realm after everything that happened on his home planet. Aslan stares at him blankly, completely lost, not understanding a word of it as he keeps a knuckle sandwich lined up. Still enraged, Aslan declares himself as a human from Earth and smashes his fist into Ramiel's cheek, sending shockwaves through the ground. Ramiel gets blown back from the powerful blow as he crashes into the castle wall with a loud thud, but still manages to hold onto his hammer. Kokabiel locks in as he launches himself off the castle wall and rapidly fires off arrows one after another, hitting every target with perfect accuracy as he takes down wave after wave of demon soldiers with his hack skills. He crashes down hard onto the ground, which somehow does not break his noodle legs, and remains optimistic that his radiant magic arrows will carve out a path for the celestial troops to push through the enemy forces. All around him, more demon soldiers keep mutating into celestial beasts, turning against their own in the middle of the chaos. Kokabeel suddenly freezes as he hears a familiar voice behind him, casually announcing it has found its arm. Turns out, it is Daesung, who simply stands there behind the archer angel and looks completely calm as explosions continue to burst across the battlefield. Out of nowhere, a sneak attack almost gets the jump on him, but he quickly raises his sword to block a spear aimed straight at his heart, then slides back a little to regain his footing while facing whoever just tried to land the hit. And just when one annoying enemy doesn't feel like enough, a whole swarm of Kokabeel starts diving toward him from the sky, forcing him to glance away from Sahariel for a second. Kokabeel wastes no time taunting that even with the stolen observation eye, Daesung still won't be able to dodge the strikes from his phantom aim. Sahariel quickly charges forward with his spear and shouts at the demon to stop resisting and just die already. Daesung's body turns into pure darkness, and he flashes a sly grin like he's keeping something hidden. The angel duo doesn't hold back, unleashing a combined powerful attack right at him, causing a massive explosion that sends dust and debris flying in every direction. Kokabeel leaps back from the blast, hoping they've finally taken out the demon, but his expression quickly shifts to panic as dark shadows start to pool around him, something that should be impossible in the celestial realm. Daesung suddenly bursts up from the darkness, laughing like a complete maniac, and grabs Kokabeel's arm, nearly scaring the life out of him. Wasting no time, he tears the limb clean off like it's just a detachable Lego piece. Kokabeel lets out a gut-wrenching scream, sounding exactly like someone who just lost an arm, while Daesung gleefully holds up the severed limb like it's some sort of twisted trophy. Just then, a bright light slices through the smoky haze and catches Daesung off guard as a searing laser blasts right through his body, punching holes in places they should not be. Out from the smoke steps Semyaza, looking absolutely furious as he growls that he's been watching the demon this entire time. But Daesung's shadowy form repairs itself effortlessly, like the wounds were never there in the first place, while the shadow side takes control and immediately realizes that Rudra has handed over one of his eyes to the cursed angel. Daesung watches as Semyaza raises his finger to the sky, the light above him beginning to gather into a spirit bomb. The light above continues to grow alarmingly until even the celestial soldiers begin glancing up with concern, the sheer force of the energy kicking up clouds of dust. The demon army struggles to protect themselves, shielding their bodies from the blinding light that seems to burn straight through them, while the celestial soldiers stand tall, completely unaffected and even more fired up than before. Daesung's shadow form raises an arm to shield itself, grimacing in pain as smoke rises from his dark body, yet he still manages to laugh through it all, giving Semyaza credit for finally figuring out how to fight a demon like him. With a cold glare, the angel leader decides that the battle ends now and pushes his hand forward, dragging the blazing mini-sun closer to the shadow with crushing force. The shadow, now visibly cracking under the heat, screams out in frustration and demands to know what's taking Daesung so long. Then, in a flash of blinding white wings, something darts across the battlefield, slicing through the air. Semyaza winces as the streak passes by him and a chunk of his face is ripped out, spraying golden celestial blood everywhere. A radiant figure rushes past the stunned leader, clutching a glowing golden orb in hand. Semyaza hunches over in agony, golden blood now pouring from his eye socket like a fountain. The winged figure peels his mask away, revealing it's Daesung the entire time, now holding a severed eye in his palm and admiring its brilliance. Without hesitation, Daesung channels his inner Uchiha and screws the eyeball into his socket like he's just replacing a light bulb. Now staring back at him with a mismatched gaze, Daesung's new eye radiates power, pulsing with two completely different types of aura at once. The system lets him know that he's absorbed Satan's right eye, officially completing the set and unlocking the ability to wield Theon's ultimate skill in the mortal realm. Satan's shadow immediately starts going off at Daesung for taking so long to get there, but he casually replies that good timing doesn't just happen on command. He remembers the moment back with Satan when she told him to bring out his chains, which had him more than a little confused. He summons them anyway, and the primordial god quickly starts poking around like a mechanic. Daesung just stares at her like she's finally lost it from being in isolation way too long, but she then spins around holding the flaming chains and tells him to attach his swords to them and says it will unlock her special skill. Still suspicious, Daesung narrows his eyes and asks what this so-called mysterious special skill even was. Back in the present, he launches his newly upgraded weapon straight at the angel and activates the special slash move, putting every ounce of strength into it. Semyaza struggles to delay the inevitable, barely managing to block with his light orb technique. The clash between the two forces sets off a massive explosion, but somehow both fighters hold their ground. Daesung's veins start bulging as he grits his teeth and throws everything he has into this final push to end the nuisance in front of him. Now running on fumes, Semyaza uses every bit of energy left just to keep the strike at bay. In the end, Daesung breaks through and slices clean through the light orb, leaving the angel leader frozen in shock without even enough time to react. His Kratos-inspired sword keeps carving right through Semyaza and officially sends him to the Shadow Realm. As the blow lands, the angel leader realizes that his death will send the entire celestial realm crashing down. After running his mouth endlessly, Semyaza finally hits the floor for good, leaving behind nothing but the demon sword standing in his place. The demon lord yells that they brought it on themselves when they dared to wipe out his family in the future, and begins making his way toward the two. Meanwhile, Sahariel shows his sorrow for his handicapped brother as he holds him close, and quickly decides they need to get out of there right away. But just then, Daesung hurls his sword straight at them, and it tears right through the spear-wielding angel's chest in one clean strike. He then calmly pulls his sword back, letting golden blood drip along the way as Sahariel vanishes in a puff of smoke, joining his leader in Neverland. Daesung then steps up to the archer angel who stares at him frozen in fear, completely still. But it's far too late for any begging now, and the archer's eyes fly wide open in pure shock the moment he feels something strike hard into his back. Yet it isn't over that easily, because Daesung immediately senses something fast approaching and turns his head. Ramiel is filled with fury after witnessing the fall of all his comrades, unleashes insults at the demon lord and charges straight at him. Daesung instantly recognizes him as the same steaming pile of trash who took out his friends in the future, and that memory only fuels his own rage. Ramiel storms forward, consumed by blinding anger at everything he just saw, but Daesung is equally furious and brings out his chains of Olympus once more. Using his speed and agility, Daesung whips the chains right at the bulky giant and treats him to the exact same punishment he gave to his old master, while yelling that this one's for his precious goth baby mama and Lil Chucky. That massive angel bursts into smoke as well, which rises in the sky, and stillness finally settles across the battlefield. Moments later, Daesung goes full mukbang mode, snapping up the various exotic demon god parts like a cursed Lego set, and the demonic shadow starts drooling as it declares that the body's now almost complete, laughing wildly the whole time. Daesung throws out a cocky grin and shoots back a question, asking if the body's even really his, which causes the shadow to instantly break into a cold sweat. Our demon king crosses his arms like a grumpy girlfriend and declares that the body belongs to him now, which only makes the shadow even more nervous. He desperately starts to circle around him and brings up the deal they made, but Daesung just plugs his ears and acts like he can't hear a word. Eventually, unable to bear anymore, he waves both hands and admits he's just messing around, telling them to relax and maybe take a chill pill. The demonic shadow, now clearly furious, demands that Daesung use his real name already, but Daesung drags it out, telling him to hang on a second as he summons his grimoire. Pantheon nearly collapses from shock at such an outrageous name, but Daesung quickly claps back, pointing out that the monster book is technically just a copy anyway. With no good comeback, the book stays completely quiet. He then asks Pantheon how much time they've got left in the celestial realm, to which the book summons a glowing clock right in front of them. The system shows they've got just about 2 hours left, and Daesung checks again with Pantheon to confirm what he said earlier. Pantheon looks personally offended by the idea that he'd lie and insists there's nothing to worry about. Daesung then turns back to the demonic shadow and makes sure all he has to do now is say the real name. The shadow nods and tells him to speak the true name and declare that the body is being returned. But before Daesung can say anything, a brilliant pillar of light bursts into the sky from beyond the wall, catching his attention as he stares at it. The shadow suddenly yells that it's arrived, grinning with anticipation as he says the real battle is about to begin. After that, the massive pillar of light comes crashing down on the entire castle, while the two guards glance at each other with pure fear, clearly dreading whatever nightmare is about to unfold. They yell out in shock that the supreme god has finally descended into this realm while their faces are frozen in disbelief. His demonic shadow wastes no time barking at Daesung to quit stalling and just hand the body over already. On the other hand, Daesung closes his eyes in silence while those clingy shadows swirl around him like houseflies and beg him not to drag this out any further. While he pretends to listen, he chooses instead to go see who this so-called big shot really is. He suddenly dashes away from the souls in the blink of an eye, and leaves them stunned as they scream at him to quit being a dumb clown and come back because he can't even use his powers without them. But Daesung doesn't stutter. Instead, he seems confident enough and thinks that just because he can now tap into Pantheon's ultimate skill, he can annihilate anyone in his path. Daesung then rockets toward the castle gates like an angry comet as he dives down from the skies. The guards freak out instantly as they wave their weapons and yell for him to stop right there, but Daesung just bulldozes through and blasts the gates apart like a kamikaze missile. Meanwhile, one of the guards lets out a grunt of pain as the shockwave flings him straight into the building, and Daesung stands there chilling at the entrance. The guard keeps sliding back slowly into what looks like an open library, where there's a person just sitting in a chair reading like nothing is happening. The poor guard turns into smoke while the figure casually keeps reading the book without even glancing up. After that, she mumbles something under her breath as she flips through the book that's labeled with our demon lord's name. Daesung doesn't waste even a second, and as he rushes while dragging his sword across the floor without a shred of hesitation. With zero chill, he flings his blade at the mysterious figure using the chains, but an invisible force field casually blocks the strike while she just sits there still glued to her book. Right after that, he crouches with a stone-cold expression and calmly asks if she's the one they call Rudra. The veiled woman finally lifts her gaze from the pages and hits him with his full government name. Daesung squints his eyes, clearly both annoyed and curious, and asks the lady in black if they've ever met before, or if she's just being creepy. She simply lifts the book she's holding and tells him that she's been reading all about him this whole time. As this happens, Daesung tilts his head in confusion and repeats her words just to make sure he heard it right. The veiled woman then starts pounding her fist on her own legs as she grinds her teeth in anger and says Rudra is beyond disappointed in him. Her expression suddenly twists into something seriously ugly, while she keeps repeating the same word again and again with her fist clenched tighter every second. On the other hand, Daesung instantly goes on full alert with the realization that this is no average weirdo and activates both of his demon eyes as a precaution. Out of nowhere, a massive finger shoots out from the figure towards him like a cursed missile, but he narrowly dodges by sliding hard to the side as it crashes into the floor with a deafening thud. Daesung quickly notes in his mind that he was way too weak to block that move and had no choice but to dodge to survive. Then, the veiled angel stretches her hand toward Daesung while throwing him a smug sneer, and this time an enormous hand shoots out, towering way above the endless rows of bookshelves like it owns the place. Daesung eyes the incoming hand with a whole lot of irritation and starts rolling around like he's in a Dark Souls no-hit speedrun. The veiled woman brings her hand down, followed by its massive version, but Daesung leaps up and parkours right over the gigantic limb with extreme smoothness. As soon as the hand crashes into the floor, Daesung doesn't waste the chance and hops up onto it and sprints toward the celestial figure at max speed. His eyes glow crimson red as he raises his sword ahead of him and speeds up, closing the distance between them. But suddenly he senses something weird happening, and just like that his mana starts draining fast, which causes him to slow down and lose nearly all of his power. At that point, the two massive hands lunge forward midair as they try to smash him like a literal bug, right when he has no mana left to defend himself and can't do a thing to stop them. The hands clap together with violent force and crush him in between like he's a fly. Once the hands pull apart, Daesung is just lying there, completely sprawled out in the palm, unable to move even a single finger. Back again, the enormous hand repeats the same brutal motion over and over, giving Daesung zero chance to breathe while screaming at him to just die already. The booming slaps rattle the entire castle from top to bottom as Daesung barely hangs on, realizing fast that his mana is totally out of reach now. The demonic shadows suddenly reappear and swirl around him like flies and join the Celestials' call for him to just give up and die quickly so they can finally take over his body since he's clearly useless without them. Even with his fatal injuries, Daesung still manages to crack a laugh because deep down, he already figured these demonic leeches would backstab him. He opens his eyes with a sly grin spreading across his face as he activates Theon's ultimate skill, Reload Save Point. The system screen pops up in front of him with a message letting him know he can now bounce back to any moment of his choosing in the past. At that moment, all the battles he fought zoom through his mind while time runs in reverse, and he reappears at the exact point right after he won the Celestial War. As he blinks awake, he finds himself staring directly at the demonic shadows who are once again nagging him non-stop to give Satan's body back already. Daesung just smirks and reminds himself how these shadowy snakes plan to 100% backstab him the second he lets his guard down. From what he remembers in his talk with Theon, it's clear that even if he hands over the body or taps into the demon god's powers, he still gets to use all his skills whenever he wants. But the real game changer is watching that time limit, because no matter what wild tricks Satan might be hiding, he always has the option to dip back to Earth. Daesung smirks again as he realizes that if he plays this out smartly, he can unalive two birds with just one move. Meanwhile, back in the middle of the dusty battlefield, Daesung stands firm between massive clouds as he takes a moment to plan his next play, then loudly declares he's returning Lucifer's body. The demonic shadows practically squeal and call him a good little boy for finally doing what they told him. A blinding light swirls around him, building into a wild tornado, and when the glow fades, a grinning girl stands in his place, now rocking her post-possession glow-up after a smooth gender transition from Daesung. Right away, Satan stares beyond the giant castle walls as she senses an overwhelming power there and launches herself into the air toward the source, leaving behind a crater of dust. The celestial palace looms up ahead and Satan lands in the courtyard like it's a runway and grins wide as she stares at the gates. She starts to drool as she finally reaches this place after 6,000 years and calls out to Rudra to show up already. Satan stares forward with a totally unhinged look in her eyes as the smoke from her landing finally starts to clear, but her eyes stay locked dead ahead. Out of nowhere, a figure begins to materialize right in front of her like some kind of spooky magic trick. Satan narrows her eyes and calls out Luthra and mocks her for finally crawling out of her hole. The veiled lady stands her ground without saying a single word as she clearly thinks Satan's taunts aren't even worth acknowledging. At the same time, her feet slowly shift into sharp talons as raw mana starts seeping out around her. But Satan keeps pushing her buttons as she tosses more jabs and asks if she's finally grown up and stopped playing with toys. Luthra grits her teeth hard and mutters something under her breath, clearly getting heated, while Satan acts clueless and casually tells her to speak up and say it louder next time. Suddenly, the veiled lady snaps and yells that Luthra now needs a brand new toy, and Lucifer just happens to be the perfect one for her collection. That sets Satan off instantly, whose eyes sharpen as rage fills her expression. She steps forward and demands to know if Luthra seriously thinks she can pull the same twisted move she did all those centuries ago. At that moment, Lucifer's mind snaps back to a memory from almost 6,000 years ago on some forgotten planet that's been torn to absolute shreds by chaos. She walks alone down a dusty, broken road and spots a worn-out doll tossed on the side, probably dropped by a kid in all the madness. She bends down and reaches for it, as she carefully picks up the little stuffed toy with her razor-sharp claws. With that, she stands back up and looks at the doll as she comments what a spectacular failure the test was. Just then, a bright light disturbs the post-apocalypse world and throws off massive waves of aura as Lucifer gets teleported against her will. She finds herself transported to an unknown place with a white landscape stretching through miles and miles. However, she's definitely not alone as the veiled lady suddenly appears and starts chastising Lucifer non-stop and says that she is pretty mad because of what Lucifer pulled. Satan doesn't even flinch and throws it right back, saying it's all on Luthra since her creature got itself disqualified, which is why it self-destructed. That hits a nerve, and Luthra immediately starts yelling and accuses Lucifer of messing everything up on purpose and sabotaging her from the very start. She keeps screeching the same accusation over and over, and Lucifer, who lets her guard down for just a second, suddenly feels her arm drop off her body. Luthra grits her teeth hard as her hand mutates into monstrous claws and slices Satan's limb clean off, leaving her gripping the bleeding stump. Lucifer immediately snaps back, yelling at Luthra and demanding to know what the hell she thinks she's doing and if she's gone completely insane. But it's clear Luthra goes off script and then drools all over herself as she stares at Lucifer's potato body. Her veil lifts slightly up her face, finally showing the hideous horror underneath as she screams that Satan's body is perfect for creature materials. Lucifer tries to resist, but her strength fades fast as her vision turns hollow and her mind completely blanks out. In a horrific instant, Lucifer's entire body gets ripped apart from every limb, leaving just her torso intact. She crashes to the ground, helpless, as Luthra towers over her and sprouts dark tendrils from her own body. Clearly not being a solo-leveling fangirl, she then puts her hand forward and says, "Arise," causing soul fragments to leak out of Lucifer's body and turn into creepy, slithering tentacles. Soon after, new angelic celestials start sprouting from chunks of Lucifer's broken soul as celestial tadpoles crawl out of her and slowly develop full-grown bodies that immediately drop to their knees in front of their new creator. These freshly hatched celestials join their hands with creepy devotion and begin chanting praises to their so-called mother as their creepy voices rise in harmony. Meanwhile, what's left of Lucifer's original body starts evaporating into smoke. But right before she fully disappears, dark tendrils of energy explode from her remains which cut off the celestial choir as they pause to witness the chaos unraveling. At that very moment, a cursed-looking scroll shoots up into the sky with insane speed and launches itself through a blinding light portal and eventually reaches space. The scroll contains Lucifer's essence, who screams a vow that she'll be waiting for Luthra until the end of her creation and that she'll come back for revenge. Jumping back to the present, Satan is absolutely fuming from the flashbacks to the trauma she's had to suffer and summons a massive storm of tendrils. Those tendrils quickly reveal themselves as a swarm of demonic shadows swirling around as Lucifer glares at Luthra and reminds her that she would return. Luthra stays calm and unimpressed as she casually lifts her hand and activates one of her signature powers, Hands of Judgment. From beneath the ground, a flood of magical arms erupts and launches toward Lucifer. After that, Satan responds with a blast of demonic shadows to counter the oncoming limbs, which officially starts their fight. She screams that from now on, Luthra is going to be her new plaything, while the veiled lady roars back that Lucifer is going to be turned into spare parts for more celestial dolls. Satan, fully triggered, calls forth her devastating dark flame skill as massive pillars of fire rise up behind her like a second-phase animation. Luthra stands there unimpressed by such a feeble attack, and taunts Lucifer that her attack is useless with a nasty grin on her face. The veiled celestial then activates her own special skill, the Ocean of Life, and a huge flood of water gushes forward and meets the dark flames head-on. The two attacks cancel each other out, which makes Lucifer even angrier as she rushes into attack, her mind blank with anger. At that moment, the two unhinged monsters exchange blows like it's a final boss brawl with zero intention of a ceasefire. Meanwhile, Dyson quietly chills inside Lucifer's mind like a good boy with his arms folded and wonders if they will actually be able to escape. Back on Earth, things flip over to Daesung's building, where a hilariously overly edited giant poster of him hangs behind someone's desk. Our girl at the computer doesn't just have Daesung's face on the wall, though. She also uses his chiseled Chad face as a mousepad. Choyoung's mind seems occupied with something as she searches the net and gets disappointed that her master Han is still not coming back today. Just as she's about to spiral further, her phone rings, which drags her back into reality as her secretary on the other end says there's a guest, but suddenly gets cut off as she shouts at the guest to stop. Suddenly, Seoyeon casually strolls into the office and greets her team leader with a bright, innocent smile, as if she did not dupe the secretary. Choyoung instantly starts sweating bullets as the goth girl catches sight of the enormous Daesung shrine in the background. But within a split second, all the Daesung merch magically disappears like a guilty browser tab, and Choyoung pretends to be busy on her computer. Choyoung glances up with a nervous smile and asks why Seoyeon decided to show up out of nowhere without even bothering to send a heads up. While the two keep talking, a blazing meteor hurtles straight toward Earth like it's got some beef. Seoyeon teases her that she had no idea that Choyoung had a thing for collecting her master's merch, making her even more embarrassed. Seoyeon takes a sip from her tea and addresses the elephant in the room to finally sort out their love triangle mess once and for all. Choyoung blinks as she is little thrown off, but then snaps back fast that her love for him will never stop, so Seoyeon should just hit the road. Seoyeon shoots up from her seat and calls Choyoung out for playing dirty, even though she came here to talk things out like a civilized rival. Out of nowhere, a huge explosion rocks the city as something crashes into the ground, which puts their argument on hold as the two of them look out the window in shock. A massive green orb shows up over the city way high in the sky and grows bigger every second. At the same time, a random news helicopter zooms in and starts live streaming the chaos as it announces that a gigantic gate has randomly popped up downtown. Apparently, the Hunter Association and some government suits are already crawling all over the place trying to figure it out. The squad of hunters gathered below just stand there lined up and look really tense as they stare up at the monster of a portal. Elsewhere in a random facility, Manager Kim walks up to one of her agents, Joe, and tells him to drop an update. She watches the screen closely and casually points out that the aura levels are breaking every scale they have, and the cyborg guy adds it's still climbing rapidly. He narrows his eyes, locking onto the data, and says this might be an S-rank gate or something even worse. Hearing the depressing news, Manager Kim just shuts her eyes like she already knew it was going to be this bad. Director Joe glances at her and asks whether they've picked which clan's going to lead the raid or not. Manager Kim adjusts her glasses, about to answer, but then just zones out completely like her brain hit a loading screen. At that moment, things switch over to Dongcheol, who looks in awe at the massive portal and says it's been forever since a gate this huge showed up. In comparison, the apostle standing there looks like an ant next to the green gate, which has the potential to throw this world into chaos. Before he can keep soaking in the view, some nagging noises yank him out of it. He turns around and finds the source, the two lady apostles bickering like little girls in the middle of an apocalypse. Dongcheol just smirks as he watches them walk up, still going at it like it's their full-time job. He tries to come off all cool and mighty while greeting the two girls. However, they just stroll right past him like he's an invisible loser. Dongcheol nearly combusts from secondhand embarrassment and grits his teeth in frustration at how they didn't even spare him a glance. The girls don't say a word as they stretch out their hands toward the massive portal and try to search for something. Choyoung yanks her hand back the second she senses something familiar, that the gate is most definitely linked to their master. Right then, Seoyeon nods in full agreement with Choyoung, absolutely sure that Daddy Daisung's mana is leaking straight from it. Dongcheol throws on a smug pose with a grin as he already knew what both the girls just confirmed with each other. He puts his arms around them, which instantly sends them into panic mode, and pulls them closer to the gate so they can finally reunite with their one and only master. At the same time, Director Joe watches the whole thing go down and turns to ask Manager Kim if our hero plans to lead the attack, but she replies that he's not available right now. Genos from Temu questions how they're even supposed to pull off a raid this big without their top-tier ace showing up. Still, Manager Kim stays calm and explains that Han Daisung promised to support the raid from the inside. With that, the apostles decide it's time and step into the portal without wasting another moment. As they walk through the gateway, a thick fog swallows them whole, completely blocking their view, but they push ahead without slowing down. Seoyeon rants about how annoying the fog is, but Choyoung tells her to stop yapping and hurry up as they follow Dongcheol's lead. Out of nowhere, Dongcheol halts and braces himself as he catches sight of something moving ahead in the mist. Then, Aslan steps out from the fog like Prince Charming and throws them a huge smile. Choyoung stares at him as she is unsure who this strangely hot guy is and tells him to identify himself. Seoyeon catches up to them and becomes surprised that it is not Daesung who is coming out, and Dongcheol takes a second to remember that this man is Small Dong Darren's brother. Aslan looks them over and straight up asks if they're his fellow senior apostles. This throws everyone completely off, so Aslan clears the air before it gets weirder and drops his full name. He then explains that he has also been officially appointed as an apostle by our demon king. Choyoung forces out a shaky smile while asking if Aslan is seriously the fourth apostle now. Dongcheol strokes his sad excuse for a beard and figures that since this guy already knows they're all apostles, then maybe he's actually legit. Seoyeon clearly does not care about any of that logic as she gets in his face and straight up yells at Aslan to tell her exactly where her precious hubby is. He figures it's easier to show them than explain, so he turns and leads them toward a cave with a massive boulder blocking its entrance. He taps into his Titan powers and casually lifts the giant boulder like it weighs absolutely nothing before hurling it to the side without breaking a sweat. He then stands in front of the entrance farming aura as the wind makes his long hair flow majestically. His expression turns serious, and he tells them to follow as they step into a tunnel lined with sparkling stones embedded along its walls. While they walk deeper inside, Aslan warns that things could get dangerous at any moment and tells them to keep their mana active as a shield. Right then, a flash of bright light speeds toward them, and Aslan reacts instantly by throwing his hands forward to block the incoming blast of mana shooting through the tunnel. Dongcheol clenches his jaw in irritation, while the girls snap into focus and use their mana to shield their bodies from the impact. The mana blast finally fades out and pulls back down the hallway, and Choyung demands to know what the hell just happened. Aslan casually dusts off his shirt like nothing big went down, and says that Daesung is just going through another one of his classic mana outbursts. The apostles move further in and step into a chamber where they all freeze, shocked by the sight of a body lying motionless at the center of the room. Seoyeon can't hold back any longer and bolts toward her master's side, but before she reaches him, his hands start to twitch while glowing in a weird, ominous way that screams something bad is about to happen. Daesung's eyes shoot open with a sharp gasp as his entire body begins lighting up with blinding mana. The power surge reaches such insane levels that it lifts him straight off the bed while Seoyeon braces herself and tries to shield against the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Choyung stays fully ready as she steps forward and activates her ultimate protection barrier that forms a tight, invisible dome around her leader. Her shield manages to trap the wild mana explosion, but it drains her fast and needs her full attention to keep it stable. Dongchul calls out for Daesung to snap out of it, and Aslan compliments Choyung on being able to suppress the blast like that, but she quickly tells him the barrier won't last long, so he better hurry up and start explaining. Aslan's expression drops into something grim as everyone turns toward him and are clearly waiting for an explanation. He reveals that Daesung saved him back when he was locked up as a prisoner in the Celestial Realm. After breaking him out, the two of them ended up going to war with the Celestials without hesitation. Aslan continues that in the middle of the chaos, Luthra caught him with her tendrils. After that, he gets force ejected out of the fight as Luthra sends him crashing down and descends to finish him. Then, as Lucifer comes in once again and approaches the ugly lady crouched over on the ground, thinking she's about to get some action from the hot blonde man, she proudly declares with a heel stomp tagged with Luthra's name that it's her victory. The stomp hits her head with a deafening echo and puts Luthra's head a foot deep into the earth, but the yokai-looking monster suddenly pops up with its long neck and starts cackling like a lunatic. The moment she yells, "Arise!" dozens of blisters begin popping up all over Lucifer's body and creep up her arm, making it look like a nasty spiked bat. Luthra keeps laughing as she reveals that she had planted seeds of her little babies inside of Lucifer's body a long time ago, and now it is fertile land for them to hatch. Meanwhile, Lady Satan makes a face befitting of her cursed title as she watches herself lose her one and only shot to finally beat the ugly supreme being after 6,000 long painful years, and starts throwing out every single swear word she memorized from the darkest corners of the dictionary at the trap-laying hoe who just ruined everything. However, even as she meets her humiliating end, a burning presence begins to violently erupt from the deepest and darkest etched layers of her scorched soul. On the other hand, our hero scoffs at the little demoness, knowing full well that even she failed spectacularly once again, which Lucifer also finally senses as she looks down and notices the crimson flames erupting from her hand and the nasty blisters slowly beginning to disappear. Her little bird brain can't process how this maniac can possibly take over again, and she throws a tantrum begging him to give her body back. Without a single care to spare, our hero calmly brings his hand out from inside of her guts, and before she can even squeak out a word, the ruler of hell makes his triumphant return back in action. Without hesitation, he tells Luthra to start praying to whatever gods she believes in because he's about to wipe the floor with her entire existence. And then he brings out his massive black blade that's now fully charged with peak demonic energy, ready to unleash a full-powered demon lord slash that slices her ugly mug into two perfectly symmetrical halves. The wrinkly mummy monster barely even has time to react as the swirling purple void violently tears into her face, but her ear-splitting scream forces our hero to temporarily make a tactical retreat. Like a scene from his worst possible nightmare, he sees the head split clean open without even a hint of a brain, but instead a mass of slimy tentacles that hold the two halves together. The newly regenerated monster shrieks that he's just Lucifer's little loser, which really strikes a raw nerve inside of him and makes him absolutely furious beyond belief. He barely holds himself back from flipping her off and reminds her that she's the real loser here, but the system suddenly interrupts to announce that his time in the other dimension is nearly up, and his real body will soon be rebuilt. Our boy watches in silence as his body slowly begins to simmer away into rising smoke, but on his way out he still makes sure to let Luthra know just what a filthy piece of trash she truly is, and swears he'll mess her up the next time they meet without fail. With that, Luthra makes one last-ditch effort to catch him as she suddenly notices a giant glowing portal has appeared to yank him away. Daesung looks down in sheer confusion, completely at a loss for words as he sees her tightly gripping his legs in desperation to stop him from escaping. That little action reignites the boiling hate inside our demon king, but his grimoire reminds him that he absolutely needs to go through the gate. Just then, his best wingman Aslan swoops in with an elbow right into Luthra's crusty face and starts pummeling the sass out of her with his titanic fists, looking like he's about to end her right there and then. After giving her a good whooping, he turns to Daesung and says he'll cover for him and wishes his boss a safe journey. Our demon king gives a faint smile at Aslan's loyalty and decides to repay it by throwing a chain in his direction. Aslan instinctively grabs it, clearly unsure of Daesung's intentions. That's when Daesung says he doesn't leave behind his own and welcomes him as the fourth apostle. The weight of the title hits hard, and Aslan's eyes nearly well up, and the two of them jump into the portal together. Screaming like a spoiled little brat whose parents took away her favorite toy, Luthra rushes at the gate with everything she has. But by the time she gets there, it closes right in her face, leaving her behind with nothing but blue balls. Meanwhile, in the expanse of interdimensional space, Aslan and Daesung finally see their home planet in the distance. Yet our hero feels a little more than just homesick as the insides of his body start churning due to some foreign body rampaging inside of him. After that, he tells the fake Pantheon to open up another gate where they land right as they're about to hit the ground. Then he turns to Aslan and tells him he'll open the gate and go inside once they land, and orders him to close the portal immediately if there's any sign that Daesung is turning. Hearing that, the blonde guy stares at him looking a bit lost, but seeing him floating mid-air right now makes it pretty clear what he meant. Meanwhile, Aslan explains that they cleared out all the monsters as soon as they landed, and he's been holding back our hero's berserk magic surge since then. Seoyeon lights up right away and smugly says this is her area of expertise, which makes Dongcheol wonder if she's actually serious about helping. Surprisingly, Choyoung shuts her rival down and says that her technique won't work, looking super uncomfortable while saying it. On the other hand, getting cut off before she can even explain really annoys Seoyeon, but Choyoung goes ahead and reveals that the plan involves kissing her man awake like it's a fairy tale. Seoyeon argues that it worked last time, but Choyoung fires back that his power isn't sealed this time, it's literally bursting out all over the place. At that point, Aslan adds that it makes sense since he absorbed a bunch of celestial beings after taking them down, so now the power inside him is basically overflowing. That's when Choyoung suddenly suggests that all of them just help drain the extra magic power out of him together, before things get worse. Soon after, the four apostles gather in front of our demon king, and one by one, they place their hands forward and get ready to absorb his magic power, thinking it might help ease his suffering even a little. Seeing Daesung spiral into another sudden surge, Choyoung yells that there's no better time than right now, and the whole gang jumps in to start taking in the demonic energy. Our hero grits his teeth from the pain while none of them has any clue about the war raging inside him at that moment. Deep inside that ticking time bomb of a body, he takes hit after hit from Satan and her creepy little demon lord shadows in a dimension that somehow feels worse than the hell he's been through. After both sides stop to catch their breath for a second, he asks the absolutely unhinged girl if it's really smart to keep fighting him when they clearly have a shared enemy nearby. With a deadly glare, she snaps back that no being in existence feels more dangerous to her than he does. Just then, the Celestials who've been watching from their front row seats decide to jump into the action and surround them, announcing that they'll now carry out the mission assigned to them by their supreme leader. Telling the two demon lords to give up and become nourishment for them, the snake-like Celestials, or so-called angels, launch themselves forward, but Satan barely reacts since their target is Daesung, and she casually decides to team up with the enemy to take him down. At that, our hero grows furious at the spineless cowards ganging up just to take him out. But before anything else can happen, the three angels suddenly start weakening fast as the magic energy gets drained straight out of them by some external force. Luckily for Daesung, even the little girl starts to feel her energy being pulled away like clothes drying under the sun. This opening is exactly what the ruler of hell has been waiting for. And with a sharp grin, he lunges at little Lucifer, raising his massive black blade and slicing at her like a sushi chef on a mission. However, this doesn't spell the end for her, or for the Celestials trapped inside his body, and our hero suddenly jolts awake in the real world. As he sits up on the cold stone bed, he spots his apostles lying all over the floor like passed-out festival goers, having taken in as much of his power as they could. He stares in disbelief at both his hands and notices that one of them has turned dark, which makes it unclear if he actually absorbed all their power or if something went wrong midway. Suddenly the hand starts giving off this creepy aura and a sharp pain shoots straight up his arm. So he does what any mildly sane person might in that moment and starts punching the life out of it with his other hand, like it personally betrayed him. Right after that, his possessed hand shifts into the shape of a mace and makes our demon king spiral into panic over what move he should even try next. He quickly realizes that there's a weak seal on the guys resting in his hands, and then finally turns to the ones who helped him escape, wondering if they were the real reason he got out of that mess in the first place. He walks up to them and calls out to his goth girl, who looks like she's just now recovering from eating the strongest edibles ever crafted by Snoop Dogg himself. But the moment she hears Daesung Uppa's voice, it jolts her back to reality, and she shoots up looking surprised before throwing her arms around him like she's marking her territory in front of the squad. After that, Choyoung also climbs out of her magic coma and rushes over to cling on too, clearly not willing to be left out before the two girls immediately start arguing all over again. The ladies lock eyes in a full-on staring contest to assert dominance as best girl, which gives Dongcheol a headache so bad he decides to just ignore it, and instead turns to his boy to ask about the chaos he just went through in the celestial world. Our demon king flashes a happy grin as he greets his buddy, but he is apparently super annoyed at being left behind while Daesung went solo to hog all the fun and glory. Aslan tells him he already explained the whole thing to the others, and Daesung feels genuinely relieved that everyone made it back safe and in one piece. Seeing a perfect chance to score some wifey points, Choyoung blushes and quietly says she was actually the one who came up with the idea to absorb his mana and help him. But before she can bask in any praise, Seoyeon cuts in and points out that her dumb plan almost got all of them a one-way ticket to heaven without a gate. With that awkward moment behind them, the gang finally steps out of there and starts making their way back home after the reunion. Meanwhile, outside a gate, the vlogger kid shows up looking pumped and proudly announces that he is live in the presence of the famous squad of cheerleaders. On the other hand, the bald dwarf decides it's his time to shine and bashes his spiked bat into a goblin twice his size, and then strikes a pose for the camera like he's starring in his own movie and says he's way too cool for low-level trash like that. The senile sock then turns to the camera to shamelessly advertise his club. He announces a limited time sale of 50% off for only one day. However, the chat suddenly goes wild because they hear that the real Daesung has returned from an S-rank gate after a mere 6 hours. The two are completely shocked as they watch the king return on their phone. Vlogger boy immediately starts thinking about how much money he could make from a collab. He instantly begins ignoring the old man and tells his audience that he plans on filming the king himself inside an S-rank gate someday. His audience explodes with excitement when they hear that, completely forgetting about the geezer. Man was brutally betrayed by the unloyal clout chaser. The scene then shifts to the Hunter Association, where the branch manager is meeting with our king directly. Manager Kim sincerely thanks him for making quick work of both the Heavenly Mother cult and the S-rank gate for them. Our boy gives credit where credit is due. He says Aslan and the others handled most of the fighting inside the gate. With that in mind, the branch manager questions how Aslan joined his ranks. The American Association officially declared him dead or missing. Aslan's expression suddenly turns serious as he explains how he was kidnapped by mysterious beings from another dimension. Both of them are left dumbfounded when they hear this revelation. Daesung explains that this incident is the exact reason they are meeting today. Meanwhile, at the Hunter's prison, Enforcer Eunmi is now standing in the courtyard wearing a prisoner uniform just like everyone else. The moment the female inmates notice her, they surround her from all sides, clearly ready for revenge. The woman coldly stares at them. She does not fully realize the situation she is trapped in right now. One of the inmates notices the guard nearby is practically sleeping on duty, so she sneaks up and grabs Enforcer Eunmi from behind, wrapping her neck with a thick rope. The inmates ask if she recognizes them, but the woman with balls of steel says she cannot remember every pathetic goon she threw behind bars. That answer infuriates the prisoners, so they immediately gang up on her and beat the stuffing out of her while calling her a cultist witch. Suddenly, they hear the sleeping officer shout from behind. They all decide to scatter for the time being. Before leaving, they make it clear that they can do whatever they want to her anytime now. As the enforcer lies battered on the floor, she hears a whisper in her ear that gives her a massive, splitting headache. The scene then transitions to our hero's home. He is seriously confused when his sister suddenly hugs him with tears in her eyes, like she truly missed him. The scheming little goblin is doing all this because Chanho told her their marriage is impossible if she does not win over her brother's blessing first. His worried mother quickly pushes the little gremlin aside so she can finally see her son properly. She is shocked when she notices how unnaturally white one of his hands is, but he casually brushes it off as a strange side effect of his skills. Anyway, he asks his mother if she can cook some mom's spaghetti tonight. To his surprise, his sister offers to help with making the food too, wearing a cutesy smile. That makes him 100% sure this good little sister act is all part of some elaborate scheme. Elsewhere in the city, the lady from the Heavenly Mother cult cries all alone while hugging a picture of herself with her precious son. She still has vivid flashbacks of the moment the monsters attacked. Right before one of them crushed her, he protected her with everything he had, but he was too weak, so he was brutally crushed during that incident. As she sits there crying softly, she suddenly hears a knock at the door. When she checks who is outside, she is baffled to see her son standing there. But her boy does not look like she remembers at all. He carries an ominous aura, and there is a golden glint in his eyes. She frantically asks her boy how he is alive after the monster crushed him. Hugging him tightly, she admits that the sadness of losing him even drove her into joining a cult. The moment she says cult, the boy completely loses it. He swats his mother away, driving the message home that it was no dirty cult, but the Holy Lady Luthra she is talking about. The boy looks almost possessed now, claiming he has to spread the word about Lady Luthra who saved his life. Soon after, the headlines are filled with stories of people from the war 3 years ago reappearing out of nowhere again. Seeing this news, the branch manager is also confused about how all the people survivors confirmed as dead are suddenly alive now. Manager Kim then hands him a list. He is shocked to learn that every single returner had a family member associated with the cult. He immediately remembers Daesung's warning that the Celestials behind the cult will attack them sometime in the future. With that in mind, the Hunter Association holds a press conference soon after. All of the reporters broadcast Manager Kim's speech as she announces that all the people who came back will be called returners from now on. She sternly declares that all returners are requested to cooperate fully with the government's investigation. If they do not, the government will take forceful action because this is now a national emergency. A few days later, news spreads about the returners holding public protests everywhere. They gather to spread the word about the descent of their Heavenly Mother Luthra to Earth. The number of people joining their rallies keeps rising steadily, much faster than the original cult ever did. The scene then returns to the Hunter's prison, where the enforcer is sitting quietly inside her small room. The inmates from before return, excited to beat her up again this time. They grin as they tell her the prison warden gave them free access to her room. Apparently he lost his wife to the cult, so he has no objections to the inmates getting violent with her now. The woman grabs her by the hair, but she calmly whispers the word bloom. In an instant, both inmates are pierced by her hair, which twists and transforms them into celestial creatures bound to obey her bidding. The scene then moves to the cult's main building, where multiple police vehicles are parked outside in a tight formation. A massive crowd of cultists goes completely wild, begging the cult to reunite them with their lost family members once more. Captain Jihong stares in raw confusion at the unhinged crowd before him. Disturbed by the situation, he still orders his men to use the least amount of violence possible to disperse them safely. The police officers try to reason with everyone, but the crowd begins pushing back, threatening to trample them. Just then, a group emerges from the cult building. Jongmin and several other youths step forward, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The boy loudly declares that they are returners, and that anyone who wants their family to return should pray for Lord Luthra's descent to Earth. The captain seizes this moment to approach the boy and asks him to come with him calmly. Surrounded by wiggling holy tentacles, the boy refuses. He manipulates the captain's arm with his tentacles to make it appear like the man is choking him. While the captain himself is stunned, the crowd explodes in outrage at what they believe is a police officer attacking an innocent child. Reporters rush in desperately for a scoop, and the captain is dragged away by his own men as Jongmin quietly smirks at him. In the middle of the chaos, a figure suddenly descends from the sky above. It is none other than our demon king, whose overwhelming aura instantly pulls every pair of eyes in the area toward him. With his usual effortless swagger, he orders the boy to drop the act and come with him. The boy fires back, asking if he is calling their return from death fake. Jongmin strongly argues that they are returners, people Lady Luthra graciously brought back to life herself. Daesung cuts him off, asserting dominance that he is their senior, and someone who returned from hell itself. The boy is shocked and wonders if Daesung was also revived by Lady Luthra. Our demon king explains that a true returner would be lying in a hospital bed like a vegetable, just like he was when he came back. So the only reason these so-called returners can walk around normally is because they are creations of Luthra, not humans. Feeling cornered, the boy admits he has no proof, but insists there is no doubt that he is alive. Ignoring his denial, Daesung asks if the boy even understands what kind of hell he plans to bring to Earth. The boy refuses to listen and swears that Lady Luthra will make this world a better place. But he clearly has other plans for him. Before he can snap them into another dimension, the boy suddenly guts himself with a knife. As Jongmin's body falls, his plan becomes clear. To prove he is human, the other returners stab themselves as well without hesitation. The boy's mother screams in horror, unable to accept seeing him say goodbye so soon after finally returning to her. With his final breaths, the boy weakly whispers that everything will be fine once Lady Luthra descends to Earth. Someone in the crowd immediately pins the murders on our hero. The potato IQ crowd soon starts spinning conspiracy theories. They claim he must have used some skill to force the returners to kill themselves. Their brain-dead accusation seriously pisses Daesung off. The scene shifts to the Hunter Association, where the captain reports everything that happened to the branch manager. As the manager sinks into deep thought, he suddenly receives a call. Enforcer Eunmi has broken out of prison. His face turns pale when he hears the rest of the news, because she is now the top figure of the Heavenly Mother cult. With his blood boiling, the manager orders the captain to locate Eunmi immediately and get her back behind bars as soon as possible. Somewhere else in the city, a massive crowd gathers in front of a stage. Standing among them is old man Daesung, the bald geezer so desperate to see his little girl again that he shamelessly joined the cult. The man on the stage announces that their new leader will be the white-haired lady, Eunmi herself. The woman steps forward immediately, takes the stage with calm authority, and asks everyone to pray to Lady Luthra together. With enough members gathered, the prayers finally succeed, and a massive golden flash descends from above the sky. The blinding light, accompanied by descending celestial beings, is so overwhelming that the crowd begins calling them angels. Back at the guild, Chanho completely goes nuclear on our boy without holding back. His friend demands to know why he is sitting around doing nothing while the cult is running wild, and he is charged with murder. On top of that, the number of cult members is growing at an alarming and frightening rate. Our boy calmly replies that this only shows how many people have lost their loved ones already. At that moment, Choyoung enters the room with a worried expression, looking like she has something important to say to her master. Perceptive as always, he immediately understands what she is thinking. He gently assures her that joining the cult will not bring her dead parents back to life. If she misses having a family, he tells her that he and everyone at the guild will gladly fill that empty space in her heart. His words calm her almost instantly. Chanho asks him once more what his actual plan is for dealing with the cult. Daesung's answer is simple. He will start by letting the cult do whatever they please for now. The scene then shifts to a few hours earlier, when the vlogger kid and the old man were arguing heatedly. The geezer insists that he does not care if it is a cult at all, because he just wants to see his daughter again. Yangchil reminds him that the returners are fake creations made by Luthra. But when the old man looks at the picture of his precious little girl, he gives zero shits about the truth as long as he can see her again. Yangchil finally gives up trying to convince him after hearing that, and swears that he will expose the fraud no matter what it takes. The scene transitions to the Armageddon wastelands, where a massive concert is already underway. The song lyrics mixed with the crowd's chants sound disturbingly close to a ritual meant to summon Lucifer himself. Not just there, but across every nation and corner of the world, gatherings are happening simultaneously. They all pray in unison for Lady Luthra's descent to Earth. Bathed in an overwhelming golden glow, Seo Yunmi announces that it is time for the worldwide returner rally to welcome Lady Luthra's arrival. Elsewhere in the wasteland, the captain's partner asks why Daesung is not part of the current operation. The captain explains that our hero explicitly stated he does not want to be involved in this mission at all. When his partner starts guessing the reason, the captain cuts him off and reminds him to stay focused on capturing Yunmi before it is too late. Back with the massive crowd gathered before Yunmi, she selects a believer to demonstrate the returner ritual publicly. Her finger points straight at the old man, who struggles to believe he could be chosen. He joins her on stage and she warmly asks for his name. Before he can even answer, Yunmi somehow already knows it. She also reveals that she knows the name of his daughter he lost long ago. She then raises her hand, and two men drag forward an orc restrained with glowing golden chains. They start brutally stabbing the monster, leaving the crowd confused and horrified by the sudden violence. Even the old man begins to wonder if this was all a terrible mistake. But then the orc slowly drops before her. Then her so-called holiness lifts her hand and softly chants the word bloom. The orc's body begins mutating in a deeply disturbing way. Its flesh twists unnaturally, transforming into writhing tentacles that reshape themselves. Within moments, they form a perfect copy of the daughter the old man lost. The girl softly calls out to him, and her familiar voice instantly erases all doubt from his mind. He hugs the creature tightly, unable to let go, as tears pour down his face. Unmi uses this emotional reunion to ignite the crowd even further, feeding their blind devotion. Without warning, tear gas cannons suddenly fire into the area. The police arrive fully prepared this time, with military units backing them up. As the crowd scatters in chaos, Captain Ji Hong charges forward, determined to capture the cult's leader himself. It does not take long for the believers to surround him, convinced they are protecting their savior. The captain forces his way through, desperate to land a satisfying hit on the white-haired witch. When an idiot blocks his path, he uses the man as a stepping stone, launching himself high into the air. He dives straight toward Unmi, a firebolt ready to fire. But with a single, casual flick of her fingers, Yunmi releases a devastating beam like a death ray. It slices clean through the captain, severing his head from his body mid-air. The man did not deserve to die like this. This is just sad. Cold-blooded and unmoved, the witch stands tall with his blood on her hands and tells everyone to keep praying, because the time is almost here. When the believers give one final push, their prayers come true at last. All of the military personnel are completely wiped out, and the sky above the so-called angels begins glowing ominously. Unmi turns back to the old man once more. Amused, she calmly tells him that a great sacrifice is required to unlock the gate to heaven, and it just so happens there is a massive crowd standing right in front of them. She then pleads to Lady Luthra to accept her offering, and a gigantic magic circle forms above the crowd instantly. Without warning, everyone feels their flesh being ripped violently from their bones as the sacrifice begins. Old man Daesung finally understands he made a horrible mistake by ever signing up for this. The scene shifts to our apostle team training against their master inside the Pantheon realm. Choyung and Dongshul clash head-on with the evil spirits, and Dongshul's lightning fist chains through the entire swarm, instantly clearing the battlefield. Even Daesung cannot help but feel impressed by his skill. At the same time, he prepares a massive spirit bomb for them. Seoyeon supports him by wrapping it with a cursed veil to stabilize it. Next, Aslan charges in using his Titan form, trying to smash their master head-on, while Dongshul backs him up from behind. The combined assault sends our Demon King flying a considerable distance away. Seoyeon then lands what should be the finisher with her ultimate skill, Curse Ocean. Witnessing the sheer destruction, all four of them begin wondering if it was actually wise to follow his order and attack him with real killing intent. But Seoyeon quickly realizes that everything they did amounted to absolutely nothing. He did not even receive a single scratch. Rising calmly from the smoke, our hero appears holding a light orb in his left hand and a dark orb in his right. When he slams the two orbs together, an unimaginably powerful energy begins radiating outward. Dongshul breaks into a cold sweat just thinking about what would happen if they were hit by that attack. However, Daesung messes up the timing, and the orbs suddenly vanish. He becomes visibly irritated, knowing he must fully master this technique if he hopes to defeat Luthra next time. Just then, he receives a call from Chanho, who urgently asks where he is. Chanho urges him to get back fast, because there is a serious emergency. Lady Luthra has descended to Earth much earlier than they expected. The scene returns to Earth, where a massive fissure violently tears the sky open, and a lightning bolt crashes down onto the stage below. A tall figure dressed in white robes steps out, radiating an eerie, overwhelming aura. Yunmi drops to her knees and bows deeply to the lady who is, without question, the being she has been desperately trying to summon this entire time. Luthra's arrival is broadcast worldwide. Countless humans erupt into celebration at her descent. Soon enough, the lady finally speaks, brazenly stating that the sacrifice they offered is far too little for her to fully manifest. She casually gestures with her hand, forming a powerful magic circle. Her calm expression slowly twists into a sinister grin as she declares that many more lives must be sacrificed. The crowd screams in agony as their life force is literally drained straight from their bodies. People cry out for someone to contact the Hunter Association immediately. In the middle of this chaos, the old man runs with his little girl as far as his frail legs can possibly carry him. He realizes he must get as far away as possible if he wants his daughter to stay alive. His daughter asks where they are going, saying that Lady Luthra is calling out to her. Old man Daesung desperately begs her to forget everything and just trust her father completely. He turns around for one brief moment to look at the destruction behind them, but when he turns back again, he sees the OG Daesung standing there. Our king calmly asks the geezer what the hell he is doing in a place like this. Sharp as ever, he immediately notices that the girl the old man is carrying is a returner. When the geezer refuses to hand her over, he decides to let it go. She will disappear sooner or later anyway. With that, he dashes past them to face Luthra head-on, leaving the old man to spend his final moments with his daughter. Back at the stage, Luthra demands even more sacrifices from Eunmi. The white-haired bootlicker eagerly promises to deliver as many lives as are required. In that very moment, a gate suddenly appears in front of them, but it seems Luthra already knows exactly who is behind it. The returners rush forward, trying to protect their lady from the ominous shadow pouring out of the gate. Naturally, they are completely vaporized by our hero, who is more than ready to erase this false god from existence. Shocked beyond belief, Eunmi is baffled that the man who stole power from both Lucifer and Luthra has appeared here. Luthra grinds her teeth in fury, her blood boiling as she stares at his face once again. At the same time, thousands of drones flown by the American Hunter Association flood the skies, rushing toward the epicenter of the chaos. The American branch manager, Tom Grant, orders his men to focus their cameras on the figures at the center of it all. He can hardly believe his eyes when he sees the very last person he ever expected. Setting his shock aside, he realizes that all hell has truly broken loose. In a situation like this, if there is anyone who can possibly fix this mess, it has to be a hero. A hero like Han Daesung. He asks his subordinate if it is possible to upload their footage of humanity's hero for the entire world to see. The scene shifts back to our King's Guild, where Chanho starts wondering if they should really be sitting around doing nothing. Seoyeon asks if he is worried about Daddy Daesung. Chanho is seriously disturbed by her calling him daddy, and Choyoung shoots her a death stare. Dongcheol adds his 2 cents, saying there is no doubt their leader will win, because he is the strongest man in the entire galaxy. He says a bigger mystery is who he will pick in the end, Choyoung or the goth girl. Frustrated, Chanho snaps back that they should not be so laid back, because they are fighting god-tier monsters right now. Aslan calmly reminds him that their friend literally holds the title of demon god. Returning to the battlefield, our hero does his best to cut Luthra down, but her endless number of writhing tentacles surround her completely, making it impossible to land a clean hit. When he finally cuts through them, she suddenly vanishes and reappears behind him. At the same time, she erases his left arm like it was nothing at all. Our demon king helplessly watches as Luthra devours his arm to reclaim the power he stole from her. He quickly regrows it and realizes that he cannot win unless he goes completely all out. He manifests 100% of his demon lord form, flooding himself with an unfathomable surge of mana. The white-haired witch bites her lip as she watches him transform into a killing machine right before her eyes. The demon sword warns him that it can only handle one full power attack before breaking down. Luthra realizes she has nothing capable of defending against his next strike. As he charges at her with full force, she summons branches of the flame of creation as a desperate last-ditch measure. Our demon king unleashes the demon god slash, and the resulting shockwave incinerates all the birds and drones within a 1-mile radius. With the live feed gone, the association members have no idea what will happen. Branch manager Tom urgently orders his subordinate to send in another wave of drones. By the time the drones arrive, a massive crater has formed at the site. Our hero lies defeated at its center. A system panel appears, informing that his demon lord transformation is exhausted and that he will be in recovery for weeks. Sensing that the threat is gone, Luthra slowly comes out of her defensive stance. The White Witch takes this moment, while he is completely immobilized, to finally deal with the thorn in her side. With a face even Luthra can't love, she coldly declares that it is time for him to die. Unable to move even an inch, Daesung prepares himself to say goodbye to this world for good. Or so it seems. Our boy still has one final ace hidden up his sleeve, the skill called Save Point. The skill tears through the fabric of time itself and alters the record of this world stored within the place known as the Akashic Records. Luthra can do nothing but watch as history rewrites itself right before her eyes. The scene transitions into another reality, returning to the exact moment when Luthra is first summoned into this world. As all the believers bow their heads and pray to Luthra, she feels an unsettling sense of familiarity creeping over her. When she looks up toward the sky, her worst nightmare is already there, staring straight down at her. In this timeline, our boy is already in his demon lord form, fully prepared to strike her down before she can absorb even the first round of sacrifices. He dives straight toward her, and Luthra hastily casts her creation magic to defend against the incoming demon lord slash. The resulting shockwave is just as devastating, erasing every living being and structure within a full 1-mile radius. The monster questions whether he created an error inside the Akashic Records. He seems genuinely surprised that she interprets rewriting history as nothing more than an error. Regardless, he proudly confirms that he is the one responsible. Luthra is irritated by his confidence and decides she will personally correct this mistake herself. Changing tactics, he summons the apostles to fight alongside him this time. Surrounding her completely, the four apostles unleash their strongest skills in perfect synchronization. They smash her with enough force to bash and disfigure her skull permanently. But Luthra has a cheat ability of her own, and she retaliates by summoning branches of the flame of creation to impale them, locking their bodies firmly in place. She attempts to convert them into her minions, but our boy instantly cancels her plan by unsummoning them. Luthra grows visibly annoyed, and he uses that brief moment of confusion to strike her with another powerful attack. Even so, his maximum output without the Demon Lord's true power is not enough. Luthra pierces him with her branches of creation, draining every last drop of his magic in the process. He is forced to retreat, as she leaves no openings for him to exploit at all. Luthra flashes another disturbing grin, telling him to watch closely as she annihilates the pathetic planet he calls home. Right before she delivers what would be the bad ending, he activates his trump card once more. He gives the creepy lady one final goodbye before jumping back in time. As time passes, he reaches his 17th run, yet he still cannot defeat the stubborn deity. His next 20 attempts fail as well, simply because he cannot properly combine both dark and light energies together. The battle stretches across more than 100 timelines and leaves him completely drained and exhausted. He grinds his teeth in pure frustration, as Luthra refuses to die, no matter what insane attacks he throws at her. When Chanho in the current loop hears him casually mention her name, he gets concerned. Our boy tells him to ignore it and quietly lets time pass as Changsik and Heron invite him to their wedding for what feels like the 100th time. He is genuinely pissed that they are enjoying the time of their lives while he is busting his chops trying to save the entire world. Seeing his clearly horrified expression, Heron hesitantly asks if he will actually come to their wedding party. Chanho quickly covers for him, saying they would love to attend together. Later in the Pantheon, he looks down at his blackened hand and tells the one hiding inside it to finally show herself. The dark mana disperses into a thick fog, and a calm voice thanks him for finally welcoming her presence. Not in the mood for pointless pleasantries, he straight up asks her to reveal the way to truly eliminate Luthra for good. Lucifer leans in, asking if he even knows how one is supposed to kill darkness itself. The scene shifts to a classroom setting, where she asks him another question, whether he believes light can be killed at all. She explains that this is what a deity is made of, and their non-physical nature is exactly why killing one is nearly impossible. Intrigued, he asks how it was possible for her to be sealed away for centuries. She explains that such a method is practically impossible for humans, because pulling it off requires maintaining an endlessly expanding world. If the one maintaining fails, both the person and their universe will be completely destroyed. Then she points out a familiar power she has seen him use countless times before. She correctly guesses that he possesses the ability to rewind time at will. Surprisingly, he does not bother hiding it, and even admits that he can only return to a fixed point in time, much like Subaru from ReZero. Everything suddenly clicks for her, and she understands how a pathetic human managed to rise to the rank of Demon King. She then drops the final bombshell that she and Luthra were originally a single deity. If the two of them were to reunite once more, they would become an entirely different existence, and the world itself would return to its original normal state again. Confused, he asks her to speak in terms he can actually understand, so she gives it to him straight, explaining that the combined being would disappear into an immaterial form like the air surrounding him. That will rid him of both menaces at once. She explains that all he needs to do as the owner of Akashic power is merge all of her dark energy into Luthra using his white hand. At that moment, his fake pantheon suddenly reports that everything she said is completely true. Our Demon King questions why it is speaking up now after staying silent ever since he entered the world of the Celestials. The magical book awkwardly excuses itself, saying it exhausted all its power to open the gate and only just recovered now. Hearing the book also confirm Lucifer's theory, he warns her that he will go along with her plan for now. However, he makes it clear he is not afraid of sealing her away again if she even thinks about stabbing him in the back. The incarnation of hell grins widely, clearly delighted to hear that threat. Later, at the wedding, Seoyeon complains that her master is still pushing her around even on such a beautiful occasion. Trying to cheer herself up, she starts buttering up her future mother-in-law with exaggerated enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Dongchul and Aslan are genuinely amazed that Changsik managed to land such a stunning bride. The hall manager finally grabs the microphone and prepares to begin the ceremony. Suddenly, Heron is stunned by something far up in the sky above them. When Changsik turns his head to look, he is equally shocked by the massive flash of lightning crashing down from the heavens. The entire hall freezes in disbelief at the sight. All of the attendees start wondering if this is some kind of special wedding effect only included in a deluxe package. But this is Luthra's event, and she is clearly pleased that everyone our hero loves is gathered here together. The four apostles immediately spring into action, and Heron urgently tells everyone to forget the wedding and evacuate because things are about to get dangerous fast. But Changsik tells her to protect everyone and leave with them while he handles the enemy himself. Plus 100 respect to this gentleman. As Luthra begins her attack, a brutal knee to the face cancels her spell instantly and sends her flying back. Our king calmly announces that the wedding is temporarily on hold until he finishes taking out the trash. Luthra goes into caution mode because she senses he is intentionally concealing his aura from her. At that moment, he activates domain expansion and drags her into an infernal hell within the Pantheon itself. With the two of them completely alone, he prepares to merge Lucifer's energy with her. Luthra is mildly surprised when she sees what the dimension he came from actually looks like up close. She wastes no time and decides that this threat needs to be exterminated as soon as possible. The evil spirits signal to Daesung that they are fully ready. A massive swarm of shadows rushes toward Luthra like an artillery airstrike from all sides. She calmly neutralizes them with her tentacles, not realizing this is merely a carefully planned distraction. Just then, she completely loses all sense of his presence. When the dust finally clears, Luthra gets the shock of a lifetime as she sees Lucifer standing in his place. Dumbfounded, she activates her 10,000 eyes to verify whether this is some kind of illusion. Out of fear, she even summons the Sword of Creation into her grasp. All of that proves completely useless against Lucifer's overwhelming raw power. Our boy uses his hellfire chains to tightly restrain the freakish deity. He slowly approaches her, bragging that he knows her one true weakness. That bold claim makes the creepy lady laugh out loud. She is immortal, and there is no method in the universe a mere human like him could ever use to kill her. He grins widely and tells her he knows that all too well already. He also knows that she and Lucifer once shared the same body long ago. All 5 of Luthra's eyeballs bulge out when she hears that. Our boy is visibly amused to finally see her arrogant smirk disappear. Lucifer's information was spot on, and his pale left hand is the key to entering Luthra's body. Panicking, Luthra desperately tries to convince him this is a huge mistake, claiming Lucifer fed him false information to erase her and the entire universe. But our boy is not easily deceived. The fact that Luthra is sweating harder than a League player makes it crystal clear Lucifer was right on the money. He pierces her chest with his left hand and begins pumping her full of Lucifer's dark mana. A massive pillar of mana erupts on the spot as the two beings violently merge together. Daesung's transformation completely collapses after expending every last drop of his energy. He watches the smoke slowly clear, wondering if the insane plan actually succeeded. Standing there is something that looks like a buff, big black NPC whose textures haven't finished loading yet. He asks the creator if their plan was a success or not in the end. Confused, the creator questions him back, demanding he explain who he even is first. Our guy is annoyed that Lucifer forgot him so quickly after he fulfilled his part of their deal. He wonders out loud if the merge messed with her memories badly. Hearing him mention the merge, the creator suddenly remembers that it had been divided for a short period of time before. Our boy reminds it that he wants his side of the deal with Lucifer upheld properly because he helped her merge with Luthra successfully. That is why he can still sense its presence when it should be impossible to sense the original creator at all. He asks the creator if it plans on disappearing into nothingness, but it replies that he will continue to sense it as long as the fragment inside him still persists. That response really pisses Daesung off, so he executes save point once again to give everything another retry. Suddenly, his skill is cancelled mid-cast. The creator is offended that he dares to manipulate time in its presence. Instead of playing it smart, our boy starts spamming save point repeatedly, hoping something will eventually work. The creator's blood boils, and he violently pulls him into its domain. Inside the vast cosmic dimension, he demands to know how an insignificant grain of dirt like him is capable of manipulating time itself. Smug as hell, Daesung refuses to tell his secret for free. That infuriates the creator so much that it decides to punish him by annihilating both him and his planet completely. Our boy panics and starts yelling at Lucifer to stop messing around and complete her part of the damn deal already. At that moment, the fake Pantheon appears as a robed figure, asking his greatness to calm his overwhelming anger. The creator recognizes it as the ruler of the Akashic Records, who openly admits responsibility for granting a human the ability to manipulate time. The fake Theon then throws the creator a massive curveball, stating that it was responsible for polluting the universe. It was the one that split itself into 2 pieces, causing chaos and destruction everywhere, so the fake Theon had no choice but to choose a human to clean up after him. The creator goes into denial, claiming there is no way its halves could have polluted the universe. Daesung is beyond frustrated to learn that the most omnipotent being in his universe is this unbelievably dumb. Capable of reading thoughts, the giant crybaby gets butthurt that a puny creation dared to insult him. Our boy realizes he messed up badly and offers a weak surrender as an apology. The creator does not appreciate it at all and declares that this filthy universe must be dismantled and completely recreated from scratch. Seeing that, the fake Theon takes control of Daesung's powers. He unlocks the cheat codes, granting him access to absolute authority over everything in the universe, including life and death themselves. One authority, however, immediately catches our Demon King's eye. Borrowing a genius idea from Full Metal Alchemist, he comes up with a way to use the authority of equivalent exchange. He drags both of them into another dimension and drives a fist packed with authority straight into the creator's NPC-looking face. The creator is not physically hurt at all, but the real damage is far worse. He loses all of his power. Through equivalent exchange, our boy sealed all of his authority in return for his own. Now they can finally settle things the old-fashioned way. The jacked deity starts crying, like a baby after taking away all his toys. Daesung does not waste the opportunity and knees him hard in the gut. He follows up by beating the hell out of the buff man-child, who is still pretending he is a god. The fake Theon watches with interest, clearly impressed by such a creative way to shut down an omnipotent being. He asks what should be done with the big guy now. The fake Theon replies that everything he needs to do is already done, and that it is time for the two of them to sort things out themselves. The The fake Theon demands the creator to join him. The creator refuses and summons his own magic book. Daesung braces himself, ready to throw hands again, but the buff guy hesitantly admits he was defeated. He asks if all of this was part of the fake Theon's plan. That is when he learns the truth. The idea to seal both himself and his enemy was actually Daesung's from the start. As a reward, the creator says he will not dismantle the universe just yet. It is not like he even has the power to destroy it and create a new one anymore. After that, both beings fall into silent thought. Our hero instantly realizes this is a bad sign, because those two are definitely about to cook up even more trouble for him. Sure enough, the fake Theon explains that they cannot do anything now that their authority is sealed. That is exactly why they need him to take over in their place until they regain control. Our boy completely loses his shit at the sheer audacity of these bastards. They pile more responsibility onto him after he already went through literal hell and back. The fake Theon apologizes, but he does not accept it for a second, knowing the sneaky bastard already saw this outcome coming. The creator chimes in, saying that delaying the universe's rebirth is a massive favor for a mere human. Daesung shuts him up immediately, pointing out that he spent centuries cleaning up the mess they left behind. At this point, he honestly would not even mind if this stupid universe got wiped out. The two cosmic entities try to sweeten the deal, telling him he will live like a deity above everyone else instead of working some dead-end part-time job like a normie. When he refuses without hesitation, they change tactics and say he will have to spend the rest of eternity stuck with them instead. That is an absolute deal-breaker for him, so he finally caves and agrees to take the job. They reactivate the system for him, and he makes a vow to fulfill their duties as an intergalactic janitor. Before they send him back, he makes one last request, asking them to let him customize his outfit first. The scene shifts back to Earth, where Young Chil and the old man are arguing because they are late to the wedding party. Their bickering abruptly stops when a gate suddenly opens right in front of them. Our boy steps out wearing a sharp outfit and sporting a fresh new cut. With that, the wedding party continues, and he is relieved that he can finally celebrate the joyful occasion in peace. A few days later, an archdemon prepares his army to conquer the universe. He has gathered the strongest warriors across the galaxy and is ready to crush anyone who stands in his way. Right before his forces can march out, a white-haired man with a sword appears behind him. The demon demands to know who he is. Our hero casually introduces himself as the intergalactic trash collector, where demon overlords are the trash. The demon throws a furious tantrum at his offensive answer, but it ends instantly when he is sliced into 100 pieces right in front of his army. Our boy gives the stunned crowd a big thumbs up and tells them to live peaceful lives, unless they want to end up on his cutting board next. As time passes, gates completely stop appearing on Earth. With that threat gone, every nation begins developing new resources and industries. Hunters who were once treated as elites are now little more than glorified unemployed people. Because of that, the Daesung Guild does everything it can to help them reintegrate into normal society. Inside the guild building, Chanho is overwhelmed by the sheer number of jobless hunters asking for help. He is caught off guard when he runs into Jisoo. She tells him that her mother wants him to join them for dinner over the weekend. She also admits she feels lonely at home, since Daesung has not returned in a long time. Chanho grows worried, wondering where Daesung disappeared to after everything finally settled down. The scene shifts to a well-known fast food restaurant, where Choyoung now works as a waitress. The owner laughs, saying he was a hunter just a few months ago and now spends his days frying chicken legs. Choyoung tells him to stay positive, pointing out that the restaurant business is booming. When the old man wonders where Daesung vanished to, she blurts out that he told her he just wanted to relax for a while. The story then moves to a city in the land of freedom and guns, where a hooded, unhinged woman hands out flyers on the street. She urges people to put their faith in the Heavenly Mother, swearing that she will descend once again. The nutcase turns out to be Eunmi, and the police finally arrest her, sentencing her for the crime of mass murder and prison break. On the other hand, our boy is living his best life, sipping cocktails on a secluded beach. Just when he least expects it, however, Seo-yeon appears right behind him. He is completely dumbfounded by how she managed to track him down. She smugly warns him never to underestimate the stalking skills of a girl who is down bad. Fed up with her antics, he tells her to leave him alone so he can enjoy his retirement in peace. Instead, she asks if he really lost his powers like all the other hunters. When he confirms it, she has a minor breakdown, complaining that she is dying of boredom with no monsters left to beat up. Right then, a system panel warns him that an invasion will occur in 3 minutes. Our boy snaps his fingers and freezes time like Dio himself. He casually strolls into a portal and comes back after handling the problem. When he resumes time, Seo-yeon asks why he suddenly looked so shocked. He says it's better if she doesn't know. Then, Daesung loses it when another warning appears with just 1 minute to take action. He goes right in without freezing time because he is just annoyed. He finally returns feeling disgusted by the filthy monsters that explode their guts before they die. Bro completely forgot that the most annoying girl on Earth was the first one to discover his secret. She gets clingy and begs him to let her have some fun hunting monsters as well until he finally caves. But that gives him the idea that he can make a team to hunt for him, instead of doing it himself every time.